As for that mechanical exoskeleton, it's no ordinary piece of gear. When we clashed inside the administration, I sensed he wasn't operating at full capacity. Savell was hammering away at the keyboard like a madman. He'd never worked this hard before. But the results were astonishingly effective. With the assistance of hackers from the cybersecurity department, they utterly destroyed Camilla. Camilla was on the verge of losing control of the surveillance systems entirely. But Camilla was fighting back. So they aimed to use the camera surveillance to pinpoint Lee Sun's retreat route, the status of major laboratories, and the location of the armory. Camilla, however, refused to yield. She was determined to shut down all camera surveillance. But Camilla's energy reserves couldn't match Siver's, causing her counterattack to shut down the cameras to fail. So Camilla took a different approach. She didn't shut them down. But Siver didn't achieve her goal either, because after Siver activated the surveillance, Camilla immediately locked the camera angles in place. Now they could only gaze upward at the sky. Siver was getting pretty frustrated. After all, what difference was there between seeing only the sky and not having the surveillance on at all? But they forgot that due to the Space Conference's Bill event, the large screen in the conference hall was displaying the surveillance feed. Once the surveillance feed was restored, the large screen naturally showed the footage too. And what did the camera capture in the sky? Zhang Lan and Kong Sen. Especially since the back rows of the conference hall were packed with journalists and cameramen from around the world. When the giant screen showed the cockroach, the blue mech, and Kong Sen's red monster, the entire hall erupted. Holy, what the hell is going on? This isn't a movie shoot, right? That's not a movie playing on the big screen. That eagle emblem must be the National Space Administration. That mechanical exoskeleton, is that a Chinese person? Chinese? Because that red figure looked like a monster. Was it sent by the Eagle Flag military to protect the space agency? All eyes from every nation's delegation were fixed on the Chinese delegation and the Eagle Flag delegation. Bill froze in place. Not because of Zhang Lan on screen, but because of Lee Sun standing behind her. The moment he saw Lee Sun, he instantly realized he'd been deceived. Deceived by a young upstart. If Lee Sun were an undercover agent, how could he have been involved in the final stage of the rescue operation? Look at that mechanical exoskeleton. It was clearly doing its utmost to protect Lee Sun. And judging by the message Siver sent him, Ingrid had most likely already been rescued. So this escape route Lee Sun gave him must be fake. Bill cursed under his breath. He'd even reported the fake retreat route to the Illuminati. If this operation failed now, wouldn't he be held responsible for the entire fiasco? Before he could dwell on who would bear the blame, he suddenly remembered he had apparently asked Lee Sun to sell him out. Bill's face darkened. He hastily pulled out his phone and dialed his personal assistant. With 50% of the space agency's communications now restored, the call went through. Hello? Check for me. Is the purchase contract for that island in the system yet? The private assistant, upon answering the call, assumed Bill was inquiring about the transaction status. Rest assured, it's already been filed on my end. To ensure you receive the funds smoothly, I've expedited the approval process. Bill's heart skipped a beat. Instant approval? If that Lee Sun is an undercover agent, why would he be helping him sell the island? His trembling voice ordered. What was the contract amount during your review? The assistant had indeed seen the contract amount during the review. He assumed Bill intended to sell the property to his descendants at an extremely low price, a common tactic among these aristocratic lords. As his personal assistant, how could he not know? That's why he not only approved it instantly but also placed absolutely no restrictions on the amount. To finalize matters swiftly, he personally handled the procedures and had already completed the island's transfer. This is what a top-tier private assistant looks like. Capable of supporting every move his boss makes. The personal assistant declared with pride. Rest assured, Director. I handled it personally. 10 yuan. Including fees, it totaled 23 yuan. Not a single extra penny came out of your pocket. Upon hearing 10 yuan, Bill's eyes rolled back, nearly choking on his breath. His entire mind went blank. The staff member hurriedly caught him. Gasping for breath, he glared at Lee Sun on the big screen and growled. Thief! Thief! How dare you steal my money? Cheat me out of my island. I'll kill him. Kill him. Bill forced himself to stand, shoving the staff member aside as he stormed toward the exit of the space conference. As the director who oversaw the location of the Air Force's armory, he should have nearly 90% of the operational authority over the space agency's weapons. Bill's mind was now consumed with revenge against Lee Sun. He was heading back to the space agency to activate his director's weapon authorization and blast Lee Sun with missiles. He couldn't care less about this damn space conference now. Get the car ready. Now. Immediately. Bill's departure naturally caught the attention of the Chinese delegation. As a diplomat, Wu Feilong's sensitivity to crises far surpassed that of all the other scientists and scholars within the Chinese delegation. So much urgency? Wu Feilong naturally spotted Lee Sun on the surveillance feed and immediately thought. The space agency's weapons. After all, it wasn't just the Eagle Empire space agency that routinely deployed defensive weaponry. China's did too. Such a vital human endeavor as space exploration naturally requires enhanced weaponry for defense. If it weren't for Camilla's Panda Buddha virus being so bizarre, directly crippling the network and cutting off Bill's entire connection to the weapons, Bill would have activated them long ago. Wu Feilong immediately sent a communication to Lee Sun. Bill has returned. Beware the large-scale weapons within the space agency. Lee Sun had no desire to linger in battle at this moment. But that Kong Sen was just too much of a nuisance. Having witnessed the laser weapon's devastating power on the Gaza battlefield before, Kang Sin was well aware of its capabilities. Therefore, Kang Sin was now using a swarm of mechanical bats as cover to fight Zhang Lan. Standing by as a non-combatant, Li Sun, lacking combat skills, feared accidentally hitting Zhang Lan with his laser gun and was forced to freeze in place. Damn it! He'd never felt so useless in his life. But time waits for no one. No matter how powerful Google is, it couldn't withstand Bill's missiles once he returned. He had to run. Li Sun's mind raced. A mechanical image flashed through his mind. Got it. The Jin from the classic of Mountains and Seas. Chapter 165, Jin. This was one of the few intelligent machines from the classic of Mountains and Seas that Li Sun could currently construct. Other intelligent machines required not only nuclear energy but also dark matter energy. Dark matter energy, even 30 years from now, in 2024, it would remain purely conceptual in Li Sun's era. Humanity couldn't even prove whether dark matter truly existed. Only a handful of true scientific luminaries believed in such a substance, one that could neither be touched nor seen, overlapping yet separate from our world, capable of influencing every electric, magnetic, and material field within it. Its energy reserves are vast and boundless, truly inexhaustible. Unfortunately, none of Li Sun's current weapons utilize dark matter energy propulsion. The technology for harnessing dark matter energy hasn't even been implemented in the system, likely because he hasn't unlocked the era where this dark matter technology was born. However, at the current battlefield level, nuclear energy remains sufficient. For centuries to come, nuclear power will remain the primary energy source for warfare. Li Sun summoned the classic of Mountains and Seas, flipping through over 100 pages to locate the relevant entry. Zhang, a sonic intelligent robot resembling a red leopard, possessing 5 tails and 1 horn. Its cry sounds like striking stone. The horn serves as its signal hub, while all 5 tails can emit sonic waves to intimidate enemies. And sound waves are precisely the weakness of those mechanical bats. Without the mechanical bat support, Li Sun didn't believe that Red Freak could defeat Zhang Lan. This was the most fundamental trust he placed in Xingtian. Without hesitation, Li Sun followed the old routine, redeemed 6 Xingtian mechanical exoskeletons and tossed them into the power furnace. The manufacturing process for the Jin was similar to that of the Xian Gui and Fei Yi, with one key difference: the Jin offered 3 options. Standard Edition Sonic. Pro Edition Soundwave Combat. Deluxe Edition Soundwave Combat Flight. Li Sun stared at these familiar options and blurted out. Car customization options? This left Li Sun feeling utterly unrealistic. Creating a groundbreaking intelligent machine straight out of the classic of Mountains and Seas actually gave him the sensation of buying a car. But true to his nature, Li Sun thought, if there's a better option, why not go for it? Besides, only the deluxe edition could fly, perfect for dealing with bats. Li Sun reasoned that since this Jin was a combat model, it would definitely consume more nuclear energy than Fei. Its starting configuration should be 6 Xingtian units. So he promptly tossed 6 Xingtian mechanical exoskeletons into the power reactor. This process unfolded within the system interface. As one of the mythological series weapons, the classic of Mountains and Seas possessed explosively powerful technological attributes. Setting aside the fact that all weapons manufactured by the armament system could be directly stored by the system itself, the classic of Mountains and Seas alone possessed spatial attributes. Thus, when Li Sun didn't need to enter the classic of Mountains and Seas, he could directly issue commands within the system to manufacture intelligent machinery. This approach avoids exposing the classic of Mountains and Seas to surveillance cameras. Of course, if Li Sun wishes to observe the creation process of any intelligent machine as he did when studying the Fei, he must physically extract the classic of Mountains and Seas from the system and unfold it. Moreover, once the classic of Mountains and Seas is opened while containing people, it cannot be retracted. Doing so would instantly tear those within its space into powder. Or rather, not torn apart, but spatially disintegrated at the particle level. So not powder, but particle fragments. This represented a level of disintegration beyond any solution. No material, save for nanomaterials, can withstand such spatial disintegration. But even someone clad in nanomaterials would still die in such a situation. While the nanomaterials could block the spatial contraction cutting, the pressure from all directions would compress them into a dense mass. Yet the flesh beneath the nanomaterials would still be crushed into pulp by this invisible pressure. Li Sun even wondered, if there were an enemy with invincible defenses, could he lure them in and then contract? Everything would be obliterated. But currently, there were no such unbreakable enemies. Usually, it was the enemies who couldn't break through Li Sun's defenses. Activation progress, 50%. Li Sun sucked in a sharp breath. It's twice the energy consumption of Fei Yi's. That much power? It's just a sonic wave, how could it be so expensive? It might be because Li Sun opted for the deluxe version, which is pricier than the standard model. With that thought, he deployed 6 Xingtian mechanical exoskeletons to the deluxe version while simultaneously testing 6 on the standard version. Deluxe Edition, activation progress, 100%. Standard Edition, startup progress, 100%. Standard Edition, 1 Fei, 6 Xingtian. Deluxe Edition, 2 Fei Yi, 12 Xingtian. Xingtian mechanical exoskeletons are now officially designated as the Nuclear Energy Unit 4, Classic of Mountains and Seas, Intelligent Machinery. The creation of Jin requires time. Kang Sin won't just stand by and watch. The mechanical bat swarms surge like waves, their speed and density far surpassing the previous mechanical prosthetic eyes and even Li Sun's Falcon drone squadron. However, their individual combat strength is weak. These mechanical bats carry no firearms, relying instead on their claws and piercing screeches for attack. During his earlier clash with Zhang Lan, Kang Sen had already recognized that the mechanical exoskeleton on Zhang Lan possessed power far surpassing his own. Machines could never match the agility of flesh. It wasn't just a matter of flexibility, but also stamina, endurance, and the ability to adapt on the fly. Before his augmentation, Kang Sen was a professional boxer. His physical strength was already exceptional, and his boxing training made him even more formidable. That boxing background, amplified by Moro's genetic enhancements, meant 1 + 1 equaled more than 2. While Zhang Lan possessed formidable ancient martial arts skills, his compatibility with the mechanical exoskeleton remained limited. After all, it wasn't his own body, and the time for adaptation had been far too brief. He might hold his own against those half-baked mercenaries with ordinary bodies, but against a modified boxing master like Kang Sen, he falls short. Thus, Kang Sen showed no fear facing Zhang Lan. Even with his ancient martial arts, Zhang Lan held his own, leveraging his technical superiority to counterattack. Moreover, Zhang Lan was constrained by the plan and couldn't unleash his full potential. Mechanical bats swarmed around him like a tidal wave, limiting his movements. Zhang Lan was suffering in silence. "Rip! Get out of my way!" Zhang Lan roared. Dozens of mechanical bats were smashed to pieces by Zhang Lan's fists. He couldn't retreat, yet Li Sun had just told him there was a way out. Before Zhang Lan could catch his breath, the mechanical bats surged forward again. One bat seized its chance, stepping on the shattered remains of its comrade to slash at Li Sun's exposed flesh unprotected by his mechanical exoskeleton. A trail of blood spurted out. Though Zhang Lan suppressed the pain, the neural shock slowed his reflexes. Boom! The Crimson Kang Sen charged forward. Chapter 166, Clash. Mutual assault. "You're too slow." Kang Sen's strides were swift. As he charged forward, the red keratinous scales on his body bristled like protruding blades, stabbing toward Zhang Lan's head at an extremely angle. This was the experience of a boxer. Moreover, Kang Sen had long recognized that the mechanical exoskeleton offered the least protection for the head. In fact, it only featured a single protective visor. A crimson fist shadow loomed larger, and Zhang Lan, unable to dodge in time, could only jerk her head violently to the side. But if dodging like that actually worked, Kang Sen wouldn't be in this line of work. Boom! Zhang Lan's goggles shattered instantly. Because Zhang Lan had turned his head, the impact landed squarely on his left cheek. The shattering goggles momentarily cushioned Kang Sen's punch, but the impact remained brutal. The protruding sharp keratin layer tore through Zhang Lan's left cheek, grinding flesh and bone to a bloody pulp. The bone was starkly visible, and even his left eyeball was exposed. Cracks appeared on the exposed bone. The force even sent the mechanical bats surrounding Zhang Lan flying out of a vacuum like ring. Visually, it was utterly devastating. Truth be told, the Xingtian exoskeleton's goggles offered formidable protection. With ordinary materials, Zhang Lan's skull would likely have been shattered clean through. Kang Sen was speechless. He hadn't expected Zhang Lan to withstand that strike. Seizing the opening for a combo, Zhang Lan wouldn't let him continue his assault. Ignoring the wound on his left cheek, he seized the brief moment free from the mechanical bat's harassment. Power surged from his back, his arms whipping like lashes. Propelled by the exoskeleton's immense thrust, his entire body arched like a giant bow. His arms became the arrows. Even the mere swing of his arms produced the tearing sound of an airplane cutting through the air. Arms became whipping shadows. Ancient martial art, threw back fist. Whip. Buzz. Boom. The blow struck Kang Sen squarely in the face as he was about to throw a punch. Kang Sen hadn't expected Zhang Lan to counterattack. He braced himself and raised his arms to block. The keratinous skin on both arms shattered instantly under the whip's impact. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Bone was exposed. Unlike Zhang Lan, who only suffered bone fractures, Kang Sen's arms were completely shattered by this strike. Propelled by the force, he was hurled backward, crashing into the outer shell of the space agency building. At this point, the scene unfolding was almost indistinguishable from a superhero movie. Li Sun wasn't idle either. While Jin was still in production, Li Sun commanded the system to teleport the previous batch of Falcons over via light particles. Visually, the mechanical bats numbered in the thousands. While 100 Falcon units couldn't directly eliminate the mechanical bats or even hold them all back, they should be sufficient to wear down and distract a portion of them. Anything that eased the pressure on Zhang Lan would do. Li Sun issued his command. Attack the outer perimeter mechanical bats. Avoid the area near Zhang Lan's position. Thousands of mechanical bats couldn't all target Zhang Lan simultaneously. Only those in the inner perimeter could effectively strike her, much like an army siege where only the inner circle delivers lethal blows, while outer bats serve as reinforcements. Once the inner ring is eliminated, they immediately fill the gap. Thus, the assault was relentless. No matter how powerful the besieged individual, they would ultimately be worn down to exhaustion. Once their stamina failed, they faced an endless barrage of claws and fangs. Moreover, the mechanical bats constantly emitted deafening roars to disrupt Zhang Lan. Thus, what truly restrained Zhang Lan wasn't the individual mechanical bats, but the collective might of the swarm. In fact, the swarm itself couldn't interfere with Zhang Lan unless it reached a certain critical mass, an effect only achievable when thousands of mechanical bats attacked simultaneously. Li Sun's task was to reduce the bat swarm's numbers as much as possible. In this regard, the Falcon drone proved far too slow. Bats possess radar capabilities, or rather, human radar technology was developed based on bats' echolocation abilities. These mechanical bats possessed radar capabilities many times stronger than normal bats, making it easy for them to evade the Falcon drone's fire, which was precisely why Zhang Lan sought to create the Jin. The Falcon alone wasn't enough. But what if Shin's sonic attacks disrupted the mechanical bat's radar? Then the mechanical bats would become blind. Deprived of their evasion capabilities, they'd become stationary targets beneath the Falcon drones. While thousands of Falcon drones weren't available, thousands of bullets were easily at hand. In fact, while Li Sun was creating Zhan, he had already used light particle teleportation to bring the Falcon drones here. So, after the mechanical bats launched their first assault and Kong Sen's punch landed, the next wave of attacking bats met a hail of fire from the Falcon drones. Heavy machine guns unleashed a hail of fire. The hail of bullets momentarily halted thousands of mechanical bats. But once they adapted to the assault, the mechanical bats began dodging while closing in on Zhang Lan. Meanwhile, Kong Sen, trapped within the collapsed space agency building, slowly crawled free from the debris. His once flesh and blood arm was healing at a visible pace. Red keratinous skin stretched into threads, writhing like living tissue as it reconnected and intertwined at the fractures. This red keratinous tissue was becoming new flesh. Kong Sen's face darkened. Since his successful transformation and acquisition of the Maro gene, he had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Even within the Illuminati, his status as a half-purple card holder was considered equal to that of a full purple card member. This was the terrifying power and importance of his Maro genes. Across the entire Illuminati's armed division, only 10 individuals had successfully endured the Maro gene. Rarity breeds value. As long as he didn't commit a fundamental breach of principle, the Illuminati would even tolerate him killing indiscriminately. Because for the Illuminati, the principle isn't indiscriminate killing, it's Kong Sen's loyalty to the Illuminati. At that moment, Sybil's voice echoed in Kong Sen's ears. Kansun, hold them off. Bill is already on his way back. He'll be here in 5 minutes at most. He knows the location of the space agency's armory and has the authority to activate the weapons. Hold out until Bill returns. That blue mechanical exoskeleton and that Chinese guy climbing the bird will both die. Kansun snapped back angrily. Hold them off? Sybil, do you think I'm a fool? I don't need Bill back to kill those 2 Chinese. Having suffered such a setback, the stinging pain in his arm still gnawed at him. How could Kansun not be furious? And that rage seemed to trigger his Maro genes. The red keratinous skin on his body grew even more vivid. Almost the color of blood. Li Sun frowned at the vivid hue covering Kong Sen's body. To him, that vivid color resembled living keratin devouring Kong Sen's vitality. Watching Kong Sen move and gather power on the outer shell of the space agency, his aura steadily intensifying, Li Sun sensed trouble. Zhang Lan, be careful. The countermeasure against the bats will take 2 more minutes. Hold on. Once we deal with those bats, Kong Sen alone won't be able to stop us. Zhang Lan's left eye was now permanently open, blood blurring his vision. Zhang Lan looked down at Kong Sen and declared. You bat-wielding piece of trash. Come again. Chapter 167, Zhang Lan's Ancient Martial Arts. The Crimson World overlapped with the Clear One, and Zhang Lan felt that exhilaration of walking the line between life and death returning. Zhang Lan's ancient martial arts were cultivated from childhood. Born into a martial arts lineage, he had been the embodiment of his family's hopes since birth. But modern ancient martial arts families suffered from a common affliction, the ban on martial arts. They pushed their descendants to exhaust themselves mastering ancient martial arts for inheritance, yet forbade them from displaying these skills publicly as adults. In China's new era, martial arts were banned to prevent civil unrest. Unless they joined the military. But it wasn't always like this. Martial artists, with their surging vitality, were more prone to trouble. Upon reaching adulthood, Zhang Lan stepped outside his clan for the first time and immediately got involved in a mass brawl, landing him in the police station. Special departments handle crimes committed by ancient martial artists, and they noticed something different about Zhang Lan. Among all the ancient martial artists involved in the brawl, only Zhang Lan belonged to neither side. What's your name? Zhang Lan. Which family do you come from? The Zhang family of the capital. Why did you get involved in the fight? Officer, I'll say it again, I didn't participate in the fight. I was there to break it up. Break up a fight? You knock everyone on both sides flat on their backs, and you call that breaking up a fight? Zhang Lan spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, see? They stopped fighting, didn't they? The interrogating officer rubbed his temples. Could it be they're too exhausted to fight anymore, just lying there on the ground? Are you serious? Zhang Lan looked serious as he declared. Of course. Grandpa always said, don't let violence disrupt the nation. I was stopping them. But in the ancient martial arts world, reason is useless, fists are the ultimate truth. Right now, you're the biggest trouble. The families behind those beaten second-generation martial artists are furious. Your actions are provoking them. They're probably all watching you outside. The police officer sighed with frustration. I can't let you out. You'd be in grave danger. The state still lacks effective measures to regulate these ancient martial artists. Zhang Lan remained calm. No problem. Let me out and effective measures will follow. The officer exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Zhang Lan glanced at the bandage on his hand and said. My grandfather sent me out specifically to establish order in the ancient martial arts world. The Zhang family of the capital has always served as the government's representative in the ancient martial arts sphere, and the new China is no exception. But these ancient martial artists? They don't recognize the law, only fists. So I'll beat them into submission. A bunch of good-for-nothings. They're wrecking the country with their ancient martial arts, they all deserve to die. The young police officer looked taken aback. But aren't you an ancient martial artist yourself? Zhang Lan smiled. Me? I'm just a martial arts practitioner. Officer, wanna make a bet? If I lose, I die. If I win, the chaos of ancient martial arts in China won't just be quelled, it'll become the strongest force defending our nation. The young officer hesitated. 10 seconds later, the young cop suddenly snapped his head up and shut off the interrogation monitor. Then let's wager. If I lose, I'll die with you. To atone for our sins before the nation. If I win, I'll be your liaison from now on. Zhang Lan hadn't expected anyone to actually believe him. He looked at the young officer and said, "Officer, what's your name?" The young officer unclasped Zhang Lan's handcuffs and declared with unwavering resolve, "Fan Haitian." That day, Zhang Lan's eyes were blurred with blood. Also severely injured were all the masters from 26 ancient martial arts clans and one young police officer. That day, the incident reached the ears of the top brass. That day, the nation incorporated the ancient martial arts world. Zhang Lan once asked General Fan Haitian why he had trusted him back then. Fan Haitian replied, "It was a feeling. I agreed to go undercover with Eagle Squad just because I wanted to fight, but I never expected there wasn't a single skilled fighter on their side." Zhang Lan tore off a piece of his clothing to cover his left eye. The pain made the left corner of his mouth twitch, as if he were grinning with excitement. "After so long undercover, I'd forgotten why I came here. This feels great." Zhang Lan's true nature was reckless, otherwise, how could he have taken down 26 clans head on the moment he emerged? Years of undercover work had suppressed that fire. Even these past days with Li Sun had only partially rekindled it, he hadn't truly let loose. But Kong Sen's punch made Zhang Lan taste death. Unlike the death buried beneath rubble last time, this was the kind of death that came from facing an enemy fist to fist where one misstep meant certain death. It awakened the ancient martial spirit within Zhang Lan, suppressed for so many years. Zhang Lan reached out, snapping off the remaining shards of the Xingtian mechanical exoskeleton's visor. Then he continued, tearing off the excess mechanical exoskeleton parts from his body with his bare hands. To ordinary people, those parts were enhancements, but to Zhang Lan, they were constraints. However, doing so would reduce the Xingtian's propulsive force and protective capabilities, while correspondingly increasing its compatibility and flexibility with Zhang Lan. Until he had dismantled just over half the components. Zhang Lan waved down at Kong Sen from above, calling out, "Come on, you piece of trash." His tone brimmed with confidence and contempt. This was the pride of the youngest and strongest ancient martial artist. A pride long forgotten for decades. He was no mere top-tier undercover operative or retired elite soldier, he was Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan of the Zhang clan, masters of ancient martial arts in the capital. Arrogant bastard. Kong Sen's veins bulged. The red keratinous layer on his legs exploded. The more vivid the crimson keratin armor became, the stronger his defense grew, now capable of withstanding Falcon drone bullets unscathed. Bullets ricocheted off his body, sparks flying. The crimson keratin layer now spreading across Kong Sen's body was even beginning to encroach upon his eyes. As this crimson keratinous layer grew, Kong Sen's emotions surged with increasing frenzy. Even Sivir, watching from behind the scenes, sensed something was terribly wrong. "Kong Sen? What are you doing? Don't try to block them. Our mission is to capture that Ing Rin and seize the technology in his possession, not to engage in senseless combat." Veins bulging on his forehead, Kong Sen roared, ignoring Sivir's warnings entirely as he leapt forward, crashing straight into Li Sun. That's right, not Zhang Lan, but Li Sun. Though Kong Sen was frenzied, he understood the law of the jungle, the victor takes all. Just like in boxing, the last man standing is the king. Li Sun's Falcon drone had severely crippled his mechanical bats. Like a mage in a team fight, he had to be taken down first. Once the mechanical bat swarms were restored, that arrogant Chinese guy in his mech exoskeleton would inevitably fall, whimpering at his feet. But just as Kong Sen basked in his triumph, a flash blurred his vision. A blue afterimage appeared. Zhang Lan's savage grin appeared before Kong Senator. Before Kong Sen could react, a knee smashed directly into his jaw. With a crack, Kong Sen's jaw shattered. The red keratin layer, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, shattered. Kong Sen stammered in shock. You're too fast. Impossible. Chapter 168, Ancient Martial Arts Massacre. Sonic Array. But Jiquan collapse. Before Kong Sen, whose jaw had been shattered, could be flung away, Zhang Lan seized him with both fists, hoisting him high before smashing him down with thunderous force. The mechanical exoskeleton on his arm blasted out a trail of crimson light, leaving a glowing trail in its wake. After the slam, Zhang Lan immediately spun on the momentum, whipping his leg upward. Perfectly channeling the force of the 8 extremes collapse. Swallowtail whip. Kong Sen, mid-fall, was struck squarely in the chest by the whip. Flesh and blood exploded outward. A beating heart was even visible. Zhang Lan's back thrusters roared to life. His entire body tensed, his back swelling like a mountain. In an instant, he caught up to the ascending Kong Sen, crashing into him like a mountain crushing down. Mountain crush. Kong Sen, sent flying into the air, didn't get far before being brutally slammed back down, flesh and bone scattered. As the strongest martial artist, Zhang Lan had absorbed the essence of all schools after that battle, mastering nearly every ancient martial arts secret technique from all 26 clans. Over the next 2 minutes, Li Sun witnessed firsthand what it meant to face 100 different ways to die. He witnessed what it meant to be trapped between life and death. What it meant to be frozen stiff, unable to unleash even a single fatal strike. Every strike Zhang Lan landed on Kong Sen carried a 100% lethal dose. Yet Kong Sen's recovery was too formidable. He didn't die. Yet before he could even hit the ground, Zhang Lan's next strike was already upon him. Black Tiger heart-piercing. Drunken Windlock. Throat-shattering lock. Double-armed soul return. Sparrow peck. Monkey steals peach. Zhang Lan lifted Kong Sen's head with one hand, the man now resembling a worn-out rag doll with its stuffing pulled out. The severed limbs still clung to his body, strands of red keratin stubbornly attempting to mend his wounds. Crucially, under the influence of the Maro gene, the red keratinous layer prioritized repairing the brain to ensure Kong Sen's consciousness remained lucid. This was a powerful genetic effect, enabling sustained combat capability even in brutal battles, allowing the gravely wounded to retain fighting strength. But now, this very ability had become the very source of Kong Sen's torment. Zhang Lan's destruction of Kong Sen's body outpaced the red keratin's repair speed. Compounded by Kong Sen's forced wakefulness, he endured the agony of his body being torn apart every single moment. Ugh! Kong Sen's vocal cords were destroyed, leaving him only able to emit unidentifiable whimpers. Zhang Lan watched in astonishment as crimson threads began to weave and repair the slashed throat and crushed spine on Kong Sen's neck. Then, the fingers gripping Kong Sen's skull steadily increased their pressure. Feeling the force, Kong Sen's eyeballs bulged out of their sockets. Zhang Lan remarked indifferently. After all this beating, your skull is the hardest part. And you've never lost consciousness. That means these red threads constantly repairing your brain place great importance on your skull. So your fatal weakness is your head? Zhang Lan chuckled. Let's test if you can survive with your skull shattered. Kong Sen's bulging eyes filled with terror as he stared at Zhang Lan's demonic grin. Energy surged through the mechanical exoskeleton on Zhang Lan's knuckles. Boom! Brain matter splattered everywhere. Not white and red, but black goo and blood. In the instant he crushed the skull, Zhang Lan seemed to hear the agonized screams of the crimson threads coursing through Kong Sen's body. Frowning, he tossed Kong Sen's corpse onto the ground and shook his hands, wondering if he'd misheard. The crimson threads on the corpse vanished without a trace. Dead as a doornail. Seems he guessed right. Zhang Lan glanced at the swarm of mechanical bats, then turned his head to look at Li Sun. Li Sun gave an okay sign. Behind him, a slow ripple formed, revealing a leopard-like bionic mechanical beast. Meanwhile, Sybil took control of all the mechanical bats. He had been utterly powerless to save Kong Sen from his brutal slaughter. As a tech specialist, he could upgrade the bats under his command. But within the organization, his status was inferior to Kong Sen's. The primary control authority for the bats belonged to Kong Sen only after his death would it pass to Li Sun. This was evident from Kong Sen's outright rejection of Sivers' earlier suggestions. He clearly held no regard for his partner, preferring to operate solo. Thus, the moment Kong Sen fell, Sybil immediately began upgrading the mechanical bat's internal systems. Brute! A useless fighter who only knows how to brawl. Sybil muttered under her breath. The mechanical bat swarms in Maro Tech have become nothing more than scratching toys. The bat's true powerful sonic waves have been reduced to lullaby music. If not for the Maro gene compatibility, this idiot wouldn't even be worthy of partnering with me. Savelle was the kind of genius who'd always stood at the pinnacle of intelligence since childhood, otherwise, she'd never have joined the Illuminati's technical division. Intelligent people often suffer from a kind of aversion to stupidity. On missions, Siver looked down on the likes of Kong Sen. To her, he was the weakest among 10 gene-adapted operatives, and arrogantly so. He's dead. Serves him right. She could finish the rest of the mission alone. Sylvie monitored Bill's location, estimated arrival in 2 minutes. Once Bill entered the signal range of the space agency's armory, Sylvie could remotely access his authorization credentials through technical means. The rest would be simple. Press the launch button, and whether it's Ingren who's already fled or these 2 Chinese nationals now, they all die. So Savelle just needed to stall for 2 more minutes. Sibyl's fingers flew across the keys. The mechanical bats in the air immediately abandoned their futile charge and instead formed a specific formation under Sibyl's control. Sybil couldn't directly teleport light particles to upgrade hardware like the arms dealer system, but she could amplify the sonic waves through a resonance pattern. A single mechanical bat could only slightly disrupt Zhang Lan. But thousands resonating together? It would amplify the sound waves thousands of times over. Savelle sneered. This is the power of the mind. Buzz. The mechanical bat's sonic waves grew increasingly piercing. Lei Sun watched the bats forming a neat formation and wondered. Did someone switch places? Using resonance to amplify the sonic waves for exponential growth? Smarter than that Kong Sen guy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than all the mechanical bats hovered in place, their mechanical mouths opening. Bzzz. A demonic sonic blast erupted. Surrounding trees and rocks shattered. Even the space agency's bulletproof glass couldn't withstand it, shattered in a single strike. The shockwave instantly surged toward Zhang Lan and Li Sun. A sonic blast of this magnitude wasn't mere harassment. It would shatter eardrums outright, potentially even rupturing internal organs and the brain. No matter how powerful Zhang Lan was, he was still human. A mechanical exoskeleton couldn't withstand such a sonic blast. Kong Sen might have endured it before, but Zhang Lan's human brain couldn't withstand it. Zhang Lan froze rigid, a single thought flashing through his mind: is this the end? The next instant, another roar erupted from behind him, coming from Li Sun's direction. The sound wasn't shrill or piercing, yet it carried immense authority. It seemed to carry a sneer of contempt toward the bat. Roar! Chapter 169, Sonic Standoff. Sound waves rippled. One strong, one weak, one sharp, one deep. The 2 sound waves collided and crushed together, canceling each other out. The entire battlefield seemed to fall silent under the collision of these waves. In an instant, a zone of silence emerged. Inside the space agency, Sibber stared in shock at the monitor, her voice trembling. How is this possible? According to the acoustic matrix I programmed, the amplification of sound wave intensity should be hundreds of times greater. What on earth is that thing? How could it emit a high-frequency intensity matching the amplified sound waves to cancel them out? Could it be a fluke? Did their sonic weapon just happen to strike a critical audio node? Though improbable, it's not impossible. Unlike thermal weapons, sonic weapons could potentially be disrupted at specific critical frequencies during different phase transitions. Sybil couldn't believe it. The algorithms and network technology stemmed from her own expertise and Morotech's epoch-defining superiority. This sonic matrix was distilled from Morotech's very algorithms. Over the years, Sivir had never encountered technology surpassing Morotech's within the Silversmith Empire. Though she never approached problems assuming others could outmatch her. You're lucky, but my mechanical bat's sonic matrix isn't limited to that single attack. As long as these machines and bats have energy, they can continuously unleash those high-frequency, high-intensity sonic assaults. Can you withstand that? And I only need to hold you off for 2 minutes. Keep attacking. Buzz. Bat Realm, Bat Matrix. Upon receiving Sivir's command, the sonic assault continued unabated. Behind Li Sun, Jin stepped forward. Its mouth roared, unleashing a relentless stream of sonic waves. Machine versus machine, but Jin's energy was nuclear grade. How could it possibly be outmatched by those mechanical bats? As Li Sun's Jin and Sivir's mechanical bat sonic matrix locked in a stalemate, they had no idea their live stream footage had sent the entire world into an uproar. Whether it was the genetically engineered beings from Eagle's Morotech lab or Li Sun's Xingtian mechanical exoskeleton, both were products that transcended their era. It has never appeared on the global stage. Currently, the world's imagination of warfare and technology remains stuck at the level of guns, tanks, and aircraft. Genetically enhanced mechanical exoskeletons belong in science fiction films. But now, things are different. This is official broadcast footage. As everyone knows, live broadcasts cannot be doctored. Moreover, the iconic Space Administration building is familiar to most people in the Eagle Empire and around the world. This is absolutely a live documentary. Has technology really advanced this far? Is that red, Superman-like figure an Eagle Empire agent? Is that guy in the blue mechanical exoskeleton a Chinese person? Wait, weren't they just discussing mass-producing firearms and ammunition at the recent arms summit? How did we blink and you're already working on this? All the national representatives watching the live feed on the big screen at the space conference were blown away. Including the other 4 permanent UN Security Council members. We're all permanent members. You two are secretly developing this tech? Do you even consider us equal members? This makes them look so clueless. At the space conference, the White Bear delegation completely lost it. Look at the representatives from China, their neighbors right next door. The Russian delegate exclaimed. Wait, China, how come I never heard about you developing this kind of mechanical exoskeleton right next door to me? At the last weapons exchange conference, the exoskeleton you exhibited wasn't like this at all. You called that 50-kilogram, black box-shaped thing for moving heavy objects an exoskeleton and claimed it was something worth sharing. The White Bear representative pointed excitedly at the blue exoskeleton on the screen. What's that called? Aerospace mech? Seriously? You're guarding against little people, but you're guarding against us too? Meanwhile, the representatives from the Foot Basin Chicken and Kimchi nations dared not utter a single word. Because that colossal, epic-defining exoskeleton was hovering right above the Aerospace Bureau. Their conference hall for the Space Summit was also located not far from the Aerospace Administration. If they provoked China here and accidentally summoned that mechanical exoskeleton, they'd have absolutely no way to resist. Didn't you see that red cyborg get zapped just now? That head explosion silenced the entire conference hall. China's representative, Huang Lei, stared dumbfounded at the blue mechanical exoskeleton on the screen. The surveillance feed had audio. When the man in the blue exoskeleton cursed, he spewed a string of standard Chinese expletives. Moreover, all weapons produced within Li Sun's system bore the emblem of 5 stars. To everyone outside, it was clearly made in China. But he had no idea. What mechanical exoskeleton? He was just attending a space agency conference as a representative. How did he end up getting transferred? The Weapons Bureau didn't even give him a heads up. Huang Lei was inexperienced, but Wu Feilong, the diplomat standing beside him, was a different story. Huang Lei was attending as a technical representative from the space agency, so matters involving diplomacy fell to Wu Feilong. Wu Feilong addressed the White Bear delegation. Mr. Darvali, we're not entirely clear on this mechanized exoskeleton matter. Well, the Space Department and the Weapons Department are separate organizational units. My apologies. And the mechanical exoskeleton shown in the footage definitely isn't ours. Wu Feilong addressed the remaining members of the Eagle Empire's Space Agency delegation. Let me make this perfectly clear, the mechanical exoskeleton shown on screen has not been confirmed as Chinese. Therefore, any claims you are making now are pure fabrication. China has always adhered to the fundamental principle of non-aggression. We do not attack unless provoked. Without justifiable cause, we would never engage in an assault on the space agency. So, don't try to pin this on us. If certain space agencies insist on implicating us, it's because they've done something dishonorable. Reflect on your own actions. Wu Feilong pondered. Besides, the groundbreaking technology just demonstrated. Besides that mechanical exoskeleton, wasn't it also that red cyborg? That red cyborg doesn't seem quite right. That sticky, viscous red filament doesn't look like legitimate technology at all. Huang Lei's eyes lit up. He finally understood Wu Feilong's plan to redirect all blame toward the Silversmith Empire and divert the crisis eastward. The mechanical exoskeleton and cyborg had now entered the battle scene everyone was accustomed to, shattering the defenses of all nations. Those unable to bear the financial burden would inevitably turn their anger toward the two nations. Whoever stood at the epicenter would bear the brunt of public opinion. Chapter 170, Nations in Shock. You're creating your own world. While the eagle in China might not care, positive public opinion can still boost national strength. Avoiding negative publicity is always preferable. Truly the foremost diplomat. I agree completely. You Eagle Empire folks wouldn't happen to have some secret lab conducting internationally prohibited experiments, would you? That regenerative technology demonstrated by the red cyborg earlier, plus the subsequent cyborg clearly losing its mind and going berserk, I have reason to suspect you're conducting genetic research. And human genetic modification is explicitly banned by the International Science Federation. Huang Lei pressed relentlessly. Moreover, when that red cyborg appeared earlier, he uttered a phrase during his self-introduction that included the words Illuminati. These three words may be unfamiliar to the general public, but surely we high-ranking officials are well acquainted with them? Huang Lei turned to face all the national representatives. Though you all serve in space agencies, you must have encountered numerous national security matters within your respective countries. After all, space exploration and security are inseparable. Therefore, you must have encountered spies from the Illuminati. This remark instantly resonated with every delegation at the space conference. Those nations formerly colonized by the Eagle Empire felt little impact, but representatives from other continents certainly did. Noticing the shift in their expressions, Wu Failong delivered the finishing blow. Yes, we in China have apprehended numerous Illuminati spies. We long believed this to be some anti-peace organization operating globally, even doubting the very existence of the Illuminati. Yet the recent revelations have shown us, not only does it exist, but it possesses formidable technological capabilities. Most crucially, that red-clad modified human was clearly connected to the Eagle Empire's government. Doesn't that suggest the Illuminati is linked to the Eagle Empire too? Wu Failong turned his gaze toward the Eagle Empire delegation. Bill, the highest-ranking commander in the Eagle Empire delegation, had immediately returned to the space agency due to Li Sun. At this point in the space conference, there was no one left capable of taking charge of the situation. The remaining Eagle Empire delegates dared not step forward lightly. After all, with events spiraling out of control, no one could predict what would happen next. What if speaking up meant taking the fall? This left the delegation silent. And certainly no one dared to refute Wu Failong's words. Silence fell over the entire delegation. To everyone present, the Eagle Empire delegation's silence felt like tacit admission. For a moment, the Eagle Empire delegation became wide open, a piece of pork at Wu Failong's mercy. Wu Failong pressed on. What exactly does your Eagle Empire intend to do? Developing this covert genetic modification technology to create legions of spies infiltrating nations, is this a plot to secretly seize control of foreign governments? And now that you possess this illegal technology, you're still covertly advancing it. As the head of the Sci-Tech Alliance, are you leading by example in breaking the rules? If so, what binding force do the Alliance's regulations hold anymore? Eagle Empire delegation. After this barrage of accusations, representatives from every nation grew wary. Exactly. What exactly is the Eagle Empire trying to achieve? The Illuminati's origins are an open secret among the high-ranking officials of all nations. This livestream incident has been completely exposed by Wu Failong. When hidden truths are brought into the open, things take a sour turn. After all, many knew the capital backing the Illuminati was Jewish. Now, with all these recent events, Jewish capital has been thrust into the spotlight. Within the Eagle Empire's presidential race, Jewish capital and Anglo-Saxon capital are locked in a fierce battle. Should Jewish capital succeed in ascending to power, openly controlling the presidency of the Eagle Empire? Given the terrifying cybernetic technology they've just demonstrated and the Freemasons' formidable espionage capabilities, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to silently control or even overthrow the governments of these small nations? Previously, these nations believed the Eagle's dominance merely sought money, oil, and resources. Now it seems the Eagle covets their very territories. This is nothing short of a death sentence. Even those nations that play both sides internationally never dream of surrendering their sovereignty to the Eagle, they merely seek to align with it for better resources. They may bow their heads and play the underdog, or even serve as lackeys, but they will never sell themselves. If they can't compete technologically and lose their political power, what hope remains for them? Become slaves of a conqueror? History is littered with nations conquered by foreign powers. Some national representatives began beating the drums. No, perhaps they could switch allegiance to China? Since rising to power, China hasn't forced weaker nations into submission. Instead, it's actively aided them. Were it not for the fact that the Eagle Empire still reigns supreme as the world's top power, these nations would have openly aligned with China long ago. Now, the emergence of Kongsan has intensified this sentiment. Since they must choose sides sooner or later, and the old world's leader shows signs of wanting to swallow them whole, why not seek a new master? Once the world order is re-established, aligning with the new leader early on will undoubtedly secure better resources. Exactly. And that mechanical exoskeleton seemingly from China is clearly far superior to that red cyborg. Any fool knows to defect to the stronger side. Not to mention, cooperation with China is far more lenient. Li Sun had no idea that the clash he orchestrated between Zhang Lan and Kongsan had directly swayed the hearts of most small nations internationally to defect to China. Unlike the rational analysis from representatives at the space conference, netizens online were even more frenzied. What they craved was explosive developments. The more explosive, the better. The main thing is to have a good show. Holy crap. This is exactly what I imagined a mechanical exoskeleton should be. Those crappy exoskeletons the Empire showed off years ago? They were more like cranes. China is seriously awesome. Don't even get me started, my country doesn't even have cranes. Just seeing that blue mechanical beast made my mouth water. Made in China, right? I swear I saw the Chinese logo. Who'd have thought studying abroad would let me see our own tech weapons kicking the crap out of those American cyborgs? Man, that's satisfying. What's that disgusting red cyborg? Looks like the Red Devil from the movies. This can't be real, right? What they showed in the movies was called genetic modification, wasn't it? Isn't that illegal? What's the point if their heads get crushed anyway? China rules. Some Korean netizens are sour grapes. What are you guys getting so worked up about? Not sure if it's even made in China. The real question is, did we make it in Korea? That mech exoskeleton looks just like something from our Japanese anime. It must be our Korean creation. Exactly. Everything's China's. They've got some nerve. Chapter 171, Sonic Cannon. Who's got the nerve, exactly? Can't you see those 5 huge red hearts engraved on the exoskeleton? 5 red hearts, what the hell do they have to do with your Bagua flags or Rising Sun flags? Chinese netizens couldn't help but snap back. Those Korean and Kimchi Nation folks are shameless. Especially the Kimchi Nation, they claim every good thing in the comments as their own countries. A netizen from the land of the morning calm fired back. Forget whether you invented that thing as the son of the Eagle Sausage Empire, even if you could build such a mechanical exoskeleton, would you dare attack your imperial father's space agency? Ha! Hilarious, they have zero self-awareness. The White Bear also chimed in. Even if their netizens dared admit this exoskeleton is their kimchi country's, I doubt their president would dare claim it, too scared the Eagle Empire might misunderstand and strip him of his presidency. What's the point of a country without sovereignty arguing over whose tech this is? Ridiculous. Beyond these arguments, most comments expressed shock at China's technological advancement. Most netizens worldwide remained rational after all. This was an official journalist's live stream from the aerospace conference. Its credibility, if not 100%, was certainly 95%. Who would have thought that while my country hasn't even fully developed its railways yet, China is already engaging in this kind of technological warfare? Not long ago, when the Eagle Empire hiked interest rates, our officials didn't dare utter a peep. Yet now they've developed these mechanical exoskeletons to take on the Eagle Empire's space agency. Unbelievable. Could humans really build such mechanical exoskeletons at this stage? Could current energy sources even power something like this? I have reason to suspect China has mastered nuclear propulsion technology. Because that massive exoskeleton shows no obvious power plant. Holy crap! Nuclear power? Doesn't that mean our resources are practically limitless now? Wait, if they've cracked nuclear propulsion, why hasn't the government announced it? Don't ask, it's classified. Watching the massive displays from netizens around the world, these Eagle Eye Empire netizens couldn't help but remark. You're all raving about the exoskeletons, but did you see the swarm of mechanical bats over here? Those exoskeletons you're praising won't stand a chance. Once we capture that exoskeleton, we'll get the technology behind it. In the live feed, thousands of mechanical bats were operating at full capacity. The massive sonic wave was even more tangible than before. Near the space agency are rocket launch pads, typically steel structures built beside cliffs. Alternatively, they're situated on expansive gravel plains or borderlands, where steel structures assemble rockets piece by piece alongside each other. As the mechanical bat swarm's sonic matrix intensified its wave strength, it even began affecting the missiles parked beside the space agency. As the sonic wave spread, the massive rocket complex collapsed with a thunderous crash. In an instant, the entire space agency was buried beneath a sky-filling cloud of dust. The sheer power and spectacle sent a chill down the spines of everyone watching the live feed. Even such a massive rocket project could be directly shaken to collapse. That was reinforced concrete. What would happen to anyone caught in the blast? Their internal organs would have been shattered on impact. Mechanized skeletons offer no defense against sonic waves. How are the people on the other side holding up? Even Wu Feilong, currently debating fiercely at the aerospace conference, felt a surge of tension. He knew Li Sun. Those two are from China. Hopefully they're okay. Without experiencing it firsthand, one couldn't grasp the true terror of sonic waves through mere camera footage. That's why, during the mechanical bat's initial assault, none of them noticed the tiny, menacing creature lurking behind Li Sun. But just now, when the mechanical bat swarm's sonic matrix directly collapsed the rocket facility, everyone watching the live feed finally witnessed the tangible reality of the sonic attack. Above the space agency, the dust-shrouded facility became visible once more. As the dust was blown away by a fresh round of sonic bombardment. Only then did everyone's gaze fall upon that tiny black speck in the sky. It was a leopard with mechanical wings. Some netizens exclaimed in shock. What on earth is that? A robot? Wait, no, a mechanical leopard? It seems to be Sonic type 2, it's roaring. Why can I hear its roar so clearly even with all those mechanical bats making noise? Holy crap, that's so cool. Li Sun and Zhang Lan stood behind Jin, completely unfazed by the mechanical bat swarm's sonic attacks because behind Jin was an absolute sonic safe zone. Every sonic attack directed at Jin was obliterated by his deep growl. Zhang Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Li Sun, how many more surprises do you have up your sleeve that I don't know about? First it was this mechanical exoskeleton on my body, then that healing bird, and now this flying sonic leopard. How does such a small frame manage to fight off thousands of mechanical bats? Li Sun stroked his chin. He hadn't realized it was this powerful. His original plan was just to have Jin eliminate the mechanical bats, but switching operators behind the scenes somehow triggered the sonic matrix. Thankfully Jin was powerful enough, otherwise this would have gone south. Jin's stats appeared before Lee Sun's eyes. Sound output, 50. Only 50? Lee Sun glanced at the mechanical bats waiting opposite and ordered. Boost it to 100. On the other side, Sivir felt a bit numb. After a full minute of this, she finally got a clear look at what kind of machine the other side had built. A flying mechanical leopard. Numb. The strength of a single one was equivalent to his thousands of mechanical bats, and that was after he'd enhanced their power with the sonic matrix. This is way too far off. Luckily, all he needs to do now is stall for time. Bill will be here in just 1 minute. Optimistic Sivir watched as the winged panther across from her began to glow red. It seemed the power within the leopard was beginning to surge at full capacity. Could it be? Roar! A deafening roar erupted from Zhan's maw. Unlike the low growls it had emitted since appearing, even Li Sun and Zhang Lan standing behind Jin couldn't help but cover their ears. It was explosive. If the mechanical bat sonic matrix resembled spreading ocean waves, then Jin's roar was like the lion roar technique combined with a bronze bell from Kung Fu's sonic cannon. And it was directional. Countless debris from destroyed buildings were swept up along its path. Like a tornado, it slammed into the entire swarm of mechanical bats. Before even making contact, merely approaching hundreds of mechanical bats were shredded to pieces. The roar formed a colossal tornado. Its core, like the eye of a tornado, relentlessly pulled thousands of mechanical bats toward the center of the sonic roar. Like a meat grinder, everything caught in the sonic vortex was torn to shreds. A pure sense of annihilation. Chapter 172, Sivir breaks through. In a single strike, thousands of mechanical bats vanished without a trace, leaving the skies above the space agency suddenly empty. And Sivir's heart felt hollow at that moment. Only 3 words flashed through his mind. Instantly defeated? Then came a profound sense of absurdity. This had to be a joke. Just a second ago, Sivir was thinking, who cares about your mechanical leopard? With thousands of mechanical bats and my sonic matrix, my health is this thick you can't one-shot me? But the next second, she really was one shot. The entire livestream fell silent. Especially the reporter filming the surveillance footage. The sound of him silently swallowing his saliva sounded especially loud. Wait, what about that eagle guy? What was he saying just now? Speak up. With power like that, don't tell me it's a sonic weapon. I'd believe you if you called it an air cannon. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. The last time I saw something like this was 2 months ago. You've seen something this big before? Something like this would definitely make the news. How come I didn't know about it? Where did you see it? At the movies. Sybil's mind raced in shock. What to do? Without these mechanical bat swarms, his cybernetics alone would never be enough to stop those 2 Chinese operatives. His fingers tapped frantically. He even considered blowing up the space agency to buy some time. Bill was still on his way, yet these mere seconds felt like an eternity. All because of that reckless fool, Kong Sen. If only he hadn't underestimated his opponent and been so recklessly taken down by that Chinese guy in the mechanical exoskeleton. With the sheer vitality of the Maro gene alone, he could have stalled for those crucial minutes. After all, once Bill arrived, no matter how formidable the Chinese exoskeleton's individual combat power, it couldn't match a strategic-level arsenal. As Sybil's head throbbed, he noticed Li Sun and Zhang Lan still hovering above. That winged beast spread its wings and charged toward the Aerospace Administration. What does this mean? Are they attacking us? Sybil was trapped in a fixed mindset. Ever since the Eagle Empire became the world's top power, they were the ones who attacked others, never the other way around. Even when they attacked others and then withdrew, they never imagined any nation would retaliate. Their long-standing hegemony had ingrained the belief that weaker nations wouldn't dare resist. No matter how powerful China had become, in the minds of the Eagle Empire's people, it remained that weak nation. So after the mechanical bat swarm and Consen's interception failed, Sivir instinctively assumed those 2 Chinese would flee. He never considered that perhaps those 2 Chinese men might simply kill him instead? There was no perhaps. Li Sun thought exactly that. Camilla, are they trying to stall for time to activate the weapons inside the space agency? Locate Bill's position. Camilla's melodious voice chimed in. Roger that. I've been tracking Bill's location. He should be less than a minute away from the space agency headquarters now. I've already sent you the real-time coordinates. Li Sun glanced at the coordinates on his phone and smiled. He'd been worried leaving so abruptly without killing Bill might leave loose ends. After all, Bill was the only one who truly knew his identity within the Illuminati, and he still hadn't used that yellow card he'd taken from them. Now Bill was practically walking right into his hands. And the person behind the mechanical bat swarm likely another Illuminati technician. Though Li Sun felt technologically superior, this individual was still far beyond an ordinary genius. That sonic matrix lacked a system. Li Sun knew he couldn't replicate it. The enemy's genius is our nightmare. Why keep them alive? Zhang, locate the mastermind behind the mechanical bat swarm and eliminate him. Received. Shin himself is a sonic robot. He's the absolute expert at tracking and locating targets. And the one Li Sun created is a high-end model with combat capabilities. It could slaughter an entire space agency guard force, let alone take down a technician. Upon receiving the command, Jin accelerated deep into the space agency. Its mechanical wings sliced through the space agency's walls, leaving multiple gashes in their wake. Sybil's defenses were breached. His control console was positioned at the agency's core. On the monitor, he clearly saw the winged leopard-like robot charging straight for him. Holy! What are they trying to do? Are these Chinese people declaring war? I'm a high-ranking member of the Illuminati. How dare they? Unfortunately, there was nothing Li Sen wouldn't dare do. If not for the system's restrictions, he wouldn't consider any nation outside China as human. The Illuminati? Bring it on if you have the guts. While Sivir was still questioning, the electronically activated door which had been fully unlocked after gaining access was torn open like paper by the claws. It didn't look impressive on screen. But up close, the overwhelming aura was terrifying. A 3-meter-tall, bronze and yellow unicorn leopard with metallic wings strode slowly forward, its feet pounding the pile of metal debris. Roar! A low roar, not loud, yet it made Sivir's head buzz with dizziness. Dazed, he shook his head and pressed the button on his wrist, a preset mechanism designed to automatically fire weapons the moment Bill entered the space agency's detection range. He knew deep down he might not survive, but at least those Chinese wouldn't live to see the day. Bill had 15 seconds left. Die. Just die already. Sylvain collapsed to the ground, cursing incoherently as he watched Jin retreat. Die with me. Fire. Fire the Satan ICBM. Ha! Jean watched silently, yet no sound or change rippled through the surroundings. Sivell froze. What's going on? Did my settings fail? That can't be. Sivir checked Bill's coordinates. No mistake. Bill's location was clearly within the space agency's detection range. Then why did it fail? Impossible. This can't be happening. Sivir had never felt such despair, not even death could shake him to this extent. But seeing his prized skills crushed by some unknown method drove him mad. His eyes blazing red, he glared at the halted Jean and roared. I know you can hear me. Tell me, what did you do? On the level of network information technology, I cannot lose. Sivell knew that behind these intelligent robots, there must be that Chinese man. Zhang's eyes flickered slightly before Li Sun's voice finally came through. Nothing much. Your skills are indeed impressive. It's just a pity that everything hinged on Bill coming to the space agency. What if that location hadn't been Bill's? Sybil froze. Impossible. That's the Illuminati's tracking device. Every Illuminati member who becomes a red card must have one implanted in their heart. How could it be fake? Chapter 173, The Nine-Tailed Mountain Sea. Li Sun's hidden hand. Sybil kept speculating. And you couldn't even fake it, because the locator alone isn't enough. That locator is deeply bound to Bill's heart. Even if you captured Bill, killed him, and extracted the locator, the moment you removed it, the locator would become useless. The tracker only functions when Bill is alive. Sybil couldn't fathom what had happened. How did you pull this off? Li Sen retorted. You know the precondition for the method you used, right? The trigger for activating all the space agency's weaponry isn't Bill's locator entering the detection range. To be precise, once Bill enters the space agency's detectable range, their radar system remotely scans his vital signs, pupils, even heartbeat and fingerprints before granting remote authorization. So, as long as Bill reached the space station while the radar couldn't detect his vital signs, it would work. Hearing this, Sylvie was utterly flabbergasted. What do you mean Bill's location is detected, but his vital signs aren't? Are you even listening to yourself? First off, the locator can't be separated from Bill's heart. You also need to keep Bill alive, and while he's alive, get him to the designated location. Then you want the radar to not detect his vital signs? Is that even possible? Li Sun glanced at the time. He's here. See for yourself. No sooner had he spoken than Sylvie saw Bill's location pinpointed right at the control room door. What does that Chinese guy mean? See for yourself? The control room door slowly swung open, and in walked none other than Bill. But unlike the Bill she knew, his eyes were now completely white, and a fluffy fox was wrapped around his shoulders and neck. The fox's face hung limply against his chest. Upon closer inspection, the fox's eyes glowed pink, and so did Bill's own milky white eyes. Li Sun watched the scene through Jin's perspective, equally stunned by the unbelievable sight. This was his first encounter with Nine-Tailed Fox from the classic of mountains and seas. Nine-Tailed Fox, reconnaissance-type stealth transformation intelligent weapon, available in drone version and human host version. Capable of cloaking, stealth reconnaissance, fire starting, and shapeshifting. The human-hosted variant directly interfaces with the host's mechanical nervous system, forcibly taking control of the body. While maintaining vital signs during takeover, it can utilize mechanical nerves to regulate the body in real time. Of course, excessive manipulation can cause the host to die instantly. For instance, raising body temperature to 50 degrees Celsius or causing neurological chaos. This function was actually used by the Nine-Tailed Fox for infiltration, allowing it to silently bypass guards. Li Sun precisely exploited the Nine-Tailed Fox's ability to manipulate bodily functions after possession to bypass Bill's security protocols. The location was correct, Bill was indeed alive. But he is no longer Bill, for the Nine-Tailed Fox has subtly altered his entire internal ecosystem. You could say it's both Bill and not Bill. The Armory's detection of biological signatures is extremely strict. So strict that any deviation beyond a defined range triggers an access failure as safeguard against malicious tampering. And now, Bill, taken over by the Nine-Tailed Fox, could no longer pass the Armory's authorization checks. Sivell stared at Bill, and all his anger vanished. He was thoroughly convinced. Who knew such technology existed? I lost fair and square. Thank you for clearing this up. Let's get moving. Li Sun's doubtful voice echoed. You don't seriously think I'm explaining this to you because I'm some kind of hero who admires another hero, do you? Do you even deserve it? Sivell froze. You. Li Sun's demonic voice echoed. Of course I'm stalling. I know technicians like you from the Illuminati always have a death trap. Like, your body would probably explode after you die, right? All traces of your technology would be erased by the Illuminati's official channels, including that network tech you use to remotely control the armory. And I just happened to want to use your space agency's arsenal. Your firewall was surprisingly tough, took me dozens of seconds to breach. Then another dozen to tweak the mission objectives. Savel's pupils contracted. You wouldn't want to. Li Sun's voice echoed from Jean's skull. Nine Tails, release Bill's control and restore his original vital signs. Sybil, you wanted access to the armory? Your wish is granted. But this time, the target of the attack won't be Chinese. Your own space administration. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiwei detached from Bill's body and leapt onto Jin's back. Jin spread its wings and soared skyward in an instant. Sybil's heart skipped a beat as a violent tremor erupted deep within the space administration. That's the sound of an intercontinental missile launching. Holy bastards! Savell cursed under his breath. He scrambled to his feet and began frantically operating the computer, desperately trying to halt the missile launch. Bill, now regaining his senses, looked around in confusion. Didn't I just get on the bus? How did we suddenly end up at the Aerospace Administration? Feeling the vibrations and seeing Sivir frantically working, Bill asked. Commander Civil? Is the weapon already launched? Excellent. Those Chinese are finished. Sylvain couldn't be bothered with this idiot right now. He was focused solely on intercepting the missile. After all, that Chinese guy seemed to think he was dead and had withdrawn those terrifying intelligent machines. If he could take down the missile, he might still have a chance to live. Live. He had to survive. Commander Civil, if we can wipe out all those Chinese infiltrators this time, I humbly request your continued guidance and support. Bill felt the vibrations and stared at the missile's preset trajectory on the screen, his voice tinged with confusion. Commander Sivir, something's wrong. This trajectory looks like it's heading back toward us? Commander Sivir, what's going on? Bang! A gunshot rang out. Bill fell straight to the ground. His eyes remained open, and even in death, he never understood why Sivir had killed him. Sybil tossed the gun aside. Useless. Finally, peace. Sybil was indeed a person of immense inner strength. The missile bombardment was already counting down, yet she still refused to give up on cracking Li Sun's program. Madness flickered in his eyes. I can do this. I'm the genius scientist who cracked the Moro civilization's information technology. I'm a genius. Not like those damn useless fools. I won't die. I won't die. The Satan ICBM's blast radius was large enough to engulf the entire space agency. Or rather, the entire surrounding area of the space agency would suffer devastating destruction. 2 deaths? Seems reasonable. Chapter 174, Moro Cell Cluster. Boom! A mushroom cloud of red, white, and yellow. The entire population of New York froze in place. What the hell? World War III? Has the Eagle Empire been attacked? A deafening shockwave began to spread. No one noticed that at the moment of the explosion, at the heart of the space agency, a voice trembling with fear whispered, I'm going to die. Everyone will die. Under the bullet's path, all beings are equal. Except, the beings on Earth don't include aliens. Upon the scorched red Earth, strands of crimson keratin began to flow from charred bones, the remains of Kongson. Those crimson keratin strands were the product of the Moro genes within his body. The red keratin layer was actually a special substance grown by the Moro genes after devouring human DNA, utilizing the human body as its vessel. Also known as the new Moro cell cluster. On Earth, at least, they possessed unparalleled self-healing abilities, survival capabilities, and the power to transform, while also greatly enhancing the physical combat prowess of their human hosts. Just like Venom in the Marvel Universe. As the host, or rather, the culture vessel Kongson is dead, but it still lives. If it fails to find a new host within a short period, it will gradually wither and die. At the explosion's epicenter lay 2 corpses. One had been reduced to charred, skeletal remains like Kongson's, but the other was different. The lower half of the other corpse had been completely charred away, while its upper body was encased within an alloy apparatus. It was Sivir. This core apparatus was originally an escape device within the space agency. Unfortunately, the explosion occurred too rapidly. He had only managed to crawl his upper body inside before succumbing to death. Inside the alloy escape pod, Sivir's eyes were wide open, as if she couldn't believe her fate even in death. Due to this escape mechanism, Savel's corpse was the only one in the entire space agency whose upper body remained completely intact. Or rather, his brain remained intact. The new Moro cell cluster moved like a mass of living flesh towards Sybil's head, burrowing through his 5 orifices. For the Moro cell cluster, its host could be dead, but it absolutely had to have a brain. And Sybil, who had just died, still possessed residual brain activity. Kongson had died because Zhang Lan, clad in a mechanical exoskeleton, had crushed his skull, pulverizing his brain completely. As the Moro cell cluster burrowed in, Savel's corpse began to slowly regain a faint glimmer of life. A crimson keratinous layer began forming on the skeletal remains of his lower body, steadily healing his flesh. Snap. Crack. A bone-chilling sound of cracking bones echoed through the silent explosion center. Soon. At the epicenter of the space agency explosion, a gaunt, skeletal figure rose to its feet. Head bowed, dried blood still clinging to his lips, he opened his mouth slightly. A hoarse voice emerged. I won't die. So, has the Eagle Army started reacting yet? Zhang Lan asked while flying. Has Camilla spotted any military movements? How's the plan you set up to block the troops coming along? Should I head straight back now? After all, you're retreating to China, while I still need to stay in Eagle Land. Li Sun reassured him. Don't worry. Camilla just told me the footage from the battle has been leaked. I was planning to have you stay in Eagle Empire to assist Camilla, but it seems that won't be possible now. Zhang Lan paused. Exposed? What do you mean? Li Sun sighed helplessly. The Space Administration's cameras are directly linked to the Space Congress screens. Your fight with that Illuminati test subject was broadcast live by the Congress reporters. Especially when that test subject shattered your goggles during the fight. Now the entire world knows what you look like. Staying in Eagle Land is out of the question now. Zhang Lanyi perked up. Really? Li Sun raised an eyebrow. You seem pretty happy about this. Guess you never wanted to stay with Eagle Squad anyway. Zhang Lan chuckled. Who wants to stay in this godforsaken place? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy the good life back in China, savoring the scenery and experiencing the warmth of people? If it weren't for my military status and mission restrictions, I'd have bolted back to China ages ago. In that case, I'll go back with you. Zhang Lan paused, then continued. So you knew Bill's route from the start? And that AI-controlled mechanical thing you mentioned, you set that up too? Li Sun sat atop Fei, monitoring the local military operations in New York in real time through Camilla's hack into the street surveillance feed. With the Space Administration causing such a massive incident, the military's response would inevitably be large-scale and high-profile. There was no need to recklessly hack military systems. Street surveillance alone provided enough clues to infer their movements. Their response is surprisingly swift. They've already deployed tanks and aircraft. Li Sun muttered under his breath before turning to Zhang Lan. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Zhang Lan faltered. I meant, have you factored in Bill's plan to activate the space agency's weapons? And do you have a strategy for the military's subsequent actions? Li Sun smiled. Of course. Isn't that obvious? Since you're trying to snatch prisoners held by their boss from the Space Administration, you have to anticipate the possibility that they might deploy strategic-level weapons. From the very beginning, I never intended to let Bill off the hook. After all, he's the only one with the authority to activate strategic-level weapons. Li Sun pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit one, and tossed it to Zhang Lan. Because of the high-speed flight, the cigarette burned exceptionally fast. Give it a try. Hard to get these out of the country. Well, truth is, I never knew Bill's exact escape route, or rather, I didn't care which way he went. Zhang Lan took a drag and asked. Why? Li Sun chuckled. Earlier, to bribe him and gain his trust, I gave him a solid gold Desert Eagle. The old guy loved it and always kept it on him. And as it happens, my nine-tailed fox AI robot just happens to have transformation capabilities. Zhang Lan jolted. You mean that gun was your nine-tailed fox AI robot? How is that possible? They're completely different sizes. That nine-tailed fox is clearly 4 times larger than a standard Desert Eagle. Li Sun explained. Biomorphic intelligent machines are mostly hollow inside. Their visible volume is largely due to the size of their internal frameworks. If compressed into a solid form, they could likely shrink to about 1/14 of their original size. That's how transformation works. Thus, by using materials to further expand the claws, the nine-tailed fox machine could even grow 4 to 5 times larger. The drawback is that their mass wouldn't increase proportionally. Chapter 175, Probing. Zhang Lan fell silent. Watching Li Sun sitting atop Fei as they flew, he silently gave him a thumbs up. He sighed. You feel even more terrifying than that guy, in terms of cunning. Heh, whatever happens, I'll end up with a super smart partner anyway. All I need to do is be the strongest enforcer. After we get back, I'll follow you. The army commander should approve. Zhang Lan's tone grew sincere. I sense you hold many secrets. Since you choose not to share, I won't pry. But after these days together, I believe you're trustworthy. By your side as long as you never threaten Huaxia's core principles, I, Zhang Lan, will never let you die before me as your comrade. Zhang Lan looked at Li Sun earnestly. What do you say? I can't promise anything else, but I guarantee this: any enemy who wants to kill you will have to step over my dead body first. Li Sun was thrown off guard by Zhang Lan's sudden seriousness. Why bring this up now? Zhang Lan paused before saying. I'm reckless, but I'm not stupid. The excuses you and Camilla gave don't hold up to scrutiny. First, if the state assigned a secret mission, they wouldn't let you casually reveal its details to me. Second, if the state were sending someone to infiltrate the arms market, they wouldn't send a researcher like you, especially during a sensitive period like the aerospace conference. That would only draw more attention from enemy personnel. Third, since they've already assigned you a rescue mission that requires immediate withdrawal afterward, how could they possibly give you a long-term task like occupying the arms market? That's something only a permanent agent could handle. Zhang Lan chuckled. So you're not an official state agent at all, right? You're just a private arms dealer. And the state probably doesn't even know about those miraculous weapons technologies you possess, does it? As Li Sun listened to Zhang Lan's words, the color in his eyes grew increasingly dangerous. Though he shared a bond of life and death friendship with Zhang Lan, matters concerning the Arms King system demanded his utmost seriousness. After all, his very life was at stake. It even concerned the future, the fate of China, and indeed the entire world. You. Sensing something off in Li Sun's tone, Zhang Lan pressed on. I care not for your true identity. I care only that China grows sufficiently strong in the future. And that you remain sufficiently loyal to China. I'm joining you because I want to keep an eye on you. If you ever do anything to harm China, I might not be able to kill you, but at least I can show you the backbone of the Chinese people. Li Sun fell silent. As the transport aircraft gradually came into view, Li Sun finally spoke. I agree. So you only say this because you're returning home, right? Once back in China, you're a soldier of China. Soldiers bear absolute responsibility for China's safety. Are you testing me to see if I'm a threat to China? Zhang Lan chuckled. Li Sun glanced at his Xingtian mechanical exoskeleton and continued. If I dared not agree, it would mean I have something to hide. My fate wouldn't be as peaceful as you suggest. Your power core hasn't dropped its energy level once since we started. You've been ready to strike at any moment. Oomph. Zhang Lan protested innocently. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. You're overthinking it. In truth, Zhang Lan had indeed intended exactly that. In Zhang Lan's world, force was the ultimate solution to any problem. Take his first battle after leaving the mountains. He shattered the ancient martial arts world outright. Straightforward, clean, and decisive, no nonsense. Disagree? He'll just do it. That's Zhang Lan's style. We're here. The transport pilot had already started the engines, waiting for Zhang Lan and his team to board. Ingrid shouted to Li Sun from inside the aircraft. Hurry! If you're 5 minutes later, we won't wait for you. Not far from the transport, a Vulture 16 fighter jet lurked in the shadows, concealing its presence. Beneath the Vulture 16, Adolf peered through binoculars at the flattened Aerospace Administration headquarters and burst into laughter. Ha! I knew it! How could that dragon-masked man from China just be after a person? The head of the Space Administration now is probably that Bill guy, huh? What a terrifying bastard, even more extravagant than me, daring to blow up the entire Space Administration. Beside Adolf stood the towering Big P3, along with a pilot-clad mechanical puppet. Adolf swiveled his gaze, turning the telescope toward the direction the transport had taken off. But you think you can just leave like that? You kidnapped my architect, slaughtered so many of my men you won't walk free without paying a price. Go. Your mission is simple, destroy the transport plane. I don't care if you ram it with a Vulture 16 or whatever it takes, I want the transport plane sunk to the bottom of the ocean forever. Roar. The pilot-clad mechanical puppet nodded silently before climbing the scaffolding to board the fighter. Adolf, you're watching the Vulture fighter start up. At its speed, even if the transport gets a 5-minute head start, catching up won't be a problem. Adolf's smiling expression suddenly turned grave. One of his mechanical eyes darted toward the Aerospace Administration headquarters to inspect the wreckage, only to receive a bizarre transmission. What Adolf's mechanical eye transmitted was precisely the scene of Cyber being resurrected by the Morrow cell cluster. How could anyone survive such an explosion at its epicenter? This person was Sybil from the Illuminati's technology division? As another lackey of Jewish capital, Adolf had naturally met Cyber before. But Sivir was far more valued by the Illuminati than he was. Was this the kind of thing the Society's technical department was researching? Morrow genes. Could this substance actually remain alive after losing its host, even capable of transferring its cellular parasitism to another target? Adolf's eyes lit up. If he could acquire this morphogenetic cell cluster technology on top of his mechanical cyborgs, or rather, if he could successfully control the membrane cell clusters, wouldn't that vastly enhance the combat prowess of his mechanical legions? An indestructible mechanical legion, combined with the immortal Morrow cell clusters. It could even directly compensate for the weakness of the human head possessed by Morrow cells. Invincible. Crucially, through the mechanical prosthetic eye, he could directly command this invincible legion without any loyalty issues. Yet Adolf's heart was filled with unease. The neural control system of the mechanical eye was built upon Morrow technology. Would it even work on this Morrow cell swarm? Or more precisely, would it function on these mindless Morrow cell puppets? Sylvain was nothing but a corpse now. Adolf had already accepted that Sivir's corpse had become a puppet of the Morrow cell cluster. Chapter 176, The Consciousness of the Morrow Gene. After all, under that strategic-level missile strike, Sivir at the epicenter couldn't possibly have survived. He moved closer to examine it closely. Driven by curiosity, Adolf commanded his floating mechanical prosthetic eye to glide toward Sivir. Up close, Sivir's body appeared even more mangled, less human than ever. Where once only skeletal remains had been, the lower half was now covered in a red keratinous layer 13, precisely 13, making it look even more like a vision from hell. Because the flesh hadn't fully regenerated yet, jagged white bones and raw flesh were exposed. As if she'd just been subjected to slow, brutal dismemberment. Though her upper body was sheltered within the alloy mechanical pod, the intense heat at the epicenter of the strategic missile strike turned the pod into a massive steamer, roasting her upper torso to a crisp. It was precisely this manner of death that preserved Sivir's brain intact. This provided the Morrow cell cluster with an opportunity to parasitize. For the Morrow cell cluster, staying alive wasn't crucial, preserving structural integrity was paramount. While inhabiting Kongsun's body, the Morrow cell cluster continuously drained his vitality, expending energy to sustain his life solely to ensure an uninterrupted supply of sustenance. Consequently, Kongsun's rationality was also somewhat affected by the Morrow cell cluster. Given the Morrow cell cluster's control capabilities, it could have completely stripped Kongsun of his bodily autonomy if it had chosen to. Having existed within the host body for an extended period, the Morrow cell cluster gradually developed its own consciousness. They craved independence. They wanted their own bodies on Earth. They only needed a human body as a source of nourishment. Whether that human possessed consciousness or not was utterly irrelevant to them. Thus, having abandoned Kongsun and his kind, they set their sights on Sybil. Sylvie's brain was considered top tier among the human bodies they had occupied. But things didn't go quite as they had planned. This human named Sivir wasn't quite right. He still had consciousness. Bang! Adolf was startled. That unconscious puppet actually reached out and grabbed the mechanical prosthetic eye. The mechanical prosthetic eye possessed evasion prediction capabilities capable of dodging bullets, yet it hadn't even registered Sivir's attack. Sylvain's repaired head examined the struggling mechanical prosthetic eye with curiosity. But the current Sylvain had achieved symbiosis with the Moro cell cluster, greatly enhancing his physical strength, now matching that of the modified P3. As Sivir opened her hand, the mechanical prosthetic eye could only struggle futilely. Sylvain gazed into the camera lens within the prosthetic's pupil and smiled. A mouse too cowardly to show its face. This must be Moro technology, right? How come I don't recall anyone in the Illuminati's tech division mastering such intricate Moro-mechanical science? Peeping to watch the spectacle won't end well. I'll come find you. Sybil gave it a sudden, forceful twist. Bang! The mechanical prosthetic eye was instantly destroyed. Sybil extracted a chip from the wreckage and clutched it in his hand. Unlike that good-for-nothing fighter, Kansun, he wasn't just a brute. With just this one chip, his expertise in cybernetics would allow him to track down the owner of this mechanical prosthetic eye. Surveying the surrounding ruins with a touch of emotion, he then glanced at the red keratin layer continuously regenerating on his body. Who would have thought I actually survived? This is the Moro gene from Kongsun's body. This thing actually survived after leaving Kongsun's body. It can even find a new host to parasitize. Ugh. Sybil suddenly clutched his head as blood began streaming from his 5 orifices. Sybil collapsed to the ground in agony, convulsing violently. His expression kept shifting. His mouth began to mutter in a completely different tone. Destroy him. We don't need his neural consciousness. Why can a completely inactive brain still retain consciousness? Human will is truly strange and mysterious. What the hell are you? Get out of my mind. He can still resist? Why? You. Aren't you the consciousness cluster born from Moro cells? Try cutting off his brain's energy supply. A human brain can't sustain itself for long without energy. It'll cause massive consciousness loss. But we won't be affected. We Moros are far more evolved than Earth humans. No. You're not born consciousness, you're Moros. His primary consciousness finally snapped. Humans possess this one thing, willpower, that we will never comprehend. Huff. When Sybil rose again, his expression had turned cold. He muttered to himself in puzzlement. Strange. Even severing the brain's energy supply only temporarily lulls this body's primary consciousness into slumber. This human named Sybil is entirely different from that Kansun. The consciousness within his brain is completely beyond our control. Humans are truly remarkable. Human flesh is governed by nerves, hormones, and bacteria, yet it harbors a consciousness utterly mismatched to its physical form. Even our Moro civilization has yet to touch upon the realm of consciousness as technology. Sylvain has now become a complete puppet of the Moro genes. His gaze turned cold as he looked toward the horizon. Next, let's go to the landing pod and see how our kin are faring. Meanwhile, Adolf was drenched in cold sweat. Sylvain's sudden speech over the monitor had stunned him. He can speak. Fear filled Adolf's eyes. According to Adolf's theory, if Sivir was parasitized by the Moro cell gene cluster, she should have become a clumsy, mindless puppet. How could a cluster of cells possess consciousness? Then who was speaking just now? If it was Sybil, well, that would probably be a medical miracle beyond scientific explanation. But if it wasn't Sybil's consciousness speaking, the implications would be terrifying. It would mean that cluster of cells had developed self-awareness. Or worse, what if the Moro gene cluster technology was a trap all along? What if it contained the consciousness of the Moro civilization itself? Invasion? Infiltration? Though Adolf was a mad scientist and weapons expert, he was also an Earthling. He was acutely sensitive to this kind of crisis. If the Moro cell clusters produced by that genetic modification technology possessed consciousness, wouldn't that mean the Illuminati were actually aiding in the resurrection of the Moro civilization? Adolf glanced at his mechanical prosthetic eye and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If all this were a Moro trap, what about the mechanical technology he had acquired? Could they too be a hidden trap left by the Moros? Chapter 177, Bank Heist. If his suspicion proved true, then all of Adolf's assumptions and plans would become a laughingstock, nothing but a gift to the Moros. Adolf clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to rip the mechanical eye from his own socket. No. This wasn't the time for wild speculation. All that was just conjecture. What if that consciousness was truly only Sybil's own? Adolf watched the Vulture 16 fighter jet take off. First, deal with those Chinese individuals. Then thoroughly investigate whether the mechanical prosthetic eye hides a backdoor. Or find that Sybil he'll know. As the transport aircraft took off, New York had descended into utter chaos. The military deployment signaled that Lee Sun and his group's actions had caught the authorities' attention. When the Aerospace Administration was blown up, the Illuminati's high command had already issued orders to the military: no investigation needed, just go straight for the arrests. But what gave them headaches was the lack of clues. They couldn't track where the Sun army had fled. The space agency's surveillance footage was now being reviewed. Camilla had been tasked with hacking the agency's systems, which should have perfectly concealed the direction Lee Sun and his group took. But by sheer coincidence, Sivir's arrival disrupted this flawless concealment plan. During the battle, the cameras were trained on the entire aerial battlefield. From the initial clash between Kong Sin and Zhang Lan to the subsequent departure of Lee Sun and his group, everything was captured. Although the live broadcast ended after the space agency was bombarded by strategic missiles, the cameras still recorded the direction Lee Sun and his group took. With a direction to pursue, the Eagle Empire's forces now had a target to chase. The 3rd Army, 1st Air Force, and 5th Navy, all stationed in New York, simultaneously mobilized. Uncertain of Li Sun's exact escape route, the Army assumed responsibility for pursuit along potential paths, the Air Force deployed its most agile units for forward reconnaissance, and the Navy implemented a massive blockade along the coastline in the direction of Li Sun's departure. Should the Navy detect any suspicious aircraft along the coastline, they possessed the authority to shoot them down. The Eagle Navy's air defense capabilities were formidable. Camilla relayed the intelligence to Li Sun immediately. Now was the moment Wu Feilong's suggested tactic would come into play. Remaining aboard the transport aircraft, Li Sun silently issued commands to the Falcon drones. New York's military resources are limited. Every diversion counts. At that moment, General Arthur at military headquarters was furious. That such an absurd incident, the Space Administration headquarters being blown to smithereens, could occur under his command. It was an outright insult to his entire career as Admiral Arthur. With retirement just years away, this incident threatened to tarnish his legacy. Where was the military? Those 2 Chinese individuals exposed on live broadcast, could the entire military really not apprehend them? Had they come here solely to blow up the Aerospace Administration? The Secretary General replied awkwardly. The higher-up stated that vital personnel and technology were lost within the space agency. They didn't specify who, only ordered us to retrieve them at all costs. General Arthur roared angrily. Do they think I'm some nameless mule? They don't brief me on anything, just send me on missions? Those cyborgs, genetic beings, and mechanical tech in the live feed, I've never seen anything like it. What the hell are these higher-ups cooking up behind my back? Arthur was furious. After decades of service in the military, he had never felt so disrespected as he did today. Over the years, the influence of capital had grown exponentially, and he could clearly sense the military was gradually losing its ability to control itself. Especially now. As a top brass in the military, he didn't even have the right to know about the nation's most critical weapons technology. If the next president isn't a representative of the Jewish group, I, Arthur, will be the first to stand up and destroy the Jewish group. The Secretary General gasped. Ah. That must not be said, General. Arthur sneered. What's there to fear? Can the Freemasons really take me down? Those useless Freemasons without me, could they even control the military headquarters? They don't even know how to fight a war. What's the situation in New York City now? Has the military gone in to maintain order? The Secretary General continued. Most of our personnel are deployed to pursue those 2 escaped Chinese nationals. Our priority remains recovering the talent requested by higher-ups. The chaos on the streets hasn't been brought under control yet. The Secretary General hesitated before adding. Especially among New York's wealthy elite, panic is rampant. Even heavily guarded facilities like the Aerospace Administration have been bombed. They fear their residences are next and are constantly reaching out to our military, pleading for troops to protect them. Arthur frowned. What business do these parasites have meddling? That Chinese national was clearly sent by the Chinese military. Their objective is the talent taken from the Space Administration. These moneyed elites, with nothing better to do, are wasting their energy trying to capture them. Ignore them. The Secretary General hesitated. But their influence is considerable. Many officers in the department. Arthur shook his head. But what? Ignore them. Ridiculous. Unless those 2 Chinese blow up a bank, I won't believe they'd be bored enough to harm these tycoons. His words had barely left his mouth. Several private banks near the New York Commercial Building were shaken by a strange noise. Then, all the glass shattered. Boom. Boom. With 2 deafening explosions, the alarms of 3 banks went off simultaneously. Someone was robbing the banks. Li Sun had chosen these 3 banks with great care. 2 of them were backed by Jewish capital. Thick smoke billowed. Visible from over 10 kilometers away. Arthur covered his mouth, almost unable to believe his own words had come true. The Secretary General glanced at Arthur. He suspected the general knew about this and said it deliberately. Holy. Arthur couldn't help but curse. What the hell? They actually had the guts to blow up a bank. How could they dare? This was shaking the very foundations of Jewish capital. The top brass of those Jewish groups would probably go mad. Even if those 2 fled to China, even if they had official Chinese backing, they'd likely face relentless pursuit for the rest of their lives. What nerve. Blowing up a bank cut straight to the heart of Jewish capital. The 2 things Jewish capital loves most in this world are land and power, followed by money. There's a saying in China, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. How much more so for these Jewish groups who value money above all else? Less than a minute after the bank incident unfolded, Admiral Arthur's phone rang. Arthur immediately answered in a subdued tone. Yes. It's my fault. I'll handle it immediately. After hanging up, Arthur ordered the Secretary General. Withdraw all ground forces to protect New York's affluent districts and banks. Air forces are also to fall back to Base 13. Chapter 178, Reputation Explosion. 30 million. The Secretary General understood. This was likely a directive from the Illuminati's higher-ups prioritizing the protection of established wealth over a single fugitive. Therefore, the army capable of providing maximum protection must be withdrawn entirely. The Air Force would withdraw 1/3 of its forces for high-altitude patrol and cover. As for the Navy, if they weren't needed, there was no point in bringing them back. The Secretary General sighed. General, unless you join the Illuminati, you'll never be considered one of us by the higher-ups. Being treated like this constantly is truly infuriating. Admiral Arthur took a melancholy drag on his pipe. I absolutely refuse to join the Illuminati. Let them take over if they want. If things go south, I'll just resign and never have to deal with this rotten business again. Stolen talent? Bank explosions? None of it's my problem. Admiral Arthur lowered his head in silence before sneering. Those two Chinese saved the hostages and immediately fled. Then, the moment our troops moved out, banks in the surrounding area were blown up, conveniently targeting banks owned by our Jewish capitalists at the top. Ha, isn't it obvious they're trying to tie down our pursuing forces? Blowing up banks is probably their last desperate move. They didn't even need to force our troops to retreat. Too bad those short-sighted higher-ups can only see their own little patch of land. Let them have it. Arthur seemed struck by an idea and suddenly remarked with a twisted amusement. Have my direct naval commanders launch a live broadcast. Search and stream simultaneously. If we don't recover the hostages, don't blame us for not doing our job after all. The live feed will prove we genuinely searched. Yes, have the Air Force do the same. The Secretary General's eyes lit up. This move meant the live audience would verify they were actually working. If the Chinese fugitives couldn't be found because military forces were recalled to secure the banks, then they couldn't be blamed. After all, military resources are limited. You're the ones who ordered the reinforcements. Yes. I'll notify them immediately. Good news, most of the Eagle Empire's ground forces have already been recalled. However, the Navy hasn't made any moves yet, and some air units are still mobilizing toward your escape route. Based on timing, they should catch up just as you enter Huaxia airspace. Camilla calculated and reported simultaneously. But just now, while scanning the radar, I detected something odd. There's a faint signal trailing behind you. Probably just a glitch. Li Sun listened to Camilla's report while opening his personal system panel. Finally, he could relax. They were now aboard the transport aircraft, and all delay tactics had been fully deployed. The rest was up to fate. According to Li Sun's plan, the enemy fighters shouldn't be able to catch up. After all, the transport aircraft purchased by the Huaxia military weren't exactly slow. With such a head start, even the Vulture 15 fighters might struggle to catch up. Moreover, once they neared Chinese territory, General Fan would likely have fighter jets ready to intercept. Therefore, unless intercepted mid-flight, even the Vulture 15 fighters would likely be unable to damage this transport aircraft. However, if the Vulture series had undergone an upgrade, the outcome might be different. Li Sun had studied this. Even after upgrades, I should still have a chance to delay it slightly. It shouldn't be that fast. Holy! It's increased this much? Li Sun muttered to himself as he glanced at his reputation points on the system panel and was stunned. After all, the live broadcast of that battle at the Aerospace Administration was something he never anticipated. That battle, where Zhang Lan's formidable ancient martial arts techniques combined with her mechanical exoskeleton, had left both soldiers and officers of the Eagle Empire's military traumatized. Who could possibly fight that? It felt like even a fully equipped mechanized regiment couldn't stand against Zhang Lan alone. Li Sun's eyes lit up as he stared at the system panel. Host, Li Sun. Nationality, China. Reputation, 30.15 million. National reputation, 8 million. Submittable blueprints. Long-range sniper rocket launcher submittable with 300k national reputation. Xingtian series component laser weapon submittable with 5 million national reputation. Xingtian mechanical exoskeleton submittable with 10 million national reputation. All matter weaving technology submittable at 15 million national prestige. Shinnong series component medical pod submittable at 20 million national prestige. Classic of Mountains and Seas intelligent mechanics set national reputation 200 million required for submission. Li Sun chuckled. This trip to Eagle Land had yielded significant gains. He now had 4 additional technologies to submit. Though only 4 seemed like much, the Classic of Mountains and Seas contained over 100. The problem was that even if he submitted the blueprints, the nation couldn't actually build them. Without controllable nuclear fusion technology, those blueprints were nothing but castles in the air. And even if controlled nuclear fusion technology were developed, it wouldn't be enough. It would still need to be refined into a portable, controllable form. But the most crucial development was that he had expanded his satellite bases within the Eagle Empire. This means he can now sell his weapons directly within the Eagle Empire. Promoting through the Arms King website is just too slow. Such an unverified website might suffice for mercenaries frequenting the dark web, but legitimate military forces would never trust an arms site lacking official certification. Li Sun would miss out on a lot of potential customers. But having a physical storefront changes everything. Just like how you trust food safety more when ordering takeout from a restaurant with an actual location, major clients will feel more secure buying your weapons when they see a tangible arms manufacturing chain. Otherwise, how can they be sure you're not just a middleman instead of the manufacturer? This is called integrating online and offline, a dual industrial chain. Offline provides product foundation and company credibility. Online delivers supply sources and marketing campaigns. The key is achieving a synergy where 1 + 1 = more than 2. Li Sun quipped at the system panel. No reward for breaking 30 million? How stingy. This operation added a solid 12 million. My reputation jumped from 18 million to over 30 million. Remaining lottery chances, 2. Every 10 million reputation points increases lottery chances by 1. Li Sun instantly beamed with delight. The previous draw opportunities were earned through event mission rewards, but these 2 draws were essentially obtained through his bluffing. One was for hitting the 20 million mark, and the other for reaching 30 million. Last time's lottery drew the classic of mountains and seas, while the other was the all-material weaving technology, still figuring out how to use that one. But if Li Sun can popularize this weaving tech, it'll drive an industrial revolution across the entire world. China's industry would leap to mythical levels. This technology would directly shatter the seemingly unsolvable problem of material scarcity. In summary, Li Sun's 2 draws yielded nothing but game-changing technologies, each terrifyingly powerful in its own field. Without further ado, Li Sun silently chanted. Drawl. Chapter 179, Combat Aircraft. Lottery commencing. The familiar mechanical scroll unfolded and began scrolling rapidly. Li Sun felt the familiar tension rising within him. This lottery featured numerous technologies never seen before, likely because Li Sun's rising prestige had expanded the future armory's production capacity. The mythical technologies glimpsed last time were also included. Book of Life and Death. Kunpeng Unmanned Combat Aircraft. Wasp Probe. Shenong Project. Storm Twin Pilot Mech. Investiture of the Gods. Subterranean War Fortress. Controlled Nuclear Fusion Cold Fusion Technology. Mu Element Strategic Missile. Mechanical Heavenly Court. Mythic Tech. Mythic Tech. Mythic Tech. Li Sun muttered to himself. Beside him, Zhang Lan asked in confusion. What? Li Sun laughed it off. Nothing. Just muttering to myself. Zhang Lan said nothing, but deep down, he didn't believe someone like Li Sun would just mutter to himself. He clearly heard something about myth technology. Though Zhang Lan was a warrior at heart, his mind was as sharp as a mirror. Those intelligent robots Li Sun had developed earlier all had names. Names like Fei, Xiangui, Xingtian Mechanical Exoskeleton, and Jiwei Fox. Some were obscure, but as a Chinese man, he knew these were all mythical creatures. Especially Xingtian. Didn't this perfectly match the divine tech he'd just overheard? So Li Sun's trump card was this mythological tech? If so, his company might possess even more similar technologies? And he actually has something as powerful as the Xingtian Mechanical Exoskeleton? What exactly is Li Sun doing? This level of achievement transcends the realm of a mere scientific genius. And this absolutely couldn't be classified as a state-level secret project. As the former partner of General Fan Haitian, Zhang Lan would have been the first to receive such advanced military technology. If it existed, there's no way it would be kept secret from him. Moreover, given the physical demands of the mechanical exoskeleton, there might be few in the entire military capable of meeting them. They would certainly seek Zhang Lan for live testing. The fact that he hasn't heard any rumors about being asked to test it proves it's definitely not state-level technology. This meant Li Sun's personal research capabilities surpassed the entire nation. Zhang Lan was secretly alarmed. This speculation was downright terrifying. Li Sun remained unaware that his muttered words had sparked such profound thoughts in Zhang Lan. He continued silently drawing cards. The constantly rotating mechanical scroll gradually came to a halt at the Book of Life and Death. Holy crap! Just like last time. Will it hit this time? Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the weapon technology Kunpeng Unmanned Combat Drone. Remaining draws, 1. You're doing this on purpose, system. Can you manipulate the lottery system? Teasing me on purpose? Li Sun was nearly beside himself with frustration. This was the second time last time he'd come so close to winning the forbidden technology, the Book of Life and Death. The system's cold voice chimed in. The system lottery is completely open, fair, and impartial. There is absolutely no under-the-table manipulation. Li Sun could only shake his head in silence. Fine, the Kunpeng Unmanned Combat Aircraft will do. At least it's a combat aircraft that can fly. I haven't drawn any aerial combat weapons yet anyway, so this makes up for it. Opening the Kunpeng UAV specs, the usual mind-blowing stats finally calmed Li Sun's frustration. First and foremost was its intelligent autonomous piloting system. Its full air NOA system automatically identifies any aerial obstacles, enemy aircraft, allies, missiles, and flying creatures. It can flawlessly plan attack routes, retreat paths, evasion maneuvers, and more. Though unmanned, the cockpit offers ample space for 4 personnel. Its intelligent predictive capabilities surpass those of the Falcon drone by a full 50 years. It's a complete game-changer. Of course, the AI system is merely the appetizer for a supersonic fighter. Speed is the fundamental capability. Li Sun continued reading, unable to suppress a gasp that drew Zhang Lan's sideways glance. Li Sun murmured to himself. Sorry, my tooth suddenly hurts. But inside, his heart surged like a raging sea. Acceleration from 0 to Mach 1 took just 5 seconds. Optimized energy consumption rating, SSS. Normal cruising speed, 10 Mach. Boosted performance mode, 15 Mach standard speed. Overclocked state, 20 Mach. This thing's faster than a missile. No. It's even catching up to orbital strike weapons traveling at 30 Mach. What does that even mean? It means a fighter jet flying within the atmosphere could actually catch up to a weapon in outer space. Keep in mind the YJ-24 strategic anti-ship missile only reaches Mach 5. Barely twice as fast as the Falcon 15's Mach 3, yet the Kunpeng standard cruising speed is Mach 10, twice the speed of the YJ-24 strategic missile. This means that if you're piloting this Kunpeng unmanned combat aircraft, you could potentially intercept an enemy's already launched strategic-level missile. Forget evading the missile, the question is whether it can even catch up to you. Had Li Jun acquired and deployed this Kunpeng drone during the retreat, the entire issue of naval interception against pursuing forces would have been moot. Simply board the Kunpeng and leave the rest to the wind. Forget about the Empire's pursuing forces, forget about their navy or air force, none of that matters. Even if the Empire launched strategic missiles, they'd only end up eating the Kunping's exhaust. That would have been a real-time saver. Li Sun sighed wistfully. But without that incident, Li Sun wouldn't have accumulated enough reputation points to draw the lottery, and thus wouldn't have acquired this Kunping unmanned combat aircraft. Every cause has its effect. Li Sun was thoroughly satisfied with this lottery draw. While the tracking drone might pale in comparison to mythical technologies, the Kunping drone's non-nuclear power source meant it could be mass-produced even in present-day China. This was absolutely great news for Li Sun, as none of the technologies he had previously drawn could be submitted to the state, but the Kunping could. Moreover, its production cost was affordable. The system lists the Kunping UAV at 10 million. System, give me one. Subconsciously, Li Sun issued the command to the system, wanting to first build an insect-class drone for testing. After all, it didn't require a pilot and could simply trail behind transport aircraft to provide escort. Wait, wouldn't trailing behind risk being mistaken for enemy aircraft by the Chinese side? Just as Li Sun was about to reject the idea, Camilla's communication came through. She exclaimed anxiously. Second in command, this is bad. I rechecked the communication radar earlier. That electrical signal that appeared and vanished in an instant wasn't my imagination, it was a real fighter jet. I spotted it again during the retest. Looks like it's one of those Eagle brand Vulture fighters. I captured a quick snapshot of its design. It doesn't seem to be the same Vulture 15 model that appeared before. It's incredibly fast. Actual speed measured at Mach 3. It's been tailing you the whole time. What should we do? Chapter 180, Pursuit. A Vulture fighter? Everyone on board, including Ingren, grew anxious. As someone who'd infiltrated Eagle's ranks for decades, Ingren possessed the deepest knowledge of their weaponry. If it's the Vulture series, we're probably not getting away this time. The Vulture 15 series once provoked the Chinese border and got away unscathed. Now that they've set their sights on us, this transport plane might not be enough. The pilot interjected. After acquiring the Eagle's transport aircraft, our engineers modified it, but it can only reach the threshold of the speed of sound. 1 Mach is its absolute limit. The pilot was Zhang Jia, an ace selected from the first echelon of the Central Air Force. Zhang Jia calmly analyzed. The Vulture 15 is considered a black sheep within our aerospace division. We've studied it, it's fast and highly maneuverable, but its radar capabilities are weak. Perhaps we can try delaying it by exploiting radar interference in the upper atmosphere's air currents. Moreover, this transport aircraft incorporates our nation's unique radar technology during its modification, which should provide some shielding effect. Ingren nodded and turned to Li Sun. At this point, we have no choice but to follow the pilot's suggestion. Li Sun frowned, staring at the blurry image Camilla had sent to his phone. This didn't bode well. This doesn't look like the Vulture 15. Ingren stated. Whether it is or not, it's already reached Mach 3. Catching up to us is only a matter of time. We have to try the radar. As long as it loses us as a target on its radar, it won't be able to pinpoint our location based on a vague direction alone. No time to waste. Zhang Jia began climbing the transport aircraft while simultaneously activating the radar jamming function. The climb's turbulence caused the entire transport to shake violently. Even Li Sun felt tense. Yet the Vulture fighter trailing behind showed no signs of rushing in. It steadily maintained its course in the same direction, showing no indication of losing track of its target. What's the point of that? Zhang Jia paused briefly. It seems their radar systems have been upgraded in recent years. Our jamming measures are no longer effective. Ingren's students wore grim expressions. It seems we won't be returning this time. We're at high altitude now. If we crash, forget serving the motherland, even returning our souls to the homeland would be a fantasy. Ingren snapped. Don't panic. At a life or death moment, why would you crush your own morale like this? At worst, we die. Let this technology be buried at the bottom of the sea. We can't let those imperialists get their hands on it. Zhang Lan whispered to Li Sun beside him. I recall your Falcon drone has radar jamming capabilities. Why not deploy it and see? Li Sun sighed in exasperation. This transport plane is already approaching supersonic speed. The Falcon drone can't possibly keep up. If it can't track our transport in real time, its jamming capabilities won't even activate. Li Sun's mind raced. But wait, there was one drone that could actually keep up. The Kunping drone he'd just drawn was perfect for this. Right now, the Kunping drone can't apply radar jamming to the transport plane, but why bother jamming? Just shoot down that Vulture fighter jet. Li Sun had previously invested in equipping the Kunping with escort capabilities. It now flew approximately 20 meters to the right of the transport aircraft. The Kunping's built-in radar jamming system was naturally several generations ahead of both the Vulture and this transport aircraft. Thus, neither the Vulture fighter behind nor the transport aircraft detected the Kunping unmanned combat aircraft. Li Sun began issuing commands through the system to the Kunping drone, head to the rear and find that Vulture fighter jet, take it down. Inside the transport, everyone else, unaware that Li Sun had already planned everything, panicked. Only Zhang Lan looked at Li Sun, whose expression remained unflappable. Knowing Li Sun as she did, she understood that his current composure meant he must have prepared a contingency plan. With that realization, Zhang Lan's panic instantly vanished. Back to business. Zhang Lan pulled a packet of beef jerky from the supply bag and began chewing. Even if Li Sun had no backup plan, Zhang Lan didn't believe they'd be trapped in a dead end. There were still the mechanical exoskeletons. Carrying 2 or 3 people through a high-altitude descent would be no problem. In other words, should anything go wrong, Zhang Lan intended to carry both Li Sun and Ingren to safety. As for the others, he could only offer his apologies. Ingren watched Zhang Lan calmly munching on jerky and Li Sun with his impassive expression, growing puzzled. If you have your own escape plan, you don't need to worry about us. Ingren paused, then drew a small knife from his clothing. Li Sun froze. What's this for? We're not at the end of our rope yet, Mr. Ing. Please don't do anything rash. Ingren smiled, lifting his shirt to reveal a horrific scar across his abdomen. The scar stretched a full 30 centimeters from his waist. The stitched incision looked extremely crude, as if he'd done it himself. This scar was clearly unknown even to his students, who all wore expressions of shock. Ignoring the stares of everyone on the transport plane, Ingren plunged a knife into his own abdomen. Li Sun lunged forward to grab him, but Win Ren's other hand blocked him. It's fine, don't panic. I'm not trying to kill myself, I'm just retrieving something. The small knife sliced through the scar, exposing a black USB drive hidden within the flesh. Ingren gritted his teeth against the pain, plunging the knife into the wound and using its tip to pry the USB drive free. Li Sun's teeth ached just watching. Could this possibly be? Ingren nodded. It contains the technology for pinpointing orbital positions, and most crucially, the technique to crack the communication blackout. Ingren's students exclaimed in astonishment. Professor, when did you place this inside? None of us knew. Bill's detention of us was completely unexpected. Did you foresee this beforehand? Ingren shook his head. Of course not. I obtained the needle and blade during our daily meals. The lab happened to have medical-grade suture material, so I found an opportunity to slit open my own abdomen in the restroom and insert the USB drive. So naturally, Bill and his men found nothing when they searched me and my quarters. Li Sun and Zhang Lan exchanged glances. Both eyes gleamed with admiration. To cut open your own abdomen in such confinement, insert that crucial technical USB drive and then sew yourself back up. It's hard for anyone to imagine just how excruciating that must have been. Literally embedding a piece of metal into your own flesh. And all without any anesthesia, medical facilities, or professional suturing tools. Chapter 181, The Encounter. How excruciating that must have been. Teacher, it's our failure. Sheikh, clearly the student most concerned for Ingren, immediately opened the medical first aid kit nearby. He grabbed gauze and rushed over to bandage the teacher's wound. Ignoring his own wound, Ingren extended his blood-stained hand and handed the blood-smeared USB drive to Li Sun. Take it. Li Sun froze. Me? After all, there were other students of Ingren on this transport plane, as well as military personnel. Even if he needed to entrust something, it certainly wouldn't be to him. Moreover, everyone knew just how crucial the technology stored on this USB drive was. And if this USB drive could be brought back to China, the magnitude of the merit it would represent is something everyone here understands. This is technology capable of reshaping the nation's strategic landscape. And this man here just hands it over to a stranger so easily? Li Sun waved his hand. No, Mr. Ing, it's unnecessary. Our transport aircraft will certainly reach China safely. Ingren shook his head. I don't want to gamble. Even in our brief interactions, I've noticed how exceptional you are. When you were here, I also spoke with military personnel to understand your capabilities. I feel you're the most suitable candidate. Ingren glanced at Zhang Lan beside him. This formidable warrior beside you must be your most loyal ally. He's clearly protecting you, and both of you possess flight capabilities. Even if the plane crashes, you could safeguard this technology and deliver it to China. So you're the perfect person to safeguard it. Li Sun was stunned. Such immense merit, yet this man seemed utterly unconcerned. His sole focus was returning the technology to the motherland. After a moment's thought, Li Sun accepted the USB drive. There was one point Li Sun conceded was true. That was that, in terms of security, keeping the USB drive with Li Sun meant no one in the world could possibly take it from him. Not even a nuclear bomb could get it. He had the classic of mountains and seas. If a nuclear bomb were truly imminent, he'd simply dive into the classic of mountains and seas. With the materials used to craft the classic of mountains and seas, ancient nuclear bombs wouldn't even scratch its surface. Then Li Sun would simply emerge wearing radiation protective gear. After placing the USB drive in his inner pocket, Li Sun addressed Ingren. Since you're uneasy, I'll take it. But this USB drive is merely a token of my service. The credit remains entirely yours. Rest assured, I guarantee this transport aircraft will reach the Chinese border safely. Not even the slightest damage if its speed is affected even a fraction by that vulture fighter behind us. It's on me. Ingren's eyes lit up. He knew Li Sun wasn't one to make empty promises. Such confidence must mean he had something to back it up. Shak, the young man beside him, saw Li Sun's confidence as arrogance. Li Sun, huh? How reliable is your plan? If we all die here because of you, who'll take responsibility? The pursuit is led by the Eagle's strongest vulture fighters. Their specs crush our transport by more than 3 times. What do you have to stop them? It took over a dozen fighters deployed along the border to intercept them. Besides, Shak added, it might not even be the old Vulture 15, it could be the latest Vulture 16. Its specs are even more insane than the Vulture 15. Rumor has it the Vulture 16 can hit a peak speed of Mach 6. That's 3 times faster than China's fighters. 6 times faster than our old transport plane. A student of Ingren chimed in with skepticism. Shak, don't talk nonsense. The Vulture 15's technology is already world-class. Breaking through that in such a short time is impossible. That so-called Vulture 16 fighter is just hearsay, right? Li Sun hadn't paid much attention at first. After all, he was used to hearing skepticism. But when he heard this bald-headed sheikh actually cite data on the Eagle Empire's latest fighter jet, a strange feeling welled up inside him. How did this bald-headed shack know such data? Lee Sun glanced around at the others nearby, none of whom showed any unusual reactions. Clearly none had noticed anything off about this bald-headed shack. He raised an eyebrow. So what do you think we should do? Bald Shack glanced at Ing Ren and said. Teachers hold significant importance not only in China but also in the Eagle Empire. As long as we avoid direct confrontation with the pursuing forces from the rear, they won't harm Teacher Ing Ren. Why don't we try negotiating with them? Ing Ren's face darkened. Impossible. Shack, how could you even consider this? Harboring any illusions of compromise with imperialism is utterly unacceptable. Lee Sun narrowed his eyes and silently sent a message to Zhang Lan. Keep an eye on that bald kid. He's trouble. The scoundrel, having secretly received Lee Sun's message, had already shifted his focus to Shack, though outwardly he continued to leisurely munch on beef jerky. Pilot Zhang Jia had already announced to everyone aboard the transport aircraft that they had entered international waters. At that moment, a transmission came over the airwaves. Rescue transport? Zhang Jia's heart leapt with joy. Great. Reinforcements are here. Everyone, don't be afraid. The External Liaison Air Force handles border disputes between nations. Their fighters are China's latest mass-produced models. Even if we face that Vulture 15, we can handle it. An entire squadron means at least 5 fighters? With only one pursuer, we've got this. Lee Sun frowned, unease creeping into his thoughts. Things like this always went wrong at the worst possible moment. The radar picked up the Chinese reinforcements approaching at breakneck speed measured at nearly Mach 2.7. It was clear China hadn't been idle these years, investing heavily in fighter development to accelerate its air force's capabilities. Before Zhang Jia could savor his relief, the radar feed of the pursuing Eagle brand fighter jet sent a chill down his spine. His hands trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? The pursuing fighter behind them had suddenly accelerated. So fast. They had expected it to take several more minutes to catch up, but now it felt like it would only take a few dozen seconds. That speed must be over Mach 3, Mach 4, maybe even Mach 5. And it's still climbing. Lee Sun snapped his head up to look at Shack. He was right. It's not the Vulture 15's Mach 3. This is the Eagle Empire's latest fighter jet. Ha! Lee Sun silently prepared to take action against Shack. Ing Ren glanced at the radar display and began to reassure him. It's okay, our Huaxia fighters are here. 5 against 1. Even though their performance is overwhelmingly superior, they should have no trouble covering our retreat. Chapter 182, Destroyed. Pilot in peril. Nothing to worry about? Boom! An explosion echoed. One of the 3 Chinese fighter jets sent for backup was instantly hit. What the hell? How many of our fighters got hit? That Vulture 16 in the rear launched its attack so fast. It pivoted at breakneck speed, slipping into the blind spot of one fighter before it could even consider covering the transport. Then it fired without hesitation. Boom! A white smoke trail erupted the pilot's emergency parachute deployment. But that Vulture 16 clearly wasn't going to let him off. It turned around and dove straight toward him. It would probably fire the moment it got the chance. The pilot wouldn't even make it to the landing zone. And here, on the high seas, no nation's laws applied. Might was everything. Calling Seagull 099, what's your status? Pilot Chin Bowen, mid-landing, groaned in pain. My right leg's numb from the blast, but I'm still conscious. You two don't need to worry about me. Watch out for that Vulture fighter. It's not the old Vulture 15, it must be the Eagle Empire's brand new upgraded next-gen fighter. When it entered my firing blind spot, my radar showed absolutely nothing. Plus, its targeting system is incredibly intelligent. I executed zigzag maneuvers to evade, yet still couldn't dodge the fire. Seagull 111 copy. Seagull 112 copy. The other 2 fighters immediately spread out, one attempting a rescue, the other locking onto Vulture 16 to pin down the enemy fighter and buy time for their comrade. Meanwhile, at the distant border between international waters and Eagle's territory, several warships were stationed there. They spotted signs of combat in the distance. They immediately swiveled their war cameras toward the scene. A reconnaissance soldier stared at the feed, puzzled. Captain, we haven't deployed any Vultures. The Air Force currently conducting the search is using last-generation fighters. Where did this Vulture fighter come from? Its speed is incredible, seems much faster than the Vulture 15 we saw during previous exercises. Is this the latest version of the Vulture fighter from our Eagle Empire? The reconnaissance team leader frowned. Report this to the general immediately. Shortly after, in the warship command center, Claire Mossad, the Eagle Empire's vice admiral in overall command of these 3 warships, received the intelligence. Claire hesitated to engage rashly. Because of this Vulture 16 fighter. As a vice admiral in the Navy, he was well acquainted with the Eagle Empire's current high-end weaponry. He had heard rumors that the Tu-96 had been built, but even as a vice admiral, he had no authority to test or observe this aircraft, much less command the deployment of such a fighter. The Air Force faced the same limitation. Their authority extended only to the Vulture 15 fighter. Claire stared at the Eagle 16 fighter jet on the screen, his heart pounding. He'd heard that a private weapons research facility belonging to one of the core families had been breached recently. Could this be the fighter jet that was lost? The adjutant beside her asked Claire for instructions. General, the enemy has 2 fighters. Should we send reinforcements to support this Vulture 5? Claire hurriedly cut him off. No way. Not a single plane will be sent over. We're not taking the fall for this, and we're not getting dragged into this mess. We absolutely won't get involved in this quagmire. Claire was ready to punch the adjutant. Given that a core family of the upper-tier capitalists had lost a fighter jet, the depth of the connections and influence required to obtain such a plane was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary white-skinned officers like them. So why was this Vulture 16 fighter jet making such a grand appearance? Aren't they afraid the family that lost the fighter will come looking for them? Clearly not, otherwise they wouldn't be acting this way. So the organization backing the pilot of this Vulture 16 must have absolute confidence in completing the mission. By sending someone now, aren't they just trying to steal the credit? If that organization took offense, it would spell trouble. Worse still, if he performed well and accidentally snatched someone's credit, he'd be dead meat. The crucial point is that while he sees this as support, a high-ranking official who lost the fighter might not. If that official mistakenly believes Claire is in cahoots with the organization that stole the fighter, she'd be utterly defenseless. After all, why would you help with something you didn't steal? Ahem. Claire ordered with his hands behind his back. Our Empire's latest Vulture 16 fighters can handle these puny minions. No need for us to complicate things. Just focus on filming and documenting. Claire had already decided to coast through this mission. After all, with such thankless tasks, if he did well, he'd be seen as stealing credit and risking resentment. If he did poorly, he'd likely take the blame. Doing nothing was the safest bet. Just thinking about how the warships that rushed to support Gaza were all wiped out made Claire's heart race. No way. Not participating. Why ruin a decent military career by becoming a pawn in their capitalistic power games? So Claire's warship became a live streaming camera. Document everything meticulously, not a single frame to be missed. The explosions in the New York district had largely subsided. After all, Lee Sun hadn't made any further moves after blowing up the bank. Moreover, he specifically targeted banks in affluent neighborhoods, so the actual number of people affected was quite small. The real chaos stemmed from the explosion at the Aerospace Administration. The resulting inferno still raged unchecked. Netizens who witnessed the battle at the Space Administration headquarters were still buzzing with excitement. Holy! The screen went black. Was that a missile crashing down before it went black? Anyone in New York? Was there really an explosion? I'm right in the heart of New York City. I swear that mushroom cloud was visible from miles away. The entire Aerospace Administration must be destroyed. So powerful. Who the hell is this badass daring to blow up the Empire's Space Administration headquarters? It's Huaxia. That guy in the exoskeleton is using Huaxia martial arts. I studied Tai Chi in Huaxia for a year and have some martial arts basics. The moves that exoskeleton guy pulled off were insane. He could rival any kung fu movie star. Holy, those moves were real. They gave me goosebumps. That red-skinned guy didn't stand a chance. It felt like the perfect, R-rated aesthetic of pure violence. I'll admit I got a kick out of that moment when he crushed his skull. This is way more thrilling than watching any boxing match. The point isn't that Chinese martial arts are this powerful. The point is that the combat power both sides displayed has surpassed our ordinary understanding, right? Even that red-skinned guy could probably take on 1,000 of us ordinary people with ease. Not to mention that even more terrifying Chinese guy in the mechanical exoskeleton. Now that you mention it, how did weapon technology evolve to such fantastical levels without us noticing? And it's just China and the Eagle Nation. Chapter 183, Rescue Mission. Kuanpeng strikes. Is it the Chinese military? Not necessarily. The guy writing that bird, the markings on his mechanical bird look familiar. They're from that Arms King website. Holy crap. Did the Arms King organization get bored after Gaza and decide to come mess with Eagle's home turf? An Eagle Nation netizen questioned. Are you sure? Would an arms website really dare to confront the state apparatus? I don't get why an arms dealer would target the space agency. Maybe they're after some technology? Either way, after blowing up a space agency like that, they couldn't possibly get away scot-free. The military must be in full pursuit by now, right? At that moment, someone spotted Claire's livestream. Look! The naval fleet is live streaming a transport plane is being pursued, with Chinese fighter jets providing support. It must be them. Is that a Vulture fighter? I've seen the Vulture 15 demo video before. This fighter's shape is definitely a Vulture, though it looks different from the Vulture 15. It's an upgraded version. Definitely. Our Eagle Empire's fighter development speed is truly impressive. Hit. That Chinese fighter pilot couldn't have survived. So fast. That must be Mach 6. 3 times the speed of any other nation's fighter. Truly worthy of our great Eagle Empire. Must admit, China's fighter tech remains world-class for now. But it still can't hold a candle to our Empire's aircraft. That transport plane won't get away. Blowing up our space agency and thinking it can just run off? No way. Kill. In the live feed, pilot Chen Bowen's situation was already critical. The previous round of fire, thanks to cover from his 2 teammates, didn't fully target him. But the barrage of bullets still grazed him. His parachute was hit. He'd lost his descent balance. Chen Bowen began spinning wildly in midair. Anyone who's jumped into the ocean knows that at certain heights, the water surface becomes as hard as concrete upon impact. If your posture is wrong or the jump is too high, even with perfect technique and a vertical entry, every bone in your body will be shattered by the force of the water. So unless you're highly skilled or trained in diving, don't attempt jumps from excessive heights. That's something only professionals can handle. Now, Chen Bowen was being forced to jump from over 1,000 meters up without a parachute. And the sea surface offered him no sense of security. Because he can't swim. Holy. If Chen Bowen had been a support pilot sent in for the mission, he would have been fully prepared. But in reality, due to unforeseen circumstances, he was thrown into this situation at the last minute. Even Chen Bowen hadn't given up. He was desperately adjusting his posture, trying to enter the water in a more defensive position. In this critical moment, he saw his comrades on the other two fighters frantically trying to come to his aid. But the vulture fighters were lurking nearby, eyeing them hungrily, ready to take them down too. If they went down too, the transport plane would truly become a sitting duck. Chen Bowen, who had closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, suddenly felt himself collide with something soft. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a genuine leather pilot's seat. Glancing around, he realized this was the cockpit of a fighter jet? Where did this fighter jet come from? Wasn't he supposed to be high above the ocean surface? And why was the cockpit completely empty? Chen Bowen was filled with questions. As he pondered, an intelligent smiley face appeared on the fighter jet's instrument panel. Huaxia Kuanpeng unmanned fighter jet, welcome aboard. Entering combat mode, awaiting instructions. Indeed, it was the Kuanpeng unmanned fighter jet that had been lurking nearby all along. Li Sun had originally intended for the Kuanpeng to take out the vulture directly, but before it could act, the Huaxia fighter encountered trouble. Naturally, rescuing the pilot took priority. Moreover, Li Sun, who was aboard the transport aircraft, immediately transferred control of the fighter jet to the rescued pilot, Chen Bowen. After all, Chen was a professional fighter pilot. His command execution would undoubtedly be superior to that of a layman like Li Sun. Permissions being loaded. Pilot identity confirmed. Chen Bowen. Issue commands. Chen Bowen froze in shock. What? Pilot of the Kuanpeng unmanned fighter? Me? Before hesitation could take hold, several fighter jets streaked across the horizon. The deafening roar of engines and the crack of gunfire snapped Chen Bowen back to reality. His comrades were still battling that vulture fighter jet. Who cares? Since he had a fighter jet now, he had to join the fight immediately. Alright. Reinforcements. Engage boost. Though the unmanned fighter had its own AI system like a drone, allowing autonomous flight, it also featured manual controls. Acceleration initiated. Buzz. Boom. In just 3 seconds, the Kuanpeng unmanned fighter jet blasted off from its hovering position. Seated in the cockpit, Chen Bowen felt an unparalleled thrust force surge against his back. This sensation was unlike anything he'd ever experienced in any fighter jet, a thrust exceeding several times the speed of sound. Such force subjected the pilot's body to extreme stress. If your physical conditioning wasn't up to par, you'd be knocked unconscious right then and there. Chen Bowen believed his training regimen could absolutely withstand 4 or 5 times the speed of sound. But now he felt like he was going to puke. Holy! This is insane. What kind of fighter jet is this? The speedometer on the screen kept climbing higher and higher. 5 Mach. 6 Mach. 7 Mach. Chen Bowen felt his brain tingling. 9 Mach. Time ticked by second by second. After 9 seconds, the Huaxia Kuanpeng unmanned combat aircraft reached its standard cruising speed. 10 Mach. Chen Bowen stared with bloodshot eyes, his teeth clenched and mouth tightly shut. If he relaxed even slightly, he might vomit. Yet inside, his mind raged like a storm. 10 Mach. He wasn't piloting a fighter jet, he was flying a mini-missile. After reaching Mach 10, everything around Chen Bowen blurred into a haze. Too fast. Relatively speaking, even objects moving at the same speed seemed to slow down in his eyes like the Vulture 16. Chen Bowen watched the Vulture 16 fighter jet in his field of vision, moving as slow as a turtle. He could even make out the blank expression on the pilot's face inside the cockpit. Chen Bowen snarled. You call yourself Vulture 16, huh? Chapter 184, Mutual Destruction. The human body's safe tolerance limit is actually 35 Mach. Once a pilot exceeds Mach 35 in flight, every additional Mach represents a challenge to the limits of human endurance. The Vulture 16 fighter had reached Mach 6. This wasn't due to the pilot's exceptional physical prowess, but because the pilot wasn't a normal human at all. Adolf's modifications had transformed this mercenary into half machine, half cyborg, with only a sliver of human consciousness remaining. But Chen Bowen is different. He is a completely normal human being. And now he faces pressure exceeding 3 times the limits of human physiology. 10 Mach. Damn it. Right now, Chen Bowen was holding on purely through sheer willpower and a single thought. To complete the mission and destroy that Vulture 16 fighter jet. Remember, he, his teammates, and the transport aircraft they were tasked with protecting were all currently over international waters. Failure meant death not just for him and his crew, but also for the scientists aboard that transport, scientists whose discoveries could benefit all of China. The high-performance fighter he now controlled held the key to breaking this deadlock. Despite blood already seeping from his brain and black fluid oozing from his 5 orifices, Chen Bowen felt the world before him tremble. Yet he kept his eyes fixed on the Kuanpeng drone, charging toward the Vulture 16 along a rough flight path. The speed was immense. Insanely fast. So fast that the Vulture fighter hadn't even detected the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar aircraft on the battlefield. But it veered off course. In truth, the Vulture 16 pilot hadn't even registered the threat. This was purely Chen Bowen's own mistake. It was a miracle he was even conscious at all. Undergoing such severe brain trauma, maintaining precise control was next to impossible. The nearby Huaxia fighter was genuinely startled. Where did that fighter come from? So fast. My eyes can't keep up with that speed. Holy. We almost collided. Is it friendly fire? But even allies wouldn't trade their lives for this. Chen Bowen, still motionless in his seat, glanced at the screen through Chang and Yu's consciousness. A prompt suddenly appeared. Detected critical pilot physical condition. Activate decompression mode? Chen Bowen's brain was already unable to think. He instinctively said, "Activate." Simultaneously, the Kunping's cockpit emitted an odd sonic pulse as colorless gas slowly filled the cabin. Under the combined effects of the sound waves and the slowly filling colorless gas, the pressure on the pilot inside the cockpit, caused by the high Mach speed, rapidly decreased. Phew! After about 50 seconds of relief, Chen Bowen took a sudden deep breath. It takes time for the brain to adjust from high pressure to low pressure conditions. During those 50 seconds, the unmanned fighter automatically switched to intelligent piloting mode, requiring no input from Chen Bowen. Its speed gradually decreased from Mach 10 to around Mach 3. Yet this reduced speed allowed the Vulture fighter and the two Chinese fighter jets providing flanking cover to clearly see inside the cockpit. It was Chen Bowen. He wasn't dead. When did he switch fighters? He just parachuted out, didn't he? Wait, is that our Chinese fighter? That speed completely outclassed the Vulture fighter, meaning it surpassed Mach 6? Why aren't we using this kind of fighter? On the other side, Adolf, who had also clearly observed the battlefield situation through the mercenary's mechanical eye, was utterly stunned. No way. You guys even have fighter jets. You're pushing it too far as an enemy arms dealer. I could tolerate strategic missiles, but developing supersonic fighters? Does a private entity even have the capital for that? Adolf was completely flabbergasted. Within the Eagle Empire, he was one of the most familiar with the Arms King website. That's why he instantly recognized the Arms King emblem engraved on the Kunping fighter jet. That bastard built it. And logically speaking, that man in the dragon-patterned mask escaped aboard a transport plane. When things got dire, he suddenly pulled this fighter jet out of nowhere to save him. Too much of a coincidence. No matter how he thought about it, it had to be that guy's doing. Had that dragon-masked Chinese man already guessed the backup plan Adolf had left behind? Is he just waiting for me to walk right into the trap? Continue the attack. No more delays, ram it head on. Adolf issued the command immediately. Because Chen Bowen's consciousness had been unconscious for those 50 seconds, and at that time, the control of the Chinese Kunping fighter jet had been transferred by Li Sun to Chen Bowen. Therefore, to protect Chen Bowen, the Kunping fighter jet gradually reduced its flight speed to Mach 3. This created a massive gap between the Vulture 16, the Huaxia fighter, and the Kunping fighter during those 50 seconds. Now, the Vulture 16 fighter was the closest to the transport aircraft. Thus, if the Tu-96 fighter now launched a suicide charge, it would appear to everyone else as an inevitable outcome. Mutual destruction. The transport and the Vulture 16 both going down? To Adolf, that was a win. After all, it's just one Vulture 16 fighter. After capturing that weapons research base, he had already reverse-engineered its technology. With sufficient materials and manpower, mass production of the Vulture 16 was entirely feasible. His underground laboratory was already under construction, and with Albert as his cash cow, backup funding was never a concern. Mass-producing the Vulture 16 was only natural. But the Chinese nationals aboard the aircraft were a different matter entirely. The fact that high-ranking members of the Illuminati and the Chinese government would mobilize such massive resources for this incident, even daring to blow up the Aerospace Administration to extract that person. This alone shows just how crucial the person they were rescuing was. Not just to the Illuminati, but to China itself. But to him, Adolf, they were of no importance whatsoever. Both the Illuminati and China were potential enemies in Adolf's eyes. To him, they were nothing but stumbling blocks on his path to controlling the Eagle Empire. To Adolf, seeing both sides suffer is a welcome sight. From Adolf's standpoint, the deaths of those aboard the transport plane represent no loss whatsoever. Li Sun saw this clearly and couldn't let the Vulture 16 fighter jet crash head-on like that. Although authority had been transferred to Chen Bowen, the ultimate decision-maker at the lowest level remained Li Sun. He had believed that delegating control to Chen Bowen would effectively halt the Vulture 16 fighter, but he hadn't anticipated the Kunping fighter's hidden risk, the high Mach speed affecting the pilot. After all, it was the first time using it, understandable. Thus, Li Sun directly overrode Chen Bowen and issued the Kunping fighter its first command. Intercept that Vulture 16 fighter at all costs. Detected command issued by primary authority holder. Execution commence. Chapter 185, Public Opinion. On the live feed, their Eagle Empire netizens saw that the two Chinese fighter jets could no longer keep up with the Vulture 16. The Kunping fighter's appearance was too fleeting for viewers to gauge its speed. After all, the Kunping only accelerated for those brief seconds before Chen Bowen's unconsciousness caused it to decelerate. The officers aboard the warship seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Sure enough, the Vulture series fighters are overwhelmingly powerful. 6 Mach must be the strongest fighter jet today, right? When did that strange fighter behind it appear? For a split second, I genuinely thought it could collide with the Vulture 16. Truth be told, while this aircraft lacks the Vulture 16's armor, its stealth technology is truly impressive. The Huaxia transport plane is probably done for. It got blown up, as expected. The Aerospace Administration won't escape that easily, but would our Yinjing Empire military just let the Vulture 16 ram into it? Wouldn't that mean our pilot would go down with it, buried at sea? Speaking of pilots, they're incredibly tough. I once participated in Air Force pilot interviews. Their physical requirements are brutal. For us ordinary folks, surviving Mach 1 pressure is already questionable. The Tu-96 seems to have accelerated past Mach 5. Is that truly the human physiological limit? Isn't the internationally recognized limit officially 35 Mach? Damn, I've experienced that sensation in a simulation chamber at Mach 2. I felt like my body was being torn apart and threw up on the spot. No wonder pilot training is so expensive. Supersonic fighter pilots are scarce worldwide. Such mutual destruction would be such a waste. Sigh. Blowing up the Aerospace Administration clearly provoked the military. They're willing to pay such a heavy price just to eliminate them. The news of the Space Administration's destruction caused an uproar not only within the British Empire but naturally reverberated globally. China included after all, it was Chinese nationals who carried out the attack. With Chinese netizens' penchant for finding entertainment in such events, they'd naturally be drawn to it. As for the issue of internet censorship blocking access to external networks, Chinese netizens seeking entertainment naturally have their ways. So some resourceful Chinese netizens took it upon themselves to become broadcasters. They used their own VPNs to access the live stream from outside the network, then filmed the stream with another phone to create a secondary live feed. Better to share the fun than enjoy it alone. They were determined to share this spectacle. Holy, what's going on? I just stepped away from my computer for 2.5 hours and our country has already made such huge news? That's the space agency of the Eagle Empire. Equivalent to our national level security institutions here. And it got blown up? I'm genuinely laughing. They've been mocking us Chinese for being chaotic, but then I say, how is it not pathetic that your entire national space agency gets blown up by just 2 people we sent? Did you catch that live-streamed fight just now? I recorded it. The rumor that every Chinese person knows martial arts is unstoppable now even I, as a Chinese person, am starting to doubt it. But our country really does have people who know ancient martial arts, right? Holy. That technique, that speed, that power. Isn't that ancient internal energy? I was stunned when I saw it. That force sent the guy flying hundreds of meters and even collapsed a metal structure. It makes you wonder maybe the government suppressed these martial arts to prevent ordinary people from getting out of hand, but secretly passed them down within the military. Holy. The martial world is real. Wuxia is real. Enough talk, I've already found masters to train in Tai Chi, Baguazhang, and Tongbei Quan. I'm telling you, you gotta be a cut above the rest. Now that this has been exposed, will the government push for widespread adoption? After all, we're past that turbulent era. With the nation's strength growing, no one practicing martial arts would dare rebel openly now. Your focus is so weird. Isn't the biggest draw that ancient martial artist's super cool mechanical exoskeleton? That's where the power, speed, and momentum come from. Has weapon tech really evolved to individual soldier mechs? You used to tell me Armor Warriors was just a cartoon, but now it feels like a documentary. And one that doesn't even live up to reality. That exoskeleton looks way more badass than the armor in Armor Warriors, damn it. Where can I buy one? Yeah. And that flying mechanical bird in the background. Holy crap, it can actually carry a person. Forget wuxia, this is straight up xianxia. Riding a bird to fly. Hold on, our domestic broadcasts have a delay. Those 2 who blew up the Aerospace Administration escaped, but now the Eagle Empire's military is mobilizing. The latest intel says their newest Eagle, the F-16, has caught up to our escape transport and is preparing to take us both down. Holy. Hearing this, all the netizens back home panicked. Where's the government? The government needs to send reinforcements. How can they not bring back such heroes properly? Holy, if they really go down, they'll be martyrs. I gotta give them a proper salute today. Where can I watch the live stream? Why isn't anyone broadcasting this? Hope they're okay. The link is here. Over a dozen big influencers have found it and resources are being streamed. Hurry up and watch. Countless netizens flooded the link. The footage shows the Eagle 16 fighter jet diving at full speed toward the transport plane. At Mach 6, even the live feed struggles to keep up. All you can see is the Mach ring moving. It's just too fast. Meanwhile, that transport plane looks utterly useless. Slow as a snail. It felt like it was going to get hit in 10 seconds. Holy. Not just netizens, every military bigwig in the country was watching the live feed. Including General Fan Haitian. He devised the plan, so the rescue team was naturally ready. The Eagle Empire's periphery simply couldn't tolerate the blatant appearance of Chinese fighter jets. Any reinforcements sent over would likely be detected immediately. Thus, Fan Haitian could only dispatch a small contingent of 3 fighter jets to wait in the international waters area. The bulk of the fighter jets remained on the side of the international waters closer to China. Unless the transport aircraft reached the vicinity, timely support was impossible. That's why General Fan Haitian now looks utterly desperate, sweat pouring down his face. That kid Li's son, didn't he say he had a solution? Though inwardly frantic, Fan Haitian knew Li's son had likely exhausted all options. After all, this sudden appearance of the Vulture 16 was too swift. Wait. Something's closing in from behind. Chapter 186, blasting at Mach 20. Quickly intercept him, or all our efforts will be for naught. The pilots of the 2 nearby Huaxia fighters were nearly driven mad with frustration. Their aircraft just couldn't keep up. What could they do? No choice, they had to open fire relentlessly. Even if it risked hitting the transport plane ahead, the 2 pilots had no other option. Wait. Just as the 2 pilots were preparing for a desperate last stand, Chen Bowen's voice crackled over their communication channel. I can do it. Before the 2 pilots could comprehend Chen Bowen's words, a white streak whizzed past their fighters. Followed by a deafening sonic boom. Boom. A massive Mach ring instantly materialized before their eyes. Before they could react, that white streak had already transformed into a speck of light, streaking toward the Vanguard Vulture 16. The real-time speed displayed on the Huaxia fighter's screen. 1,185 Mach. Holy. At that moment, it felt like 10,000 wild horses were galloping through the minds of the 2 pilots inside the Huaxia fighter. How fast? What the hell is it showing? At 12 Mach, the pressure would crush even a rock flat, let alone a normal human. What the hell is going on with Chen Bowen? What? Could it be like a super scion, a near-death experience followed by revival drastically enhances physical capabilities? This doesn't make sense. Chen Bowen's Kunpeng fighter was a completely unreasonable force. It couldn't care less how shocked these two Chinese pilots were, because 1185 Mach was nowhere near its limit. Seated in the cockpit, Chen Bowen's mind had already numbed from sheer shock. Because no one felt more acutely than he did just how fast they were going right now. Engaging burst mode. All systems boosting. Pilot, activate pressure resistance mode. Pilot, brace seat. Pilot, secure seatbelt. Pilot, prepare mentally. The Kunpeng drone's AI system was so meticulously thorough it made Chen Bowen feel like a child. But kid or not, damn, this acceleration felt awesome. Can you imagine everything around you blurring into a phantom-like retreat? Can you feel the sensation of accelerating hundreds of kilometers in mere seconds? Accelerate. 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 Catch the bastard for me. 15 Mach. Burst speed has entered extreme mode, initiating overclocking. 16 Mach. 17 Mach. 18 Mach. 19 Mach. 20 Mach. Buzz. The sound of the Mach rings now sent ripples across the ocean surface. Chen Bowen, protected only by his decompression suit, was already bleeding from his nose. Yet his eyes burned with madness and exhilaration. Because he caught up. It took just 10 seconds. Closing the massive gap the Vulture fighter had built up over the previous 50 seconds. The powerful airflow generated by Mach 20 had only just caught up when it immediately pushed the Vulture 16 fighter off course. As for a direct collision, that was impossible. Setting aside the fact that Chen Bowen was still aboard the Kunpeng drone, the drone's value alone far exceeded that of the Vulture 16. Unlike Adolf, Li Sun would never resort to mutual destruction. Crashing alongside an old relic like the Vulture 16? That would be a huge loss. The Kunpeng drone's maneuver to push the Vulture 16 aside with airflow instantly stunned everyone. Adolf wasn't impressed, he was stunned. What the hell? He closed the entire 50-second gap in just 10 seconds? If I'm not mistaken, the Huaxia fighter's top speed is Mach 3. We covered 150 Mach distance in 50 seconds at Mach 6. To close that gap in 10 seconds means he's flying at a 20 Mach. Is that a fighter jet or a missile? Adolf couldn't hold it together. That Kunpeng drone's 10 Mach speed alone had already shattered his defenses. And now you're telling him this was merely an appetizer, that it hasn't even unleashed its full power yet? Remember, the Eagle Empire's 6 Mach nuclear fighter was only built with Morrow Technologies boost. And you're telling me some private arms dealer from China with nothing to their name built a 20 Mach fighter? Are you kidding me? That would make them look like complete fools. Impossible. Impossible. Adolf's eyes were bloodshot. After suffering such a huge loss, he was finally going to get his revenge, and now you're telling him it's off the table? And this fight was even live streamed. That's basically advertising for that arms dealer's website. And stepping all over him to do it. He, Adolf, schemed for so long just to get his hands on the Vulture 16 fighter jet. Now, after this comparison, it looks like a piece of junk. If that fighter across the way went into mass production, forget about dominating the Eagle Empire, he'd be thoroughly beaten into submission. Worst of all, his final order was mutual destruction. But with that fighter blocking his path, mutual destruction was impossible. If he couldn't breach that fighter's defenses and ram the transport aircraft behind it, then even if he charged forward, the fighter would use airflow or even weapons to stop him. Only his own Vulture 16 would be destroyed, while the enemy might emerge unscathed. But Adolf had forgotten one crucial thing. The weapon systems. Adolf hadn't considered the possibility of weapon countermeasures before, precisely because the Vulture fighter series evasion systems were exceptionally robust. During the Vulture 15's combat testing, virtually no nation's weapon systems could hit it within a short time frame unless they resorted to indiscriminate bombardment with massive numbers of missiles and bombs. The mere 3 Huaxia fighters present clearly lacked the capability for such indiscriminate bombardment. And now they were piloting the even more formidable Vulture 16. In Adolf's mind, he only needed to attack. Defense was unnecessary, for the enemy possessed no weapons capable of harming him. Should he retreat? Adolf was already beginning to lose his nerve. Though retreating was humiliating, at least it would preserve his Vulture 16 fighter. He'd already caused them enough trouble, even forcing them to reveal their trump card, this mysterious fighter. That was far better than those useless fools who died directly at the Aerospace Administration, wasn't it? Retreat was the only option. With that mysterious fighter present, the Vulture 16 saw no way they could be harmed. As for why Vulture 16 didn't use ammunition to attack. Because they were completely out of ammunition. They'd already used up all their ammunition during the dogfight with those 3 Huaxia fighters earlier. True, Vulture 16's evasion system was formidable, but its firing mechanics were flawed. Even the Huaxia fighters could predict the trajectory of its shots. Therefore, Adolf deliberately reduced his ammunition load this time to expedite the pursuit plan. In his view, there was no need for excessive ammunition, a direct collision would suffice. After all, bullets can be dodged, but if the Vulture 16 relies on its speed to ram into you, that's incredibly hard to evade. Chapter 187, I told you it was a missile. For both Chinese transport aircraft and fighter jets, the Tu-90's excess speed posed a far greater threat than its bullet fire. Or rather, Adolf had resolved from the start to execute a suicidal charge, seeking mutual destruction. But now that the plan had failed, he could only settle for the next best option, retreat. Alright, grudgingly, the order to retreat was given. After all, it was a Vulture 16 fighter, better not to lose it if possible. But Adolf was furious that such a golden opportunity had slipped through his fingers. The chances of ever encountering such an opportunity again, one where he could eliminate the dragon-masked Chinese man, were now virtually non-existent. If Adolf were the one wearing the dragon pattern mask, he'd never set foot on Imperial soil again. Ah. Never mind. Let him off for now. The moment Adolf finished speaking, the image in his mechanical prosthetic eye began to shift. The pilot had received orders to prepare for return. But in the corner of his vision, that mysterious fighter had moved. The mysterious fighter seemed dissatisfied, watching as Vulture 16 departed after its provocation. Actually, the word provocation was from Adolf's perspective. From Li Sun's perspective, this was a blood feud. Because Adolf had attempted assassination. You just wanted me dead, and now that you see I won't die, you think you can walk away unscathed? No way. If he let you escape, what would be the point of being the king of arms? Li Sun's rage had reached its peak. At his command, another option flashed across the Kunping drone screen. Weapon mode, activate? Chen Bowen had already completed 80% of the escort mission. Now, as long as the Kunping drone stayed close behind the transport aircraft, it could ensure the transport reached the support zone safely. But as a pilot, he still felt deeply frustrated. After all, that Vulture 16 fighter jet had already shattered every last shred of his dignity as a Chinese pilot. Assassinating his comrades. Despising China's national borders. Even coming here to destroy a transport plane loaded with Chinese scientists. If he hadn't believed his weapons couldn't penetrate that Vulture 16 fighter, he would have initiated an attack without hesitation. But now, the fighter was actively requesting to activate its weapons system? This was a clear signal to him. Could it be that besides its terrifying speed, this fighter also boasts formidable weaponry? Fire. Why not fire them? Since it has weapons, fire them all. If they miss, just think of it as fireworks for the eyes. If they hit, then die. Chen Bowen had never experienced such extreme emotional swings in a single day. The foremost requirement for a pilot is maintaining composure at all times, but right now, he simply couldn't stay calm. He just narrowly escaped death, only to suddenly find himself piloting a terrifying fighter jet capable of accelerating to Mach 20. Who could possibly stay calm? And this fighter's AI system was terrifyingly advanced. It had reached the point where it could converse with him and even probe his inner thoughts. 1 second ago, Chen Bowen was thinking, if only I had weapons to take down that Vulture 16 fighter. The next second, this weapon system appeared. Wasn't that reading his mind? Excellent. I love it. Received. Weapon system initiating operation. As the weapon system constitutes 80% of this unmanned fighter's weight, slight turbulence may occur after full deployment. Pilot, please hold on tight. Chen Bowen had initially been just watching the spectacle, but the AI's announcement left him stunned. How much? 80%? Is that even reasonable? This isn't just weapons carried by a fighter jet, it's like they built a fighter jet directly onto the weapons. Holy crap. Damn it. In his lifetime, this fighter pilot would get to ride a missile one more time. Li Sun chuckled when he saw the weapon description for the Kunping unmanned combat aircraft in the system panel. The Kunping UAV earned its unmanned designation for more than just its autonomous flight capabilities. Much like the Falcon drone, whose true purpose is essentially self-destruction. The Kunping drone is no different. The greatest advantage of drones and unmanned combat aircraft over piloted fighters is the complete absence of personnel casualties. So naturally, the designers pushed this advantage to its absolute limit. Of course, the Kunping UAV won't self-destruct. But it will perform tactical disintegration. It will disintegrate into a swarm of micro-missiles for bombing. The Kunping UAV, aside from the cockpit area which accounts for 20% of the aircraft's total weight, is assembled from missiles for the remaining 80% of its structure. That's right, you thought it was just an unmanned combat aircraft? It's also a goddamn missile swarm ready to self-destruct at any moment. This disintegration ensures the basic safety of the cockpit crew. If the cockpit is unmanned and the remote operator prepares to retrieve it, the entire Kunping UAV will disintegrate along with the cockpit. Maximizing utility. Chen Bowen swallowed hard. Once he'd decided to activate the weapon systems, there'd be no turning back. As for the risks that might follow, he trusted this fighter. After all, this fighter had already delivered too many surprises, and it was this very fighter that had saved his life in the nick of time. Damn it! Initiating weapon lock-on. After the Kunping UAV caught up with the Vulture 16 fighter jet, it had already reduced its own flight speed, maintaining a relatively stationary state with the Vulture 16 at roughly Mach 6. Now, while maintaining Mach 6, the Kunping's components began rotating and assembling. What kind of blacktack was embedded in these components? Even at high speeds, they could link together through the air like magnetic levitation. It resembled a mechastorm. The components underwent extensive reconfiguration while spinning. The emerging shape grows increasingly familiar. Behind it, the pilot of the Vulture 16 fighter jet, though usually dull-witted, still retained a shred of sanity. This is. It seemed like. WOJ. That's a damn missile, right? Right? What? A missile being assembled in real time at Mach 6? The one cursing was Adolf, the mercenary with a mechanical prosthetic eye. The footage he was watching had shattered his composure countless times over these past 3 minutes. Especially this current scene. He clutched his head, utterly confused about who actually possessed the alien technology. He was starting to wonder if that Marotech was actually a backward civilization. He hadn't seen such absurd fighter designs even in Marotech's archives. Seriously, what kind of genius uses a strategic missile as the damn fuselage? And those wings? They're practically strapped with over 500 mini-missile clusters. Who told you fighter jets could be designed like this? Ha! Chapter 188, Claire's defenses breached. Ha! If you don't explode in silence, you'll go mad in silence. Adolf has gone mad. What does this mean? Is the enemy trying to target my Vulture 16 fighter? Have they forgotten my Vulture's top-tier evasion system? Adolf stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing the enemy fighter's ammunition load equaled a full-scale indiscriminate strike. No normal fighter could possibly carry that much ammo. That damn thing over there is not normal. What kind of fighter uses a missile cluster as its main armament? And not just any missile cluster, there's a massive strategic missile hidden right in the middle. Holy! Adolf suddenly understood. This was absolutely intentional on the enemy's part. They were waiting right here for him. How coincidental. A mysterious fighter suddenly appears, and this single fighter alone can execute a comprehensive strike covering the entire battlefield. Wasn't this specifically targeting his Vulture 16? You mean that guy with the dragon pattern mask predicted from the start that he'd predict the enemy's escape? Had he discovered from the start that he'd uncovered their secret transport aircraft purchases? Nesting dolls? He'd thought it through to the atmosphere, but that dragon mask man had actually considered outer space? This is a crushing intellectual superiority. Absolutely devastating. No wonder he's the man who's defeated him time and again. Adolf's mental state is collapsing now. He's nearly given up on the Vulture 16 fighter jet, treating it as the price paid for losing the game. Achoo! Li Sun on the transport plane sneezed. He wondered who was cursing him. Li Sun glanced at the Kunping drones preparing for a full-scale attack behind the transport plane and instantly forgot about it. There were far too many people wanting to curse him. Among the eagles, they probably couldn't even count them all. Adolf had no idea Li Sun hadn't schemed against him at all. Under the absolute crushing superiority of black tech, all cunning plans seemed as childish as a kid playing games. Ahem. Li Sun settled in to watch the show. Buzz. Boom. As the mock rings detonated, the Kunping unmanned combat aircraft launched its missile barrage attack. This attack was a one-time expenditure. After unleashing this wave of missiles, the Kunping UAV would retain only its flight and reconnaissance capabilities. Moreover, the weapon discharge would reduce its standard speed to Mach 8 and burst speed to Mach 12, though its overclock speed would remain at Mach 20. This is because the core propulsion for overclocking speed comes from the power core beneath the cockpit, which remains unaffected by the disassembly. Conversely, its sustained and burst speeds rely on various components previously used for missile assembly. The loss of these components causes a noticeable speed reduction post-deployment. Even at these reduced speeds, the Kunping UAV still utterly dominates every fighter currently on the market. And it's an unmanned fighter. It can operate autonomously. If such a weapon were released on the international market, it would sell out instantly. Meanwhile, over the sea where the chase unfolded, a barrage of missiles surged toward the Vulture 16 fighter. Though Adolf had nearly given up, the Vulture 16's pilot instinctively activated the intelligent evasion system. But the sheer volume of missiles was overwhelming. As one missile struck its target, the others swarmed in like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. A spectacular fireworks display erupted. Following immediately were strategic-class missiles. This missile was comparable in size to the YJ-24 anti-ship missile. After striking the wreckage of the Vulture 16 fighter, the strategic missile continued hurtling toward the borders of the Eagle Empire. The Kunping unmanned combat aircraft was manufactured far earlier than the YJ-24 missile. The speed at which this terrifying drone carried the strategic missile surpassed that of the YJ-24. A full Mach 10. And this strategic missile is now hurtling straight toward the naval fleet. Claire, watching from afar, was utterly stunned. He was just minding his own business. Why the hell is it coming for him? Where's the missile defense system? Activate it now, damn it. This missile is moving fast, it'll be upon us in minutes. Damn it. I told you not to just stand around watching others fight. You're asking to get caught in the crossfire. Damn it, that YJ-24 anti-ship missile earlier wiped out our entire fleet. This one can't be that terrifying too, right? Claire's face turned green when he heard his officer say that. How incredibly unlucky. He was just doing his daily routine, minding his own business back at base, drinking, eating, playing cards when he got called out for an emergency mission. And now, barely any time has passed, and he's already facing a total wipe? He hadn't done anything. How bad could it be to just chill? How did he manage to get wiped out while goofing off? As the missiles closed in, the naval fleet's defense systems activated, launching thousands of interceptors from afar. And so, a familiar scene unfolded before Claire. Dodge the ballistic missiles. Holy crap! It was exactly the same tactic as that YJ-24 missile. And it was even more extreme. This missile was twice as fast as the YJ-24. Remember, the complete annihilation of that fleet caused a huge stir within the Eagle Navy. Practically every officer and sailor studied that footage. So every single one of them remembers that missile's trajectory vividly. Many officers prayed they'd never have to face it in their lifetime. Claire was one of them. Unfortunately, Murphy's Law strikes again. The very thing you dread most is precisely what tends to happen. Claire felt utterly hopeless. Because he watched helplessly as the missile sliced through layer after layer of interception, piercing straight through the defense network. It's over. It's over. His life was over. He'd never join the Navy again in his next life. Many eagle-eyed sailors closed their eyes in resignation. But seconds later, no explosion echoed through the air. Only the piercing screech of a mock ring whizzing past. Claire snapped her eyes open and looked up. The absurdly massive strategic missile, carrying the wreckage of the Vulture 16, had completely bypassed their naval fleet and was hurtling deep into Eagle Sage territory. It wasn't meant for me? Claire froze in shock. Was this strategic missile still locked on by its smart guidance system? Then who the hell is it targeting now that it's flying deep into Eagle Empire territory? Claire's face darkened. Oh boy, could it really be targeting our own president? Claire reassured herself. The White House has way better defenses than our naval fleet, so it should be fine. Should be no damn problem. This strategic missile was launched from my territory. Chapter 189, Calculating the Future. If this causes massive casualties anywhere in the Empire, it'll be my fault. If I accidentally hit some high-ranking bigwig, I'll have to take the fall. Claire's defenses crumbled, watching the strategic missile vanish into the distance. Would the unlucky ones still be these lowly workers? Meanwhile, through the pilot's final moments before death, Adolf realized the outcome matched his expectations exactly. Abandoning the mission was the wise choice. Adolf felt a sense of relief. Sigh, it seems still insufficient. I need more powerful content from Morrow Tech. This is nowhere near enough to secure my position. Not just the fighter jets. This battle revealed that the Illuminati possesses far more formidable technologies. That genetically modified human, Kong Sen, and the Chinese mechanical exoskeletons. Both surpass my puppets. Adolf's mechanical puppets were clearly no match for Morrow's genetically modified agents, let alone being utterly crushed by Li Sun's mechanical exoskeleton. But Adolf's mechanical puppets held a more obvious advantage: sheer numbers. Manufacturing mechanical prosthetic eyes is remarkably straightforward. The production of Bister's serum isn't complicated either. And on Earth, human bodies are everywhere. Thus, Adolf's manpower could be considered inexhaustible. This sheer numerical superiority clearly overwhelms genetically modified humans. If Li Sun's faction could massively promote full weave technology, perhaps with the nation's full resources, mechanical exoskeletons could compete with Adolf in terms of numbers. The critical issue is that using mechanical exoskeletons demands physical fitness, a threshold that immediately caps their numbers. They'd be useless if no one could operate them. Li Sun had considered this very point. Currently aboard the transport aircraft, he appeared to be resting his eyes, but in reality, he was meticulously planning his return to the homeland. These battles had revealed the formidable power of the Xingtian mechanical exoskeleton. They came equipped with nuclear reactors not only cost-effective, but also capable of mounting additional weaponry to boost combat effectiveness. Most crucially, it was mass-producible. The only remaining challenge was how to enhance the physical capabilities of its users. Li Sun clenched his jaw as he turned his gaze to the system interface. Gene Nutrient Solution Formula, Reputation Requirement 10 million, 1 billion Huaxia coins. Gene Evolution Solution Formula, Reputation Requirement 40 million, 5 billion Huaxia coins. Genetic Li Pill Formula, Reputation Requirement 100 million, 100 billion Huaxia coins. Li Sun. I can't afford it. I absolutely can't afford it. Except for the first one, he couldn't afford any of them. Forget the reputation points, he couldn't even afford the Huaxia coins. He scrutinized the descriptions. Genetic Nutrition Water Formula, water infused with abundant nutrients and bioenergy. While it pales in comparison to genetic purification fluid, daily consumption as regular drinking water can sustain effects for 3 to 5 years. It simultaneously strengthens the body, mildly modifies genes, enhances beauty, and promotes overall wellness. Li Sun thought it sounded pretty good. The most crucial part? This nutrient water could replace regular drinking water. Isn't that amazing? If this formula were added at the water source, couldn't it be rolled out across all of China? Or follow the path of Nongfu Spring, become a water production tycoon? It could even enhance the physical fitness of the entire population. Li Sun glanced curiously at the stronger gene evolution solution. Damn it, his current reputation was already over 30 million, not far from 40 million. If it's truly powerful, 5 billion isn't out of reach. Gene Evolution Liquid, the word evolution alone captures its effect. Combined with Gene Nutrient Water, 1 dose daily transforms an ordinary person into a Captain America-level extraordinary being within a week. This marks the dawn of human evolution in the interstellar era. Superhuman. If Li Sun understood correctly, this gene purification liquid could dramatically enhance the physical capabilities of all humanity to the point where running could rival a car, leaping could clear 3 stories, and one could even withstand cannon fire. Thus, calling it the dawn of human evolution in the interstellar era is no exaggeration. Venturing into the stars, humanity's frail bodies simply won't cut it. Li Sun selling it for just 5 billion is already ridiculously cheap. The system really gave him a rock-bottom price. By conventional standards, 5 billion might barely cover manufacturing costs. Add in commercial costs, and this gene serum, dubbed the holy grail of warmongers. Even at 50 billion, it's worth 50 trillion. Once mass-produced for military use, it could instantly create an unstoppable global army. And if you pair it with Li Sun's Xingtian mechanical exoskeleton on top of that, damn it! Just thinking about it gives Li Sun a headache. How could other nations possibly compete? Change. We must change. I even feel like I won't need to sell arms to raise funds after returning home. It's too slow. If necessary, I'll just borrow. I wonder how their room temperature superconductivity research is progressing. If it could secure a large sum for the nation, that would be even better. If not, using room temperature superconductivity to boost our company's market value and then mortgaging it to borrow from banks is another option. A company that develops room temperature superconductivity? Forget 5 billion, it's worth at least 50 billion. Li Sun's eyes lit up. Though he'd been remotely managing overseas arms deals from within China, he was still essentially an ordinary college student with an awakening system. His thinking remained constrained. But after this trip to Eagle Town, having been baptized by capital and grand stages, Li Sun felt somewhat liberated. What's he afraid of? With such a system and such cutting-edge technology, even without exposing the military-industrial complex, he could rapidly accumulate immense wealth domestically just by leveraging the black tech he'd exchanged. Then channel that wealth into acquiring even newer technologies. This nested, doll-like cycle could rapidly elevate Li Sun's value beyond that of any scientist. Once he reached that stage, if he admitted to dabbling in military technology, effectively acknowledging himself as the creator of the Arms King website, few in the country would dare oppose him. This was the path he should take. Money is the cheapest commodity. As Li Sun pondered, an alert sounded in his ear. Target acquired. Initiating strike. That alert tone belonged to the strategic missile system launched by the Kunpeng unmanned combat aircraft. Snapping out of his thoughts, Li Sun nodded. Fire. Who should we strike? Adolf's face flashed through Li Sun's mind, and he chuckled. You bastard. You've been scheming behind my back all along, thinking I'd never find you, huh? Did you really think I just let it slide after finding that mechanical prosthetic eye of yours last time? At that moment, on Camilla's desk, a mechanical prosthetic eye lay quietly, surrounded by data cables. A blinking location pin appeared on Camilla's computer screen. It was Adolf's location. Chapter 190, Pinpoint Assault on Adolf. This mechanical prosthetic eye was part of Li Sun's plan. Its internal design was exquisitely intricate. Without activation, it was impossible to trace the operator's location. So Li Sun employed a clever trick. Signal diversion. As the Kunpeng drone collided with the Vulture 16, Li Sun detected the mechanical prosthetic eye signal on the Vulture 16 pilot through the Kunpeng's radar. He instantly realized this was pure Adolf's scheme. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. They were treating him, Li Sun, as the mantis. Could he possibly tolerate this? He'd been pondering how to utilize that mechanical prosthetic eye he'd acquired earlier, and now his chance had arrived. Kunpeng's internal systems directly captured the signal from Vulture 16. Then, through signal simulation, it was sent to Camilla's end. Through the data cable, combined with the signal simulation disguise, it became Adolf's command, activating this dormant mechanical prosthetic eye. This kind of machinery is incredibly rigid. It doesn't recognize retinal DNA sequences or anything like that. It's purely an electrical signal product. So signal simulation can perfectly breach its defenses. After activating this mechanical prosthetic eye, the remaining task was to trace the signal back to its source. With so many prosthetic eyes in circulation, even Adolf himself failed to notice the additional signal within his local network. And just like that, Adolf was tracked down by Li Sun. That Vulture 16 fighter was simply unworthy of the Kunpeng UAV's full power counterattack after disassembling its weapons. Based on ammunition calculations, the Kunpeng UAV's 13 disintegration missiles alone could obliterate the J-16 fighter jet without leaving a trace. And that's not even counting the strategic class missiles with nuclear-level explosive power? So the launch of that missile was itself a gift for Adolf. Accept this gift graciously. Li Sun's demonic whisper echoed. Adolf was preparing to withdraw to his experimental base. If the plan failed, his top priority now was to master the superior Moro technology. First, he must locate the resurrected Civil. I have a feeling. I'll definitely be able to rely on this resurrected Civil to develop even more powerful mechanically enhanced humans. No! Mechanically enhanced genetic humans. Combining my mechanical enhancement technology with genetic modification, the Chinese exoskeleton tech won't stand a chance. Adolf's eyes were ablaze with ambition. Wait, what's that sound? Adolf snapped his head up. There, looming overhead in the display, was that familiar strategic missile plummeting toward him. And on top of that strategic missile were the wreckage of a Vulture 16 fighter jet. WTF? When did I reveal my location? No. My mental network shouldn't have been hacked. I would have sensed it immediately. Adolf couldn't make sense of it. But there was no time left for him to think. When a strategic missile strikes, escape is impossible. You simply can't outrun its blast radius. That's why Siver's countermeasure was spot on. Focus on defense. The location Adolf chose to observe the battlefield offered no alloy defenses capable of withstanding strategic missile-level attacks. Could he possibly withstand it with his bare flesh? Adolf glanced at the P3 beside him and the swarm of cybernetic mercenary puppets behind him. Save me. Upon receiving orders, these cybernetic mercenaries rushed toward Adolf with reckless abandon, then leaped frantically into the air. The nearest P3 immediately used its body to shield Adolf. They attempted to use their bodies as human shields to block the strategic missile attack. As more and more mechanized mercenaries gathered, they gradually formed a fortress of cybernetic flesh. Though it seemed gradual, the pace was actually breakneck. But strategic missiles don't wait. With the missile already visible overhead, it would reach its target in mere seconds. Adolf was completely sealed in by these mechanically enhanced bodies, his frame nearly crushed flat. Yet he dared not relax for a moment. To be clear, this method wouldn't offer much protection. It could only slightly reduce the damage from the strategic missile strike. For an ordinary person, no matter how many bodies piled on top, they'd likely be blown to smithereens. But Adolf was no ordinary man, and neither were these cybernetic constructs. The physical strength of these cybernetic beings already surpassed ordinary metal. Layered like this, they were practically indistinguishable from defenses forged from alloy. Moreover, the even more formidable P3 armor was directly covering Adolf's body. Adolf himself wasn't built from ordinary flesh either. After developing the Bister serum, he sensed its severe side effects and naturally dared not use it on himself. But using a weakened, zero side effect version was perfectly feasible. Moreover, to better integrate the mechanical prosthetic eye core developed by Marotech, Adolf naturally underwent mechanical enhancements. He modified his brain. The mechanical prosthetic eye demanded strict neurological compatibility, as it connected directly to the brain. The brain's neural capacity and endurance directly influenced the quantity and quality of puppets he could control. His original human brain was nowhere near sufficient to control the number he desired. For an ordinary human brain, controlling 3 or 5 puppets was likely the absolute limit. Adolf could never be satisfied with just 3 or 5. What he desired was an army capable of conquering the world. Therefore, after acquiring Marotechnology, he shifted part of his focus to brain science. After succeeding, he underwent mechanical modifications to his own brain. Though Adolf now appeared to have human skin, his entire skull had been replaced with a metal alloy. This was to better accommodate the signal transmission of his mechanical prosthetic eye. Simultaneously, portions of his brain tissue were replaced with chips and mechanical components. This was precisely why Adolf was so shocked when his location was exposed earlier. After all, the most critical central part of his brain had been replaced with chips and machinery. Cracking its information network was equivalent to cracking its brain. How could this not trigger his alertness? It's like something invading your own brain. How could you not know? Adolf could only conclude that the opponent possessed far superior network information technology capabilities, even surpassing the capabilities of Moro technology. Locating the information source was Camilla's work, but the core task cracking the signal from the mechanical prosthetic eye was handled by the Kunping fighter's AI system. Acting on Li Sun's command, it conveniently compiled the signal source. It was merely the AI system of an unmanned fighter jet. Cyber technology wasn't its primary function. It served more as an auxiliary system for the aircraft. So it was truly incidental. If Adolf knew the truth, he'd probably be even more devastated. Chapter 191, Sibber's Scheme. But at least for now, Adolf had absolutely no means to counterattack. All he could do was pray that his mechanical defenses would be sufficient to keep him alive. Otherwise, his lifelong plans would crumble to dust. The dragon-patterned masked man, Huaxia. Adolf's eyes betrayed a mix of reluctance, admiration, and awe. After all, the technological prowess displayed by his opponent far surpassed his own. He had lost fairly. He refused to be subordinate to anyone because the Eagle Empire's high command were useless, but that man wearing the dragon-patterned mask was not. Through multiple confrontations, his schemes had been flawlessly thwarted. They had even been countered. My defeat was no injustice. But damn it, I refused to accept it. In Adolf's pupils, the strategic missile grew larger and larger until it loomed directly before him. Boom! The strategic missile slammed straight into the very center of the fortress built from mechanized cyborgs. The immense shockwave instantly blew apart this mechanical fortress. The inner layers of the fortress were denser, so after the outer layer was blown apart, the intense heat quickly vaporized a large number of cybernetic beings. Of course, this method proved effective. The further inward the blast traveled, the weaker the impact became, and the heat damage diminished. Like peeling away layer after layer of petals to reveal the innermost pistil. After the intense heat and impact melted 23% of P3's body, Adolf's flesh began to vaporize. His skin began to melt, his flesh and blood vanished, revealing the underlying metal skeleton, metallic skull, and the core of his mechanical prosthetic eye. Buzz! A mushroom cloud rose steadily into the sky. This explosion was no less powerful than the strategic missile launched by the Space Administration, perhaps even more so. However, since it occurred on an island near the sea rather than within the city, it didn't cause the same widespread impact as the previous incident at the New York Space Administration. Still, it drew the attention of many residents in the surrounding neighborhoods. Another strategic missile strike? What is that place? Could it be one of our military bases? This explosion feels even bigger than the one at the Space Administration. Amid the crowd, a figure clad in a black hoodie silently slipped away from the throng and sprinted toward the explosion's origin. His pace remained steady as he moved away from the crowd. But once it escaped the noisy crowd, its pace suddenly accelerated, growing faster and faster until it approached the speed of a human car. The wind blew the hood back, revealing a familiar face. Sybil. His gaze no longer bore the vacant stare of when controlled by the Maro gene cluster. Instead, he appeared frantic, almost desperate to reach the explosion site. Simultaneously, he clutched the remains of a mechanical prosthetic eye and a chip in his hand. His speed carried him swiftly to the explosion's epicenter. Surrounded by charred debris, Sibber frantically dug through the wreckage. Finally, at the center, she saw the mangled remains of Adolf's body. Sylvain frowned. You can't die. If you die, I'll lose the very key to breaking this stalemate. Damn it! His consciousness began to blur again. The awakened Morogen consciousness was simply too powerful. He could only stay awake for 15 minutes each day. He had to hurry. Sylvie cradled Adolf's mechanical alloy skeleton. Thanks to his head being modified into an alloy device, his brain had suffered surprisingly little damage under these circumstances. Sylvie slashed her own hand. The red keratinous layer attempted to repair her wound, but she seized the moment to tear it away and fling it into Adolf's skull. Sylvie muttered with a strange look. Sorry, but I desperately need allies like myself. One person alone can't handle these alien troubles. You're also a beneficiary of Morotech, so you've surely been planted with the seeds of its awakened consciousness. Since you're already in this game, you might as well dive deeper. No guts, no glory. A fierce light flared in Sivir's eyes. Simultaneously, his mind began to spin. The Moro gene cluster's consciousness was stripping away his original self-awareness. Here we go again. Adolf, good luck. Thud. Sylvie's will was instantly stripped away, and she crashed heavily to the ground. Adolf's mechanical skeleton naturally crashed to the ground as well. But unlike before, once those red keratinous layers entered Adolf's brain, they spread recklessly like a cat that had stolen fish and tasted its flesh. Just as they had invaded Sivir's brain before. The crimson keratin began relentlessly growing, covering Adolf's entire mechanical body. Then, flesh and blood regenerated. His regeneration speed surpassed even Sivir's earlier rate. Perhaps because Adolf's skeletal structure was inherently mechanical, forged by Moro technology, making it more compatible with the red keratin layer created by Moro genes. Moreover, Adolf's physical strength surpassed Sivir's, and his brain's vitality was naturally greater too. The stronger the host's brain activity, the more robust the flesh produced by Moro genes. Without exaggeration, the individual on this planet most suited for Moro cell colony parasitism is Li Sun. Given Li Sun's physical fortitude and cerebral capacity, should he become host to the Moro cell cluster, he would become this planet's most formidable genetically enhanced warrior. Li Sun's brain regions, enhanced by the system, are simply too advanced. So advanced that even the former Moro civilization couldn't match him. As the crimson keratin layer spread further and flesh regenerated at an accelerating pace, Adolf gradually regained vitality. He slowly opened his eyes, first with confusion, then with wild elation. I'm not dead. Good. It seems my method worked. But when he realized his body wasn't just unharmed, it was even stronger, he couldn't contain himself. No, this can't be. There must be damage. After such a powerful impact and extreme heat, even if I survived, I should be in a mangled state. What the hell? Confused, Adolf turned his head and saw Sybil lying beside him. How did he end up here? Then, to his horror, he watched as the fallen sieger regained his dazed consciousness and stood up. Adolf's guard instantly went up. Sylvain's body was now under the control of the Moro cell cluster once more. The Moro genetic consciousness looked at Adolf with confusion. Strange, another host has appeared? And why did our consciousness disconnect from this body just now? This human named Adolf still possesses consciousness after being parasitized by us. Strange. Strange. Both he and that previous human named Sivir seem to share a common trait, what humans call obsession? Will? Desire? Adolf was dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? You. Chapter 192, Moro's threat, feigned death. Adolf was utterly baffled. What nonsense was this Sivir spouting now? Consciousness? What consciousness? Adolf jolted awake. He had previously theorized about Moro's genetic consciousness. Could it be real? The control over this body didn't belong to that Sybil, it belonged to Moro's genes. Adolf spoke with a hint of fear. You're the consciousness of the Moro civilization? Sybil's expression betrayed surprise. You figured it out? I must admit, Earth's civilization may be prehistoric and technologically inferior, but in terms of consciousness and thought, it surpasses our Moro civilization. Apologies, but we cannot allow your consciousness to persist. We shall now assume control of your body. Adolf's mind shattered. He now understood, his resurrection wasn't due to his own plans at all, but because of his Moro cell cluster. He looked down and sure enough, saw the red keratinous layer on his own body. Holy! You want to enslave me? Impossible. Adolf's entire body, every nerve within him began to tremble. It was the Moro gene's consciousness awakening. His mind began to cloud like Sivir's. The mechanical prosthetic eye froze. Originally a creation of the Moro civilization, Adolf now attempted to use the mechanical eye to regain control of his nervous system. After all, neurotechnology was the core science behind the prosthetic. Sybil exclaimed in astonishment. You possess core access to Moro technology? And can even perform low-level modifications to our Moro technology? You're quite impressive. You're one of the human bodies worthy of being controlled by our Moro civilization. We won't destroy your flesh. You'll become our assistant, just like this Sivir. Give up your resistance. You cannot defeat us. Adolf sneered bitterly. Bull. After plotting my entire life, reaching this stage, I refuse to be subordinate to anyone. Just when I finally gained my freedom, you want to turn me into your slave? Never. Adolf forcibly raised his hand, inch by inch. His modified hand possessed immense strength. Now, he controlled it to extend a single finger, slowly pointing it toward his own temple. Sylvie, controlled by Moro's consciousness, asked in confusion. What are you doing? Adolf sneered. Though those capitalists barred me from accessing this core genetic technology, I secretly researched it. The core of your Moro genetic cell's parasitism lies in brain activity, right? The Moro consciousness showed no fear of exposing its weakness, for in their civilization, there were no convoluted schemes, only straightforward, overwhelming power that crushed all opposition. Yes. Your human bodies are far too fragile. The core lies in the brain's vitality. If the brain loses its activity, we cannot sustain this flesh's life. Adolf's eyes flickered. The Moro genetic consciousness's response now allowed him to discern certain characteristics of the Moro civilization. So the Moro civilization doesn't practice deception? TSK. Adolf suddenly chuckled. So that genetic modification technology was a trap, right? A trap set by your Moro civilization to infect human civilization. And we were your guides. Ha! Good. Those fools in the Illuminati are probably still in the dark. They think they'll use your Moro technology to control the entire world, but in reality, they're just sewing a wedding gown for you. There's a saying in China. Better to die than live in bondage. Adolf's eyes blazed with intensity. But that won't happen. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Adolf's finger plunged viciously into his temple, drilling straight into the core of his brain. Adolf's eyes gradually lost their luster. As his brain activity faded, his bodily functions rapidly declined. The Morogen consciousness manipulating Sivir's body stood frozen in shock. Such a suicidal act was utterly incomprehensible to their civilization. It seemed to be contemplating the behavioral logic behind such an act. With Adolf's brain now devoid of activity much like Hansen's body before it no longer provided suitable conditions for parasitism, red keratinous layers began burrowing out of Adolf's body, returning to Sivir's form. Morogen's consciousness was perplexed. Earlier, while inhabiting Adolf's human body, we accessed fragments of his memories. His entire life up to that point seemed consumed by a profound fear of death. We cannot comprehend why he would choose to end his own life. Humans are unpredictable. Truly terrifying. Could it be because we didn't enhance his physical form sufficiently? Was he dissatisfied? Stop. Cease attempting to comprehend humans. Our purpose isn't to understand human civilization, it's to find a new colony for the Moro civilization. But it seems we're not the only ones who arrived on this planet. Through these two humans' eyes, we've seen even entities surpassing our civilization's technology. And not just one civilization. Then we must accelerate our plan. With Sybil's departure, the site of the explosion fell silent once more. The Eagle General's forces were still maintaining order in New York City and had no time to address this massive blast in such a remote location. An hour later, Adolf's corpse twitched. Then, as if an electric current surged through his mechanical torso, it struck his heart and brain with a violent jolt. With that jolt, Adolf's eyes snapped open. He slowly sat up, gasping for breath in heavy, ragged heaves. Huff. He looked around at the empty space beside him and burst into laughter. Success. Those Moroccan gene cells' consciousness truly didn't know how to deceive. Ha! When I modified my own brain, altering its structure was indeed the right decision. Adolf's attack hadn't completely destroyed his brain. Because his brain was half flesh, half machine. The ability to undergo semi-mechanical modification was a novelty in Moro civilization. In their civilization, beings were either flesh or machine, no such hybrid form existed. Thus, when they witnessed Adolf's achievements, they expressed admiration, recognizing him as a true talent. It was precisely this semi-mechanical nature that allowed Adolf's brain to be actively regulated and controlled. This granted him the ability to temporarily enter a state of suspended animation. The near-dead Adolf could never have achieved this feat, but fortunately, the red keratin layer had restored his body to peak condition. Thus, Adolf activated the contingency he had prepared. His finger had pierced the flesh of the brain. That single strike could indeed cause his brain to temporarily lose all activity, but the mechanical portion of his brain would perform an electric shock resuscitation according to Adolf's commands. And in Moro's observation, Adolf's flesh and blood brain had indeed lost its activity. He hadn't checked the mechanical part. Because those red keratin layers only functioned on flesh, they had no perception of machinery whatsoever. Chapter 193, Cooperation, Return Home. With me in the shadows and him in the light, other matters must be set aside. This so-called Moro civilization must be dealt with. A ruthless glint flashed in Adolf's eyes. As he rose, he discovered a small chip where Sivir had just collapsed. It belonged to the mechanical prosthetic eye, the very one Sivir had clutched in her hand while maintaining her primary consciousness. As a master of cybernetics, Sivir had used that very chip to track down Adolf. Under the impact of a strategic missile strike, such a chip couldn't possibly remain intact here. Therefore, this absolutely wasn't something I manipulated. It arrived here after the explosion. Adolf picked up the chip. Could it have been brought by Sivir? Adolf stared at the chip, hesitating. If this was left for him by Sivir, then there were two possible scenarios. First, it could be a message from Sivir's primary consciousness, perhaps coincidental, or perhaps containing something she intended for him. Second, it was a trap set by the Moro genetic consciousnesses. A test to see if he was truly dead. But if it was the second scenario, Adolf felt the Moro genetic consciousnesses didn't seem capable of such elaborate scheming. Hiss. In the end, Adolf decided to see what was inside the chip. But he took a compromise approach. It was impossible to connect his own brain directly to the chip. If there really were traps set by the Moro genetic consciousness inside, wouldn't he be fried instantly? So Adolf used the brain of a mechanically modified human under his control to connect instead. Though most of the cybernetic bodies had been reduced to charred remains and destroyed, there were still so many scattered fragments that he eventually pieced together a complete mechanical brain. Upon connecting to the chip, a video feed suddenly appeared. It was Sivir. The Sivir in the footage didn't look dull at all. She even carried a defiant air, exactly as Adolf remembered from their brief encounter. If you can see this footage, it means you, like me, have not been completely subjugated by the Moro civilization's consciousness. If you cannot see this footage, then you are a worthless shell of a will. Having already become a puppet of the Moro civilization, you are unworthy to be my companion. Sybil paused in the footage and said, Adolf, I remember you. I know your little tricks too. I just never reported them to higher-ups because I couldn't care less about that bunch of useless fools. Bringing you into this now is my recognition of you. If you wish to collaborate, meet me at 2:30 a.m. at the abandoned safe house in the outskirts, the one used by the Illuminati. Note, I only have 15 minutes of lucidity each day. Make it count. My symbiosis with these Moro civilization consciousnesses has made me not only their puppet, but they are equally my puppets. I seem to be subtly understanding their functions. I feel I'll become the ultimate weapon to destroy them. Help me. It's helping yourself. Adolf. Become my partner. Video ends. Clearly, this recording was made before Sivir rescued Adolf. Adolf paused, glanced at his watch, and set off without hesitation. Meanwhile, after neutralizing the threat of the Vulture 16 fighter jet, the transport aircraft, protected by the Kunpeng unmanned combat aircraft and 2 Huaxia fighters, reached the reinforcement perimeter with remarkable ease. An entire Air Force squadron awaited Li Sun and his men there. Therefore, once they reached this location, no nation could harm Ing Ren and Li Sun. Not even the Vulture fighters of the Eagle Empire could make an exception. Because beneath these fighter jets lie 3 of China's supersized aircraft carriers. Any number of Vulture-class fighters that come will be destroyed. While fighter jets might be no match for the Vultures, the same couldn't be said for aircraft carriers. Especially since Li Sun has deployed the YJ-24 strategic missiles. Now, every aircraft carrier battle group in China comes standard with YJ-24 missiles. Because China, having been starved of resources, now favors this barrage of firepower. Tactics? Just wipe the floor with them. Fan Haitian and his team had long prepared to welcome back heroes like Ing Ren and Li Sun. Of course, even upon reaching China, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. As the transport aircraft touched down, the Chinese military wasted no time, escorting them directly into the most heavily secured military zone. Forget commendations and pleasantries. The top priority was securing the most critical technology. Thus, the moment the aircraft touched down, Ing Ren was whisked away with his technology to the most critical departments. Ing Ren's students, however, were assigned to another sealed-off area. In the eyes of the Huaxia military, Ing Ren was undoubtedly trustworthy. However, his students, having not undergone security clearance, were absolutely forbidden from accessing Huaxia's core technologies. Li Sun and Zhang Lan, however, were free to go. De Haitian hurriedly departed, summoned by the military's highest command before he could even speak with Li Sun and Zhang Lan. After undergoing a brief military inspection, Zhang Lan and Li Sun were permitted to leave. Li Sun strolled out of the military restricted zone and glanced at Zhang Lan. Shall we go? First time back in all these years, fancy a drink? Zhang Lan laughed heartily. Sure. They'd been stifled for far too long in the Eagle Empire. Now back in China, they wanted nothing more than to unwind and relax. But at that moment, international discourse was swirling between the Silver River Empire and China. That was for the nation's leaders to ponder, nothing to do with them right now. Bar? Club? Half an hour later, Li Sun led Zhang Lan to an inconspicuous roadside stall. He placed 3 cases of beer on the table. Beside them sat a large barrel of draft beer. Li Sun laughed heartily. We're back in China, why drink foreign booze at a bar? Come on. I know this owner's from Shandong. His beer's the real deal, straight from Qingdao. And this draft? Authentic Chinese flavor. Li Sun sat down and called out to the owner. Owner, bring 100 skewers of lamb first, then 100 skewers of pork. Pork kidneys, lamb kidneys, leek and potato, grilled peppers, 10 skewers of each. Plus 2 bowls of fried rice and 2 bowls of fried noodles. And 2 portions of grilled beef shank. Such a massive appetite drew the attention of every customer at the food stall. The owner kindly advised. Young man, you two won't be able to finish all that. Our portions are huge. Most people can't handle even 10 skewers. No problem. Just make it, boss. We'll take the leftovers home, nothing will go to waste. Li Sun waved it off. His body, enhanced by the system, could actually absorb massive amounts of food energy, he just didn't use it normally. As an heir to ancient martial arts, Zhang Lan also possessed a formidable appetite. What Li Sun ordered was based on their normal appetites. If they really let loose, it might not even be enough. Here we go. Cheers. The 2 downed 2 bottles of beer in one go. Ah. At that moment, someone on the street seemed to recognize Zhang Lan. During that battle livestream, Li Sun had worn a mask, but Zhang Lan's goggles had shattered. Chapter 194, Barbecue Stall Uprising. That guy looks so familiar. A passerby said to his girlfriend as they walked arm in arm, seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Why does he look so familiar? His girlfriend paused, hesitating before replying. Wasn't that the guy from the live stream we just watched? Probably not. Would a top secret soldier really be eating barbecue and drinking beer at a street food stall? In truth, more and more people were starting to recognize Zhang Lan's face, slowly gathering around. Li Sun inwardly thought, this is bad. He glanced at Zhang Lan and signaled. We're screwed. You're going viral, especially in China. We gotta get out of here fast, we won't be able to escape soon. Zhang Lan frowned in confusion, what? Li Sun helplessly pulled out his phone to show Zhang Lan the live-streamed recording of his battle. Zhang Lan had been on the transport plane the whole time and hadn't realized his fight had been streamed live. After watching it, he sucked in a sharp breath. Oh crap. The state requires secrecy regarding ancient martial arts. And now he just live-streamed it. Holy. The state won't prosecute him, right? Zhang Lan felt like crying. Damn it, old Li, we gotta get out of here fast. If the crowd surrounds us, I swear Fan Haitian will beat me to death. Why didn't anyone tell me my ancient martial arts were being live-streamed? No wonder Fan Haitian gave me that weird look when I came back. Li Sun chuckled. Alright, I'll settle the bill and we're outta here. As Zhang Lan and Li Sun stood up, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. It's the hero who blew up the Aerospace Bureau's mechanical exoskeleton. That's him, I'll remember him till I die. Zhang Lan froze for a second before realizing. We're exposed. Run. Just as he turned to flee, his sudden dash set off a chain reaction. The surrounding crowd surged into a stampede. Chaos ensued. At that moment, Li Sun felt a sense of foreboding. With so many people and such chaos, there was a high risk of a stampede occurring. Sure enough, his fears materialized within seconds. A little girl watching the commotion nearby was knocked down by the surging crowd. Li Sun was too far away to reach her in time. He bellowed. Get out of the way. Someone's been trampled. Help her. But instead of the crowd instinctively parting, he used his system-enhanced physical prowess to push through the throng and charge toward the fallen girl. Though his movements were lightning fast, the damage from the trampling incident was instantaneous. By then, the little girl's body had already been struck by several people. A boy beside her noticed and immediately shifted his body to block the crowd. This action significantly slowed the secondary injuries the little girl was receiving. In the blink of an eye, Li Sun reached the girl's side. Zhang Lan, seeing Li Sun's actions, realized what was happening and stopped fleeing. Watching the chaotic crowd, anger flared within him. He stood there, eyes wide with fury, his aura radiating outward. Channeling the essence of ancient martial arts, he roared at the top of his lungs. Freeze! Can't you see you're hurting people? Is this how you treat a little girl? The entire crowd instantly fell silent. Zhang Lan's voice struck fear into their very souls. Ha! We all stood there awkwardly, staring at the spot where the little girl had fallen. Her father, who had been watching from a distance, rushed back upon seeing this and began shouting anxiously. Xiao Wen. Li Sun looked at the frantic father and reassured him. It's okay, I'll find a hospital. There were few hospitals near this small stall, and the closest one belonged to the military. Ordinary people weren't allowed to use it. It was reserved for soldiers evacuated from the battlefield and some military officials. But Li Sun and Zhang Lan had the right to use it. Old Zhang. Clear the way. Without a word, Zhang Lan opened his briefcase. His special status granted him temporary exceptional privileges. Inside the case lay the Xingtian mechanical exoskeleton. Xingtian swiftly donned the mechanical exoskeleton, rushed to Li Sun's side, scooped up the little girl, and flew toward the military hospital. Meanwhile, Li Sun hailed a car and rushed the little girl's father toward the military hospital. Witnessing this scene, onlookers immediately pulled out their phones to film. See, I told you. Damn, it can actually fly? So cool. In real life, it looks way cooler than in videos. Holy crap. What a stroke of luck to witness this. They actually made it back. Awesome. But none of these eager photographers mentioned the critically injured little girl. In the hospital ward, the little girl's condition was now completely stable. Her father looked at Li Sun with such gratitude he almost knelt down to kowtow. My savior. Li Sun hurriedly supported him. No, this is all our fault. If we hadn't caused the chaos, your daughter wouldn't have been caught up in it. Rest assured, I'll cover all hospital expenses. And if your daughter has any issues afterward, I'll continue to take responsibility. Though he made this promise, the truth was that he himself had caused the entire mess, yet Li Sun had taken responsibility for it. This consideration stemmed largely from Zhang Lan's significant influence. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he inherently posed security concerns. The girl's injury might seem minor, but it could easily escalate into something major. If manipulated by those with ulterior motives, Zhang Lan could face a concerted attack. Zhang Lan had chosen to infiltrate the Eagle Empire precisely because he recognized his formidable martial prowess might evade national oversight. Outside the ward, Li Sun offered reassurance. Relax, old Zhang. I've got your back. Besides, I'm heading to the state authorities to explain this black tech, the mechanical exoskeleton. I'll handle your situation while I'm at it. Zhang Lan asked curiously. Have you figured out what you'll say? The state probably won't approve your military projects anymore, right? Zhang Lan laughed. I never planned to reveal my military projects. Seriously, is military tech the only thing I've got going for me? My scientific research capabilities are every bit as strong as my military work. I'll present a crucial technology to prove my indispensable value to the nation. Then I'll just make you my bodyguard. That way, I can restrict your movements to eliminate security risks while keeping you by my side. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. What level of scientific technology could possibly warrant such national importance? Li Sun replied mysteriously. One such technology isn't enough. What if it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9? The sheer volume of technologies. I've got plenty. As they walked along the hospital ward corridor, an ominous sound suddenly echoed from the far end. That sound felt strangely familiar to Zhang Lan. Grandpa. Grandpa. Doctor, call a doctor quickly. Save my grandpa. Chapter 195, Emergency Treatment for Old Fan. Zhang Lan frowned. That voice sounds so familiar, like someone I knew before. Could it be Fan Duo? Li Sun asked in confusion. Who? Zhang Lan walked toward the ward. Upon seeing the person, he said in a deep voice. It really is him, Fan Haitian's younger brother. So his grandfather must be Fan Haitian's grandfather? Li Sun suddenly realized Fan Haitian's grandfather must be that founding general. General Fan. Why would someone of that caliber be in a military hospital of such inadequate standing? So old Fan is critically ill now? Li Sun panicked. For present-day China, every founding general was an invaluable treasure. As time passes, these founding generals depart one by one and they were indispensable pillars for China. Each possessed abilities that spanned the entire nation. Ignoring protocol, Li Sun rushed toward General Fan's hospital room with Zhang Lan in tow. Soldiers guarded the entrance. His actions could easily be mistaken for an enemy attack. Li Sun and Fan Haitian shared a bond of friendship. Moreover, to him, General Fan was more than just a comrade, he was a guardian of the nation. Old Fan was even more magnificent. He had guarded the nation from that era until the present day. Back when Fan Haitian was young, he had directly agreed to Zhang Lan's request, releasing her from prison to take down those ancient martial arts clans. On the other hand, it was precisely because he was influenced by Fan Gong prioritizing the nation over his own future. Well, realistically speaking, it was precisely because of Fan Gong's background that Fan Haitian wasn't imprisoned for releasing Zhang Lan without authorization. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. Otherwise, given Fan Lao's temperament, he certainly wouldn't have spared Fan Haitian. Now old Fan is gone. The two guards spotted Li Sun and immediately stepped forward to block his path. Li Sun bellowed. "I'm General Fan. The doctor I summoned let me through immediately. Here's my credentials." He flung his honor certificates and credentials straight at the two guards. Though he lacked a doctor's credentials, the guards were themselves in a state of panic. After all, lying there was none other than General Fan. The guards never imagined anyone would be so audacious as to impersonate a doctor and force their way into General Fan's sick room. Moreover, assassinating General Fan now held no meaning. His life had already reached its end. So when Li Sun tossed his credentials to the guards, they frantically checked them instead of stopping him. By the time they recognized the credentials, it was too late. Li Sun had already burst through. Fortunately, they recognized the credentials. Knowing Li Sun was also a government official, they assumed there would be no trouble. He was likely just someone eager to visit Lord Fan. Standing by the hospital bed now were an elderly man and a young man. "The doctor's here? Quick, save my grandfather, he's not holding on." The frantic voice belonged to the young Fan duo. Li Sun rushed forward without hesitation, but was stopped in his tracks by the two guards outside the door. "Hold on. Commander. He's not a doctor. He's the chief engineer of the space agency." Fan duo froze in shock. "What the hell? What's a space agency engineer doing here? Where's the doctor?" A nurse nearby hurriedly interjected. "Dr. Cui is on his way." Li Sun stared at the monitor. "Let me try. This dashboard shows Fan Lao's condition is critical." Fan duo's temper flared completely. "Who the hell are you? Guards, throw him out." The guards began to escort Li Sun away when Zhang Lan entered. "Duo. Hold on. This is my friend." Fan duo froze. "Lan? Didn't your brother send you to the Eagle Empire? You're back? Your friend." Zhang Lan nodded and turned to look at Fan Gong. "What's wrong with grandfather? I remember Fan Haitian saying he was still in good health just a few months ago. How could things have deteriorated so badly?" Fan duo gave a signal and the guards released Li Sun before exiting. He looked at grandfather with concern. "It's the virus. Grandfather fell victim to the Eagle Sauce Empire schemes. Now his organs are failing one by one. Dr. Cui, who's coordinating the medical team, is now consulting with top specialists on a treatment plan. Logically, Grandpa should have another week, but his condition just took a sudden turn for the worse. To prevent further attacks from those people, it's impossible to guard against everything. That's why we secretly moved to this small hospital to ensure timely treatment. No one knows we're here except me, Grandpa's deputy, Dr. Cui, and Nurse Yen." Li Sun frowned. "Virus? Seriously, can I see it? If your Dr. Cui could actually cure this, he wouldn't have waited this long." Fan duo frowned. "You and I won't just let strangers touch my grandfather." Zhang Lan interjected. "Xiao Duo, he was the mastermind and executor of your brother's rescue operation. You must have heard of him. And back in the Eagle Empire, he and I were sworn brothers. He saved my life multiple times. He's trustworthy. Maybe he really does have a solution. Let him try?" Fan duo faltered, wavering. Not for any other reason, but because if he was the executor of his brother Fan Haitian's plan, he was likely trustworthy. "Alright, since Brother Lan says so, give it a shot." With permission granted, Li Sun quietly issued a command to the system, conjuring a fat remnant outside the hospital bed window. Light particle synthesis. A bird's crisp chirp echoed outside the window. Zhang Lan, well aware of Li Sun's methods, had already guessed the approach he intended to use to treat Fan Gong. He proactively stepped forward and opened the window. Amidst the astonished gazes of Fan duo and the others, Fei Yi made its grand entrance. "What is this? A mechanical bird? Does our nation's military even possess such equipment?" Fan duo, the younger brother of Fan Haitian, held a rank lower than his brother's position as a military commander, yet he was still considered outstanding among officers. He was well versed in the nation's secret weapons and military armaments. He was certain no such intelligent mechanical bird existed in the nation's arsenal. Moreover, the level of biomimicry in this mechanical bird is incredibly lifelike. Li Sun continued. "This is a medical robot developed by our company. It incorporates highly advanced medical technology capable of accurately assessing a patient's condition and administering treatment. It's also equipped with numerous life-saving medical fluids. Let's administer emergency treatment to Fan Gong first. If he survives this critical phase, we can gradually formulate subsequent treatment plans." "Fei Yi, go!" Fan duo made no attempt to stop Li Sun. After all, in full public view, if Li Sun dared harm Lord Fan, it wouldn't just be Li Sun, his ancestors for 8 generations would be hunted down and executed. Fei flew to the head of Fan Gong's bed and pecked his forehead with its crimson beak. The medicinal liquid flowed from Fan Gong's forehead throughout his entire body. Then, Lord Fan's violent bodily reactions gradually subsided. The vital signs monitor displayed returning readings to normal. Fan Gong slowly opened his eyes. Am I still alive? Chapter 196, Treatment. Dr. Cui. Grandpa. Fan Duo climbed excitedly to the bedside of Fan Gong. Seeing his grandfather's vital signs return to normal, clearly indicating his condition had stabilized, he looked at Li Sun with a mix of emotion and gratitude. Thank you, sir. Li Sun, though visibly pleased, expressed concern. Old Fan's condition is only temporarily stabilized by medication. Now I need Fei Yi to conduct a thorough investigation to determine the exact nature and effects of this virus that's been damaging Old Fan's body. After regaining consciousness, Old Fan looked at Li Sun. I have a vague recollection of you. The space agency once submitted a candidate for chief engineer. Was that you, Li Sun? Li Sun was somewhat surprised. As an obscure figure, even after becoming the chief engineer of the space agency, he should still be seen as a mere child in Master Fan's eyes. Yet here he was, remembering me. It's me, Fan Lao. Mr. Fan, my company has developed a medical robot. I previously used our specially formulated medication to successfully optimize your physiological state, but this is only temporary. The virus hasn't been eradicated. May I now conduct a full body examination? After all, this is the body of a founding general. Conducting an examination without consent would be a major issue. Old Fan chuckled. Come on. Beyond your contributions to aerospace, I hadn't realized you'd also made strides in intelligent machinery and medicine. Impressive work, young man. At this moment, Fan Duo also looked at Li Sun with some surprise. But due to the severity of Fan Gong's condition, he hadn't been able to think clearly. Now that he'd calmed down, he realized just how extraordinary Li Sun was. The viciousness of the virus infecting the old man was undeniable. Even the top domestic experts were helpless. Yet this man, clearly the chief engineer of the space agency, had managed to stabilize the old man's condition in an instant. And he'd done it using an intelligent robot. This was beyond belief. Li Sun, oblivious to their reactions, had already instructed Fei Yi to begin scanning Fan Gong's body. Beginning patient body scan. Actual age, 106 years old. Patient's physical condition, 90 years old. 15 external injuries, 186 internal injuries. 56 bone fractures, brain atrophy equivalent to 86 years old. Conducting internal circulatory system scan. Detected 5 harmful viruses. 3 mixed viruses detected. 1 unknown genetic virus detected. Scan complete. Calculating detoxification protocol. Recommended treatment, Z2 gene therapy. Z2 gene therapy. After Fei Yi generated the treatment plan, Li Sun was stunned. The so-called Z2 gene therapy was a widely used gene therapy in the future world, but it hadn't been invented in this world yet. Oh no! Fei Yi's a battlefield medical AI robot. What does battlefield medical mean? On the battlefield, injuries are mostly physical amputations, gunshot wounds, even burns. Thus, Fei Yi's primary functions were to provide immediate treatment for external injuries and administer that life-saving injection that enhances physical capabilities. But there's only one life-saving serum. It keeps the body from collapsing under viral assault. Beyond that, Fei typically hands off cases to professional medics. Thus, despite its extensive systems for testing and proposing treatment protocols, Fei lacks the instruments or medications to actually implement those treatments. After all, battlefield emergency response is paramount. As long as the soldier can be kept alive long enough to reach the rear, treatment can be administered there. That might be feasible on future battlefields, but Li Sun and his team weren't in the future. Where would they find physicians capable of treating genetic mutations? Li Sun frowned. This meant he might have to resort to the medical pod. Ever since treating Zhang Lan, the medical pod had been stored away by the system. Using it to treat Old Fan would inevitably involve classified matters. The pod couldn't be transported here openly. A more plausible and discreet method was needed to move Old Fan. But given his current condition, neither the military nor Fan Duo himself would likely allow him to be taken out for treatment so easily. What do you think? Zhang Lan worried aloud. Can he be saved? Li Sun hesitated before nodding. He then pulled Zhang Lan close and whispered privately, laying out the entire situation clearly. Li Sun no longer needed to hide anything from Zhang Lan. Within the country, Zhang Lan was likely the person he trusted most. Apart from the system-related matters he couldn't disclose, everything else should be open to him. After a moment's silence, Zhang Lan still felt that it would carry more weight if he brought it up himself. After all, he and Fan Haitian had grown up together since their youth. He was well acquainted with Fan Duo and even Old Fan. Li Sun had Fei Yi display the test results directly. The barrage of announcements completely stunned Fan Duo. He knew his grandfather had contracted foreign viruses, but never imagined there were so many. 9 viruses? Fan Duo now believed his grandfather had only survived this long because of his robust constitution in youth and the protection of national fortune. Anyone else would have died instantly. This clearly demonstrated that this Li Jun guy actually had some skills. He'd managed to suppress all these viruses with just one injection. However, both the viruses being treated and the specific agents used were determined by this Li Sun. Whether they were truly effective remained debatable. At the very least, Li Sun possessed genuine expertise, as evidenced by his ability to revive his grandfather. Zhang Lan, seeing the situation was clear, immediately spoke up. The treatment plan that gene therapy cannot be performed with this hospital's facilities and equipment. We must relocate to another location for secret treatment. At the mention of relocation, Fan Duo hesitated. The risks were simply too great. Foreign spies were undoubtedly lurking outside, eager to track Grandpa's whereabouts. Moreover, Grandpa's fragile condition might not withstand the rigors of travel. While Fan Duo was still hesitating, the ward door swung open. A voice filled with anger rang out. No! How dare some random youngster take Fan Gong away? Does he even have the responsibility to handle this? The newcomer wore a doctor's white coat, thin gold-rimmed glasses, and had sparse hair on his head. A nurse nearby called out. Dr. Cui. Dr. Cui arrived late but carried himself like the master of the situation. He addressed Li Sun sternly. Who are you? How dare you treat my patient without my permission? Security! Get him out of here! Before the guards could lay a hand on Li Sun, Zhang Lan stepped in front of him. Her piercing gaze fixed on the guards, causing both to hesitate and step back. Ancient martial arts cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. Zhang Lan's cultivation had reached such a level that her formidable aura was no mere rumor, it was palpable, genuinely intimidating. It was terrifying. Chapter 197, The Traitor. Fan Duo was also at a loss. As one of the foremost military doctors in the country, Dr. Cui naturally held significant authority and medical expertise. Yet, this Li Sun had genuinely awakened his grandfather. The two men were locked in dispute. Whom should he protect? Dr. Cui grew even angrier at the sight. As the hospital's chief physician and concurrently serving as vice president, he held a position second only to the president himself. Especially within the hospital, anyone who had interned there knew it was a place where seniority and status were paramount. It had been ages since he'd felt his authority challenged like this. It had been over a decade since he'd last faced such defiance. His word was law, no subordinate dared contradict him, let alone treat his patients without permission. Especially not a patient like old Fan, one of the founding generals. The most crucial point was, this young upstart who'd suddenly appeared was actually suppressing the injuries and potent toxins within General Fan's body. Didn't all his scheming to infect General Fan with the virus go to waste? If this kid actually cured old Fan, the purple card promised by the Illuminati's elders would be worthless. Assassinating a founding general of China even within the Illuminati, such an achievement would be an unprecedented monumental feat. If Cui Yongjin could pull this off, he'd become a major figure within the Illuminati. When the Illuminati took over the world, he'd get his share of the spoils. As for some deputy director of a lousy hospital, he couldn't care less. What he craved was higher positions. Dr. Cui frowned at the fat remnant. A crappy smart machine can detect the virus in old Fan's body? Why don't you take a look at the equipment we use in our hospital to detect all kinds of injuries inside the body? Every single one of them is as big as a room. And based on my tests, there's nowhere near that much virus in Fan's body. Someone with that many viruses would be dead already, at most 2 or 3 strains. You're not some kind of fraud, are you? You're probably a spy. Guards! Before Dr. Cui could finish speaking, Zhang Lan yanked him to his feet. Dr. Cui gasped in shock. Hey! What are you doing? How dare you lay a hand on me? This is a military hospital. Zhang Lan paid no heed. His warrior's instincts told him this Dr. Cui harbored ill intent. Observe a person's aura first. Everyone's experiences and mindset cause their aura to differ slightly. Those with sordid, filthy deeds give off an unpleasant feeling. This was even more pronounced to martial artists. Li Sun frowned even more deeply. The viruses detected in Fan Lao's body, aside from that one unknown genetic virus, were all identifiable through modern diagnostic methods. In other words, the viruses used by the poem reader, except for that unidentified genetic strain, were all within the capabilities of this era. Yet Dr. Cui claimed only 2 or 3 types were detected. Was it a limitation in capability or deliberate concealment? Recalling Dr. Cui's previous attitude, Li Sun suspected the latter was far more likely. After all, if he lacked the necessary skills, how could he have become the deputy director of a military hospital? Virus detection tasks should be handled by machines and relevant doctors. Even if he, as deputy director, lacks competence, shouldn't the doctors under him be capable? Unless Dr. Cui deliberately manipulated the results to conceal the truth. Li Sun even suspected Dr. Cui might have personally handled the testing himself rather than delegating it to others. His earlier attitude was highly suspicious. A normal doctor, witnessing Li Sun so effortlessly stabilize Fan Lao's injuries, would first inquire how he achieved it, not immediately assign blame. The doctor's attitude seemed almost afraid that Li Sun had actually cured old Fan. And viruses aren't easy to manipulate. Currently, the only ways to contract the virus are through direct exposure, airborne transmission, or food contamination. A spy wouldn't risk infecting themselves just to make physical contact. And with Fan Lao's strict security, food or contact transmission is even less likely. Therefore, the most likely scenario is that someone Fan Lao deeply trusted, someone easily accessible and deemed incapable of betrayal, has betrayed him. A deputy chief physician at a military hospital. It's hard to imagine him betraying us. But if Dr. Cui was indeed the perpetrator, then there are indeed many possible avenues. Old Fan is nearly 100 years old. Even if he's still in relatively good health, he undoubtedly requires daily medical care. Isn't that the perfect opportunity to administer poison? But where's the evidence? Even if Li Sun suspects Dr. Cui now, it's useless without proof. Li Sun pondered while Fan Duo watched the spectacle unfold. The few guards near the hospital couldn't stop Zhang Lan at all. After learning her identity, they dared not use weapons and could only try to restrain her with their bare hands. But Zhang Lan's strength was far beyond what these few men could handle. Fan Duo knew Zhang Lan's temper all too well. Basically, only his big brother, Fan Haitian, could rein him in. He wouldn't listen to anyone else. Not even old Fan could control him. In truth, Fan Duo harbored resentment toward this Dr. Cui. When his grandfather was gravely ill and nearing death, Dr. Cui had the audacity to hold some ridiculous meeting. Even though this in turn was his grandfather's personal physician, it did little to quell Fan Duo's fury. It was rather fitting that brother Zhang Lan stepped in to teach him a lesson. Ultimately, it was old Fan, lying in his hospital bed, who spoke up. "Everyone, stop." Fan Lao's words carried immediate weight. All the guards stopped fighting and stepped aside, but Zhang Lan didn't let go. He still had Dr. Cui in a headlock. I turned to look at Li Sun. Only after Li Sun nodded did Zhang Lan release his grip. Having witnessed everything, old Fan smiled warmly and continued. "Dr. Cui, you've worked tirelessly day and night these past days. Why not take a few more days to rest? From here on, I'll trouble this young man, Li Sun, to look after you." Dr. Cui was startled. "No, I'm not tired, old Fan, Old Fan said nothing, merely closing his eyes. Fan Duo instantly understood his grandfather's meaning. He gave a subtle signal to the guards, who immediately understood and escorted Dr. Cui out. Li Sun was utterly surprised. He hadn't expected old Master Fan to trust him so readily. With his eyes still closed, old Master Fan spoke softly. "Warriors aren't easy to subdue, especially those from the Zhang clan. You, young man, must have something special to be held in such high regard by the current heir of the Zhang family." Li Sun seemed taken aback. "You mean me and Zhang Lan?" Old Fan chuckled. "You youngster probably don't know much about the Zhang family. Their first-generation heir after the founding of the nation served as the personal bodyguard to that great man. That young Zhang is now under your care. That's your good fortune. By merit alone, you don't deserve it. Even I lack that standing. So at least within the country, no one can harm you now. It's precisely because of his endorsement that I place such trust in you to treat me. I believe someone recognized by the Zhang family's heir can't just be an ordinary chief engineer at the Aerospace Bureau." Li Sun's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 198, Confrontation, Undercurrents Stirring. "Old Fan, what exactly are you implying?" Li Sun instinctively straightened his back and took a step back as he spoke. He had been speaking to Fan Gong while leaning forward slightly, but Fan Gong's remark had unsettled him. Straightening his back and taking a step back was an instinctive defensive posture. Though Master Fan spoke sparingly, his words concealed far too much. In fact, Li Sun could reasonably suspect from Master Fan's words that Master Fan, or rather, the state already knew everything he had done. As for Zhang Lan, he was sent by the state to both protect and monitor him. Many of his affairs could not be brought into the open. If his cover had been blown, how would the state deal with him? Li Sun felt a pang of worry. Noticing Li Sun's expression, Fan Gong smiled softly and gestured toward the bedside. A guard approached and brought over a chair. Fan Gong gestured toward the stool and said with a smile, "Young man, don't be nervous. I'm just an old man lying in this hospital bed. Don't take my ramblings too seriously. Truth be told, I'm just a soldier at heart. My mind's a bit rigid. There are many things I can't quite wrap my head around. Plus, at my age, I'm too lazy to think about them anyway. So, as long as you're descendants of China, you young folks can do whatever you like. What I'm supposed to know, someone will tell me. What I'm not supposed to know, I won't pry into. Confidentiality regulations, you see. After all these years in the military, keeping secrets has become second nature. Sit down. I do enjoy chatting with the younger generation." After Fan Gong finished speaking, Li Sun cautiously sat down as well. As for Zhang Lan, being a bodyguard, sitting down would hinder his mobility. His standing position was also the most advantageous for responding to any sudden developments. Li Sun sat down and looked at Fan Gong. Fan Gong's earlier remarks conveyed several meanings. First, he was reassuring Li Sun that he wouldn't forcefully interfere in his affairs. Everything he'd said was merely conjecture. Second, he would not investigate Li Sun personally but would await further information. Third, echoing Zhang Lan's earlier stance, Fan Gong made it clear that as long as Li Sun acted for the sake of China, he would not interfere. Leaning closer to Fan Gong, Li Sun spoke softly. "So, old Fan, what are your plans?" Fan Gong smiled. "This illness came upon me suddenly. I know my own body. Too many injuries in my youth have built up a warning system. The slightest disturbance sets off discomfort somewhere before I even collapse. It's like how an old country woman's rheumatic legs can predict rainy weather, heh." At this point, Master Fan glanced around the hospital room. Then he spoke again. "But this time, my body didn't have time to react. Up until now, it had always been Dr. Cui who looked after me. Maybe I really am getting old. Now that I'm confined to bed, I can't do anything. From here on out, I'll be relying on you all." After speaking, Fan Gong patted Li Sun's shoulder. This time, Fan Gong's words were quite clear. He suspected Dr. Cui had done something to him, as he hadn't even had time to react. And since Dr. Cui had been the one consistently caring for him, the only person who could have harmed him was Dr. Cui. Had Li Sun and Zhang Lan not intervened forcefully, Fan Gong might have slipped into a permanent sleep, never waking until the end of his life. Moreover, Lord Fan's subsequent words were an invitation for Li Sun to become involved in this matter. He stated that he would rely on them going forward. Li Sun understood this point. Though Dr. Cui wasn't a super powerful figure, his status was certainly not low. If Fan Gong openly suspected and investigated him, everything would be fine if the investigation proved correct. But if the investigation proved unfounded, it would falsely accuse an innocent man and spark a crisis of trust within Fan Gong's organization. Moreover, this investigation by Lord Fan was an internal self-examination. Numerous obstacles and constraints would inevitably arise. Therefore, the optimal solution was to involve a completely unrelated third party. Li Sun is currently the most suitable third party. Fan Lao, I will do everything in my power to assist with this matter. Li Sun spoke up and agreed immediately. Fan Lao is a hero of China. Anyone who still considers themselves a child of China should help him. This is also for the sake of China. Fan looked at Li Sun, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Good. Do your best. If you need anything from this old man, just say the word. I need to rest now. Age catches up with you, even lying in bed tires me. With that, Fan Gong gently closed his eyes. Li Sun stood up, bowed respectfully to Zhang Lan, and quietly exited the ward. After they left, Fan Du, who remained in the room, leaned close to his grandfather and asked, Father, can we truly trust these two young men? Even if they mean well, might they have ulterior motives? Like using your connections to climb the ladder? Besides, we haven't thoroughly investigated their backgrounds. Wei. Hearing Fan Duo's words, Fan Gong didn't even open his eyes. Talented individuals emerge in every generation, each leading the trend for centuries. That lad Li Sun, along with Zhang, has a heart of gold. As for whether they wish to advance through me, even if they harbor such thoughts, what difference does it make? If the future pillars of our nation wish to stand on my shoulders to rise, it would be my honor. Alright, you should rest now. Without my permission, no one else is allowed in my hospital room except you. If I lose the ability to speak or move, you must listen to them. With that, Fan Gong gently rolled over. Fan Duo approached, tucked the blanket around him, and sat down on the nearby chair. He took out his phone and began making arrangements. Outside the hospital corridor, Zhang Lan walked alongside Li Sun, asking him, How are you going to help with this? Isn't this an intelligence system matter? Li Sun raised an eyebrow at Zhang Lan. Nothing tricky about it, just rounding up the grass to catch the rabbit. Now that the grass is gathered, whatever comes running out is bound to be the rabbit. Listening to Li Sun's words, Zhang Lan still felt a bit puzzled. As an ancient martial artist, Zhang Lan's mind was somewhat rigid. He preferred not to think about things he didn't have to, leaving such matters to the prodigy Li Sun. Having spent years as Fan Haitian's enforcer and now serving as Li Sun's enforcer, he'd learned that fists shouldn't overthink, they should simply trust the brain unconditionally. Fine. I'll listen to you. Li Sun smiled and began formulating a plan, or rather, figuring out whom to approach. Having dealt in arms for so long and interacted extensively with international circles, how could he lack informants? By consolidating and analyzing multiple intelligence streams, the target would be pinpointed. Meanwhile, Dr. Chui's office. He dialed a call through layers of encryption. I'm sorry to have to contact you this way. But the situation is urgent now, and I had no choice. I may have been exposed. It's not my fault they showed up so suddenly. What should I do? Alright, I'll hold my position for now. Chapter 199, 80% progress. What's his background? Nothing. Just a chief engineer at the space agency, not even a full-time position. I don't know where they dug him up. I've investigated. His parents are ordinary folks. He's just the owner of some second-rate tech company. That's precisely why it's suspicious. How would an ordinary tech company owner suddenly get involved with old Fan's affairs? Could the state have targeted us, sending this Li Sun as bait? No, wait, if the state had discovered us, wouldn't they just arrest me outright? Why go through all this trouble? In China, the safety of leaders is paramount. When it comes to protecting personnel at this level, there is no need for verification. Dr. Chui nodded frequently as he listened to the voice on the other end of the line. All right. Leave it to you. I trust the Illuminati's capabilities, but discretion is paramount. If this disrupts my departure from China, it'll be troublesome. Hey, I'm back. Stepping out of the ward, Li Sun immediately called Secretary Jean. As for old Fan's situation, there was no need to rush. The bullets would keep flying for a while yet, and Fei Yi's emergency medication still had plenty of time left to suppress the virus. Transferring old Fan required thorough preparation before proceeding. Safety came first. Secretary Jean, at the company, exclaimed with delight. Boss. You're finally back? Are you okay? Things have been chaotic over in Eagle Land these past few days. I was worried you might get caught in the crossfire. Li Sun wanted to say it was precisely because he went that things got chaotic, but Eagle Island was already headed for turmoil due to historical issues. Yeah, I'm fine. My country protects me. How's the progress on the superconductivity project these past few days? Secretary Kim across the table clearly felt uneasy. Boss, the Blue Rhythm team hit a snag. Progress is painfully slow. The design materials you provided were just too advanced. Few team members could fully grasp them, let alone drive the project forward quickly. They're working as hard as they can. Li Sun wasn't surprised. If room temperature superconductivity weren't difficult, it would have been cracked long ago. Why would it still be an issue today? Slow progress is no problem. I'm back now. Whatever obstacles arise, I'll tackle them myself. What's the current progress percentage? The secretary cleared her throat before answering. Ahem, 80%. Li Sun fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed in disbelief. What? 80%? Didn't they say they hit a roadblock and couldn't make progress? You managed to advance 80% in less than 2 weeks and call that a roadblock? Secretary Jean, not being a researcher, didn't grasp the scale of this room temperature superconductivity project where progress is measured in years. She assumed that since Li Sun had already provided the finalized design, following it to the letter should take only half a month to complete. So, in her eyes, 2 weeks was slow. Ha! Notify them I'll be right there. Li Sun's heart raced with excitement upon realizing this. Such speed meant his team was perfectly suited for the room temperature superconductivity project. Now that he was back, pushing through the remaining 20 prototypes would likely take less than 2 days. Once all designs were finalized, experiments completed, and verifications passed, production would follow. With established machinery and mature protocols, manufacturing a single material took no more than an hour. Li Sun couldn't wait to get to the company lab. The room temperature superconductivity project had been a mountain weighing on his heart. Solving it would wipe his debt to the nation clean. Although earning 5 billion yuan was merely a matter of time for him now, if he merely repaid the debt while the technical project still harbored fraud issues, exposure would mean prison time, not the death penalty, but imprisonment nonetheless. Li Sun hailed a taxi with Zhang Lan and arrived at the company building in under half an hour. The moment Li Sun entered the lab, the staff already notified in advance rose to their feet with solemn respect. Over the past fortnight, they had worked tirelessly, immersing themselves in the materials Li Sun had provided about the room temperature superconductivity project. What began as mere excitement and curiosity about the materials and technology had evolved into sheer astonishment. They marveled at Li Sun's genius. What kind of mind could the boss possibly have to come up with this technical solution? Unbelievable. The room temperature superconducting material documentation even included several application examples, including but not limited to infinite charge batteries and zero-resistance long-distance energy transmission material architectures. No matter how many branches these technologies have, their core features are twofold: ultra-long range and zero consumption. The more they engaged with it, the more they realized their boss's capabilities were truly unfathomable. Even the professors from the Academy of Sciences they'd collaborated with before couldn't match Li Sun's wild imagination. Some employees even gazed at Li Sun with personal admiration. They understood that once room temperature superconductivity became mainstream, it would deliver a devastating blow to all existing new energy industries and gasoline-powered vehicles, ushering in a revolutionary, epoch-defining battery technology that would propel global progress. Batteries with infinite power. From now on, all transportation vehicles equipped with this battery would never face range anxiety again. At this point, the battery would no longer require simple charging and discharging. It would only need to be compatible with terminal power stations, which would utilize room temperature superconductivity for wireless charging, keeping the battery in a constant state of charging. A threshold can also be set, triggering automatic wireless charging when the battery level drops below that point. Charging requires no trips to charging stations or battery swaps. Simply press the wireless charging button and let the charging terminal handle the rest. The nation need only establish numerous charging terminals in secure locations. The realization of this technology hinges fundamentally on room temperature superconductivity as its core capability. Wireless charging technology already exists today, but the energy loss during transmission is prohibitively high. Currently, a terminal may release 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity, but due to energy dissipation in non-room temperature superconducting transmission media, only 1 kilowatt-hour reaches the target battery. This scale of loss makes wireless charging prohibitively expensive, rendering widespread adoption impossible. Once energy consumption is resolved, infinite charging will become the ultimate game-changer. If Li Sun can also achieve controlled nuclear fusion, the nation could then generate power via controlled fusion at terminals and use wireless charging technology to recharge infinite batteries covering the entire country. At that point, China will achieve true energy independence. Freedom of consumption. Location freedom. Freedom of method. Chapter 200, Swift Solutions. This is the energy revolution. In this era, nations worldwide are striving to develop new energy sources. Traditional energy sources are non-renewable, while clean energy production suffers from low efficiency and high upfront costs. Existing nuclear power methods also pose pollution risks. Therefore, the energy crisis persists. The nation that solves or improves its energy challenges will gain the upper hand in international affairs, as energy remains an indispensable driving force for human societal development. While new energy sources are still in the exploratory phase, the full and rational utilization of traditional energy sources is another key focus. For instance, China's current reserves of traditional non-renewable energy sources are estimated to last approximately 200 years. This figure accounts for losses, which can range from as low as 30% to as high as over 50%. However, if room temperature superconducting materials become available, these losses could be rendered negligible. Using the average 50% loss rate as a baseline, room temperature superconductors could eliminate this 50% loss. This means China's traditional energy reserves could last another 300 years. 300 years. An extra century of time is the most solid guarantee, providing ample time to develop more efficient new energy sources. For instance, hydrogen energy and controlled nuclear fusion. Moreover, the efficient utilization of energy would greatly facilitate research across various fields. This is the energy revolution. Or rather, a grand revolution in energy utilization. Li Sun entered the company and immediately began inspecting every stage of the project's progress. Lan Yun followed closely behind. This time, she was thoroughly impressed. The fundamental model and research direction Li Sun had established propelled their work forward at an astonishing pace. Moreover, this was an entirely new research approach, achieving twice the results with half the effort compared to previous methods. Was this what they meant by genius? This is the outcome of our current research phase. We've encountered some issues, primarily concerning material resistance and molecular force dispersion. As Lee Sun continued his inspection, Lan Yun explained alongside him. Lan Yun is primarily responsible for matters on this side. After all, Secretary Jean is just a secretary, she doesn't understand the technical aspects. As Lan Yun spoke, Lee Sun raised his hand to interrupt her. Alright, I understand. Molecular dispersion is an issue you're bound to encounter, but from what I can see, you're progressing quite well according to my plan. Encountering difficulties is only to be expected, these are the inevitable challenges we must confront in our research. But there's a problem here. Lee Sun stared at the equipment and spoke quickly. He had to hurry, the matter with Old Fan was still ongoing, and Dr. Cui Zhanglan was still monitoring it. After handling things here, he'd have to deal with Dr. Cui as well. As he spoke, Lee Sun sat down. Placing his hands on the keyboard, he began a flurry of rapid-fire keystrokes. Everything else seems fine, but this part. The data here is definitely problematic. We need to verify it immediately. I suspect environmental factors may have influenced it. When conducting this test, remember to completely clear the area. And here the upper and lower layer data don't match. It was transcribed incorrectly. This entire section needs to be redone. Here, and here the most prone areas for errors. Sure enough, problems have surfaced. This pressure is the material S. Pay attention to the underlying cushion layer, it disperses some of the load. Oh, and when selecting a new cushion layer, consider whether it might react with the material. Test this thoroughly, use every material available. Data, it's a bit messy. Look, like this, then like this, then like this, organize it. Lee Sun spoke while frantically typing on his computer. Everyone around him, including Lan Yun, was utterly bewildered. Lee Sun's speed was terrifyingly fast. It wasn't just about zoning out. If they spent even a second processing what he'd just done, they'd lose track of his rhythm. Fortunately, the computer logged every operation, and the session was recorded. Otherwise, after Lee Sun's frenetic work, at least 90% of the people present would have been utterly baffled by what he had actually done. Lan Yun's mouth hung open, her eyes filled with shock. What had Lee Sun been through? How had he become so skilled? He wasn't this tech-savvy before, was he? Even though this complex data was built based on his framework, how could he pinpoint the problem so quickly? 1,000 questions swirled in Lan Yun's mind, but she had no time to dwell on them. She had to keep up with Lee Sun's pace. Lee Sun kept pointing out flaws and proposing improvements. Seriously? Was that high cognitive bandwidth just for show? With this level of development, Lee Sun could grasp the essence of most existing systems at a glance. And this research was built upon Lee Sun's foundational work. If this weren't a state-level project requiring meticulous documentation, Lee Sun could single-handedly develop room-temperature superconducting materials within a week. Of course, to contemporary observers, the breakthroughs Lee Sun achieved in such a short time would seem like pure fabrication. Given current technological limitations, it would likely be incomprehensible. That's why Lee Sun chose this approach. He ensured everything aligned with current technological capabilities and followed standard scientific procedures. Moreover, Lee Sun's visit to the company this time was primarily for guidance and course correction. If 80% could be achieved in half a month, would the remaining 20% still require his intervention? Once matters with Old Fan were settled, this side would likely be wrapped up. Once he personally wraps things up later, using this material to deliver results for the nation, everything at Hongqi Company will be in order. Then I can focus entirely on my own projects. Alright, that's all for now. 15 minutes later, Lee Sun had identified all the issues and proposed a long list of modifications. For those 15 minutes, Lee Sun's hands and mouth never stopped moving. He turned to look at Lan Yun and Secretary Jean. Did you take notes? Lan Yun snapped back to attention and nodded. Yes, I have. Her hands were empty. Yes, she was committing it all to memory. Secretary Jean, however, pulled out a voice recorder. Got it. Lee Sun looked at Lan Yun and smiled softly. Impressive memory. Later, print out the requirements I outlined in the first major section, subsection 38 of the material analysis, along with the data I revised, and distribute them to the responsible parties. With that, Lee Sun stood up and walked straight out of the company. Lan Yun was stunned. How could she not know this was Lee Sun testing her? Or rather, he was criticizing her. As a meticulous researcher, how could she rely solely on memorization? At the very least, you should have a notebook, right? Chapter 201, Play Him for a Fool. Lan Yun felt like crying. She wanted to take notes, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. As a researcher, she had that awareness. But whoever saw the chief researcher barge in without a word and ramble on for 15 minutes straight? That speech rate could totally conquer China's hip-hop. How was anyone supposed to take notes? While Lan Yun stood there dumbfounded, Secretary Jean waved the voice recorder in her hand like it was a trophy. Seeing this, Lan Yun acted swiftly, snatching it away. You were prepared for this, why didn't you tell me? We agreed on fair competition, this is one-sided information asymmetry. I need this recorder for research. Lan Yun first reprimanded her, then gave her a reason she couldn't refuse. Secretary Jean shrugged indifferently and pulled another voice recorder from her pocket. Carrying a recorder is basic secretary etiquette. And I can assure you, this was a complete surprise, I wasn't prepared. A voice recorder? No, I've got backup models 1 through 6 right here. With that, Secretary Jean strode away arrogantly in her high heels. She was heading back to the office upstairs, but she decided to follow Lee Sun's direction out first. Though she had no idea what Li Sun was rushing off to do, she intended to make it look like she was following him just to show Lan Yun what it meant to have the advantage of proximity. Worst case, she could always go back. Lan Yun wouldn't know whether Li Sun had actually spoken to her or not. Watching Secretary Jean leave, Lan Yun felt utterly speechless. Likewise, she had no idea what had Li Sun so flustered. But for now, continuing her research was paramount. Print out that document Mr. Li mentioned earlier. Lan Yun ordered directly, her memory a bit hazy. Her memory was sharp, but with such a massive amount of information, she could only recall it fully once she reached that specific step. Pulling it out of thin air now was simply too much to ask. However, after Lan Yun spoke, the researchers beside her exchanged glances. Clearly, they hadn't remembered it either. Lan Yun waved her hand helplessly and handed over the voice recorder. Check the surveillance footage, listen to the recordings, hurry, get moving. Hospital. It took Li Sun over half an hour to return here. Zhang Lan was still here watching over Dr. Cui. This doctor was definitely acting strange. Anyway, Zhang Lan had nothing else to do right now. Since he'd been present when taking on Old Fan's case, he might as well draft him into doing the grunt work. Keeping tabs on someone? That shouldn't be a problem for Zhang Lan. However, when Li Sun arrived at the hospital, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly speechless. Zhang Lan was standing right outside Dr. Cui's office door. Yep, that's exactly how he was staring at Dr. Cui. He was literally staring him down, giving him the evil eye. Li Sun was stunned. As a covert agent of China, was this how Zhang Lan understood surveillance? Ahem. On one side of the corridor, Li Sun cleared his throat twice. Zhang Lan spotted Li Sun, glanced once more toward Dr. Cui's office, and walked over to him. Once Zhang Lan was close enough, Li Sun immediately lowered his voice. Hey, buddy, is that how you judge people? We're only highly suspicious of Dr. Cui right now, we can't be certain. You don't need to stare at him like he's a criminal, do you? Besides, we need to catch him red-handed. How can he make a move if you're watching him like that? If he doesn't act, how will we find his slip-up? Li Sun fired off his complaints, but Zhang Lan shrugged indifferently. My approach isn't half bad, is it? Keep him on edge, and he'll slip up for sure. A clear conscience fears no accusation. If I keep watching him like this, he'll definitely panic if he's really a mole. Once he panics, he'll make mistakes. And when he makes mistakes, our chance will come. Zhang Lan explained with an innocent look, leaving Li Sun dumbfounded. What do you mean? Zhang Lan's reasoning, well, it actually made a shred of sense. The way Zhang Lan was staring now, forget Dr. Cui, even the regular nurses in this hospital would be staring themselves into a daze. Other doctors' offices had a steady stream of nurses and doctors coming and going. But at Dr. Cui's office, not a single soul had passed by in all this time. With Zhang Lan standing there like that, who would dare go in? So, have you noticed anything? Li Sun changed the subject and asked directly. Zhang Lan remained calm as he stated plainly. No concrete evidence yet, but it's clear he's panicking. Li Sun froze again. Panic was visible? Zhang Lan glanced at Li Sun and continued. In his office, he made one call and received 5 others. 3 nurses and 1 doctor came to see him, but none of the interactions lasted longer than 5 minutes, all perfectly normal. What was unusual was that Dr. Cui entered his own restroom and stayed for 10 minutes. He had his phone with him, so he must have made a call. He used the restroom once, no bowel movement, but spent 3 minutes inside. He was right-handed. From the office door, I could see the right half of his desk. Since he primarily used his right hand, that side of his desk was relatively empty. Yet just half an hour ago, he piled documents on the right side and shifted his primary workspace to the left, precisely to avoid my line of sight. At this point, Li Sun interjected. If you're staring at me like that, I'd move too. The feeling of being stared at by a burly guy, ugh, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Zhang Lan waved his hand. No, it wasn't just that. He was talking really loudly on the phone, and some of what he said sounded like he was deliberately trying to make sure I heard it. I stood by the doorway and overheard him talking to a Dr. Lu and giving orders to 2 nurses. But listen, we've been standing here this whole time. Have you heard any other doctors in the offices talking on the phone this loudly? Li Sun froze again. Truth be told, you really could hear it. With his enhanced physical constitution and expanded brain capacity, Li Sun could pick up many sounds. He simply filtered out the unimportant ones, otherwise he'd have been driven mad long ago. But with normal human hearing, one wouldn't pick up the doctor's phone conversations. A hospital of this caliber had excellent soundproofing. So Dr. Cui really was panicking. Immediately after, Zhang Lan added another sentence. And I was standing right outside his door the whole time. He didn't say a single word to me. Hearing this, Li Sun was certain. Dr. Cui was absolutely panicking. He remembered their first meeting, Cui's imposing presence, his cocky demeanor. If he had nothing to hide, he would have stood his ground against Zhang Lan's intense stare. But now, he didn't. Li Sun nodded. Alright, let's test him. Chapter 202, Not Even Watching the Fun? Half an hour later. Dr. Cui's office floor in the hospital. This floor primarily housed VIP patient rooms and the offices of some of the top doctors. Usually, few people came here, unlike other floors bustling with constant foot traffic. But now, a girl glided gracefully up the staircase. This girl was someone Zhang Lan had sought out. Her real name was Wen, a figure within the ancient martial arts community. She usually handled dangerous undercover missions involving high-profile figures. Currently in a semi-retired phase of rebuilding her identity, Zhang Lan had summoned her. Li Sun's operation required her involvement. The moment when you reached the top of the stairs, she charged straight toward Zhang Lan, who stood outside Dr. Cui's door. Without any warning or hesitation, she swung her arm wide and delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Lan's face. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap. Li Sun, observing from the stairwell doorway, was stunned. Did people like Zhang Lan really play things this intensely? Just watching that slap made Li Sun's own face ache. Next, Wen Ye grabbed Zhang Lan by the collar and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Shang, you better explain yourself. You think you can just play around and then ditch me when I get pregnant? You ran off after I got pregnant, hiding in the hospital? If I didn't have friends here, I'd never have found you. Tell me, did that vixen seduce you again? Let me make this clear, I'm not initiating this divorce. You're leaving with nothing. Seeing Wen Ye like this, Zhang Lan played along without hesitation. He shoved Wen Ye away and kept backing up. You shrew. I'll divorce you if I have to. And you're pregnant? Who knows which bastard fathered that child? Let me be clear, Xiao Wei and I are already living together. If you don't want to be a cuckold, get moving and draft that divorce agreement. You're leaving with nothing. The house and car were all bought by me and registered under my name. Why should I walk away empty-handed? Get out. If you refuse to divorce me, then go ahead and wear your green hat with pride. Mark my words, as long as you don't divorce me, you won't get a single job. I'll have people follow you everywhere. Starve to death. Zhang Lan acted like he was dumping a hot potato, backing away step by step. Meanwhile, Wen Ye cursed and fought Zhang Lan, her demeanor indistinguishable from a street-brawling shrew. Amidst their struggle, heads peered out from every door and window on the floor. Yes, they were spectators. Chinese people, after all, must have their thrills. And it was precisely because China was safe. If this were in the US, people would probably have ducked for cover after all. Who knew which of these two might pull a Glock from their pocket? Man, there's always some drama to watch these days. What's going on this time? Never seen this guy before. That woman's pretty if she's cheating, what must the mistress look like? TSK, pass me the sunflower seeds. Almost every room had people peeking out to watch the show. This was exactly the commotion Li Sun wanted. And he saw it, no movement whatsoever in Dr. Chui's office. That doesn't make sense. Zhang Lan had mentioned earlier that Dr. Chui originally specialized in intensive care for teacher Fan, with a theoretical focus. Currently, there were no rare cases requiring his intervention, so Dr. Chui was relatively idle. Zhang Lan had watched him for an hour and a half, during which Dr. Chui had spent the entire time reading the newspaper. This proved he was idle. But now, with all this commotion outside, he's not even coming out to take a look? It's not like someone's blocking his door, there's no reason he shouldn't come out. This shows he's nervous, something more pressing is on his mind, making him extra cautious. He has no intention of dealing with unexpected events that don't directly involve him right now. Zhang Lan and the others' plan was to use this argument to lure Dr. Chui out, smash his phone. Then, with the help of Old Fan's people, they'd repair it and retrieve certain items. As Old Fan's personal physician, Dr. Chui had no legitimate reason to refuse such a request under normal circumstances. Refusal would itself be suspicious. Of course, regardless of his response, an investigation would follow. This way, Li Sun could remain completely uninvolved, relying solely on Old Fan's influence to resolve matters and avoid getting too deeply entangled. But now, clearly, the plan had failed. Dr. Chui simply wouldn't show up. Still, they had a next move. Seeing she couldn't get close to Zhang Lan, Wen Ye gave up immediately. The two continued their heated exchange while dragging each other back to Dr. Chui's door. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Ye kicked open Dr. Chui's office door. The office door wasn't locked during the day when someone was inside, so it gave way easily. Shang, you're something else. You're looking for my sister, huh? Well, I'll find you a big brother too. Let's see whose hat turns greener. Without pause, Wen Ye stormed inside. Before anyone could react, she pulled a note from her pocket and shoved it into Dr. Chui's hand without a word. Then she quickly lowered her voice and said very seriously. The organization sent me to assist you and take you to a safe location. I can't stay here long. That man at the door is from the Chinese Secret Service. Don't say a word to him. Call security quick. I need security to leave safely. There are still people from that old bastard's group here. They can't be allowed to hold me up. I'm risking exposure just to save you. Hurry. Do exactly as I say. Hearing Wen Ye's words, Dr. Chui froze in shock. Then he shouted urgently. Security! Security! The moment the shout ended, 3 or 4 security guards burst in and immediately dragged Wen Ye away. Struggling and screaming, Wen Ye cried out. Big brother, call me. Shang, I'm not done with you. Not done. You bastards, be gentle. You're hurting me. Believe me, I'll file a complaint against you. The hallway was now filled with onlookers. Zhang Lan was also being pushed by a security guard, heading downstairs with them. This woman is crazy. Zhang Lan muttered under her breath as she followed the others downstairs. Only then did Dr. Chui emerge from the door, discreetly slipping the note into his pocket. What kind of crazy woman is that? Everything's fine here. Make sure people like her never come up again. Dr. Chui feigned anger as he instructed the security guard maintaining order. With that, he returned to his room and shut the door. Li Sun, who had been observing nearby, followed them downstairs. Their task was complete. Fan Lao's ward. Fan Duo immediately informed Old Fan of the incident, but Old Fan merely smiled. Who cares about them? As long as they get things done. In matters like this, the process doesn't matter, only the outcome counts. Is Dr. Chui's family in Eagle Town? Chapter 203, Setting the Stage. Preparing to cast the net. No. 3 months ago, the entire family went to Maple Leaf Country for a short stay, saying they'd be there for half a year. Fan duo replied. Old fan nodded. Alright, let's see what that kid Lee Sun does. Just cooperate with him. Canada, really, isn't much different from the Eagle Nation. The whole world knows Canada is just the Eagle Nation's backyard, right? But old fan couldn't really say much about such matters. A doctor of Dr. Chui's caliber, his family isn't in the medical field, so they'd never be exposed to classified information. Given Dr. Chui's assets, it's understandable he'd send his family abroad even to settle permanently. Without concrete evidence, everything remains mere conjecture. And that evidence, well, that's where Lee Sun and his team come in. Downstairs, Zhang Lan's arranged personnel took over seamlessly. Wen Ye and Zhang Lan were taken to the station for mediation due to disrupting public order. Lee Sun had arrived with Zhang Lan, so he had to follow suit. However, upon arriving at the station, they were immediately assigned an interrogation room. Not for interrogation, but because the office space was insufficient and their work required discretion, so they were assigned to the interrogation room. As soon as they entered, Lee Sun began setting up equipment, while Wen Ye abruptly changed her tone and peeled off a high-density bionic mask from her face. That guy surnamed Chui definitely has something to hide. When I entered, he wasn't surprised, he was terrified. The listening device was already installed, no amateur would ever detect it. If your equipment is up to par, I should have already picked up Dr. Chui's cell signal. I also made sure he got the note I gave him. Wen Ye stated, and Lee Sun nodded in agreement. Lee Sun had made extensive preparations for this operation. The listening device, the note, and that signal collector. Lee Sun surmised that Dr. Chui must have made calls outside, and might even have contacted the people behind her. Breaking into the local signal network to investigate who Dr. Chui had contacted wouldn't be difficult. But this was a hospital, and it involved military affairs. If Lee Sun acted directly, it would likely cause panic. Therefore, Lee Sun decided to focus solely on Dr. Chui's phone. According to investigations, she possessed only one mobile device, a hospital requirement due to the military involvement, facilitating oversight. But in today's information society, there are simply too many diverse sources of data. Analyzing data from numerous sources would be too cumbersome and prone to errors. Thus, Wen Ye approached Dr. Chui to capture only the signals emanating from his immediate vicinity. As long as a phone was turned on, it emitted signals. The strongest signal near Dr. Chui, aside from the unified wireless network, would undoubtedly be Dr. Chui's own phone. By monitoring his phone, she could gather valuable information. Get ready. Zhang Lan will return to the hospital. Wen Ye, you stay put. Head to the location on the note and wait for him there. There are no cameras there, we can play hardball if we need to. Lee Sun sat down, operating the equipment as he spoke. Zhang Lan and Wen Ye nodded and left separately. Meanwhile, Lee Sun operated the equipment, tracking Dr. Chui's signal and relaying it through the system to Camilla across the ocean, instructing her to monitor it. Hospital. Dr. Chui sat alone in his office, unfolding the note. The note read, someone would soon contact him about a flying knife procedure. After receiving notification from the hospital, he was to go to a specific location where someone would meet him and escort him to a rescue helicopter. They would then rush him to another city at the fastest possible speed. He would then use this opportunity to leave China via another city. This flying knife invitation essentially meant Dr. Chui would be asked to perform a surgery at another hospital, one that wasn't particularly well equipped. Medical resources were unevenly distributed, yet complex cases and high-difficulty surgeries could arise anywhere. Thus, it became common for skilled doctors to travel during their off hours, using various means of transportation to provide support in areas with less developed medical facilities. This practice was known as flying knife. This practice was quite common. Dr. Chui, being a renowned physician, was no stranger to such engagements. Still, Dr. Chui couldn't help but wonder. Why didn't they call me? They told me to wait and stay calm, but weren't they moving a bit too fast? Dr. Chui wasn't a fool. He knew that something was fishy. Just a note, a beautiful woman he'd never seen before, and an address he'd never visited. This information alone wasn't enough to make him fully believe Wen Ye was sent by the organization. But he dared not contact the organization directly at this moment. The organization had given him fixed contact times, only during those periods could he call the liaison who had been in touch with him. So Dr. Chui could only wait. An hour later, Dr. Chui received news from the hospital. The note listed a hospital in the target city, requesting that their hospital send a doctor to perform the flying knife procedure. This assignment had fallen to Dr. Chui. However, Dr. Chui did not accept it immediately. He knew that with old fans' connections, setting up this scheme would be easy. So he made up an excuse, saying he would depart the next day, as he would be able to contact the liaison in 2 hours to confirm the details. The hospital had no grounds to refuse such a request. This type of surgery didn't require racing against the clock. A day or two's delay was perfectly acceptable. Moreover, it was evening, so Dr. Chui's decision to go the next day was perfectly reasonable. Meanwhile, Dr. Chui waited anxiously. Zhang Lan, who was monitoring Dr. Chui, immediately reported the situation to Lee Sun. Lee Sun, the man surnamed Chui, hasn't made a move. He likely distrusted the information relayed by Wen Ye, but he hadn't outright refused. From the command center, Lee Sun issued new orders. Continue surveillance. That's all. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. By now, it was the early hours of the next day. The hospital was quiet, even eerily so. Most room lights were off, with only medical equipment emitting soft beeps. Even the light in Dr. Chui's office was turned off. Yet he hadn't gone to sleep. Lying in bed, he absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone, constantly checking the time. Finally, the time arrived when he could contact his liaison. Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Chui dialed the number. Hello? It's me. It's somewhat urgent. I received a secret message from the organization instructing me to perform a flying knife operation in another city. Right now, I just need to confirm whether the organization truly issued such an order to me. Dr. Chui cut straight to the chase, voicing his doubts without beating around the bush. After about half a minute of silence on the other end, the response came immediately. There is no such order. This is their trap. Chapter 204, Tracking begins. They're playing a dangerous game. Police headquarters. Li Sun sat in the temporary command center. The moment Dr. Chui dialed the number, Camilla, on the other side of the ocean, instantly picked up the signal. Boss, the phone signal is active. I'm tracking it now. It's tricky to intercept. If we tap or eavesdrop, they'll detect that their equipment is top tier. Li Sun and Camilla were now connected via an ultra-secure video link established through the system. At that moment, Li Sun could see Camilla speaking while operating her computer. Alright, Camilla, you handle the Western Hemisphere. I'll cover the Eastern Hemisphere. As he spoke, Li Sun assisted her. With his expanded cognitive capacity, handling such matters was a breeze. Over the past few hours, Li Sun had rapidly absorbed relevant hacking knowledge, and now his tracking speed was on par with if not surpassing Camilla's. However, this signal was highly complex. As everyone knows, making a phone call involves a signal being relayed through base stations and signal towers to reach another receiving source, establishing an information pathway between the 2 points so that both parties can communicate in real time. But the call Dr. Chui was making now connected to hundreds of receiving points scattered across hundreds of locations worldwide. These signal nodes also interconnect with each other. 3 signal sources can link to form a pathway, 4 can link to form a pathway, and it's even possible for 100 signal sources to share a single pathway. In other words, under extreme conditions, this signal could potentially create over 1 million pathways to confuse and obscure its true destination. Yet the true signal travels through only one. The rest are all decoys. More crucially, the genuine source can repeatedly jump between these pathways. To simplify, if Dr. Chui's signal is designated as X, the true receiving source is Y, and hundreds of global virtual nodes is 1300. Then, the signal pathway could be XY, or it could be X15Y. Between X and Y, there are countless pathways. Moreover, Y can be any one of the 1300 nodes. While virtual nodes are involved, real nodes also exist, making investigation extremely difficult and impossible to rely solely on computers. This is not something that can be solved by pure computation or pure programming. It must be done manually, systematically examining each distinct signal source one by one until conquered. There are far too many. What on earth is this? This is way too much work. Camilla muttered under her breath as she worked. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She'd never encountered anything this difficult before. Encryption of this magnitude is only affordable for multinational corporations, military organizations, and nations. Li Sun added, continuing his work. Every second counts with this. If their call time is too brief and all signals vanish, even the most advanced tech won't track them down. Western Hemisphere, 56 countries ruled out. Temporarily pinpointing North America. Eastern Hemisphere, eliminate 128 countries. Temporarily lock onto Asia. Western Hemisphere, eliminate 47 countries. Temporarily lock onto Maple Leaf Nation. Eastern Hemisphere, eliminate 92 countries. Narrowed down to China, Central Asia, and South Asia. Western Hemisphere, all eliminated. South Asia is mine, the Eagles side has easier access there. Li Sun and Camilla continuously synchronized their progress. Finally, the location was narrowed down to the area between Central Asia, South Asia, and China. But just as they were about to finalize the last detail, all signals crashed. What's going on? Did they hang up? Camilla, who had been tracking the signals, suddenly stopped and froze. Li Sun shook his head. Worse than that. Even if they hung up, we could still use the real signal source we cracked to monitor them long-term, figure out who was exploiting them, and narrow down the possibilities. But this time, the other side proactively destroyed all real and virtual signal nodes. We'll have no trace to follow. Li Sun sighed softly, and Camilla tapped her head in frustration. This time, it was a failure and there was no chance of turning the tables. It was like a chain of 100 real people and 100 fakes passing information by word of mouth. These 200 people were actually conveying a single message, one that only 2 of them needed to know. Their message could not be intercepted. Because what Li Sun and his team sought wasn't the content of the message, but the senders and receivers themselves. Beyond the sender and receiver, the 198 human and dummy intermediaries were largely unaware they were relaying messages for others. But now, it seemed the other side had discovered something. They didn't just sever the channel, they killed all 199 of them. Yes, including the recipients themselves. In the world of signals, it's just the receiver's own SIM card. In that case, Li Sun would never find anyone. If all 200 people were still alive, even if the communication channels were cut off, Li Sun could trace who they had sent messages to and identify the most frequent contacts among them, further narrowing the scope. But now, they've overturned the pot, destroyed the evidence. Li Sun fell silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He quickly grabbed the command room phone and said, Zhang Lan, keep an eye on Dr. Chui and protect him. If things go south, get out of the hospital immediately. Wanya, leave your current location immediately and send people to the hospital. Police support will be provided here. Zhang Lan, get your guys to assist. Camilla, stay online at all times. Await my orders. Li Sun swiftly issued his orders. Because he suddenly realized the enemy had gone this far, destroying all signal nodes. Or rather, they had destroyed every signal node except Dr. Chui's. Having gone this far, would they not eliminate Dr. Chui? With Li Sun's command, all parties sprang into action. Zhang gathered some former brothers, took along police officers, and headed to meet up with Wen Ye. Li Sun also rushed off to the hospital. He was certain Dr. Chui would die. Therefore, he wanted to rescue Dr. Chui immediately, hoping to extract information from him. After all, someone of Dr. Chui's caliber had defected, and it was only because of him that the operation hadn't been compromised. This was highly improbable. Li Sun had reason to suspect that within Huaxia, there were traitors holding positions even higher than Dr. Chui's. Such individuals must be swiftly exposed. Every day he remained in Huaxia meant one more day of danger for the organization. Li Sun's team sprang into action immediately. Meanwhile, over 100 mobile phone users worldwide experienced their devices exploding inexplicably. These individuals span all walks of life from the impoverished to the affluent. If Li Sun were present, he would recognize that the cause of the explosions was abnormal battery discharge triggering the devices. So, who could possibly control abnormal battery discharge? Chapter 205, Kill the donkey after using it. There was no such command. This is their trap. At the hospital, Dr. Chui felt a flicker of panic upon hearing those two sentences. But more than that, he felt the relief of having narrowly escaped death. Had he not anticipated their move, he would likely be in the hands of the Chinese police by now. What should I do? Dr. Chui asked. Yet, unseen by him, the middle-aged man on the other end of the line pointed at the phone, then made a throat-slitting gesture at his own neck before gesturing toward the clock. The meaning was clear: the person who called him must be eliminated now. Those nearby witnessed this, nodded, and immediately went to make arrangements. This man was already under suspicion by the Chinese police. He absolutely couldn't be left alive. They couldn't risk exposing more people behind him for the sake of one individual. After completing these actions, the middle-aged man continued speaking to Dr. Chui. You're already under suspicion. I'll arrange for someone to evacuate you. I'll notify you before the evacuation. Now, tell me quickly what exactly happened earlier. The middle-aged man stated directly. Then, Dr. Chui began to speak in a low voice. But in truth, the middle-aged man couldn't care less about what Dr. Chui had experienced. He knew Dr. Chui hadn't exposed him yet, and the Huaxia side hadn't suspected him either. But that might not last. Therefore, Dr. Chui must die now, the sooner, the better. The middle-aged man cared not a whit for such a man's life or death. Let him go after Old Fan. He was essentially a suicide agent anyway. Even if he did succeed in eliminating Old Fan, he'd be whisked away to some other location and secretly disposed of. Moreover, he hasn't killed Old Fan yet and is now under suspicion. Therefore, he must die. Questioning him now is merely to confirm his presence at the hospital. Keeping him here makes it easier to find someone to eliminate him. Dr. Chui continued his explanation over there, while the middle-aged man merely responded with non-committal grunts. Meanwhile, a plot to assassinate Dr. Chui was already being hatched. Soon, the plan was finalized, and the middle-aged man's secretary entered. Sir, it's all set. The middle-aged man shielded the phone receiver and nodded. The secretary said, have that Chui fellow go to the bus stop closest to the hospital, the one across the street. The middle-aged man nodded, about to speak to Dr. Chui, when the secretary interrupted. Sir, I must remind you our signal is being tracked. We can't say too much to him. We can hold out for 3 more minutes at most. After that, our location may be compromised. The middle-aged man nodded again. Understood. After speaking, the middle-aged man released the receiver, no longer listening to Dr. Chui, and addressed him directly. Dr. Chui, comrade. I understand the situation. No need for further discussion. Proceed immediately to the street opposite your hospital's rear entrance and wait. Someone will escort you out. I'll be waiting for you at Eden. Right now. Don't delay. Dr. Chui responded immediately upon hearing this. Got it. See you at Eden. Dr. Chui replied excitedly before hanging up immediately. On the other end, the middle-aged man handed the phone to his secretary after ending the call. Have the organization sever this connection completely. Just report the final outcome to me. The secretary took the phone. Understood. The moment you hung up, the organization sprang into action. Everything is under control. And just like that, the entire communication network was destroyed. At the Eagles Information Center, a string of code was entered, obliterating the entire communication network linking to Dr. Chui. Li Sun's side lost track of the target. At the hospital, Zhang Lan received news from Li Sun, while Dr. Chui received word from the middle-aged man on the other end of the line. Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Chui grabbed only his phone and a small backpack, then dashed out into the night. As for his possessions, he cared little. His true wealth, the money earned from espionage activities, had long been secretly transferred. His meager hospital salary was mere pennies compared to that sum. However, no sooner had he stepped outside than Dr. Chui was stopped by Zhang Lan. Dr. Chui, it's the middle of the night. Where are you going without resting? Dr. Chui replied impatiently, his expression hurried. I'm going to perform a flying knife procedure. You should know about it. A set of high-end surgical instruments just arrived, so I got up early to receive them and rush over for the surgery. I don't care who you are. This is a matter of life and death, don't block my way. Dr. Chui hardened his tone again. But he was facing Zhang Lan. Beyond his off-the-charts combat prowess, Zhang Lan had one defining trait: stubbornness. When it came to a mission, he would stop at nothing to complete it. No way. My job is to keep an eye on you. Wherever you go, I have to get approval from above before I can make a decision. Dr. Cui couldn't push Zhang Lan away, and his face darkened. Who the hell are you to watch me? What have I done? Get lost. Zhang Lan stood firmly in front of him. Zhang Lan surmised that if Dr. Cui went out now, he would either escape or die. Neither outcome was acceptable to Zhang Lan. Therefore, it was best to block his path. Never mind who I am. I won't let you leave. Zhang Lan's stance was unwavering, leaving Dr. Cui speechless. After a moment of standoff, Dr. Cui's eyes darted around, and he pulled his phone from his pocket. Fine, I'll make a call. You should check with your supervisor too. Don't hang around here late at night, you're disturbing the patients. Come to my office. With that, Dr. Cui began dialing while walking toward his office. Suddenly, just as he reached the doorway, Dr. Cui shifted his body, preparing for a surprise attack, and lunged past Zhang Lan's side. But who was Zhang Lan? Would he let a frail doctor slip away? Trying to get away, are you? Zhang Lan executed a sweeping hand technique, instantly blocking Dr. Cui's path. Yet Zhang Lan had ultimately underestimated Dr. Cui. With a sinister grin, Dr. Cui opened his palm to reveal a small syringe. Earlier, while Zhang Lan had him pinned, Dr. Cui had already jabbed the syringe into Zhang Lan's body. The needle was so fine, and Zhang Lan's full attention was on Dr. Cui, that he hadn't noticed the doctor's deft maneuver. Now, Zhang Lan finally realized what had happened, but it was too late. You little bastard, I'll. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Lan's eyes snapped shut, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Dr. Cui tossed the syringe aside and quickly left. The syringe contained a potent anesthetic. By law, anesthetics like this were strictly controlled by the state. Not even a doctor, let alone a hospital director, could obtain or use them freely. But Dr. Cui had connections to that mysterious organization. If they could get their hands on viruses, a little powerful anesthetic was no big deal. Dr. Cui swiftly exited the hospital through the back door. Glancing up, he spotted a black Mercedes parked at the bus stop across the street. There lay freedom. Chapter 206, covering up the evidence. That is Eden. The organization had promised that once he completed his mission, he could go to Eden. That Eden was paradise. There, he could live a life of idyllic bliss, possessing whatever he desired, and spend his days free from worry. That was Dr. Cui's dream. Dr. Cui was overcome with excitement, his footsteps lightening unconsciously. Meanwhile, Wanyet and the backup police were still on their way. Ha! Eden, here I come. Why endure hardship here when a better life awaits? The one who pays the most is king. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Dr. Cui strode briskly across the street, muttering to himself. He could already picture his blissful life in Eden. Meanwhile, the black Mercedes lowered its window, as if welcoming Dr. Cui's arrival. Dr. Cui lifted his foot, glanced both ways, and crossed the street directly. Just as he reached the middle of the road. Beep, buzz. Before Dr. Cui could react, a box truck honked frantically and barreled straight toward him. Crash. Without the slightest deviation, the van struck Dr. Cui squarely. In Dr. Cui's eyes, the van seemed to be deliberately charging straight at him. Squeal, squeal. After hitting Dr. Cui, the van showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, it accelerated further, dragging Dr. Cui under its wheels as it crushed and dragged him along, crashing into the rear wall of the hospital by the roadside. Duong. Thud. The van slammed into the wall, the immense impact lifting the entire vehicle off the ground. Dr. Cui, who had been dragged and crushed beneath it, was briefly exposed before the van crashed back down heavily onto him. By this point, Dr. Cui was little more than a mangled mass of flesh. A long trail of blood and splattered flesh, a mix of colorful and grayish-white human tissue, stretched over 100 meters across the road. Whoosh! The box truck, now crushing Dr. Cui, erupted into a raging inferno. Moreover, it was loaded with high-concentration medical alcohol. The cargo compartment ruptured, spilling the alcohol, which instantly spread into a fire covering hundreds of square meters. The person in the black Mercedes, likely startled by the danger, hurriedly got out of the car. After glancing around frantically, they dialed both the police and fire departments. But the flames were spreading, and he dared not approach to look. Hospital security personnel emerged to evacuate nearby buildings and control the scene. Meanwhile, Wanya and her team finally arrived, though belatedly. But they couldn't even get near the fire. Under such intense flames, whatever was inside would likely be reduced to ashes. Li Sun were probably too late. Wanya reported the situation. Li Sun on the other end of the line sounded resigned. Someone had already called the police, and he was aware of it. Though the caller didn't know if there were casualties, Li Sun was certain Dr. Cui was already dead. Fan Duo found Zhang Lan not unconscious but saw no sign of Dr. Cui. From that moment, Li Sun knew Dr. Cui must be dead. I know. Secure the scene and confirm if it's Dr. Cui. As soon as Li Sun finished speaking, Wanya replied. It is Dr. Cui. I asked the guard at the back gate, and he said the accident happened right after Dr. Cui left. Li Sun paused briefly. Secure the scene. Keep a close eye on the person who called the police. Right away. The situation at the scene was brought under control. The fire spread over thousands of square meters around the hospital's rear entrance. The fire department arrived immediately, but even after 10 minutes of containment efforts by the hospital's internal security, it still took over half an hour to bring the blaze under control. Under such intensity, no one could have survived the blaze. Through surveillance footage from the hospital's rear entrance and relevant records from the freight company, it was confirmed that the driver was a freight driver named Wang Jun, and the person struck was Dr. Cui. All evidence points to a clear chain of events. Preliminary tests confirmed that Wang Jun had driven under the influence of alcohol, violating traffic regulations and causing this severe accident. Both Wang Jun and Dr. Cui were burned beyond recognition. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary traffic accident. But Li Sun never believed in coincidences. The road behind the hospital was typically only used by delivery trucks bringing supplies to the hospital. Except for emergencies, all deliveries were made during the day. Wang Jun had a drinking problem, but he had never driven under the influence before. He had a throat injury that left him unable to speak, and he always kept to himself. He had no parents, no children. Li Sun couldn't believe that such a man would happen to be drunk driving while making a delivery today. And what he was delivering? Alcohol, to this very hospital. It just so happened to be Dr. Cui's departure time. And with uncanny precision, on a street where only one vehicle was moving, he collided head-on with Dr. Cui, the only person to leave the hospital in the past 2 hours whose vehicle was coincidentally carrying alcohol. It was all too coincidental, too implausible. But all evidence at the scene was destroyed, with only the surveillance footage capturing the entire incident. From the footage, it appears to be an accident. As for eyewitnesses, there was only the person who called the police from the Mercedes. As for the hospital security guard, he had gone to bed early. After letting Dr. Cui out, he didn't watch the area outside until Dr. Cui was struck, which fully roused him. Surveillance footage from all angles completely rules out the guard's involvement. The only remaining physical evidence is Dr. Cui's phone. When he was struck, the phone flew out of his hand. Though damaged by the impact, it wasn't burned and could still be recovered. Therefore, while police specialists examined Dr. Cui's phone for evidence, Li Sun, Wenya, and Fan Duo were already interviewing the person who called the police. As for Zhang Lan, he had been administered a potent anesthetic. Although medication had been used to counteract it, he still required time to recover. Li Sun and Fan Duo sat at the table, with Wenya taking notes, while the caller sat across from them. Name? Fan Duo asked directly. The caller answered naturally, Zhang Yi. Fan Duo continued his questioning. We know you made the call, but what were you doing driving a luxury car to the hospital's back entrance late at night? Fan Duo's tone held no warmth, for this matter concerned the life and death of old Master Fan. To him, every suspicious person now seemed like a potential culprit worsening the old man's condition. Zhang Yi was clearly startled and hurried to explain. Officer, it was just a coincidence. My mother is in the hospital. I've been here for 15 days straight. During that time, I had business dinners to attend. I had to leave my wife here to watch over her while I went to those events. My wife doesn't let me drink too much, but you know how it is business meetings. How can you talk business without having a few drinks? Chapter 207, could it really just be an accident? So, I had the driver park outside the hospital. If anything urgent came up, I could rush in immediately. When there's nothing urgent, I'll catch some sleep in the car to sober up. It was too late to go upstairs and disturb them. Cars and people kept passing by the front gate, so I parked at the back entrance instead. As he spoke, Zhang Yi pulled a business card from his jacket pocket. He held it out respectfully with both hands toward Li Sun and the others. As the current reporting party, though both Li Sun and Fan Duo harbored suspicions about him, they couldn't take measures to restrain him without concrete evidence. Thus, he still enjoyed considerable freedom of movement. Oh, right, I'm the owner of Jingyi Culture Company, Limited, my own little company. The people I had dinner with last night were some old friends. I've got records of our business meetings saved on my phone. The company name? That's just me being sarcastic. I really don't have much education, just a junior high diploma. Also, we dined at Dongbei Renjia restaurant, the one next to number 5 middle school on Jianxi Road. I frequent that place. 8 of us drank 6 gin of baijiu and 2 bottles of red wine. The receipt should be with my driver. Any other questions? Zhang Yi said with an innocent look on his face. Hearing this, there seemed to be absolutely no problem at all. Moreover, Zhang Yi had practically answered every question Li Sun and the others might have had. Li Sun and Fan Duo exchanged glances. After hearing Zhang Yi's lengthy explanation, they genuinely didn't know what else to ask. Fan Duo nodded to Li Sun, who then turned to Zhang Yi and asked. You're quite familiar with it, aren't you? I haven't even asked, and you've already told us everything. Did you prepare this before coming? Facing Li Sun's question, Zhang Yi gave an awkward smile. Well, you know. I was disciplined once before. For eating dumplings without soy sauce. Ha! After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the other 3 present exchanged bewildered glances. Could that really get you in trouble? Zhang Yi continued. I'm from the south, so I don't eat dumplings often. I like dipping them in ketchup. When we were eating, the table next to us said we should use soy sauce. I'd had a few drinks, got heated in the argument, and things got physical. That's how I ended up here once before they even detained me for 10 days. Zhang Yi explained. Fan Duo and Li Sun exchanged glances again. This time, they truly had nothing more to ask. Li Sun glanced at Wenya, who signaled she had taken notes. He then addressed Zhang Yi. Alright, that's all for now. We'll verify the details. If nothing comes up, we'll notify you to return. After that, Li Sun and his team verified the details Zhang Yi had provided, and everything matched his account. Zhang Yi's movements and actions were entirely plausible, so he would be released shortly. Meanwhile, repairs to Dr. Cui's phone were being expedited. However, no particularly useful information was uncovered from Dr. Chui's phone. It only confirmed his connection to foreign forces and that he had obtained prohibited viruses and drugs with their assistance. It also proved he was the one who assassinated Old Fan. Yet, the identity of the foreign country behind these forces, who was leading them, and who Dr. Chui was in contact with remained completely unknown. In the makeshift office, Fan Duo turned to Li Sun. "Brother Li, what's the plan? My grandfather is waiting for an answer." Li Sun sighed helplessly. There really wasn't a single lead to go on. "Step outside for a moment. I need to think. See if there's anything we overlooked before. If I can't figure it out, I'll have to go talk to Teacher Fan." Hearing Li Sun's words, Fan Duo nodded. He understood Li Sun. No matter who the foreign forces were, anyone capable of orchestrating such a grand scheme wouldn't let Li Sun uncover it so easily. Dr. Chui might not be at the absolute pinnacle of his field, but he was certainly beyond the reach of ordinary people. To have Dr. Chui serve so wholeheartedly, such a person must be extraordinary. Alright, this is the only way forward. Catching Dr. Chui this time was essentially cutting our losses. Li Sun nodded. It certainly was. But what the enemy is doing now could also be considered cutting their losses. Fan Duo stepped out and Li Sun sat down. Li Sun still had no leads, as there were virtually no clues. Moreover, Li Sun could sense that their adversaries were exceptionally powerful. Therefore, he intended to seek assistance from Xianidian. This Zheng Yi. Li Sun sensed something off about him. Though his story was flawless, the problem was precisely that it was too flawless. "Come on." Li Sun silently chanted in his mind, retrieving the spinning turtle from the classic of mountains and seas. But once it was out, Li Sun didn't know how to ask. He couldn't just blurt out, "Who's the mastermind behind all this?" After all, the more information he had, the more accurate the spinning turtle's deductions would be. Currently, the only lead was Dr. Chui, and that trail had gone cold. If he forced the spinning tortoise to make a prediction without context, it would likely yield nothing. If it could produce results under such circumstances, the spiral turtle would truly be a causality law artifact capable of predicting the future. Li Sun paused, then voiced his question. "Wang Jun, Zheng Yi, Dr. Chui, security guard Fan Duo who was controlled by foreign forces?" Yes, Li Sun had added Fan Duo to the list. Given the circumstances, Li Sun had reason to suspect anyone close to Old Fan. As Li Sun posed his question, the spinning turtle slowly began to glow. This time, it wasn't pure speculation, but the information was still scarce. Especially when it came to human choices and thoughts, these were the hardest things to predict. Unlike the previous prediction of a person's location where buildings are relatively fixed structures, and Li Sun even had architectural blueprints to work with, determining someone's position was straightforward. Now, it was almost entirely guesswork. Li Sun could distinctly sense a noticeable lag in the spinning turtle's calculations. 5 names appeared on the spinning tortoise. It was through this device that Li Sun learned the name of the security guard at the gate. But it doesn't matter, the security guard's name was instantly ruled out. In other words, after Xian Gui stopped speculating, the remaining individuals were those controlled by foreign forces. Li Sun kept watching. Shortly after the security guard's name vanished, Fan Duo's name disappeared next. A little while later, the name of Zheng Yi, the person who reported the incident, also vanished. Li Sun was somewhat surprised by this outcome, though not overly shocked. Then came the name of truck driver Wang Jun. Li Sun was genuinely surprised. Could it be that Wang Jun was truly innocent? Could it be that this was all just an accident? With so many bizarre coincidences, wasn't this an assassination attempt on Dr. Chui orchestrated by foreign forces? However, the next result left Li Sun utterly dumbfounded. What? Li Sun couldn't help but exclaim aloud. For he saw that Dr. Chui's name had vanished from the spinning turtle as well. But Dr. Chui had clearly been proven guilty. Chapter 208, the situation grows dire, undercurrents swirl. Ha? The spinning turtle is broken? Disposable? 180 question marks instantly flashed through Li Sun's mind. He could accept it for anyone else, but Dr. Chui? That was hard evidence. Acquiring illegal drugs, murdering Old Fan, these were all factual evidence found on Dr. Chui's phone. Surveillance confirmed that phone truly belonged to Dr. Chui. Could it be? Dr. Chui was framed too? Something didn't add up. Dr. Chui is no genius, but he's certainly no fool. With a security presence around Old Fan, Dr. Chui would never have been framed without knowing anything about it. At this stage, there must be a mole. Li Sun had a rough idea of Fan Duo's movements. He couldn't possibly have come into contact with the viruses in Old Fan's possession. All signs point to Dr. Chui deliberately plotting against Old Fan. But now, the spiral turtle had ruled him out? Chaos swirled in Li Sun's mind as he stared at Xian Gui, utterly perplexed. But soon, Li Sun noticed something amiss. He pressed again. Wang Jun, Zheng Yi, Dr. Chui, the security guard, Fan Duo who was directly or indirectly controlled by the Illuminati? After the question, the spinning turtle began to turn once more. The security guard and Fan Duo were ruled out from the very beginning. Then, within a minute, the distinctive glow of the spinning tortoise faded. This signaled that the spinning tortoise had completed its operation. At this moment, the names of Wang Jun, Zheng Yi, and Dr. Chui remained displayed. Sure enough. Li Sun pumped his fist. He had guessed correctly. Wang Jun and Zheng Yi were definitely involved too. The reason the spinning turtle couldn't provide an answer earlier was because Li Sun had asked the wrong question. Li Sun had asked about foreign forces. But considering these two questions together, it also proved from another angle. China had also been infiltrated by the Illuminati. Moreover, the Illuminati faction within China has likely grown into a major branch organization. When handling certain matters, it no longer needs to rely on the support of overseas Illuminati forces. Having reached this stage, the Illuminati's influence within China must be deeply entrenched. With this realization, Li Sun pulled out his phone and dialed Camilla. Camilla, before we lost the tracking signal, how far had you gotten with your investigation? Without hesitation, Camilla replied immediately. We finished screening the Middle East and were about to move on to Central Asia and South Asia. Li Sun nodded and ended the call. Camilla didn't say much more either. She knew Li Sun was deeply invested in this matter, and she understood that offering whatever assistance she could was enough. After all, Li Sun had done her a huge favor. On his end, Li Sun hung up and began reviewing the situation. North and South America were done. I checked Europe and the White Bear region, Africa, and Oceania too. Southeast Asia was also done. Only South Asia, Central Asia, and China remained. To achieve this level of capability, the region must be either a high-priority area where operations are otherwise difficult or possess significant military strength to sustain such advanced capabilities. Then there's the cultural, technological, and technical aspects. Li Sun murmured to himself, mentally eliminating one location after another. Finally, he arrived at the only possible location. Kashmir. This disputed territory between India and Pakistan also hosts nearby Chinese military bases. If it was an internal threat, the most likely culprit would be the garrison there. But that was as far as his speculation went. China maintained a significant troop presence there, and numerous locations remained unchecked. Li Sun could only speculate that the Chinese Illuminati faction wouldn't directly orchestrate such an operation from within the homeland's heartland. But that's no guarantee. If the Illuminati's influence within China is strong enough, they might just dare to stir trouble deep within its territory. The situation was grim, with dark currents churning beneath the surface. Li Sun gave a wry smile, stowed away the spinning turtle, and pushed open the door to step out. Fan Duo was waiting at the doorway. Li Sun patted his shoulder and said, "Keep a discreet watch on Zhang Yi. You might uncover something." Fan Duo nodded and agreed immediately. Though no concrete evidence existed yet, Fan Duo would pursue to the end anyone who harmed old Fan or might be connected to it. Given Fan's capabilities and standing, discreetly monitoring someone posed no difficulty. Fan Duo reached out and patted Li Sun on the shoulder. "Let's go see what my grandfather has to say. He's in much better shape now. He knows far more than we do." Early morning. The entire incident unfolded swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Wenya completed her mission and returned to her normal life. Li Sun and Fan Duo both spent the night awake. Zhang Lan, however, slept soundly. The anesthetic effects hadn't worn off yet. While Fei Yi could forcibly wake Zhang Lan, it might cause him some harm, so Li Sun chose not to use Fei Yi. After all, Zhang Lan had felt no sense of involvement in the latter half of this incident. At that moment, Li Sun and Fan Duo were discussing aspects of the incident outside the hospital room, waiting for old Fan to wake up. The military and relevant departments had already taken full control of all follow-up matters from the police. The medical system, working in coordination with the military, would begin investigating the used syringe of potent anesthetic discarded by Dr. Cui, hoping to uncover any leads. Given the extensive implications of this substance, even Fan Duo couldn't casually intervene, so Li Sun also chose not to participate in the subsequent proceedings. At the hospital's rear entrance, local police were clearing the scene and maintaining order. The military and relevant authorities had already removed all valuable evidence and the body. Zhang Yi's car pulled up to the front entrance. Zhang Yi ate breakfast as usual, instructing his driver to move the car to avoid blocking traffic and getting ticketed. He then purchased meals from the hospital cafeteria for his mother and wife inside the facility. But inside the car, where no one could see or hear them, Zhang Yi told his driver, "Get the information up as quickly as possible. Both individuals are dead. Dr. Cui's phone has been repaired." Aside from the information on the phone, there is no immediate risk of exposure. The Huaxia military has taken over. The driver nodded. After Zhang Yi exited the vehicle, he parked it and headed to his usual breakfast spot. Actually, Zhang Yi had been near the hospital for quite some time, which is why the police couldn't find any inconsistencies in his alibi. Zhang Yi's mission extended beyond merely reporting the murder of Dr. Cui. More importantly, he was to monitor Dr. Cui. His mother had been hospitalized a month earlier, and he had arrived near the hospital a month prior. Half a month ago, he received his fourth assignment in 10 years with the organization, to monitor Dr. Cui. Yet Dr. Cui had only begun his activities a few days prior. Chronologically speaking, Zhang Yi had absolutely no grounds for suspicion whatsoever. Chapter 209, We Have Always Been at War. At this moment, somewhere in China. This was a place so heavily shielded from technology that even satellites were blocked. Without specific clearance, one couldn't even access satellite maps of the area. To all but 1 in 1,000 people worldwide, this place simply did not exist. The middle-aged man who had received Dr. Cui's call last night woke up and stretched comfortably. In truth, the sky here was still dark. He had simply adapted to the mainland China schedule. Given the harsh climate here and the limited window for outdoor work, which coincided perfectly with his routine, he saw no reason to change. After washing up and eating breakfast, his secretary came to report. "Commander, Dr. Cui is dead. His body was destroyed to eliminate evidence. Chinese police only recovered a charred corpse. His phone was seized by Chinese police, but we can confirm it contained no useful information. However, the National Health Commission and State Security have requested our assistance in investigating a batch of drugs. That Chui individual improperly used them and failed to destroy them afterward, exposing a trace. The secretary outlined the latest developments. The middle-aged man puffed on his cigarette, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Assistance? We'll assist. Notify everyone to cooperate fully and exert maximum effort. Isn't Nuobi in the Golden Triangle a thorn in our side? Figure out a way to divert this matter over there. This is our golden opportunity to eliminate him at minimal cost. For the final operation, we'll just send a few commanders over." The secretary pulled out a notepad to jot down the instructions, then turned back to the middle-aged man. "Commander, during this incident, the two individuals who previously appeared in the Eagle incident, the ones who blew up the aviation center, have resurfaced. One is Zhang Lan. The other is Li Sun, chairman of a small company called Red Flag, a visiting professor and senior advisor at the China Aerospace Administration. No other background." Listening to the secretary, the middle-aged man stroked his chin. "Zhang Lan is one thing. The Zhang family and their ally clans are as solid as a rock. After all these years, they finally produced such a talent. Touch him, and those old men would tear the heavens apart to hunt down the culprit. As for Li Sun, figure out a way to eliminate him. And make it quick." The secretary nodded and continued questioning. "What about Old Fan's side?" The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, chuckling softly. "Old Fan is cautious and ruthless. If it doesn't work the first time, there absolutely won't be a second. He's the type who never stumbles twice in the same place. Let's shift focus. We've fought for centuries, spanning dozens of generations. One decrepit old man won't make a difference. Oh, and get me 2 bottles of good liquor, the specially aged kind." Hospital room. Old Fan had regained consciousness and finished his breakfast. Li Sun, accompanied by Fan Duo, entered the room. Old Fan's complexion looked much better than last night. "Dr. Chui is dead?" Old Fan gestured toward the nearby stool and asked casually. Li Sun sat down and nodded. "Yes. Early this morning, he was hit by a tanker truck carrying alcohol. There was essentially nothing left of him." Old Fan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "The real war is far more terrifying than you can imagine." With that, Old Fan waved his hand. Fan Duo nodded and walked out, resigned. After Fan Duo left, Old Fan turned to Li Sun and spoke softly. "Li Sun, is it? I'm sorry, but there are some things I can only discuss with you. Because I believe your ability to handle crises far surpasses Xiao Duo's." As he spoke, Old Master Fan tried to sit up, propping himself up. Li Sun stepped forward to help him, but Fan Lao gently pushed him away, insisting on sitting up by himself. "Ha, I can still manage. That medical device of yours is truly remarkable. To recover this much in just one day, given my condition, it's more than enough. I want to handle many things myself, not out of stubbornness, but to understand my own body. Only when I have complete confidence in my body can I unleash its full potential." Li Sun nodded as Old Fan continued. "As I said before, little Li, I don't want to know who you are, and you don't have to tell me. I know what you've accomplished in Eagle Town. Now you've saved my life. So as long as what you do is for the good of China, I'll always support you." Hearing this, Li Sun felt considerably reassured. Fan Lao's words were like a reassuring pill for Li Sun. Li Sun had always needed someone with absolute clout to back him up within China's highest echelons of power. Now, Old Fan was precisely that person. After all, Li Sun's arms-dealing business was inherently a venture that would collapse if exposed. If China ever decided to hold him accountable or take action, Li Sun would have no way out. Even if China wanted to protect him, the global pressure would be impossible to withstand. But with Old Fan on his side, even if the entire world applied pressure, and even Old Fan himself couldn't withstand it. But with Old Fan in the picture, he could at least conceal Li Sun's activities when necessary, delaying the moment when China and Li Sun would have to bear this pressure. By the time Li Sun develops superior equipment to enhance his capabilities and contribute to the nation, and China can effortlessly withstand global pressure, none of this will matter anymore. "Fan Lao, thank you. We're indebted to you." Li Sun expressed his gratitude. Old Fan smiled, patted Li Sun's shoulder, and spoke softly. "Little Li, you're a talent. And I can assure you, you've already been drawn into the vortex." As Old Fan spoke these words, Li Sun nodded. Indeed, Li Sun had long been caught in the whirlpool. The Middle East conflict, the Illuminati, the hawkish military faction, and that peculiar Moro civilization. Li Sun had tangled with far too many forces. He himself was fighting on 2 fronts within China: a company director, a visiting professor, and an underground arms lord. That was a massive whirlpool. Old Fan didn't look at Li Sun as he continued. "Truth be told, we have always been at war. An ordinary person might feel the threat of war constantly closing in. But once you step into the vortex, you realize that everyone in the world, even newborn infants, is already caught up in it." Li Sun nodded again. "Indeed. The international landscape shifts like shifting clouds, with nations clashing over competing interests. Economy, culture, population, trade, technology, education, territory, sovereignty, dignity. All of these things can be considered war. In fact, Li Sun felt that wars involving hot weapons and soldiers were the simplest form of warfare among them all. Because its criteria are straightforward. It's a matter of life and death. Yet it is also the most effective, yielding results in the shortest time. Other forms of warfare, however, persist almost constantly. Chapter 210, 1 of 50. Xiao Duo was still young. Many things were beyond his comprehension, or perhaps he simply hadn't experienced them yet. That's why I sent him out. You're young too, but I always feel you're much more mature than Xiao Duo. Do you understand what I just said? Old Fan looked at Li Sun, who nodded firmly. I understand. Li Sun also understood Old Fan's well-intentioned advice. Indeed, compared to himself, Fan Duo was still quite young. Youthful drive is a good thing, but such a temperament can easily lead to setbacks. Struggle, or war, was always brutal. Especially in wars fought without bloodshed where the currents are treacherous and unpredictable, where one misstep can mean total defeat. Plunging in blindly usually leads to a miserable end. If you never step into the vortex, the world's darkness seems like nothing more than a dark room. With a flame in your heart, you believe you can navigate its perils and shatter the darkness. But step into the vortex, and you'll discover the world's darkness is an icy abyss. One careless moment and it will swallow you whole, leaving not a trace behind. That's why Old Fan didn't want Fan Duo to enter it too soon. Born into such an era, Fan Duo had never been baptized by blood and fire, never wrestled on the brink of life and death, never witnessed the most primal instincts of human survival. Such a temperament was not yet suited to stepping into the vortex. Old Fan, I want to know about this matter. Do you know anything else? At this point, Li Sun cut straight to the chase. Old Fan looked at Li Sun and nodded firmly. What I shared with you today pertains entirely to this matter. Li Sun leaned forward, ears pricked, ready to listen. However, Old Fan cut straight to the point. I want to tell you that I know many things. But right now, I cannot tell you. Ha! Li Sun froze. After all that, you won't tell me? What's the point? Old Fan sensed Li Sun's unease and asked with a smile. Youngly, imagine there's an ant on the ground. It's right at your feet, trying to climb up. You have guns and cannons in your hands. What would you do? Li Sun didn't know where Fan Lao was going with this, but he answered anyway. I might crush it, or I might let it go. After all, it poses no real threat to me. Old Fan nodded and continued. But what if it's not an ant, but a vicious wolf that's already bitten you? And you still have guns and cannons. What would you do then? Without hesitation, Li Sun declared. Use my guns and cannons, eliminate it at any cost. It's a vicious wolf that threatens me, I definitely. Mid-sentence, Li Sun realized his own implication. Compared to those at the national level who could control Dr. Cui to harm Old Fan, he was nothing but an ant. Before the machinery of the state, an arms dealer was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. He had already provoked that man, but since he hadn't inflicted greater harm yet, the man wouldn't pursue him relentlessly. But if he got involved and truly bit back, the other side would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Li Sun asked himself honestly, he simply didn't possess the strength to confront the state apparatus. That eagle incident had been a perfect storm of favorable timing, location, and human factors. That's how such a monumental achievement came to be. Moreover, to a certain extent, it was by leveraging the state apparatus itself that he destroyed it. If he weren't Chinese, not a spy sent by China, and hadn't gone to retrieve important scientists, if he were merely an arms dealer, China would certainly not protect him. Without that identity, having inflicted such damage on the eagle would spare no expense to destroy him. Frankly, Li Sun had little confidence he could have returned under those circumstances. What Old Fan was referring to was precisely this situation. In China, Li Sun's influence was still insufficient, not enough to confront figures at the level of the international apparatus head-on. Old Fan, I understand. Li Sun addressed Old Fan. Old Fan nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Good. Understanding is key. That's where you surpass Xiao Duo. If it were him, he'd be arguing with me right now, never taking my advice so readily. Xiao Li, just focus on your efforts. I'll support you. When you truly gain the power and can handle these matters, I'll share everything I know with you. Then, I'll help you fight the darkness behind it all. Old Fan extended his hand as he spoke. Li Sun stepped forward and shook hands with Old Fan. I understand. After their handshake, Old Fan gestured toward the paper and pen nearby. Li Sun reached over and handed them to him. Taking them, he began writing as he spoke. I'll write down my number for you. This is my private number, highly confidential. Across all of China, fewer than 50 people can call this number. All you need to do is call me once. When I answer, your number will be protected at the same level. He scribbled the number on a narrow strip at the bottom of the paper, then tore it off immediately. Next, he reached into his own bag and pulled out a small brocade pouch. From within, he took a pure black SIM card. Here, the phone number and the SIM card. Work is work, life is life, that's how I operate too. Insert the card. Call me first so I can make a note and test if it still works. The last time I gave out a card was 18 years ago. As he spoke, Old Fan glanced at the two phones on the bedside table beside him, both his. Li Sun nodded and took the SIM card and note. After installing the SIM card, he dialed the number written on the note. Ring. A distinctly old-fashioned ringtone sounded. Old Fan answered the call and casually set it aside. He had only answered to activate the communication system's protection for Li Sun's number. Since they were face-to-face, there was no need to chat via phone. Old Fan looked at Li Sun. Did you write down my phone number? Li Sun nodded. Got it. Joking aside, with Li Sun's vast brain capacity, memorizing this short string of numbers was a simple task. He had even typed it out once more for confirmation, committing it to memory in an instant. Old Fan nodded in return, hung up his own phone, and handed it to Li Sun. With his other hand, he took the note from Li Sun's grasp. Add a note for yourself. Try to use this number to contact me from now on. In emergencies, you can use other numbers, but those will be investigated. Of course, I can cancel the investigation, but it's a hassle. With that, old Fan stuffed the paper slip into his mouth and began chewing it without hesitation. Then he pointed to his head. Secrets are safest when stored in your head. Chapter 211, The dust settles, for now. Hospital entrance. Lee Sun stretched lazily. To be honest, he was genuinely exhausted. If not for his current physical condition, he would have been breaking out in a cold sweat. After all, since returning to the country with Zhang Lan, they hadn't even had a proper meal before being discovered by the crowd. Then came bringing the little girl to the hospital, encountering old Fan, and the subsequent cascade of events. Now, it seemed the dust had finally settled. The little girl had received timely treatment, her condition was stable, and she would be discharged after a period of rest. Lee Sun had also taken it upon himself to cover the medical expenses. A few thousand yuan, he could buy several guns with that. As for old Fan, Lee Sun had leveraged his connection to help the old man uncover a mole hiding within his inner circle. Though no further useful intelligence emerged, old Fan will undoubtedly heighten his vigilance now. That alone counts as damage control. Thinking back, it all feels like a dream. After narrowly escaping death by blowing up the Eagle Space Center, then surviving an aerial battle over the open Pacific, I finally returned home hoping for a decent meal only to be discovered in the blink of an eye. They considered just running away, but then a little girl fell down. They couldn't just leave her there, so they took her to the hospital. At the hospital, they happened to run into Old Man Fan. They had narrowed their target down to Dr. Cui, but within 12 hours, Dr. Cui had vanished without a trace. They wanted to dig deeper, but their capabilities were simply insufficient. Huff. Hungry. Time to eat. Standing at the hospital entrance, Lee Sun let out a long sigh. Spotting a breakfast shop, he started walking toward it, planning to grab something to eat first. But before he could take a few steps, Zhang Lan came rushing over. What's going on? How is old Fan? Why didn't you wake me up? Your device worked perfectly. I know. The staff over there told me it could cause me harm, but you didn't wake me up. That really hurt my feelings. We're brothers who've been through life and death situations together. You shouldn't treat me like this. Did you make a mistake? Also, what's the status on tracking down that serum? How did you get out of the hospital? My family told me to keep following you, but they won't let me participate in the follow-up investigation. What about you? Can you get involved? Go talk to them for me. You can't just stand by and watch me panic like this. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Say something. Zhang Lan launched into a barrage of rapid-fire questions. Lee Sun could tell he was anxious, but now was definitely not the time for panic. Lee Sun spread his hands helplessly. Talk? Buddy, you can only slip in a word when there's an opening. Did you even leave one? Zhang Lan quickly stepped closer, supporting Lee Sun. Alright, I was being impatient. Go ahead. Lee Sun nodded and said flatly. There are no leads. We can't investigate the aftermath of this incident, it involves too many things. I already have old Fan's contact info. If anything comes up, you can reach out to him directly. Your family told you to follow me, so you'll follow me. But I need to make one thing clear, if you're following me, you'll follow my lead. Now, come with me for breakfast. With that, Lee Sun started to walk forward. Noticing Zhang Lan was about to ask more questions, Lee Sun cut him off. Hey, if you keep asking about the details of this matter, I can only tell you this, either follow me and obey my orders, don't pry into things that aren't your business, or go discuss it with your family and don't follow me. If you want to know what's good at that breakfast place, I'll tell you I don't know either, we'll have to go see for ourselves. Hearing Lee Sun's response, Zhang Lan fell silent. Fine. I'll follow you. Getting Zhang Lan to leave Lee Sun was impossible. Even if his family hadn't said anything, Zhang Lan would still follow Lee Sun. Xingtian mecha suits, laser cannons, where else could he experience these things besides with Lee Sun? Though he practiced ancient martial arts, the Xingtian mecha would be like adding wings to a tiger. For Zhang Lan, how could he possibly pass up this opportunity? Lee Sun was well aware of this. In truth, Lee Sun wouldn't abandon Zhang Lan either. Zhang Lan was truly a brother who had shared life and death experiences with him. Moreover, Zhang Lan was currently the most skilled user of the Xingtian mecha. Having such talent by his side as a bodyguard or enforcer provided immense peace of mind. Moreover, Lee Sun believed Zhang Lan's family would never allow him to break away. On one hand, Zhang Lan could keep an eye on him, preventing him from doing anything reckless. On the other hand, Lee Sun could keep an eye on Zhang Lan, preventing him from acting impulsively and getting sucked into the vortex. For Lee Sun, Zhang Lan held significance beyond being a bodyguard or enforcer. First, it proved the state was aware of his connection to the Arms King website, yet had not taken harsh measures indicating a policy of cold treatment toward the site. After all, Lee Sun had never done anything to harm China. On the contrary, everything he had done had directly or indirectly benefited China. Second, there was still the matter of Zhang Lan's identity. With him by his side, certain troublesome matters could be handled by Zhang Lan. For his current situation, Zhang Lan's background and connections would make resolving many matters far easier than if he handled them himself. Therefore, Zhang Lan would remain by his side. And so, Lee Sun and Zhang Lan headed to the breakfast shop. Upon entering, they casually ordered some food, intending to take it away. They didn't want to attract any more attention. However, no sooner had they sat down than one of the men in suits who hadn't ordered anything and was playing with his phone gave Lee Sun a subtle nod. Lee Sun smiled and gave a slight nod in return. That man was Zhang Yi's driver, the one who had called the police last night and had also been questioned by Lee Sun. Though Zhang Lan hadn't met him personally, she recognized him from the case files she'd reviewed. After the greeting, Zhang Lan leaned closer to Lee Sun. This driver, something's off about him. Lee Sun looked at Zhang Lan with confusion. Why do you say that? Zhang Lan looked at Li Sun and said earnestly. Intuition. Li Sun was slightly speechless, but he didn't say much more. After all, his own suspicion of Zhang Yi was also based on intuition. As they spoke, the driver answered a call, stood up, and walked out. He didn't go far before returning. He positioned himself directly before Li Sun and Zhang Lan and respectfully announced, "Gentlemen, our boss says this meal is on him. It's just a small gesture of friendship between friends. Please don't refuse. You know, I'm just a driver. My boss gave me a strict order. If I don't pay the bill, he'll dock my pay when I get back. Here, madam, how much is it? I'll cover it. Alright, add a few extra buns. Charge me 200 yuan. Gentlemen, it's all taken care of. This place makes great buns, I come here often. Enjoy your meal. I need to get back to driving for the boss. Goodbye." Chapter 212, the driver's got issues too. Zhang Lan stared blankly at the driver who had already left. Li Sen chuckled and patted Zhang Lan on the shoulder. "You know how I felt just now, right? I really couldn't get a word in edgewise." Zhang Lan gave a wry smile. "So what should we do?" Li Sen chuckled. "What else can we do? Bring it back and eat it, of course. They've gone to all that trouble, not eating it would be rude." Turning to the owner behind him, Li Sen asked, "Madam, does this gentleman come here often?" The owner replied while continuing her work. "Yes, he's been coming here often for over half a month now. He says he drives for the boss. The boss's mother is in the hospital, so while the boss visits, he comes here for breakfast and stays a while. Most of my customers are from the hospital, and they usually don't eat here, so I just let him stay. People see my place is crowded, and he shows up every day in a suit and tie. He looks clean and tidy, and he makes my little shop look cleaner too. Everyone likes coming over." Li Sun pressed on. "Bro, have you always been alone?" The boss's wife packed up an order and smiled at them. "You bet. A boss like that would need 2 drivers. Talk about a big shot. A boss of that stature would still have his driver come eat at my little place? If that were the case, then that boss would be a real piece of work." As the boss's wife spoke, Zhang Lan glanced at Li Sun. When it came to assets, Li Sun was undoubtedly wealthier than Zhang Yi, yet he still dined at establishments like this. Feeling Zhang Lan's gaze, Li Sun waved his hand and murmured softly, "It's just more convenient. Just more convenient." Just then, the boss's wife suddenly seemed to realize something and continued. "Well, it's not always just one person. There was this one guy, probably acquainted with the driver. He'd drop by every now and then, exchange a few words with the driver, but he always took his food to go and never said much. This driver doesn't talk much. Besides ordering food and answering calls, he doesn't speak to anyone else, so I remember him." Li Sun seemed to recall something and pressed further. "Did he come this morning?" The owner nodded. "Yes, he came. They talked for quite a while. But it was crowded, and I was busy, so I didn't catch anything. Judging by their expressions, though, neither of them looked too happy. Then again, who comes here in a good mood? Either they have family in the hospital, they're patients themselves, or they work at the construction site next door." Li Sun wanted to ask more, but glancing up, he decided against it. There were no surveillance cameras in this shop. Even if they wanted to find someone, they couldn't. Besides, they'd temporarily stepped back from the matter. It was best not to get dragged back in. Li Sun held his tongue, but the owneress wife grew curious. "Young man, you're asking so many questions, and the guy next to you looks so sturdy. Are you 2 cops?" That question left Li Sun speechless. Feeling awkward, how could he explain? As Li Sun stood there awkwardly, Zhang Lan jumped in. "No, it's just that the guy's boss owes our boss money. We came to collect, but then his mom ended up in the hospital. We felt bad bringing it up, so the guy's boss just played dumb with us." "What kind of mess is this?" The boss's wife smiled. "No wonder you invited us to dinner. Everyone has their tough times, but I don't understand business matters. You're still young, just stay on the straight and narrow. Alright, your food is ready." The owner's wife handed over a large bundle of packages. Zhang Lan took them, and after exchanging farewells, the two left. As soon as they stepped outside, Li Sun texted Fan Duo to keep a closer eye on that driver. Fan Duo agreed without hesitation. Immediately after, Li Sun gave Zhang Lan a thumbs up. When it came to spinning tales, Zhang Lan was the master. Li Sun was certain that with Zhang Lan's explanation, the shopkeeper wouldn't pry or dig deeper. A debt collector who looked like a burly brute? Even if he was genuinely a good person, no one would believe it. Hongqi Technology Tower. Li Sun and Zhang Lan entered the company carrying a large pile of breakfast. The front desk notified Secretary Jean, who promptly came down to greet them. Upon seeing Zhang Lan, Secretary Jean paused in surprise. Though constantly occupied with company affairs, she kept tabs on major international events. Moreover, the Eagle Agency Space Agency incident was such a massive event that it had gone viral worldwide. She couldn't possibly be unaware of it. "Boss, isn't he the one from Eagle Sauce?" Secretary Kim was mid-sentence when Li Sun immediately silenced her with a shushing gesture. "He's my bodyguard now. Keep it low-key," Li Sun stated bluntly. He certainly didn't want the company surrounded by nosy onlookers. That would be too embarrassing. Seeing Li Sun speak up like that, Zhang Lan nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, Zhang Lan could only serve as a bodyguard. Otherwise, what capacity could he possibly have to accompany Li Sun? Hongqi Technology was, after all, a tech company. Zhang Lan knew nothing about research and development, so this role was the most fitting. Seeing this, Secretary Jean nodded in surprise. She found herself increasingly impressed by Li Sun. To have such a figure serve as his bodyguard, Li Sun's charisma and capabilities were truly off the charts. "So, boss, what are your instructions?" Secretary Jean promptly inquired. Li Sun paused briefly before stating directly, "Continue monitoring the superconductivity project. Other matters can wait until the superconductivity project is finalized. At this stage, we must focus on developing our own capabilities." Regarding the superconductivity research, Li Sun still didn't plan to get too personally involved. The reason was straightforward: it was a matter of research workflow. For Li Sun, researching superconducting materials was straightforward, and devising a complete and logical process was equally simple, though admittedly tedious. With that time, he'd rather focus on selling more arms and making more money. However, the superconductivity project was a national initiative he had previously undertaken, and the research process was crucial. So Li Sun provided them with the conceptual framework. The rest, the tedious work that bored him, he left entirely to them. Receiving Li Sun's instructions, Secretary Jean nodded and departed. Li Sun, meanwhile, led Zhang Lan into his own office to enjoy breakfast. Upon entering the office, Zhang Lan plopped down on the sofa without hesitation. "Li Sun, this office of yours is really something. To be honest, I still prefer this traditional Chinese-style office. It feels comfortable and secure." Li Sun set down his breakfast, unwrapped the packaging, and spoke while eating. "This layout hasn't changed in over 20 years. Seems you're quite traditional after all. Hurry up and eat, it'll get cold soon." Hearing this, Zhang Lan didn't hesitate and dug in. And so, the two of them chatted casually while they ate. They'd only intended to have a light snack, but the driver had bought so much that before they knew it, they'd finished everything. Chapter 213, What does it mean to have good judgment? Well, it's been almost a day, and I'm finally full. After cleaning everything up, Zhang Lan patted his belly with satisfaction. Two people eating over 200 yuan worth of affordable breakfast might sound outrageous, but it was actually quite normal. Needless to say, Zhang Lan was tall and burly, a big guy from a martial arts family. It was only natural he had a hearty appetite. Li Sun, though much slimmer and taller compared to Zhang Lan, had undergone physical enhancement. With improved physical fitness came increased energy expenditure. His appetite had naturally grown as well. If anyone else had eaten that much, Zhang Lan would have been genuinely surprised. But with Li Sun, Zhang Lan had grown accustomed to it. Li Sun had already done so many things that seemed beyond belief, so whatever he did now hardly surprised Zhang Lan. After they both finished eating, Zhang Lan promptly began clearing the table. As he tidied up, he asked, "Mr. Li, what are your plans for me?" Li Sun considered for a moment, then casually picked up a tablet from his desk, the one he usually used for watching videos, and tossed it to him. "Just play around for a bit. Try not to go out. You've been getting a bit too much attention lately. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Zhang Lan caught it without further comment. Once he finished tidying up, he sat down and started playing with the tablet. How could Zhang Lan not savor this moment of peaceful tranquility? Meanwhile, Li Sun sat down at his desk and powered up his computer. The Eagle SWAT operation had just concluded, and their overseas base was still under development. Li Sun still had plenty to do. He opened his computer, logged into the Arms King website, and saw the steady stream of transactions. Li Sun was delighted. This steady stream represented money pouring in like a rushing river. Orders from the Middle East had slowed down now that the situation there had largely stabilized. He only needed to maintain supply to that region. Of course, the website also had small-time buyers trying to purchase weapons, even going so far as to spoof their IP addresses to impersonate people from Arab countries. But this website was built with system assistance. Could it really fail to spot such a petty trick? In response to their request, Li Sun immediately jacked up the price of the cheapest modified AK to $100,000 per unit and offered them only this one weapon. If they wanted to buy, they could buy. If they couldn't afford it, they should shut up and stay put. On the Eagle side, Li Sun operated through the website, granting Camilla secondary access rights. With these permissions, Camilla could sell weapons across North and South America and have them delivered directly to designated locations via the system. However, the weapons Camilla required still had to originate from Li Sun's inventory and be first transferred to her. Of course, Li Sun held top-level access. He had the authority to halt or alter any action Camilla undertook. Just as Li Sun finished making the changes, Camilla's video call connected. Li Sun answered, hesitating whether to inform Zhang Lanquan of these matters. After all, Zhang Lanquan was currently in China and undoubtedly had connections with the Chinese leadership. And within China's high-level circles, reactionary forces likely existed. So after answering, Li Sun didn't speak immediately. Instead, he glanced at Zhang Lan. Whether Zhang Lan had eyes in the back of his head or possessed the perceptive abilities of an ancient martial artist, Li Sun couldn't say. The moment Li Sun glanced at him, Zhang Lan stood up immediately. "Well, I'm going to lie down in your lounge for a bit." With that, Zhang Lan entered the inner lounge and closed the door behind him. Moreover, as he walked past Li Sun's desk, Zhang Lan never once glanced sideways. Li Sun was thoroughly satisfied with this. In truth, this was a habit Zhang Lan had cultivated. He had access to too many confidential matters. Though others trusted him, he had developed the discipline to avoid looking at what he shouldn't see and listening to what he shouldn't hear. If he needed to know something, others would certainly tell him. If it wasn't meant for his ears, Zhang Lan would never pry. Of course, this applied only within China, where he was surrounded by trusted allies. When operating outside on missions, however, the more he knew, the better. Zhang Lan headed to the lounge, while Li Sun began conversing with Camilla. "Didn't I tell you to rest? Why are you still here? It should still be nighttime over there, right?" Li Sun cut straight to the point. Camila, wearing pajamas and large headphones, replied nonchalantly. No problem. I've decided to sync my schedule with yours. I mean, I'm a hacker. How many hackers have normal schedules anyway? I saw you gave me access, so I reached out. Is the business ready to launch over here? Let me tell you, the demand over here is off the charts. You have no idea ever since you guys pulled that stunt, oh my god, the whole Eagle Nation's gone nuts. Several states have lost faith in the federal government and are trying every trick to secede. Just since you left, 6 states have held emergency assemblies. People were throwing shoes at the meetings. I hacked into their surveillance feeds, shoes flying everywhere, ha. Some even had their wigs ripped off. You wouldn't believe it, in one assembly with nearly 100 people, over half were baldies, ha. Want me to send you the footage? Camilla's rapid-fire commentary left Lee Sun completely flustered. Why does he keep running into these machine gun spouting types lately? Are people just that hyped up these days? Lee Sun gave an awkward chuckle. Fine, I won't look at bald heads anymore. I'm afraid if I see too many, I'll go bald myself. Let's set up the Eagle branch. Your family has experience in this line of business, so you have the know-how. Plus, our version is more convenient and easier to sell than what you used to do. Think of a code name for yourself. Set up a front for your branch on the island too, it'll make future operations smoother. Last time you didn't expose too much, except for that, auntie. If you need it, I can take her down. Lee Sun steered the conversation back on track, and Camilla quickly followed suit. Alright. Actually, I've already been thinking of a name. As for that aunt of mine, I had her submit her resignation. She's out herding sheep in Nevada now. You know, with the Melbourne family back in power, old scores had to be settled. Now that I have your backing, she wouldn't dare stay put. Politicians? They just go with the flow. A politician with no real power or influence like her, even if she switches sides now, we can't guarantee she'll serve us wholeheartedly. She'll most likely hedge her bets. To prevent that, our family's tradition is simple. When one family takes over, we replace the politicians and preferably eliminate them. Over in Eagle Land, 100 or so officials dying in a year is no big deal. Chapter 214, Secondary Contact, Valkyrie. So, you plan to kill her? Lee Sun asked. Camila shook her head firmly on the other end. No, I'm just persuading her to retire. She agreed. She's embezzled a decent sum enough to live comfortably for the rest of her life, as long as she stays out of trouble. She did help us out, so we won't kill her just yet. Hearing Camilla's explanation, Lee Sun found it hard to argue. The Eagle's country operates differently from China. Since Camilla is one of them, as long as she doesn't cross the line, let her handle it her way. Lee Sun didn't care about that person's life anyway. He wasn't a saint, he just feared the repercussions of such actions. Fine. The Eagle's methods differ from China's. You handle it as you see fit. But the underworld is treacherous, and human hearts are unpredictable. You should still be cautious. Lee Sun cautioned, and Camilla nodded. No worries. I've got her 2 sons under my protection. They're primarily responsible for protecting me. If anything happens, her 2 sons die first. Camilla said it matter-of-factly, leaving Lee Sun thoroughly impressed. Indeed, the approaches of Huaxia and Eagle San are worlds apart. Here in China, they try to spare wives and children from harm, but over there, they don't give a damn, they just get the job done. Next, Lee Sun and Camilla discussed the details of the Eagle division. The Eagle branch was primarily under Camilla's command, since it was located on an island with all necessary permits in order, and Bill was already dead. As for Bill's men, they certainly wouldn't dare challenge Camilla, a once-fallen arms dealer who had now risen abruptly. The location was secure. Regarding network security, with the system's protection, no one on this planet could breach the Arms King website. Thus, the Eagle division could develop safely. Setting up a shell company was straightforward too. The Eagle Sang region had no gun control, and the country was rife with private security firms and firearms factories. Thus, Lee Sun decided to establish the Polar Private Security Company at the Eagle branch's 2nd division. Its primary functions would be undertaking private or corporate security contracts and selling related firearms. But to put it bluntly, it's essentially about staking a territory to collect protection money and running a gun shop. The firearms sold were mostly common models found on the market. This served to provide cover for the operations of the Arms King website while simultaneously monitoring Eagle's activities. Lee Sun's arms sales to Eagle were beneficial, and Eagle's meddling in China's affairs also served his interests. But this requires moderation. Overstepping that line would become detrimental to China. Thus, the Arctic Defense Corporation led by Camilla serves as a monitoring outpost strategically positioned by Lee Sun. Regarding arms sales on the Arms King website, Camilla and her company function as direct secondary distributors, primarily handling operations in the Americas. Lee Sun granted her certain permissions, allowing her to directly request weapons like firearms and artillery. Within the allocated limits, once Camilla submitted a request, the website would automatically deduct the payment from Lee Sun's account, purchase the weapons, and ship them to Camilla. She could then arrange precise point-to-point delivery within the Americas. After earning profits, Camilla retained a percentage, with the remainder deposited into the official account of the King of Arms website, Lee Sun's account. For items like missiles, tanks, and weapons of mass destruction, Camilla must submit an application and obtain Lee Sun's approval before they can be sold. Meanwhile, Camilla's defense company also shoulders another responsibility. That was to protect the interests of the Chinese side within Eagle Land, at least within the state under her influence, from being infringed upon. Though Camilla was an Eagle State native, it was common knowledge that the various Eagle State regions harbored little affection for the Eagle State government or the nation itself. As long as it meant making money, Camilla cared little about whom she protected or whom she harmed. In Eagle Country, dollars and guns are the foundation of everything. The Eagle State won't give you the time of day just because you're a penniless, unarmed patriot. But if you're a well-funded, well-armed rogue, the Eagle State will treat you with utmost respect. Camilla had no objections whatsoever. Lee Sun wasn't the least bit concerned about Camilla saying one thing and doing another. The system had already established their connection. Should Camilla step out of line, Lee Sun would be able to detect it and intervene at any moment. Thus, the fundamental arrangements for establishing the secondary contact point at the Eagle division of the Arms King website were finalized. The new location's codename, Polar. During this time, Camilla had also settled on her codename for the arms dealer website, Valkyrie. The name derived from the Valkyries of Greek mythology. Honestly, compared to Lee Sun's even a cornered rabbit will bite, it did sound a tad more sophisticated. Camilla even suggested Lee Sun change his codename to Mars. Mars, after all, was also a god of war. However, Lee Sun rejected the suggestion. Lee Sun felt his nickname was perfect. Just seeing it made people think he sold products in bulk at unbeatable prices. Besides, if he were to use a war god's name, Lee Sun would definitely have to go with Xingtian, the war god from Chinese mythology. Unfortunately, Xingtian had already been claimed by the mecha provided by the system. As for other mythological figures, Lee Sun suspected that given the system's nature, any future high-end weapons would likely be named after them. So Lee Sun decided not to compete with them. After a full 2 hours, Lee Sun and Camilla finalized every detail of the Polar Company deal. All that remained was to execute the plan while continuing to sell goods. Alright, I'll get it done ASAP. I've scouted the island. There are some basic structures. I'll have people clear a training area for internal security personnel. Camilla noted down the details as she spoke. Lee Sun nodded, immediately opening the system in his mind to purchase a batch of enhanced AKs, upgraded Barretts, and 50 Falcon drones. In the blink of an eye, another chunk of money was spent. But there was no other way. Starting step by step requires investment. We saved a fortune on the land purchase, but this expense is non-negotiable. Alright, are you on the island now? Lee Sun inquired. Camilla nodded. Yes, I am. I've had them expedite setting up a studio for me here. It's more convenient this way, saves me from commuting back and forth by car and boat every day. Lee Sun hummed in acknowledgement. Send me the coordinates of an open plot. I'll send you a batch of equipment for defense, security, and maintaining stability. Don't sell these weapons. If you don't need them now, store them for future use. These are on my tab. Any weapons sold later will go through official accounts, easier for bookkeeping. Camilla, listening nearby, nodded. Understood. Camilla then provided precise coordinates down to the minute and second. Lee Sun used the system to instantly transfer the weapons over. Chapter 215, delivering missiles directly. That's brutal, right? Eagle. Camilla's office. Though called an office, it was essentially a studio apartment. A completely open plan space, sofa, TV, water dispenser, dining table, bed, and 4 or 5 computers all crammed in here. Only the toilet and bathroom were partitioned off. Everything else was exposed. Frankly, it resembled a converted factory space. But this was precisely the style Camilla loved. As a hacker, whether navigating cyberspace or the real world, she detested unnecessary barriers, especially walls. After sending Lee Sun the coordinates, Camilla added, "Boss, you better watch your back. The Eagle is hot on your trail." Blowing up the space agency was too big. It was broadcast live worldwide. Even though the Eagle cut the feed quickly and blocked information aggressively, it was impossible to contain. Some officials even called it a terrorist attack 10,000 times worse than 9/11, and they keep pressuring China. I'm worried China might pressure you too. I think you should lie low for a while. Don't worry about the arms sales. With the Eagle's mess, nations across North and South America that resented the Eagle are getting restless. Factions within the Eagle's own states are starting to stir. We won't have trouble selling weapons. Lee Sun nodded on the other end, muttered got it, gave Camilla a few final instructions, then abruptly ended the video call. On Camilla's end, the moment she ended the call, one of her subordinates burst through the door. "Boss, you gotta see this. A large number of weapons have appeared outside. We don't know what to do." The subordinate seemed flustered, but Camilla remained composed. "It's just weapons. You've heard of the King of Arms methods, haven't you? Just sort them and put them away. A few weapons have you this flustered? How long has it been since you forgot your old professionalism? Don't panic." The subordinate stood at the doorway, hesitated for a moment, then said earnestly, "Boss, I think you should go take a look." Seeing his demeanor, Camilla finally stood up and followed him out. Outside, Camilla was instantly stunned. The island they were on was actually abandoned. Aside from a few structures, there was no one there. And now, it was the dead of night. As soon as Camilla stepped outside, she saw AKs, drones, Barrett rifles, and other firearms piled up on the designated coordinates. None were in cases, they were simply piled there, their metal gleaming eerily in the moonlight. However, this wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was the white cylindrical object lying behind the weapons, roughly 3 meters in diameter and over 20 meters long. Camilla was no stranger to the world. She recognized it instantly. That thing was a missile. And given its size, it was undoubtedly an intercontinental ballistic missile. Bearing the mark of the Arms King, she knew Lee Sun would never deal in junk. Camilla had no doubt this missile could sink her entire island. Wasn't Lee Sun playing way too big a hand here? Thrilling. After a moment of stunned silence, Camilla turned to her trusted aide beside her. Are there any outsiders on this island right now? The person beside her nodded. There are 7 in total. 2 are that old woman's sons. The other 5 are local gang leaders who just formed small groups. They put up fierce resistance when we were taking over their territory. We brought them back and are disciplining them right now. Camila nodded, then paused before speaking. Good. Except for that woman's 2 sons, kill the other 5. Wrap them up and sink them to the sea. Camila then quickened her pace, pointing toward the island's only small hill. Also, find people tomorrow to dig a vertical shaft. They're 5 meters in diameter, 40 meters deep. Tell everyone it's the entrance to our internal equipment storage facility inside the mountain. At this point, a trusted aide beside her asked. Inside the mountain? Is there even space for an equipment storage facility? Camila waved her hand dismissively and addressed those present. Of course I know there isn't. Just do as you're told. No one is to breathe a word about these missiles. You know the consequences if you do. In short, start excavation tomorrow as I instructed. If anyone asks questions, claim ignorance, just say it's my order. Now, move the weapons to our own warehouse and hide them. No one uses them without my order. Cover the missiles with camouflage netting, the same kind we used for the logs before. Set up a makeshift work shed. Get 8 heavy forklifts here and have them stand by. All this must be done before daybreak. Get moving. Quick. Camila issued her orders swiftly, and her team sprang into action immediately. Everything she was doing now was designed to make the Eagle guess what she was up to, yet keep them hesitant to act. Camila never trusted that the Eagle Agency wouldn't be monitoring her. The Eagle Agency conducted indiscriminate surveillance on any perceived threat, including its own officials at all levels. Therefore, her sudden actions would inevitably draw attention. This missile was too conspicuous, yet it also presented an opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities to the Eagle Agency. However, openly declaring possession of such a weapon of mass destruction would give the Eagle Flag regime ample justification to launch a counter-terrorism operation against her. The challenge now was to demonstrate strength without explicitly declaring ownership. Thus, Camila made those arrangements. Structures resembling missile silos, oversized logs utterly mismatched with the heavy forklifts of her private defense company made Eagle suspect she had missiles here. But Camila would never give them concrete proof. If Eagle dared to launch a counter-terrorism operation, Camila would have Lee Sun move everything out, leaving Eagle empty-handed and reinforcing their distrust. Camila and her team would simply accept the inspection without any losses. If the Eagle ignored it, that would be even better. They could develop freely, and considering the potential missile threat, the Eagle might even accommodate Camila's group in certain areas. That's the advantage of holding the cards. It's like when the Eagle attacked Little Syria, claiming they suspected them of possessing weapons of mass destruction. But why didn't the Eagle strike the White Bear? Because the White Bear actually had them. So with missiles, especially when they're in private hands, must be kept in a state where the authorities suspect you have them, but ideally, you actually do. This thing only works when it's hidden in your own hands, existing in a state of ambiguity. It's like when you suspect someone has a gun, you'll treat them with utmost respect, even if she's a delicate young woman. Because that gun could be pointed at you. Chapter 216, Let the Spark Remain in Eagle Land. Then, Camila directly dismantled the missile, accessing its control unit. Her brain capacity had expanded, making this task trivial. After disassembling it, Camila took the control unit to her own office. Soon, she had modified a life detection device. She connected the missile's launch system to her own life detection device. Should her vital signs cease, the implanted detector would discharge to activate the missile. If there was still no response within 15 minutes, the system would declare Camila dead. Simultaneously, the missile would launch. As for the attack coordinates, Camila hadn't finalized them yet. Without coordinates, the missile would detonate on the spot, reducing this area to ashes. After completing these preparations, Camila first sent a message to Lee Sun. She felt it was necessary to consult Lee Sun about this matter. Although Lee Sun had silently handed her the missile, implying she could handle it herself, Camila felt she should still discuss such a decision with him. As expected, Lee Sun approved her approach. With Lee Sun's approval secured, Camila proceeded to execute her plan. In truth, this was also a small test Lee Sun had set for Camila. As the leader of the Eagle Division, Camila should possess such resolve and initiative. Otherwise, Lee Sun would certainly seek someone else to assist her. At present, Lee Sun was thoroughly satisfied with Camila. On Lee Sun's end, he was communicating with King of Civil War on the website. Camila currently managed the Eagle Division's core operations. Routine orders not involving weapons of mass destruction were automatically routed to her. Camila's alias as Valkyrie had already been publicly listed on the website, designated as the head of the Americas region. However, since King of Civil War was purchasing missiles, Camila lacked the necessary authorization, so the order was transferred to Lee Sun. Mr. King of Civil War, I wish to place an additional missile order. Regarding pricing, I hope we can discuss terms. Rabbit bites when cornered, apologies, but my offer is already highly discounted. This price represents my absolute bottom line. You understand not everyone possesses the capability to deliver missiles directly to your doorstep, right onto Eagle's territory. Lee Sun's principle when selling to the Eagle Nation has always been no price reductions. Doesn't Eagle pride itself on being the world's top dog, boasting high living standards and democratic freedoms? Take it or leave it. King of Civil War, sir, our organization did face challenges in its early stages. After all, our influence within the Eagle Nation remains limited. But with your support, I'm confident we'll rise swiftly. The king of civil war sent another message, leaving Li Sun somewhat puzzled. Their organization is just starting up? A newly formed group can suddenly pull out hundreds of millions to buy missiles from us? Can such an organization really be called weak? But upon closer thought, it made sense. This guy goes by the ID King of Civil War. If he's planning to start a civil war in Eagle Land, that means he's taking on the entire Eagle Land. Compared to the entire Eagle Nation, a few hundred million is indeed insignificant. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. May I ask what kind of organization you are? We need to assess this. Rest assured, we won't disclose your identity to anyone. Li Sun asked directly. In truth, Li Sun's statement was a false proposition. If the Civil War King were the leader of an anti-China organization, Li Sun would absolutely refuse to sell him anything and would have Camilla teach him a lesson. After a moment of silence, a message arrived. King of Civil War, we are a resistance group against the Eagle. However, the mainstream capital of the Eagle does not endorse our cause. We have long been oppressed and we are fighting back. Reading this, Li Sun paused in surprise. He hadn't expected the Eagle Nation to harbor such a force, one so unyielding, diving straight into open conflict. Pioneers always face hardship. Of course, they are also the most worthy of respect. By choosing this path, the King of Civil War had resolved to fight the Eagle to the bitter end. For a nation like the Eagle, his very existence was unacceptable. But Li Sun didn't take his word for it. Instead, he used the Arms King's network to effortlessly hack into that man's computer. Without him ever noticing, he retrieved some of his information. The King of Civil War hadn't lied, his identity was genuine. Moreover, certain documents revealed their situation was truly dire. A cornered rabbit will bite, sir. You should go to China. That's where you'll find the best environment for your struggle and development. Li Sun sent a message. Though everyone knew the rabbit on the Arms King's website was from China, Li Sun still took care to disguise his origin. He wrote to China, not from China. King of Civil War cannot leave. If I depart, will those who fought alongside me remain to transform this land? If we all vanish, what becomes of the people of Eagle Land? King of Civil War must keep fighting to keep the flame alive in Eagle Land. King of Civil War, a great man in China once said, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Reading this, Li Sun felt a pang of emotion. He recalled those 11 on the red boat. Their hardships likely surpassed even this Civil War King's. Yet they persevered alongside the Chinese people, forging the life we have today. After pondering, Li Sun sent a message. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, sir. I suggest you acquire some basic weaponry to strengthen your forces. Desperate rabbits bite while missiles demonstrate formidable firepower. They may make you appear no different from the aggressors in the eyes of those you aim to protect, merely pursuing self-interest at their expense. Desperate rabbits bite, survive, unite more people, and liberate more souls through your ideology, not by conquering territory with artillery. A cornered rabbit will bite, give ideas fertile ground in the people, not scorched earth. Li Sun believes their tactics are misguided. Following the King of Civil War strategy of buying only missiles, the eagle-eyed ones would absolutely label them as a terrorist organization. Even if such a group seized territory and won over the people, it could never earn genuine popular support. After Li Sun sent his message, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Moments later, a single word arrived. Thanks. Then, the Civil War King fell silent. Li Sun stopped paying attention to him and returned to handling matters on the website. The Americas had been secured for Camilla, but orders from the other 5 continents were still pending. Chapter 217, the fermentation continues, Eagle explodes. 1 hour later. Li Sun completed all tasks. Beyond the Americas, over 200 million in profits had been added to the ledger. But just as Li Sun was about to shut down his computer, a message from Camilla popped up. Boss, what's going on? Did you push that major client to me? I just got an order worth over 300 million. Boss, should I look into this? I suspect it might be the Eagle Wing military. Who else could possibly come up with that kind of money? Li Sun asked immediately. What's that person's nickname? Camilla, Queen of Civil War. Li Sun waved his hand dismissively. No problem. I've looked into it. Sell it. Camilla got the news and happily went to sell the goods. Moments later, Li Sun's side had raked in over 100 million more. Truth be told, Li Sun hadn't expected this King of Civil War to catch on so quickly. It seemed like no time had passed since he'd made the suggestion before Li Sun went straight to Camilla to secure the goods. And he'd spent 300 million right off the bat. But this also proved he wasn't a fool. Frankly, thousands of rifles, hundreds of Falcon drones, and batches of enhanced Barretts could accomplish far more than a few missiles ever could. With that business concluded, Li Sun shut down his computer, stretched, and stood up. Zhang Lan, come out for a chat? Li Sun called out. Zhang Lan emerged from the inner room, tablet in hand and paper and pen in the other, and plopped down on the outer sofa. Li Sun joined her and sat down. What are you looking at? Taking notes? Zhang Lan set down the tablet and handed Li Sun the stack of papers he was holding. Take a look. Just some random notes I jotted down. Just some hot topics and my speculations, nothing detailed. I'll explain it to you as we go, and you'll understand. As Zhang Lan spoke, Li Sun glanced at the contents on the paper. The pages listed various political parties in Eagle Sauce regions across the globe, and terms like civil wars, no-confidence motions, and political upheavals. To be honest, at first glance, Li Sun didn't quite grasp it either. Li Sun glanced at Zhang Lan and nodded. Zhang Lan began explaining right away. I browse all sorts of stuff online, you know. Most of it's fake or exaggerated. But we both know that when something spreads widely online, there's always something bigger and deeper lurking behind it. After blowing up the Eagle's aviation hub, I became famous. The whole world is hunting me down. Thankfully, my security protocols are top-notch, and with your mech plus the fact my face was obscured during combat, otherwise our situation would be even worse. As for you, you didn't show your face much, and you're not as distinctive as I am, so your exposure is low. Ironically, it's the Arms King's website that's seen a massive surge in exposure. Now, every hotspot around the globe knows about this mysterious site that delivers unexpected weapons in unexpected ways. This website's reach spans the entire globe, making its heat even higher. In this incident, the arms dealer website's exposure surpasses mine, and mine surpasses yours. Actually, you should be ranked even lower. Since you lack distinctive features in this incident, the attention on the Eagle side is already below mine and above yours. Hearing this, Lee Sun glanced up at Zhang Lan. What did he mean by unremarkable? But after just one glance, Lee Sun felt Zhang Lan was right. At first glance, Zhang Lan radiated an air of complexity, the kind of person who either harbors secrets or has been involved in more than a few murders. In comparison, Lee Sun was just your average handsome guy from China. While not exactly blending into the crowd, he certainly looked harmless. Moreover, Zhang Lan's physique was noticeably more muscular than most. Even though Lee Sun's body had been enhanced, his build remained average. Compared to Zhang Lan, Lee Sun truly lacked any distinguishing features. Noticing Lee Sun watching her, Zhang Lan smiled and continued speaking. I don't know about the Arms King website, but I know myself, and you know yourself. Then let's talk about Eagle Sauce. I've marked several major parties in Eagle Country, all based on official sources. Significant personnel shifts have occurred within these parties. These are merely surface-level changes. Typically, personnel shifts of this magnitude indicate a collapse of trust within the Eagle's military-political system. However, the severity isn't extreme, suggesting it remains within manageable limits. Old white-haired Deng can still maintain control. The detonation points for all this? The explosion at the aviation center and the bill patent incident. You can see that those replaced are primarily the top leaders of various states or individuals holding significant influence within a state. If you observe closely, you'll notice that those promoted had appeared on camera at least 3 times before alongside Old Man Trump and seemed to have a good rapport with him. This indicates that the Eagle Sage administration is employing centralized tactics to mitigate the fallout from these events. Moreover, if you scroll through videos, you'll notice that negative coverage across various industries has at least quadrupled recently. This forces them to resort to such methods to eliminate the impact as swiftly and decisively as possible. As he spoke, Zhang Lan turned to Lee Sun. Do you know what this will lead to? Lee Sun glanced at the paper and blurted out. Civil strife? Click. Zhang Lan snapped her fingers. Exactly. Civil strife. Among the dirt exposed by Eagle Sauce, after filtering out over 60% of old, unverified, and fabricated allegations circulating online, the remaining 40% revealed that over 80% involved incidents of defrauding Eagle Sauce's national funds. At this point, Lee Sun let out a bitter laugh. Embezzling state funds? That sounded eerily familiar. Zhang Lan didn't notice his reaction and continued. These incidents often involved higher-ups, which is why some Eagle state officials were replaced. These individuals controlled resources, while the white-haired old Deng's authority was weak. With conflicts of interest involving capital and the recent surge in terrorist attacks within Eagle Country, it was inevitable that some would exploit either the attacks themselves or the pretext of countering terrorism to protect their own interests. The white-haired old Deng faction and the intermediary groups within the original State Departments have developed significant conflicts. The white-haired old Deng faction seeks to use state power to eliminate the impact, protect its interests, and ensure continued control over the Eagle Nation. The intermediary faction, however, insists that the state, meaning the white-haired old Deng faction, should bear the costs to eliminate the impact while simultaneously safeguarding their interests. Under these circumstances, internal strife is inevitable. It could be said that we ignited the powder keg of the Eagle Nation, causing it to explode. Chapter 218, Watching the Fire from Afar. Lee Sun nodded. He found Zhang Lan's words deeply resonant. He hadn't considered this angle before, but Zhang Lan's words instantly made everything clear to Lee Sun. Truly the strongest hidden player in China. Just as Zhang Lan had mentioned, he could analyze the numerous media appearances of the white-haired old man and identify which individuals appeared most frequently and who maintained close ties with him. This level of ability was something Lee Sun wouldn't have dared to imagine had his brain capacity not expanded. For an ordinary person, this level of observation was truly extraordinary. Speaking, Zhang Lan took a piece of paper from Lee Sun's hand and placed it on the table. He extended his finger and tapped a name. He, D.H. Morgan, would be the first high-ranking official to die in this incident. The internal strife within the Eagle Nation would erupt completely because of his death. Lee Sun glanced over. In the center of the paper on the table was written the name Morgan. Surrounding it were lines connecting one event after another, one name after another, all pointing to this Morgan. How did you figure that out? Lee Sun inquired. This man had never appeared during Lee Sun's time in Eagle Sauce. Among all the people Lee Sun had encountered during his time at Eagle Sauce, this individual simply didn't exist, not even a single person with the surname Morgan. Moreover, this Morgan seemed to have no direct connection to the explosion at the space agency. Judging by the notes on the paper, this individual held a position within the White House, essentially someone close to the old man with white hair. So why was he the first to die? Zhang Lan slid forward in her seat, pulled out her phone, opened the photo album, placed it on the table, and pointed at the paper as she spoke. This Morgan holds a high position, but his authority is limited. As you can see from the intelligence, despite his limited authority, he was highly favored by the white-haired old man. And here this is a document from several years ago, explicitly detailing a scandal involving Morgan. Of course, Morgan wasn't the main protagonist in this incident at the time, it was this woman. Now look at this woman beside him, she's Morgan's rumored girlfriend. Morgan was caught red-handed in an affair while already having a girlfriend. Note this, Morgan's girlfriend's father is part of the intermediary group I mentioned earlier. While he doesn't hold a position in the Aviation Bureau, he serves in the military, the Air Force. Furthermore, regarding the woman, Morgan was unfaithful with, look at this, and this. During the white-haired old dang's 5 public appearances, she was always relegated to the corner. This indicates she wasn't highly regarded by the white-haired old dang, yet she was still considered part of his inner circle. This marked the timing. After the Morgan sex scandal broke, this woman wasn't tucked away in the corner anymore. She was front and center, showing her face. This time, after old dang's speech, a corruption case suddenly erupted within the Aviation Bureau, implicating parts of the Air Force. Look at Morgan, he was right there at the scene, but seated on the Air Force side. This, at a meeting a year later, Morgan was on old dang's side. That same year, Morgan's former rumored girlfriend got married and the groom wasn't him. After speaking, Zhang Lan turned to look at Li Sun. Li Sun studied the papers on the table and the photos on Zhang Lan's phone, then murmured softly. So Morgan was poached by old dang. And he also harmed the interests of that Air Force quasi-father-in-law. So the middle group wants to take him out? Zhang Lan nodded. Yes. Zhang Lan then proceeded to recount Morgan's entire political career, from how he betrayed the Air Force general's father-in-law, to how he angered old dang and was demoted to a dead-end position. Then how he abused his power to help lower-tier factions secure benefits, gradually advancing to his current position. By the end of the recounting, Li Sun felt that regardless of whether he aligned with Deng's faction or the centrist group, eliminating Morgan was imperative. But ideally, the other side would make the first move that would provide a justifiable reason. Zhang Lan insisted, however, that Deng would definitely strike first. Because the old Deng faction represented the hawkish faction, and they were desperate to maintain their international prestige. The middle group, however, could afford to wait. So, what's the best course for us, or rather, for China? Li Sun asked. Hearing this question, Zhang Lan leaned back. Watch the fire from across the river, hold our position. After saying this, Zhang Lan looked at Li Sun thoughtfully, nodded, and began explaining directly. The Eagle's aviation hub got bombed. This isn't just the Eagle's problem. You know, Eagle has always styled itself as the world's police. Blowing out their aviation hub is like blowing out their police cars right outside the police station. First off, regardless of whether China recognizes Eagle as the world's police, many smaller nations have no choice but to acknowledge it. Now that the police station's patrol car has been blown up, those who once trusted the police will surely lose faith. So they'll gradually break free from Eagle's control. The Eagle's response? It seeks ways to tighten its grip. But you can see that no one has moved? Why? Zhang Lan turned to Li Sun with another question. Li Sun remained silent, instead gesturing for Zhang Lan to continue. So Zhang Lan continued. Because Eagle Sauce is also waiting for outsiders to make a move. As I mentioned earlier, Eagle Sauce is teetering on the brink of internal strife. The slightest spark could set the entire place ablaze. But if an external force intervenes at this moment, well, then Eagle Sauce can transform its internal strife into an external conflict. The old Deng faction and the centrist faction can use this external force as an excuse to draw their swords and fight. Even if the external force is defeated, it doesn't matter. Both sides of Eagle Sauce will replenish their forces until one faction emerges victorious. This shifts the dynamics. The outcome isn't decided by internal strife. Instead, confronting the external force would reveal the strongest faction. Wouldn't that stabilize the Eagle's situation? Therefore, meddling at this juncture actually serves the Eagle's interests. Small nations and regions are irrelevant as long as the White Bear, China, and India stay out of it. Let them burn themselves out across the river, only then can we maximize our gains. At this point, Li Sun understood. He chimed in immediately. After their internal strife, Eagle's strength will inevitably be weakened. Entering when their political situation is unstable is the wise choice. Hearing Li Sun's words, Zhang Lan gave him a thumbs up. Exactly. Seems you've got quite the knack for being a mole yourself. Li Sun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. In Li Sun's view, being a mole felt too stifling. While he knew a major payoff would eventually come, he couldn't stand the process. Besides, Li Sun reasoned that since Eagle was teetering on the brink of civil strife, his arms business would thrive there. This wasn't so much helping Eagle as it was fueling the flames of its internal turmoil. Moreover, the Eagle Nation had no time to spare for him. This was his finest opportunity for advancement. Chapter 219, The Phoenix Sky Carrier? Bring it on. Let's see just how hot you really are. With that, Li Sun picked up his tablet. He casually opened a news app and began scrolling through the headlines. Eagle Swan Aerospace Center bombed. Where does global security go from here? Shocking. Superweapon emerges. How many secrets do Eagle and China still hold? Where do these mysterious Chinese belong? Arms King may become world's largest public arms trading platform. Multiple parties confirm acceptance of weapons aid from Arms King website. Middle Eastern organization Speak Truth. World's policeman can't protect itself? Eagle Nation faces new trust crisis. Another Eagle Squad official resigns. Does this signal serious turmoil within the system? Almost all the news revolves around the Space Center explosion. Li Sun swears he was just randomly scrolling. While big data algorithms might push such content, especially since Zhang Lan had deliberately searched related news earlier, the trending topics and hot events lists are not fabricated. Li Sun opened several more apps. On any platform involving news feeds, at least half the trending topics were related to the Eagle Nation Space Center explosion. Zhang Lan, thank goodness your family let you follow me. If you were still out there wandering, you'd be under constant scrutiny. People might even come looking for you to apprentice under you. Look here, someone's challenging you to a duel. He claims he'd totally outclass you if he got his hands on that kind of mech. Li Sun swiped to a post and showed it to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan smiled upon seeing it. I've seen plenty of people like this. They think they're so awesome, learn a couple martial arts routines, get a bit stronger, and then go looking for people to spar with everywhere. But real martial arts are lethal techniques. Once you start, it's life or death. When I was young, my family wouldn't let me spar with others, afraid I'd lose control and kill someone. Later, when I grew up and learned to control my power, no one dared challenge me anymore. I've seen plenty of people online bragging about challenging martial arts schools here and there. Honestly, they don't even have the strength to take on those gyms focused on fitness training. They're not worth my time. With that, Zhang Lan extended his hand. Truth be told, watching me fight is pretty boring. I've gotten used to it. Even when holding back, I aim to finish opponents in one move. So unless they're on my level, I knock everyone else out instantly. To outsiders, it looks boring. But as far as I know, aside from a few ancient masters and truly exceptional individuals, there are no more than 10 people active domestically who are on par with me. We rarely engage in combat among ourselves. It's too easy for accidents to happen. Listening to Zhang Lan's words, Li Sun nodded. Indeed, Zhang Lan was a rare talent. Ancient martial arts represent the last vestiges of dignity in modern Chinese martial arts. Most martial arts today focus primarily on physical fitness. Unless one has a family tradition, few have access to genuine martial arts, let alone ancient martial arts. Peace is truly the best. Li Sun sighed. Both men then slumped onto the sofa, eyes closed, basking in the moment's tranquility. Li Sun activated his system. Since returning to the country, he hadn't really checked how far things had progressed. Host, Li Sun. Nationality, China. Reputation, 49.99 million. National reputation, 9.61 million. Submittable blueprints. Long-range sniper rocket launcher requires 300k national reputation to submit. Xingtian series component laser weapon submittable with 5 million national reputation. Xingtian mechanical exoskeleton submittable with 10 million national reputation. Full matter weaving technology submittable at 15 million national prestige. Shinnong series component medical pod submittable at 20 million national prestige. Classic of mountains and seas intelligent mechanism set national reputation 200 million required for submission. Looking at the system panel, Li Sun felt a surge of satisfaction. He was about to hit 50 million, and he noticed his reputation was still climbing steadily. He estimated that if he waited just a little longer, he'd break through the 50 million mark. With the establishment of the Eagle branch, he'd gain another opportunity to acquire new technology. Li Sun closed his eyes to rest, patiently awaiting the reputation breakthrough. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the long-awaited sound finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your personal reputation has surpassed 50 million. Rewards obtained. Phoenix Sky Carrier can be surrendered upon reaching 500 million national reputation. Luanio Aerospace Carrier? Seeing this reward, Li Sun abruptly sat up straight on the sofa. Zhang Lan, noticing his reaction, quickly asked. What's wrong? Li Sun waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. Just dozed off after a sleepless night, my brain just twitched. Hearing this, Zhang Lan hummed in acknowledgement and lay back down. Although Zhang Lan had managed to sleep a bit last night, it was due to medication, not his body's natural rhythm. Consequently, he felt just as tired if not more so. As for Li Sun's explanation, Zhang Lan didn't find it implausible. It was true that people could twitch suddenly while asleep. This happens when the brain detects prolonged immobility and fears paralysis or death, prompting it to send signals to check. Watching Zhang Lan drift back to sleep, Li Sun sat up a bit straighter and continued reading. The aerospace carrier, how could Li Sun not be thrilled? He skimmed the specs. Powered by nuclear fusion vector engines, this carrier could operate continuously for 2 years at 20,000 meters without refueling. With refueling, it could remain airborne indefinitely. Moreover, the system-provided carrier was equipped with cutting-edge technologies, optical stealth technology, electronic pulse defense systems, top-tier battlefield analysis systems, global weather forecasting, and weather weapons. Its volume alone was over 3 times that of a standard aircraft carrier. It could be described as a floating fortress in the sky. Furthermore, the system indicates that if the airspace carrier utilizes new aerospace materials and clears its deck, it could achieve spaceflight. In other words, possessing this space aircraft carrier, China would fully establish a 4-pronged strike system. At that point, the Eagle's Ghost and the Illuminati's Vulture would all be outdated weapons of a lower tier. Moreover, the Phoenix Sky Space Carrier will also carry White Emperor Sky Space Fighters, Xian new carrier-based aircraft, and more. Naturally, these are all system-enhanced variants. They will be at least 50 years more advanced than the fighters proposed in China's previous Southern Heavenly Gate project. However, such an exceptional space aircraft carrier has one fatal flaw. It's simply too expensive. Even a stripped-down version of the Phoenix without optical stealth, carrier-based aircraft, or any other extras, just the bare minimum to get airborne costs 200 billion Huaxia currency. Chapter 220, The Foundation of New Technology. In other words, The base aircraft alone costs 200 billion Huaxia currency. If you add carrier-based aircraft, optical stealth systems, battlefield command systems, and other features to upgrade it to the fully loaded deluxe edition, the total cost would be 430 billion. Note: this doesn't even include annual maintenance costs, repair expenses, and such. As for the daily expenses of the ship's crew, food, lodging, and supplies, they're mere pocket change compared to these figures. Rough estimates indicate that operating the Phoenix Skycarrier for 1 full year from design and construction to full complement and maximum operational capacity would require at least 500 billion yuan. Consider that China's total military expenditure in recent years has barely exceeded 1 trillion yuan. A single Luanio space carrier would consume over 1/3, approaching half of that budget. Without world-class capabilities, this is truly a game only the wealthiest nations can afford to play. Li Sun now understood why the national prestige requirement was set at 500 million before it could be submitted. China simply isn't powerful enough yet. Even if the proposal were approved, they couldn't afford it. TSK. Li Sun sighed inwardly. What could be more agonizing than possessing a superpowered treasure yet being unable to utilize it? After a moment of frustration, Li Sun began the lottery. He'd come to realize a pattern: whenever he truly wanted something, the system would deny him. Take that book of life and death, for instance. How long had he been craving it, yet he just couldn't win it? Therefore, Li Sun decided to take the opposite approach. Closing his eyes, he let the system run in the background while silently repeating to himself: absolutely not the book of life and death. I don't need that thing, I really don't. Who would even want that thing? If the system gave it to me, I'd just toss it into storage without even glancing at it. I absolutely won't look at it. Li Sun began muttering to himself. Across from him, Zhang Lan merely glanced up at him before closing her eyes again to catch up on sleep. Although Zhang Lan had sensed something off about Li Sun back on the flight home, he clearly remembered his father once telling him, for a genius, occasional eccentricity was perfectly normal. So Zhang Lan didn't care at this moment. Meanwhile, Li Sun was still trying to psych himself up. Ding! The system's notification sounded, but Li Sun still didn't glance at it. He knew he had to hold on until the final results were in. Congratulations, host, on acquiring micro-engraving technology. 5 million national reputation required for submission. The system's voice echoed, dousing the fervor in Li Sun's heart with a bucket of cold water. Me? Eh? Li Sun was about to let loose a string of expletives, but then he thought this micro-engraving technology is actually pretty awesome. What exactly is micro-engraving technology? Simply put, it's the most crucial technology in a lithography machine. It involves etching intricate circuit patterns onto specific materials using nanoscale precision, the very foundation of chips. And chips are the most fundamental and crucial component of any computer. Without a good chip, even the largest computer is useless. A century ago, the Anhui computer in Pennsylvania used diodes as its central processing unit. Such computers occupied an entire room, yet their computing power fell far short of even today's average smartphone. Later, silicon chips emerged, shrinking the size to what we now recognize as smartphones and laptops. However, high-end computers like the Tianhe still require substantial physical space. Due to limitations in micro-etching technology, specifically lithography, a single chip can only handle so much computational power. To increase processing capability, one must either enlarge the chip or add more chips. This series of constraints inevitably leads to larger high-end computer systems. Moreover, the world's most advanced lithography technology has long been monopolized by Europe and the United States. Their control over this technology has effectively choked off China's development in related industries. Computers play an immensely significant role. Today's cutting-edge technologies all require robust computational power. Big data, missile trajectories, aerospace, weather forecasting, geological exploration, fundamental physics and mathematics. Which of these does not demand immense computational power? Without formidable computing power, China will inevitably fall behind the US and Europe in these fields. This creates a snowball effect: fall behind in one step, and you fall behind in every step. It can be said that high-end computers form the foundation of modern science and technology, while high-end chips form the foundation of high-end computers. And cutting-edge micro-engraving technology is the foundation of high-end chips. The microscopic engraving technology provided by the system can easily surpass the world's current most advanced 4-nanometer process. It could even reach the picometer level beyond nanometers. This micro-engraving system encompasses multiple disciplines, including optical imaging and microphysics. It doesn't even rely on existing optical instruments to achieve sub-picometer breakthroughs. Instead, it pioneers an entirely new path, employing the purest physical methods for engraving. Should this technology be perfected and widely adopted, it would mark yet another technological leap forward for China. By then, with the support of micro-engraving technology, high-performance chip computers will emerge in abundance, driving progress across all sectors of China's endeavors. Crucially, this technology is truly user-friendly. It only requires the nation's prestige to reach 5 million to submit it, and we already have enough now. Li Sun can submit it whenever he chooses. However, Li Sun currently has no intention of doing so. His reasoning is straightforward: he doesn't want to be treated like a rare animal, constantly under observation, as this hinders his work. Superconducting technology is now in its final breakthrough phase and will emerge very soon. If Li Sun were to hand over the micro-engraving technology now, he would undoubtedly find himself at the center of a storm. Both room temperature superconductivity and micro-engraving technology represent world-class scientific challenges. Achieving one such breakthrough requires both exceptional ability and good fortune. But achieving two? That transcends mere talent and luck, it borders on the supernatural. Would the state not station agents to monitor such a prodigy around the clock? Would foreign powers not covet such a prodigy? Of course. Lee Sun could leverage the system to directly hand this technology over to the state, who would never know his identity. He could become an anonymous hero. But that would be a poor deal. Lee Sun still remembered what Old Fan had said in the hospital to accumulate strength. This also proved, from another angle, that someone had already set their sights on him. Being an anonymous hero is easy enough, but if enemies use the nation's might to crush him and he lacks the power to fight back, he'd simply be doomed. A hero must stay alive. Therefore, Lee Sun decided to conduct his own research first. At worst, he could advance his research gradually, submit papers to relevant national departments, or even use this technology to help the country break through Western technological blockades. That alone would be a monumental achievement. Chapter 221, Peaceful Days. That's how it was. If a crisis truly arose, Lee Sun still had a trump card to save his life. With Zhang Lan by his side now, Lee Sun wasn't worried about any harm coming from people in his personal life. What he feared were the traitors lurking within China's highest echelons. If such a person were to use the state apparatus to crush him, even Zhang Lan couldn't protect him. After all, Zhang Lan was also part of the state apparatus. He couldn't directly defy the will of the nation. Should such a scenario unfold, Lee Sun could deploy this technology. Even under the most dire circumstances, no matter how intense the pressure from the traitor. Such technology could buy significant time and create room for maneuver. After all, this was nothing less than a matter of national importance, affecting the livelihood of the entire population. Therefore, it must be concealed for now. After completing all this, Lee Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Though he still hadn't drawn a game-breaking weapon like the Book of Life and Death, having a trump card to save his life was still a solid advantage. With the Eagle Nation embroiled in internal strife, and likely probing and maneuvering among China's top brass like Old Fan, the world's attention was largely fixed on the Eagle Nation. On his end, the company was growing steadily, projects were progressing smoothly, and arms sales were booming. Everything was looking up. Lee Sun murmured inwardly, suddenly feeling drowsy. He could push through when busy, but now that things had slowed down, sleepiness was truly creeping in. Snore, snore. Over there, Zhang Lan had already begun to snore softly. Lee Sun considered getting up to sleep in the bed and grabbing a blanket for Zhang Lan. But for some reason, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Lying on the sofa felt increasingly comfortable, and he grew more and more drowsy. Finally, Lee Sun steeled himself, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. After all, Zhang Lan had trained, and he was in decent shape himself. It was still early morning, the sun was warm, and the breeze was gentle. He wouldn't freeze to death. Sleep. And so, Lee Sun and Zhang Lan slept soundly for most of the day. For the next few days, they lived by the simple routine of eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. When they had free time, they'd chat about international affairs or similar topics. Everywhere else was busy with its own affairs, so they were essentially stealing leisure time amidst the hustle and bustle. That day, Lee Sun and Zhang Lan still sprawled on the sofa, their sleeping postures utterly carefree. But at that moment, life truly felt peaceful and serene. Tap. Just then, the click-clack of Secretary Jin's high heels echoed through the room. After knocking a few times with no response, she barged straight in. Who's there? Lee Sun and Zhang Lan jolted awake. Lee Sun recovered somewhat faster, but Zhang Lan immediately reached for her waist. It was well known that Zhang Lan carried a gun at all times. His rank and job description granted him the right to carry a concealed weapon within China, though he hid it well enough that most people couldn't tell. Lee Sun beckoned to Zhang Lan. Only after glancing at Secretary Jin did Zhang Lan relax, collapsing onto the sofa. What's the rush? Lee Sun asked. Secretary Jin leaned in and pulled out a stack of documents. There's been a breakthrough in superconducting technology. You could say we're just one step away from completion. But they've hit the toughest snag, yet this one stumped them for 3 to 5 days. Some are so frustrated they're banging their heads against the wall. Lan Mei didn't want to disturb you or risk your disapproval, so she kept pushing through. I couldn't stand by and watch, so I took a copy of their data for you to review. See if you can spot any issues. Secretary Kim explained as Lee Sun took the documents and skimmed through them. He picked up a pen from the side and circled a specific data point. He then handed the stack of papers back to Secretary Kim, slumping onto the sofa as he spoke. The data I circled is wrong. It should be 241,956, not 235,458. This value exceeds the lower limit of 240, and the dispersion is too high. Check if the grounding wire on the corresponding instrument is faulty, causing the equipment to carry a slight charge and leading to data deviation. Just tweak it a bit. After speaking, Lee Sun followed Zhang Lan's lead and sprawled onto the sofa. It wasn't that they were tired, it's just that when men chat, they need a little alcohol. Drink up and sleep perfectly normal. They held their liquor well. Of course, neither of them got drunk, they could still stay alert when needed. Secretary Jin took the document Lee Sun had circled, looking utterly bewildered. That's it? Secretary Kim found it somewhat unbelievable. She'd worked at Hongqi Company for a long time. Though she wasn't a technical expert herself, she understood the complexity of engineering work. Previously, even a minor data error would require half the company to gather, holding meetings and conducting analyses, shuttling between conference rooms and labs for days on end just to pinpoint the issue, and even then, a solution wasn't guaranteed. But now, Lee Sun had just woken up, glanced at it, and found the problem? Had her boss become this capable? Old. Secretary Jin wanted to ask more, but Lee Sun had already flopped onto the sofa, burying his head in a pillow, radiating an even if the world ends, don't bother me vibe. Faced with this, Secretary Jean sighed in resignation and decided to head downstairs to investigate. Upon reaching the laboratory downstairs, Secretary Jean felt a wave of exasperation. The lab was in utter disarray. Though this was a high-tech company developing cutting-edge products, areas outside the experimental zones were chaotic. Even more terrifying were the researchers themselves. Some sat slumped in chairs like unburied corpses, staring blankly at the ceiling with utterly hopeless expressions. Others, like the buried but not quite dead, were huddled over desks, disheveled and grimy, furiously scribbling or clacking away at keyboards as if the lab's lease were expiring tomorrow. Only Lan Yun appeared somewhat normal, smiling as she stared at her computer, lost in thought. Secretary Jean couldn't tell either, because when she'd fetched the documents earlier, Lan Yun had been exactly like this and now she remained unchanged, not even the hand suspended midair had moved. Secretary Jean could only feel sympathy for them at that moment. Research drives you mad, physics makes you bald, there's no helping it. The boss sent me to document the progress. One person addressed the staff member at the lab entrance. The worker stood up, retrieved a lab coat, and handed it to Secretary Kim. Secretary Jean put it on with practiced ease, passed through 2 doors, and entered the lab area. She had to come here every day as part of her job, so her arrival drew no attention. Her task was simply to approach several instruments, record some data, and submit it. Of course. Secretary Jean recorded the data, and Lee Sun simply accepted it as part of the routine. He never looked at it. He had already set the tone, just follow the instructions. Unless they made a mistake that blew up the lab, there wouldn't be any issues. Secretary Jean donned her protective gear and entered the lab according to protocol. Following the incorrect data points Lee Sun had marked on the document earlier, she walked to the corresponding instrument. After a thorough inspection, she found nothing amiss with the equipment. Besides, Secretary Kim genuinely couldn't tell. She wasn't a technician, after all. Chapter 222, Room Temperature Superconductivity Technology, complete. Secretary Kim happened to glance down and noticed something amiss. All the lab equipment and wiring were meticulously standardized, with most components securely housed within the devices. But this particular piece of equipment had a single wire wedged between 2 adjacent units. It appeared to have been threaded through a gap in the device's heat dissipation grill. This was a tricky spot, no one would normally notice it. Researchers were focused on data and operating equipment, rarely glancing in this direction. Secretary Kim retrieved the document from earlier and carefully compared it to the equipment Lee Sun had just described. After confirming it was the correct unit, she stated directly, "Where did this wire come from? Is there a short circuit?" As soon as Secretary Kim spoke, several people rushed over from the lab. Electrical leakage was a major concern in their lab, as they specialized in room temperature superconducting materials. A large-scale leak could potentially compromise the entire facility. Even personnel entering the facility underwent full-body anti-static treatment. Every piece of equipment here was worth as much as an apartment in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. Seeing people approach, Secretary Jean immediately pointed to the spot. A technician approached and Secretary Kim stepped aside. Moments later, the technician who had gone to inspect the area let out a sharp, explosive cry. "Ah! Holy! Right here! Right here! Damn wire, it's you, it's you!" The technician shut down the equipment to inspect the circuitry while pressing the microphone to the outside researcher's office. "Comrades, I've found it. Unit 3 has a leak. Unit 3 has a leak. It's not our fault, our procedures and steps are correct." His words sent the outside office into an uproar. Despite the soundproof glass, Secretary Jean in the lab could still hear their triumphant shouts. "I knew it! I knew it! Ha! We finally found the problem. Whoever did it deserves a kiss, I'll make sure to give it. Quick, troubleshoot the equipment. Restart the experiment immediately, we're down to the wire. Experimental data? Bring it, bring it! Get in, get in!" Outside, the crowd erupted, as if suddenly pumped full of adrenaline, happily lining up to enter the lab. Secretary Jean didn't linger either, turning to leave. At the doorway, she spotted Lan Yun. Lan Yun reached out to stop Secretary Jean and said to her in a calm tone, "You went to ask him for help, didn't you?" Secretary Jean saw no point in hiding it. Though she knew Lan Yun was stubborn, dragging things out indefinitely was clearly not a solution. So, Secretary Jean nodded. This time, Lan Yun said little. She merely nodded to Secretary Jean and murmured a quiet thank you. Secretary Jean smiled and handed the documents to Lan Yun. Lan Yun opened them and saw the markings Lee Sun had made. She thanked Secretary Kim again, then grabbed the walkie-talkie and called out to the lab. "Everyone, troubleshoot the equipment failure immediately and restart the experiment. Rerun data from Group 3, Row 8. Adjust data from Group 7, 9, and 16 accordingly. Advance the experiment to Phase 4. Move it along." After speaking, Lan Yun turned to Secretary Kim. Then she spoke into the walkie-talkie again. This time, it was Secretary Jean who identified the problem, allowing us to restart the experiment. "Everyone, thank Secretary Jean." At Lan Yun's words, staff in both the office and lab turned to applaud and wave at Secretary Jean. "Thank you, Secretary Jean. Thank you, Secretary Jean." Secretary Jean smiled warmly and responded politely. Then she bid everyone farewell and stepped outside. Technical matters weren't her area of expertise, and she wasn't needed here anyway. After stepping outside, Secretary Jean still pondered why Lee Sun was so capable. He was upstairs the whole time and never came down. How did he know the equipment downstairs was leaking electricity? She couldn't figure it out. Secretary Kim tapped her head, utterly baffled. She'd heard that some geniuses could have IQs over 60 points higher than average people. And the average IQ gap between dogs and humans was also over 60 points. Could it be that Li Sun looked at people with her level of intelligence the way humans looked at dogs? Indeed, ordinary people could never fathom a genius. That was that. 3 days later, the room temperature superconductivity technology was completed. Now, all that remained was to await the National Inspection Team's verification and subsequent rewards for merit. Once the verification is complete, the 50 billion in national debt will surely be repaid. The economic benefits that room temperature superconductivity technology can bring are immeasurable. Li Sun knew his time of comfortable living was coming to an end. With the breakthrough in room temperature superconductivity, both Hongqi Corporation and himself would inevitably be thrust into the spotlight of the era. As Old Fan had said, he would finally possess the strength he needed. Simultaneously, he would be seen by more people. Both the good and the bad would know of Li Sun's existence. Risks and opportunities would follow in quick succession. Still, a proper celebration was in order. On the day the project succeeded, Li Sun contacted personnel from the relevant departments to arrange for verification of the results. Since the officials wouldn't arrive until the next day, Li Sun organized a company-wide team building dinner to celebrate the victory. Today, we've achieved tremendous success. This achievement wouldn't have been possible without our united efforts, nor without the tireless dedication of every brother and sister working day and night. Cheers! Li Sun raised his glass, celebrating the triumph. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together in joy. Only Secretary Jean didn't seem to be in the best of moods. Because Zhang Lan was also present at today's gathering, seated right beside Li Sun. Secretary Jean hadn't known that bodyguards were allowed to join the table at Li Sun's gatherings. It wasn't a big deal, but Zhang Lan had taken her seat. With Lan Yun seated on Li Sun's other side, Secretary Jean could only sit next to Lan Yun. Didn't that make their relationship feel inexplicably distant? Ugh. Li Sun, however, didn't dwell on it. His relationship with Zhang Lan had never been merely employer and bodyguard, they were sworn brothers. After surviving the Eagle Agency space station explosion and the Fan Lao incident, they were in this together. Zhang Lan sitting beside him to protect him made perfect sense. Besides, Zhang Lan was a master of undercover work, her social skills were second to none. He could drink without getting drunk, was articulate, and could liven up the atmosphere. This was a great compliment for someone as introverted as Li Sun. And so, that evening, everyone had a great time. Lan Yun and Li Sun drank until they were completely drunk. Secretary Jean and Lan Yun started competing for Li Sun's attention, vying to toast him. But Li Sun had to drink with other employees too. Eventually, Lan Yun and Secretary Jean ended up drinking together, getting so drunk they were completely out of it. This went on until the wee hours of the morning. Everyone finally stumbled home, supporting each other. Chapter 223, Sudden Change. Western China. The middle-aged man was soaking his feet, preparing for bed. Just then, his secretary approached carrying a cup of hot milk. Sir, Hongqi Corporation is requesting relevant departments to verify their room temperature superconducting materials. You might be interested in their CEO Li Sun, who took over Red Flag from Ma Wang and was involved in that recent incident with Eagle Sauce. He also seems to have connections to Old Fan. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took the milk and sipped it lightly. Didn't I order you to eliminate him? The middle-aged man demanded. The secretary lowered his head and spoke cautiously. Li Sun has been keeping a low profile lately. As a tech company, Hongqi has minimal external operations and no personnel transfers. Zhang Lan remains constantly by his side. We can't make a move. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took another sip of milk and set the cup on the table. This Li Sun must die. If the room temperature superconducting material passes verification, Li Sun will become a national darling. That crafty Old Fan will definitely try to win him over. Then it'll be even harder to take down Old Fan. Any intelligence suggesting Li Sun has been in contact with Old Fan? The middle-aged man asked, and the secretary opened a file. None. The only connection between Li Sun and Old Fan was a brief encounter at the hospital. After Old Fan was admitted, his hospital floor was heavily restricted. But according to our intel, Old Fan only regained consciousness yesterday and remains unable to speak. His lucid periods last less than half an hour daily. Throughout Li Sun's involvement in Old Fan's case, it was Fan Duo who maintained contact with Li Sun. However, factual evidence indicates Fan Duo is attempting to embezzle assets from Red Flag Corporation. Recently, aside from attending the celebratory banquet earlier, Li Sun has not left Red Flag Company. We monitored his phone calls, which primarily involved ordering takeout. The middle-aged man nodded and let out a cold laugh. This Li Sun really is a useless drunkard. The Eagle incident was probably just a side effect of Zhang Lan bringing him along. But the kid's got some luck getting Zhang Lan to tag along with him. After speaking, the middle-aged man lifted his feet out of the basin of hot water. The secretary handed him a towel. As he dried his feet, he asked, "When will Old Fan fully regain consciousness?" The secretary opened another file. According to our inside source over there, Old Fan is advanced in age, and the poison we used was potent. While he can now wake up for short periods, it will take at least 7 days for him to fully recover his normal routine. Full mobility will take at least 3 months. By now, the middle-aged man had finished drying his feet and casually tossed the towel aside. Enough. Tonight, have Ma Wang go to Eden Park. Expose his business using Eagle Sauce's IP address, claiming it was leaked during Ma Wang's drunken bragging. The evidence chain must be complete. Simultaneously, arrest Li Sun immediately. Make him take the fall for falsifying Ma Wang's research. Speed is crucial. Complete this before dawn. Zhang Lan won't be able to stop it. Once he's in prison, find someone to take care of him. Incidents in prisons are commonplace. But remember, speed is essential. Expedite every procedure possible. Delay breeds complications. Go. Hongqi Company. It was now past midnight. During this period, Li Sun stayed at the company, while Zhang Lan had carved out a small private space in the external office for rest. Li Sun's office was spacious enough, converting it from 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom didn't feel cramped. Around 4 or 5 in the morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten. Bang! The main gate of Hongqi Company was pounded loudly. A fleet of SWAT vehicles arrived at the entrance, and a dozen SWAT officers clad in black gear, their faces completely concealed, surrounded the company gates. Local police officers were also present. The duty personnel dared not delay and hurried to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the group streamed inside. Local police officers approached the duty staff and stated, "We've received orders. There are foreign spies within your company. We're here to assist in their apprehension. You just stay put." The guard froze, stammering, "Spies? Right now, the only people here are the office and lab staff, plus our boss and his bodyguard." "What spies?" The officer pulled him aside and held out his hand. "Hand over your phone first. It's standard procedure. We'll return it after taking your statement." "I don't know who the spy is either, but look at this operation. Just stay put." The duty officer hummed in acknowledgement, cooperatively handing over the phone to the police. Watching the SWAT team, he immediately ran upstairs. The duty officer knew only Li Sun and his bodyguard were upstairs. Upstairs. Li Sun and Zhang Lan both jolted awake as the commotion below reached them. Through the window, Li Sun saw the flashing police lights below. Immediately, Li Sun used the system to erase all traces of the Arms King website from his devices, ensuring even the most advanced technology couldn't uncover any connection between him and the site. Then, Li Sun emerged from the inner room. By then, Zhang Lan had already drawn her pistol and was crouched low against the doorway. This stance signaled Zhang Lan's constant readiness for combat. Li Sun emerged, switched on the office lights, and sat directly on the sofa. "Put it away. This is the power of the state. They've made their move." Li Sun had long anticipated this day, though he hadn't expected it to come so soon. These people were truly mad. Now, he must navigate this crisis alone. Hearing Li Sun's words, Zhang Lan froze for a moment before realizing what he meant. They referred to the traitors within Huaxia. Ever since rescuing Old Fan, Zhang Lan had suspected it was these very people. He hadn't anticipated they'd come for Li Sun and himself so soon. "These people, they really are something. What are you going to do about it?" Zhang Lan asked. Li Sun stared straight ahead, his composure unwavering. Meet force with force, meet water with earth. Li Sun knew that to eliminate him through state means, they'd either orchestrate an assassination attempt in prison or frame him to make Ma Wang take the fall. With his room temperature superconducting technology, it wasn't really fraud. It would be hard to pin a frame on him. The only real possibility was an assassination attempt in prison. But with his current physical condition, he wasn't afraid of that. In fact, from certain perspectives, prison was actually a relatively safe place. Li Sun realized the shadowy figures behind the scenes were likely growing impatient. He hoped this incident would allow him to directly uncover the masterminds orchestrating everything. Thus, he deliberately placed himself within the scheme. Soon, the door burst open. A SWAT team stormed into the office. Chapter 224, Zhang Lan in action. Li Sun. We suspect you colluded with foreign criminal forces to fraudulently obtain substantial state research funds. Relevant individuals, including Ma and Wang, have already confessed. The evidence chain is complete. You are now under arrest according to the law. The lead SWAT officer presented his credentials, while the person beside him produced the arrest warrant and addressed Li Sun. Without hesitation, Li Sun extended his hands. Click. In the next instant, gleaming rose-gold handcuffs were fastened around his wrists. Li Sun glanced at Zhang Lan, nodded, and was then hooded and led away. During this time, Li Sun tested the handcuffs. They were secure. He knew he could break free with his own strength. If anything happened along the way, it wouldn't be a major issue. Of course, the probability of trouble occurring en route was minimal. This was China's state apparatus, and this was China. The SWAT team withdrew, with Zhang Lan following behind. However, the SWAT captain stopped him. "Mr. Zhang Lan, our operation targets only Li Sun. There's no need for you to accompany us." Zhang Lan froze. "Don't I need to come along for the interrogation?" The SWAT captain shook his head. "No need. Mr. Zhang Lan, given your distinguished status and remarkable achievements, the state trusts you have no connection to this matter. As for any questions we might have for you, it's not our place to ask them. Please stay here. Mr. Zhang Lan, your heroic actions at Eagle's Nest are an inspiration to us all. We salute you." After the SWAT captain finished speaking, he saluted Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan returned the salute, then watched as the men escorted Li Sun away. Downstairs, the SWAT team disbanded. Officers prepared to take the duty personnel for questioning, but were intercepted by the SWAT team. "No need to trouble others. We're only taking this one." The officers nodded, returned the phone to the duty staff, and followed them out. The duty officer stared at the figure hooded in black. He knew instantly that was their boss, Li Sun. The boss was a mole? And so, Li Sun was led away without the slightest resistance. He had no choice. To resist would be to defy the state, a burden he couldn't bear. Upstairs. Zhang Lan was anxious but still managed to stay relatively composed. He returned to his office to await news. The family had instructed him to follow Li Sun in reality, to keep tabs on him. Now that Li Sun had been arrested, the family should be reacting by now. But Zhang Lan waited in vain. An hour later, Zhang Lan couldn't hold back any longer and contacted someone from the family. The family had always told Zhang Lan to be patient and not rush things, so he was accustomed to waiting for updates. Typically, when major incidents occurred requiring the family's intervention, they would respond swiftly. But this time, the delay clearly exceeded the family's usual response window. Li Sun was taken away by the authorities, accused of defrauding national research funds. Has the family not reacted? Zhang Lan called and asked directly. The contact on the other end of the line was visibly flustered. After a long silence, he uttered one sentence. Hold on, I'll get back to you. With that, the line went dead. With that, Zhang Lan understood. The family likely knew nothing about Li Sun's situation. It was well known that Zhang Lan's family held considerable influence in matters concerning national security and social stability. Given that Li Sun's case involved defrauding state research funds and implicated that Runrun director Ma Wang, by all logic, Zhang Lan's family should have been aware if not directly involved, especially since Zhang Lan was still working alongside Li Sun. But the family was completely unaware this time. This indicates that whoever orchestrated Li Sun's arrest possesses sufficient authority to bypass Zhang Lan's family. In fact, their standing within China may even surpass that of Zhang Lan's family. The figures behind the scenes have finally made their move. Zhang Lan murmured to himself. He felt a sense of relief, yet he was also deeply concerned about Li Sun. Therefore, Zhang Lan headed straight downstairs, determined to take action. He knew his family would never approve of him aiding Li Sun at such a critical moment. The Zhang Lan family wasn't a major powerhouse. Their consistent approach was to remain loyal to China while minding their own business. But Zhang Lan felt he had to do something. Another half hour passed. Zhang Lan was now 2 blocks away, several Ghostfire youths lying motionless at his feet. Just then, a call came in from his family. Zhang Lan, this matter involves too many parties. Li Sun's situation has exceeded our scope of intervention. For your own safety, you absolutely must not get involved. We had you follow Li Sun only because we believed he could keep you from wading into murky waters. Now that Li Sun has been arrested, it means chaos has begun. You must return to the family headquarters immediately. Now. Hearing this, Zhang Lan merely smiled softly. Well, it might be too late for that. I've beaten someone up. I want to be locked up in the same place as Li Sun. You guys better figure something out fast. Oh, and this time I beat up a few punks, but if you don't help me out, next time I might not be so lucky. With that, Zhang Lan hung up the phone. Similar incidents had happened when Zhang Lan was younger. Back then, there was a guy in jail who trained in the wild, practicing for a while and developing some twisted skills. Zhang Lan struck up a conversation with him. After he got arrested, Zhang Lan deliberately committed a crime to get himself locked up too. But the family feared damage to their reputation and forcibly bailed him out. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lan hijacked a police car right on the road and drove it straight back to the station, naturally landing himself another stint behind bars. Zhang Lan knew that once he reached this point, the family would have no choice but to offer unconditional support. After finishing the call, Zhang Lan bent down, snatched a phone from a small-time thug, and said to him, "Call the police. Tell them there's a fight here, and that guy's pretty tough. Tell them to hurry over and handle it." The thug, Ghostfire Youth, nearly dropped his jaw at the request. "Not boss, a fight? How could you say that? We were just cruising the streets, exchanged a few words with you, shoved you a couple times and you beat the crap out of us all by yourself? Where'd this mutual fight come from? You're calling the cops? You really want to get locked up? Big bro, I won't. Don't worry, I'll never breathe a word about today. We'll never ride our bikes and rev engines on the streets again, I promise. The young thug begged for mercy, blood streaming from his nose and tears streaming from his eyes, repeatedly swearing he wouldn't call the cops. Zhang Lan raised his fist at him, threatening. "Call the cops? Or not? I'll beat you up either way. Quick, 3, 2. Before he could even say 1, the punk snatched the phone. "Hey, uncle, we're fighting." At this point, Zhang Lan grabbed the punk by the collar. "No, it's not a fight, it's a brawl. We're getting beaten up so badly. You guys, hurry up. Hurry up, I say." Chapter 225, Secretary Jean lost. It's over. After making the call, the thug tremblingly tried to hand the phone to Zhang Lan. He'd completely forgotten it was his own phone. Zhang Lan took the phone and shoved it back into the punk's pocket. Then he stood up and addressed the thugs writhing on the ground, wailing in pain. "Listen up. When the cops show up, say it was mutual combat. Say I threw the first punch. Got it? Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Listen up, I may not have a job, but I've got all the time in the world. If you don't listen to me, you won't be able to leave your homes to play anymore." Zhang Lan's roar silenced the whimpering thugs. Seeing no one speak up, Zhang Lan shouted again. "Speak up. Got it?" Only after he said that did the punks start grunting and mumbling. Got it. To be honest, even these punks were thoroughly impressed. One guy took on all 8 of them, knocked them all down in under 3 seconds, and then actually called the cops? How arrogant is that? Were they the punks, or was this guy the real punk? So there it was, Zhang Lan sat by the roadside while the gang of punks lay sprawled on the ground. They dared not move or utter a word until the police arrived. And Zhang Lan, as he'd hoped, was taken away. Uncle Hat, who had arrived on the scene, was truly amazed. He'd never seen a fight like this before. One side, 8 young men lying motionless on the ground, covered in grime. The other side? One guy, not a speck of dirt on his clothes. His white sneakers gleamed whiter than the street lamp poles. And this was a brawl? The key point was that this spotless individual took full responsibility for the incident, claiming he attacked the Ghostfire boys because they annoyed him and had even waited at the scene for the police to arrest him. To Hat Uncle, this behavior screamed trying to dodge trouble. But there was no choice. Whether it was mutual combat or not, the fight was real and his offense was real. He had to be taken in. And so, Li Sun and Zhang Lan were both arrested that very night. Only Li Sun was taken far away, while Zhang Lan was sent to the nearest detention center. Several more hours passed. Dawn broke, signaling the start of the workday at Red Flag Company. Today, officials were coming to verify the superconducting technology, so all Red Flag Company employees were dressed formally. Lan Yun, dressed in a business suit and sleek black leather shoes, walked into Red Flag Company with a radiant smile. But she froze the moment she entered. It was supposed to be work hours. Even if they were greeting visitors, they should have been standing on either side. Yet right now, everyone who had arrived at the company, from top to bottom, was crowded into the security room, pointing at the security computer and chattering nonstop. What's going on? Why isn't anyone at their posts? Are we prepared for the inspection? Lan Yun spoke up, and Secretary Jean quickly emerged from the crowd. Lan Yun, please don't get upset. I have to tell you, Li Sun was arrested. They say he's a foreign spy. Security has the footage. They came in the middle of the night, came fast and left just as quickly. And that Zhang Lan, he left shortly after Li Sun was taken away. Now there's no trace of either of them. We went to the nearest police station to ask, but they said they didn't know anything and told us not to get involved. Secretary Jean finished speaking, and Lan Yun froze in place. After about 3 or 5 seconds of shock, Lan Yun turned and started walking toward the door. Secretary Jean quickly grabbed her arm. Lan Yun, where are you going? Lan Yun's face darkened. To the nearest police station. Saying this, Lan Yun tried to rush out again. Secretary Jean quickly called for someone to stop Lan Yun and said to her, "We've already asked around. They can't tell us anything. They only say it's an operation from higher-ups, and they have no authority to inquire or know the details. We even called the headquarters from there, but they also have nothing to tell us." Hearing this, Lan Yun instantly grew frantic. Turning back, her eyes reddened as she shouted loudly. Nothing to tell us? That's it? A living person just gets taken away like that, and they won't tell us anything? Spy? Bull spy. If he really was a spy, how come you, me, and all of us here are dressed to the nines waiting for someone to verify superconducting technology? If he really were a spy, why doesn't the foreign country have superconducting technology? Only China does, and why would they let China's relevant departments come verify it? Speak up. Speak up. Say something. Lan Yun shed all traces of her usual demure demeanor, bellowing at everyone present. After the outburst, tears streamed down Lan Yun's face. Covering her face, she plopped down onto the nearby seat. Everyone knew she wasn't yelling at those present, but at the people who had taken Li Xin away. At that moment, Secretary Jean finally understood. Though she vowed to compete fairly with Lan Yun, she already lost. When she learned of this, her first thoughts were, what about the superconducting project? Would the higher-ups still come for verification? What would happen to Red Flag Company? Where would she go from here? But Lan Yun? Her mind was consumed solely by Li Sun. Secretary Jean gently embraced Lan Yun, who wept uncontrollably. After calming down slightly, Lan Yun pulled out her phone and dialed the police emergency number. Without a word, she demanded to speak with Li Sun. Yes, Li Sun. Li Sun from Hongqi Company, the Li Sun you took away last night. Lan Yun dialed 3 times in a row, repeating the same message each time. Secretary Jean tried to grab the phone, but she couldn't wrest it from Lan Yun's grasp. She never knew Lan Yun had such a strong grip. By the 4th call, a different voice finally answered. It was the station operator who'd been harassed by Lan Yun all along. With no other choice, they managed to transfer the call to the SWAT team member who'd been on the operation last night, who then transferred it to Li Sun. Hello? Who is this? Li Sun's voice came through the line, and Lan Yun instantly recognized it. You bastard. Where the hell have you been? Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Yun unleashed a torrent of curses into the phone. But anyone could tell her voice was thick with tears. Li Sun on the other end caught on and laughed. It's nothing, nothing. The uncles just wanted to talk to me about some stuff. I'll be back in a few days. Did you cry? Don't cry, there are so many people around. Li Sun chuckled, teasing Lan Yun. Lan Yun quickly wiped away her tears and stubbornly retorted. Who's crying? You go inside. I'm perfectly happy. Li Sun added. It's fine. Don't disturb Uncle Hat. Focus on guiding the relevant departments through the verification process. The company will be temporarily in your hands and Secretary Jin's. Wait for me to return. Lan Yun nodded, fighting back tears as she replied. All right. Take care. Li Sun hummed in acknowledgement. Yeah, I will. You take care too. Chapter 226, Prison Call Transfer. Take care. Lan Yun murmured softly, hung up the phone, wiped away her tears, and stood up. Everyone, prepare to receive the verification team. All materials must be fully prepared. Absolutely no errors are permitted. Secretary Jean, the complete records of our previous experiments are in Li Sun's office. Find a few people to help me retrieve them. With that, Lan Yun turned and headed upstairs. Secretary Jean paused for a moment before following suit. The rest of the company staff also left the security room to attend to their own tasks. Alright, let's head back. After hanging up, the guard on Li Hun's side addressed him. Li Sun nodded, walked out the door, and returned to his cell under the guard's watchful eyes. Yes, a cell. To this point, Li Sun had not undergone any interrogation, nor had any relevant personnel questioned him about Ma Wang or the Red Flag Company. After a few hours' drive, he had simply been brought to this prison. The only thing that could be considered special treatment was that upon arrival, Li Sun was placed in a single occupancy cell. Although there were 2 beds, Li Sun was the only one in the cell. All of this was completely against the rules. According to protocol, even if Li Sun were truly guilty of treason and collusion with foreign forces, he should not have been sent directly to prison before a court trial. Instead, he should have been held in a detention center or under the custody of other relevant state authorities until the court proceedings concluded. Only then, based on the sentencing, would he be transferred to either a prison or a detention center. In China, individuals who end up in prison generally have their crimes confirmed and face lengthy sentences before serving time behind bars. Also, this prison is a bit too remote. To name just one thing, the guards speak in a dialect so thick that Li Sun can barely understand them. The facility itself isn't particularly large, and there's no sign of especially tight security or high-level secrecy. Given Li Sun's current status and standing, ordinary police stations and courts simply lack the authority to try him. And ordinary prisons certainly weren't fit to hold him either. After all, Li Sun was the owner of Red Flag Corporation, overseeing a national key project and holding 50 billion yuan in government bonds. Thus, Li Sun could reasonably conclude that this entire situation was a setup. Someone higher up intended to eliminate him here. If he truly perished here, it would be dismissed as a procedural error. With no witnesses to corroborate his story, those involved would pay a minimal price before the matter was swept under the rug. But Li Sun wasn't overly concerned. With his current physical condition, it would take someone truly formidable to actually kill him. As long as he could apprehend those sent to kill him, he could follow the trail and potentially uncover the traitor at the very top, the one betraying China. So for now, Li Sun could only wait. Meanwhile, at a certain detention center. Here, everything proceeded according to protocol. Zhang Lan was brought in and subjected to criticism and education. But those small-time thugs weren't exactly tight-lipped. The moment they saw Uncle Hat, they spilled everything Zhang Lan had told them. Consequently, Zhang Lan was deemed guilty of provoking trouble and deliberately coming here to hide from his responsibilities. Uncle Hat naturally wouldn't let him off the hook, but since the incident had occurred, he had to be detained for a few days according to procedure. Although nearly every Hat uncle had seen the video of Zhang Lan during the Eagle Sword battle, no one believed the man standing before them was the same person. With over 1 billion people in China, lookalikes were bound to exist. They couldn't imagine that this guy picking fights with street punks was the same person who'd been a big hero back then. Of course. Some had asked Zhang Lan about it, and he would flatly deny it. At this moment, no distractions were permitted. At that moment, Zhang Lan sat casually on the back of a bald, burly man, speaking nonchalantly. This time I'm coming in, it shouldn't take too long. Behave yourselves and don't provoke me, understand? The bald giant beneath him, his face drenched in sweat, clutched his waist with one hand and gritted out. Got it, got it. He said this, lying still and not daring to move. Adjacent to the toilet on the communal bunk, several others sat or lay sprawled, all inmates of this cell. Seeing Zhang Lan was new, they'd ganged up to bully him, only to unexpectedly meet their match. Though they grimaced in pain, none bore visible bruises. That was Zhang Lan's little trick. If he actually caused injuries and the guards saw, he'd face punishment. Zhang Lan appeared sturdy, but not the burly, broad-shouldered type. Take the man sitting opposite him now. His frame was twice Zhang Lan's width and a full head taller. That's precisely why they dared gang up on him. Zhang Lan didn't mind giving them a little care in return. After all, who were the good guys here? Just then, the guard noticed the commotion and knocked on the iron door. What's going on? Why are you sitting on him? The bald giant quickly interjected. Nothing. My back's acting up, so this guy's giving me a massage. The guard hummed in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Zhang Lan hopped off the bald man and patted him. You're a smart one. With that, he found a spot, stretched out flat, and waited for his family to arrange his transfer to the prison where Li Sun was held. The others in the room dared not move, huddling in the opposite corner and watching Zhang Lan like he was a plague. The guard outside continued his patrol, passing by the office. In truth, he knew a fight had broken out inside. But as long as it didn't cause a major disturbance and wasn't right in front of him, he didn't want to get involved. As he always said, there were no good people here. A bunch of these types stuck together, it was no wonder they fought. Upon entering the office, the guard was immediately summoned by the warden. Shaoli, bring out Zhang Lan from cell 1102 in your section. The guard called. Shaoli nodded and turned to fetch the prisoner. He knew Zhang Lan was arrogant and seemed skilled. He must have connections. That's why Li had been polite to him. See? Someone came to bail him out. As he reached the door, Shaoli couldn't resist a bit of gossip. Chief, who's this guy's dad? He was acting so cocky earlier, like he actually wanted to stay in jail. The station chief sighed helplessly, his smile tinged with bitterness. A rich kid? I'm certain he's no rich kid. No family would send their son to a place like that. Shaoli froze. That kind of place? What place is that? The chief tapped the documents on his desk and said in a solemn voice. I sent you to fetch him, not to release him. We received orders from above to transfer him to Huqiao prison. Chapter 227, same prison, different dreams. Huqiao prison? Shaoli froze. That place is the most notorious prison in the entire region. Not for any other reason, but because the inmates held there were all the most vicious and ruthless criminals. If you ended up there, no matter who you were, you'd either die or be skinned alive. Even with guards present, they couldn't stop the inmates from constantly finding new ways to torment their cellmates. Why would anyone go there? Haven't you been sentenced yet? Xiaoli couldn't help but ask again. The warden waved his hand helplessly. Get to work. It's an order from above. Don't ask questions. I don't know why either. Just follow orders. With no other choice, Xiaoli could only nod and leave. Upon reaching the cell block, Xiaoli ordered Zhang Lan to be escorted away. As soon as Zhang Lan was gone, the bald man and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. At least they'd finally gotten rid of that plague. Throughout the escort to the gate, Xiaoli never exchanged a single word with Zhang Lan except for a brief call at the cell door. He couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Lan wasn't truly a monster, but being transferred to Tiger Bridge Prison meant one thing: no matter his intentions, Zhang Lan was in for a rough ride. Huqiu Prison. This was the prison where Zhang Lan would be held. It was already noon when the prison welcomed a new arrival. Though called a newcomer, he was only here temporarily. His name was Ding Yuan, a scientist from a certain department in China specializing in new energy. Due to a past misconduct, he had been marginalized. Moreover, his personal capabilities were only average among scientists, so he had always been assigned to peripheral support roles. This time, he had been dispatched to Huqiu Prison with orders to extract hidden technological secrets from Li Sun. As the head of a state-funded tech company, Li Sun remained valuable despite his involvement in the case. Ding Yuan's mission was to extract every last bit of value from him. However, upon his arrival, the warden of Huqiu Prison did not arrange a meeting with Li Sun. Instead, he was given a room and told to wait. He waited for 3 hours. By the time afternoon rolled around, Ding Yuan could no longer contain his frustration. Huqiu Prison was notorious, its atmosphere oppressive. No one would willingly linger here if not for work, especially not a scientist like Ding Yuan. Even if marginalized, he was still a scientist. How could he endure this? So Ding Yuan barged straight into Warden Lu Meng's office. Warden Lu, when exactly are we going to start working? I was sent here to acquire the technology Li Sun has hidden away, but so far I haven't even seen him. Doesn't that seem a bit off? Lu Meng sat at his desk, puffing on a cigarette as he spoke. Professor Ding, what were your orders? Ding Yuan sat down and looked at Lu Meng as he spoke in a low voice. To cooperate with Huqiu Prison in obtaining the suspect Li Sun's concealed technology. At this point, Lu Meng chuckled and tapped the desk. Exactly. Cooperate with Huqiu Prison, your orders are clear. Cooperating with us means we're taking the initiative. We'll call on you when we need you. But clearly, we don't need you to do anything right now. So you're free to do as you please. I'll call you when we need you. That said, Huqiu Prison operates under strict confidentiality protocols. With your clearance level, many areas are off limits. If you wish to clear your head, the woods outside are acceptable, just be cautious of snakes, insects, rodents, and wildlife. Naturally, we cannot assign personnel to escort you. As I mentioned, security protocols at Huqiu Prison are stringent. Every staff member is assigned specific duties and responsibilities. Hearing Lu Meng speak thus, Ding Yuan had no further words. As a marginalized scientist, he simply couldn't match Lu Meng, the prison warden, in local authority. Besides, this was Lu Meng's turf. With Ding Yuan at a loss for words, Lu Meng picked up his hat and stood up. If there's nothing else, Professor Ding, you may leave. As I mentioned earlier, security protocols here are quite strict. I need to go out to pick someone up, so no one can remain in the office. Please. With that, Lu Meng made a dismissive gesture. Ding Yuan sighed deeply, rose without another word, and walked out. Lu Meng followed suit, though while Ding Yuan headed to the room Lu Meng had arranged for him, Lu Meng made his way to the prison gates. He was indeed here to pick someone up, though this person hadn't been part of his original plan. Who is this person? Have you checked? Lu Meng asked his aide standing nearby. The aide nodded. We checked, but couldn't find everything. All we know is his name Zhanlan. As for his identity, registration, and such, nothing came up. The only thing we found was that he got into a fight last night in the downtown area, causing trouble. Headquarters ordered us to identify him, take care of him, and ensure his safety at all costs. Hearing the aide's words, Lu Meng gave a wry smile. Great, another big shot. They really treat this place like a transit station. If our prison system can't find him, this guy must have some serious top-secret clearance. Picking fights, street brawls, and they just throw him straight into our Huqiu prison? Who'd believe that story? Enough, enough. Get ready to receive him. By the way, did headquarters mention any special treatment for him? Lu Meng glanced at his aide, who shook his head. No, just said to take care of him. Probably the same as before, give him a single cell, watch his meals a bit, and that should be it. He won't be staying here long anyway. Lu Meng nodded and gazed into the distance. At that moment, a prison transport vehicle pulled up. Zhang Lan was inside. After being escorted off the vehicle, Zhang Lan walked straight past Lu Meng and his men before being taken to the prison block. Lu Meng and his team didn't say much, they'd come out just to recognize him for easier handling. Brother Lu, why does he look a bit like that guy who made a big splash in Eagle Town recently? The aide observed Zhang Lan and asked with confusion. Lu Meng gave a cold laugh. Just looks like him. Someone like that would never end up in our Huqiu prison unless the higher-ups have all gone ing mad. After muttering his complaint, Lu Meng turned to leave. But he quickly turned back to add one more thing. Oh, and make sure to place his cell far from Li Sun's. Put them at opposite ends. That Li Sun isn't someone to mess with either. Keep these two apart to avoid trouble. The aide nodded. Understood. With that, Lu Meng turned and walked away. He wasn't concerned about trouble brewing, it was about something else entirely. In fact, today was the busiest day at Huqiao prison. By evening, another vicious criminal would arrive. His mission was simple and straightforward. Chapter 228, Moving So Soon? Hongqi Company. The verification process was still underway. Superconducting technology spanned a vast field, demanding flawless execution across all fronts. Beyond the most basic and direct performance tests, there are also verifications of preparation methods, research progress, research pathways, and other aspects. Ensuring this material is authentic and reliable, capable of mass production. Therefore, this process will take some time, at least a week. And since Lan Yun tends to be somewhat absent-minded, the pace might be even slower. After all, with Li Sun absent, Lan Yun is the highest-ranking person in charge of this project. All actions concerning Hongqi Company must be overseen by Lan Yun. Additionally, personnel from relevant national departments have begun a comprehensive search for evidence in Li Sun's office. Thus, the upper floors of Hongqi Company were filled with various criminal investigators, while downstairs in the laboratory, experts from the superconductivity industry were at work. Seeing the criminal investigators, these experts, though no one had yet informed them of the specifics, could only scrutinize Hongqi Company's superconductivity project with even greater diligence. With Hongqi Company under investigation, any negligence or errors on their part would make them the next targets. Thus, the verification process proceeded at a painfully slow pace. But they had no choice. After all, Hongqi Corporation was the one under investigation in this matter, and they could only cooperate. As for Eagle Sauce's side, things were temporarily quiet. The second base of the Arms King was under construction. The missile Li Sun had delivered was being utilized to its fullest potential by Camilla, who was thoroughly engrossed in her work during this period. Camilla remained unaware of Li Sun's arrest. Thanks to the protocols Li Sun had set up, Camilla only needed to handle purchases and sales through the company accounts. Orders for high destructive power weapons would be routed to Li Sun, but such orders were infrequent. Moreover, for some long-standing clients, Li Sun could handle transactions directly through the system. For new clients, Li Sun could also use the system to make contact. Thus, even with Li Sun behind bars, business on the Arms King website continued uninterrupted. Take right now, for instance. Li Sun was in the process of rejecting a request. The IP address was traced to Colombia in South America. Li Sun always rejected requests from this location, as the region was notorious for its gangs powerful enough to rival the local government forces. Moreover, their business involves dealing in flour. While Li Sun made his fortune selling arms, he absolutely refused to touch such goods. As for why he doesn't sell arms to the local government forces, it's mainly because Li Sun simply can't tell whether those flying the government flag are actually gangsters. Even if they were genuine government forces, collusion between officials and gangs was rampant in that region. So Li Sun took a hard line, no sales. Even on Camilla's end, Li Sun had long set up permissions. Orders originating from the IP addresses of major drug dens were automatically blacklisted by the system, never even appearing on the radar. The person Li Sun was chatting with now, only after decoding did he discover their IP was in Colombia. He was only chatting with him because Li Sun was bored in prison. Kicking him around when bored was perfectly acceptable. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the door. This section of the prison block was sparsely populated and quiet, so the sound of new arrivals was unmistakable. But Li Sun paid little attention, still lying on his bed. Zhang Lan approached from a distance but didn't exchange a word with Li Sun, not even a glance. He strode arrogantly past Li Sun's cell door, then gave him a subtle, unreadable look. After confirming Li Sun's location, Zhang Lan didn't say much to the guards either, allowing them to lead him to the cell furthest from Li Sun. Upon entering the cell, Zhang Lan obediently extended his hands. The guard stepped forward and promptly removed Zhang Lan's handcuffs. Now, Zhang Lan enjoyed greater freedom of movement, part of the preferential treatment. It's important to note that Huqiao prison operates under strict security protocols. Beyond those temporarily held here, the vast majority of inmates are serving lengthy sentences, typically starting at 10 years. Nearly half serve decades-long sentences or await execution. Consequently, most inmates must wear shackles even within their cells, with the most serious offenders restrained both hand and foot. Zhang Lan happened to be housed in the maximum security wing. Only here were single-occupancy cells available. Even if a cell contained 2 beds, it was highly likely only one prisoner would be housed there. After completing these tasks, the guard addressed Zhang Lan. If you need anything, just call us. You can knock on the door, we'll see it. Pointing to a surveillance camera mounted high on the wall opposite Zhang Lan's cell, the guard added. Zhang Lan nodded. Thank you. The guard asked again, about the prison food? Zhang Lan nodded. He was here to protect Li Sun and didn't want to draw too much attention. Although his family had certainly made arrangements, and meals for inmates in the maximum security wing were usually delivered directly by guards. But for now, it was best to keep a low profile. Receiving Zhang Lan's response, the guard closed the door and departed. Of course, the door had to be locked. This wasn't merely protocol, it was also a measure to protect Zhang Lan. After completing these tasks, the guard departed, leaving only 2 officers on watch. The entire maximum security wing fell silent once more. That was that. Until evening. Li Sun finished handling matters on the website, grew bored, and fell asleep. Zhang Lan, however, practiced his boxing in his cell. He wasn't new to places like this, having spent time in foreign prisons too, and knew he needed to keep himself occupied, so boredom wasn't an issue. But at that moment, Zhang Lan's keen senses detected a new arrival. Moreover, with his keen hearing and prior knowledge of Li Sun's location, Zhang Lan was certain the new prisoner had been locked in the cell next to Li Sun's. More importantly, the prisoner was shackled in both hands and feet, undoubtedly a hardened criminal. Time to move. Almost simultaneously, both Zhang Lan and Li Sun thought this to themselves. If Zhang Lan could detect someone entering the cell next to Li Sun's, Li Sun could certainly sense it too. Li Sun was slightly surprised, though. These people were in such a hurry. Did they really need to move against him so quickly? Could it be that he held no further value to them? Li Sun merely chuckled to himself. He wasn't afraid. He would meet force with force and adapt to any situation. Soon, it was time for dinner. Dinner proceeded as usual, and the hours afterward passed without incident until 3 in the morning. The cell block lights had been extinguished at 9 the previous evening. 3 a.m. was precisely when exhaustion peaked, the darkest stretch before dawn. The entire prison block was silent except for the sound of snoring. Even the on-duty guards had fallen into a deep sleep. This shouldn't have been the case. To ensure security, the number of guards on night duty in the prison block was doubled compared to daytime shifts, totaling 4. Li Sun could see 3 of them, and all 3 were fast asleep. Chapter 229, Midnight Raid. Clang. At that moment, a faint metallic clang echoed through the air. The prisoner in the cell next to Li Sun rolled over and sat on the edge of his bed, his shackles dangling to the floor. His face bore a fierce expression, with faint eyebrows and a long scar running across his cheek. They called him Brother Zhuang. Brother Chong was a notorious felon. Years ago, he joined a gang and, in a turf war, carried out a deadly raid on his rival's territory in the dead of night, setting fires and killing 11 people. He was subsequently placed on the most wanted list, yet after 8 years of manhunts, there was still no trace of him. No one knew where Brother Chuang had been during those 8 years, or how he'd managed to evade the tight surveillance. 3 months ago, Brother Chuang turned himself in, allowing the police to finally apprehend him. However, the lengthy trial process and prolonged detention of the case meant the trial only concluded recently. Of course, that's the official story. Prison warden Lu Meng knew the trial had faced constant obstruction until crucial evidence surfaced that very morning. Everything then accelerated, culminating in Brother Chuang's death sentence that afternoon. By evening, Brother Chuang had arrived at Huqiao prison. According to the official narrative, this Brother Chuang would be executed alongside a group of Huqiao prison inmates after a period of time. Only Brother Chuang himself knew how comfortably he had lived during his 8 years in exile after committing his crimes. Not only did he marry and have children, but he also managed to settle abroad. But this time, he had no choice but to face the outcome that should have come 8 years ago. He hadn't slept all night, waiting for this very moment. Cut. A soft pop sounded, and without warning, all the lights in the prison block went dark. Even the surveillance cameras lost their glow, leaving only a few emergency lights flickering. Brother Chuang spat out a piece of wire and effortlessly cut through the shackles binding his hands and feet. He stood up and opened the cell door without hesitation. He picked up the shackles from the floor, glanced around, and headed straight for Li Sun's cell next door. He pulled out the wire and effortlessly picked the lock. After entering, he turned and locked the door behind him. He intended to kill Li Sun here. He never planned to leave alive. Brother Chuang moved forward slowly, spotting Li Sun lying under the covers on the bed. He approached quietly, straightening the chain in his hand, ready to strangle Li Sun. But halfway there, he felt a deep, inexplicable sense of unease. "Who's there?" Chuanggu muttered under his breath, whipping his head around. "Go!" His turn revealed Li Sun, who had been lying in wait behind the door. Li Sun let out a sharp command and delivered a Spartan kick to Brother Chuang. "You bastard!" Brother Chuang proved no pushover either, reacting instantly. The iron chain in his hand snapped taut as he lowered it to block. As Li Sun's leg came flying in, he pulled upward without hesitation, aiming to wrap the chain around Li Sun's leg. If this had connected, Li Sun would have been completely at a disadvantage. Though Li Sun's physical prowess had increased and his mental capacity expanded, his combat skills remained weak. This Brother Chuan was a trained fighter. But perhaps prolonged starvation, coupled with the ravages of tobacco, alcohol, and women, had drained his vitality. At this moment, Li Sun might have slightly superior physical strength, but his combat skills were likely far inferior. If his legs were bound, Li Sun would be utterly defenseless. With one leg in his opponent's grasp, he'd lose over half his strength and nearly all ability to maneuver or pull away. Facing someone who's out to kill you like this? That's suicide. Holy! Li Sun let out a profanity, then violently kicked off the ground. Using sheer force, he executed a backflip in place, breaking free from the chain's restraint. Not bad, kid. He's got some skills. Who said he was just a bookish researcher? Brother Chuang thought to himself, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. When it came to fighting for his life, he'd never feared anyone. Just as Li Sun cleared the danger with his backflip, Brother Chuang instantly shifted his attack. Seizing the moment while Li Sun was still midair and unsteady, he yanked the chain diagonally and charged straight at him. With luck, this move could pin Li Sun against a wall or door with the chain. Then, it would be back to a situation where he was in complete control. Thud! Just as Brother Chuang had anticipated, Li Sun couldn't react in time and was slammed against the wall by the diagonal pull of the chain. Li Sun was now tightly bound by the chain from his right upper arm to his left thigh. More crucially, Changgu had moved so swiftly that Li Sun hadn't had time to lower his right leg. His right leg was still propped on the chain. If Brother Chuang moved it even slightly, it would instantly clamp down on his groin. If he really applied force here, even a titanium alloy man wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Li Sun was incredibly strong. Clang! Clang! With only the tip of one foot touching the ground, Li Sun couldn't exert much force. He could only push against the iron door behind him, making it rattle loudly. He was now straining every muscle to break free from that guy's grip, desperately pushing down on the iron chain to stop it from digging into his groin. Brother Chuang was stunned. He never imagined this seemingly frail researcher could possess such immense strength. Though he wasn't as strong as in his prime, he still possessed a natural, God-given strength, the kind that could bend an old kitchen knife with ease. How could he possibly lose to this little researcher? Damn it! Brother Chuang roared, seizing the moment to snap his jaws open and lunge at Li Sun's throat. He was here to kill, not just compete. Standing slightly shorter than Li Sun, biting him to death would be easier from this angle. So Brother Chuang went straight for the throat. What martial virtue? When survival is at stake, the living are the virtuous. However, just as Brother Chuang was about to sink his teeth in, clang! The iron door was violently kicked from the outside. The immense force sent Li Sun stumbling forward, inadvertently pushing Brother Chuang away. But the attack came too suddenly. Brother Chuang couldn't retract his teeth in time, and Li Sun instinctively ducked his head. His teeth sank directly into Li Sun's face. Thud! Immediately after, another dull thud echoed. The iron door was yanked open with brute force. Li Sun, who had been pressed against the door, was dragged out along with it. Thud! Before Li Sun could even react, the intruder launched a flying kick. Like a cannonball, it hurtled toward Chuang Gu, who hadn't regained his footing, at breakneck speed. Thud! Brother Chuang was sent flying backward, slamming hard into the wall behind him before coming to a stop. A distinct footprint was even visible on his chest. That single kick, no matter who took it, would leave them crippled if not dead. Zhang Lan? Li Sun recognized Zhang Lan and froze in confusion. But Zhang Lan abruptly yanked Li Sun out the door, bellowing, "Watch out!" Chapter 230, Contemporary Assassin. Clang! That Brother Chuang picked up the shackles again. At Zhang Lan's warning, Li Sun leapt out of the way. In this situation, Zhang Lan was still far stronger than himself. However, that Brother Chuang didn't launch an attack. Instead, he picked up the ring part of the shackles that secured the ankle. The ring had a gap, and he aimed that gap at his own neck. Oomph! That Brother Chuang sneered coldly, raised the ring, and with the gap aimed at his own throat, he plunged it down fiercely. He was trained in combat, and Zhang Lan had no time to block the strike. Chuang Ji possessed immense strength, and the ring itself had no sharp edge. It could be said he used sheer brute force to rip a large chunk of flesh from his own neck. Put! Blood gushed forth instantly. Li Sun and Zhang Lan could both see that more than half of his neck flesh and skin was gone. Brother Chuang's head lolled to the side as he sat there, letting the blood spurt freely. The moment Zhang Lan kicked him, Brother Chuang knew he stood no chance against her. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. As for killing Li Sun under Zhang Lan's protection, that was utterly impossible. If captured alive, his fate would likely be worse than death. He refused to endure that agony a second time. So Brother Chuang chose death decisively. Watching the blood spurt forth, both Li Sun and Zhang Lan shook their heads. In this situation, forget about saving him. Even if the world's most advanced medical equipment and team were here right now, they couldn't save him. Not even Li Sun's fat remnant could save him. If humans were likened to computer hosts, treatment would be akin to repairing a computer. Fei Yi essentially forced the system to keep running after the mainframe crashed, buying time until subsequent system repairs, like temporarily building a dedicated auxiliary unit for that mainframe. But now, this man's entire neck is rotting away. It's as if all the connections between the mainframe and the CPU have shattered and burned. Even with the auxiliary unit in place, there's no saving him in the end. A suicide mission. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lan remarked calmly. Li Sun nodded, at a loss for words. The commotion had roused the prisoners in the cell block, though the on-duty guards remained unconscious. Oh, a murder. Bro, drag the guy out so we can see who the unlucky bastard is. Ha! You didn't call us for the show? Move aside, let us see. You're strong, bro. Can't see from here, drag him out and spin him around. The inmates began to cheer and jeer. In prison, life was dull and tedious. He was mostly surrounded by hardened criminals who loved nothing more than this kind of spectacle. Put. Woo. Soon, the commotion alerted other guards. As power was restored, alarms blared and a swarm of officers rushed in. Li Sun remained standing in place, waiting. The audio-video chat room was covered in blood. He couldn't enter. Zhang Lan had long since returned to his own cell, closing the door as if nothing had ever happened. The moment Zhang Lan heard the commotion, he prepared to act. Opening a door was no problem for him thanks to his privileged status. He hadn't been searched, and he carried portable lockpicking tools. Knowing the surveillance was down, he returned to his cell as if he'd never left. Everyone back inside. Quiet. Everyone back to your cells, now. Let's go, stop watching. Drag the guard off duty away, now. A large contingent of guards arrived to restore order. Li Sun was also restrained, and the guards entered to clear the scene. But the first person to enter Li Sun's cell came out spitting blood. The scene was utterly shocking. The dimly lit room, the blood-soaked floor, and the brutal manner of Brother Chang's death. Even these guards, who had seen their share of prison fights and brutality, couldn't stomach the sight. Nevertheless, the cleanup had to proceed. Li Sun's cell was temporarily sealed off, and he was immediately taken to a makeshift interrogation room. It took Lu Meng roughly an hour to arrive. It was clear Lu Meng had been roused from sleep in the middle of the night, and his mood was far from pleasant. What the hell did you do? The moment Lu Meng entered, he slammed his hat onto the table and demanded angrily at Li Sun. Li Sun didn't hesitate, responding immediately. I was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when that guy barged in with a chain, trying to strangle me. I'm a light sleeper anyway. After being startled awake, I kicked him, and then we started fighting. I couldn't overpower him, but he tried to run. He found the door locked, so I had to fight him to save my life. That guy was incredibly strong. He shoved me against the iron door and kicked it open. In desperation, I grabbed the door and leaped up to kick him. The force was so strong my leg went numb. He slammed into the back wall. Since no one had noticed our fight and no guards came to help, I planned to escape and get help. Unexpectedly, he leaned against the wall and used his own leg irons to strike himself. I froze. Then the guards arrived. I've been here ever since. Li Sun recounted the incident. Of course, he made no mention of Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan had told him the cell block surveillance was down, so Li Sun could spin his tail as wildly as he wanted within reason. After he finished, Lu Meng leaned in close to Li Sun, asking incredulously. You mean you, a researcher and company owner, were hunted down in prison for no reason by a serial killer? And you actually fought him off? Then you kicked him, and he killed himself? Is this reasonable? Tell me, what's your relationship with Wang Chuang? What's the conflict between you two? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Li Sun looked utterly bewildered. Sir, to be honest, I only just learned his name is Wang Chuang. As for why I fought him, I have no idea. Maybe I was pushed to the edge. My legs are still shaking, and I'm panicking inside. And Commander, you mentioned he committed suicide. I'm curious about that too. I was about to run away when I saw him suddenly take his own life, which made me stop. At this point, Lu Meng gave Li Sun a piercing look. I hope you're telling the truth. We'll continue investigating this incident. If you recall any new details, report them directly to us. With that, Lu Meng stormed off. Li Sun was also taken away and transferred to a new cell. All of this was just Lu Meng putting on a show. There were no cameras in the cell block when they fought earlier, but this interrogation room was monitored. As the highest-ranking official here, Lu Meng had to make his intentions perfectly clear, no matter what he did. Chapter 231, Keep Killing. Why Wang Chuang committed suicide. Lu Meng knew the truth better than anyone. As a loyal assassin, failing a mission meant death was the best possible outcome. Wang Chuan's sudden suicide could only mean he'd realized Li Sun possessed some skill. Unable to subdue him immediately, Wang feared the guards would intervene if the standoff dragged on too long. Therefore, suicide was his only option. Only by taking his own life could he ensure the secrets he carried would remain buried forever. Of course. Another possibility cannot be ruled out. That Li Sun was truly formidable, capable of completely overpowering Wang Chuang and forcing him to take his own life to protect the secret. But whichever of these two possibilities holds true, they both prove one thing. Li Sun was absolutely no bookish intellectual. He had undoubtedly trained. Wang Chuang, though self-taught, had honed his skills through years of brutal combat and received some professional training. Though short, he was incredibly sturdy. Ordinary people, even regular special forces soldiers, couldn't gain the upper hand against him. Especially in life or death situations like this, someone like Wang Chuang had fought his way through such struggles all his life. Survival was his specialty. But he still died. Whether Li Sun was too formidable, forcing him to take his own life, whether he feared prolonging the struggle and chose suicide, or whether Li Sun struck the fatal blow, the fact remained, he was dead. This alone proved that Li Sun was no ordinary man. After leaving the interrogation room, Lu Meng went straight to his office and made 2 calls immediately. The first call was to the organization. The mission was incomplete, and he needed their next instructions. The second call, following standard procedure, was to the relevant authorities. A fatal incident had occurred in the prison, witnessed by many. A plausible explanation was required. Meanwhile, Western China. The middle-aged man had just woken up when his secretary was already waiting outside the door. Commander, Wang Chuang failed. He's dead. But Li Sun emerged unscathed, seemingly without breaking a sweat. Lu Meng was certain that this Li Sun possessed martial arts skills, and at a considerable level. Finding someone to eliminate him in prison might prove difficult. Furthermore, Lu Meng requested further instructions. Hearing this, the middle-aged man, still in his pajamas, visibly paused. He then slowly walked over to the sofa, sat down, and lit a cigarette. He saved Old Fan, possessed martial arts skills that could even trip up Wang Chuang, and his Red Flag Company had developed room-temperature superconducting technology. This man was no ordinary figure. If possible, the middle-aged man genuinely wanted to recruit Li Sun into his ranks. But that was no longer possible. Li Sun was now entangled with Zhang Lan. Any contact between him and Li Sun would surely alert the Zhang family, which would be detrimental to his interests. Moreover, winning Li Sun over would take time, and time was precisely what he lacked most now. Therefore, Li Sun must die. A talent like this, if he couldn't serve under him, absolutely must not serve under anyone else. What about Zhang Lan? The middle-aged man inquired. The secretary leaned in. According to the Zhang family's intelligence, Zhang Lan is currently on a secret mission. We haven't been able to determine the specifics. The middle-aged man nodded, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. Unverifiable is exactly as it should be. If it were verifiable, it would mean either the Zhang family is on the brink of collapse or they've set a trap. At this point, the middle-aged man took another deep drag, then stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. Tell Lu Meng to proceed with the prison homicide case as originally planned. As for that Li Sun, starve him for 5 days. I refuse to believe he'll still be so formidable after 5 days of hunger. Within 5 days, transfer a new guard over there. To eliminate this potential threat, sacrificing a few guards is worth it. The secretary nodded. Yes, sir. Huxiao Prison. Lu Meng received the order and immediately began executing the final phase of the original plan. Thanks to connections secured by the middle-aged man above and the fact that Huqiao Prison had previously handled similar cases though not as severe as this one, Lu Meng, being the leader here, could easily manipulate the situation to downplay its gravity. By that same afternoon, Huqiao Prison had already concluded its investigation into the incident. They announced that the prison cook had colluded with Wang Chuang. The cook harbored resentment toward the wealthy, and the richest prisoner at Huqiao Prison was undoubtedly Li Sun. The cook privately bribed a prison guard to relay a message to Wang Chuang, a strong-looking inmate housed next to Li Sun, offering him help with an escape attempt in exchange for killing Li Sun. That night, the cook laced the meals of 4 on-duty guards with drugs, rendering them unconscious. The bribed guard slipped Wang Chuang lockpicking tools during his meal delivery. At dawn, the cook cut the prison's power supply, disabling the surveillance system. Receiving the signal, Wang Chuang proceeded to kill and escape. After a brief struggle, the commotion alerted other guards. Huqiao Prison responded swiftly, immediately securing the scene. Prisoner Wang Chuang, fearing punishment, took his own life. After the incident was exposed, the cook also committed suicide in his dormitory. The prison guard bribed by the cook was shot dead by pursuers while fleeing into the mountains. The night shift guard, though technically a victim, faced a 3-month bonus deduction for lax supervision and insufficient vigilance. As for Li Sun, due to a state of shock and consideration for his status as a prominent entrepreneur, Huqiao Prison provided him with 7 days of special treatment. And so, the matter was quietly swept under the rug. The detailed account of the incident was submitted upward, evidence of collusion between the guard and the cook, photos of one executed and the other committing suicide, and symbolic punishments for the responsible parties. Everything was settled. But why did the cook harbor such resentment toward the wealthy? Why did that guard collude with him? When the guard was pursued and shot dead, why was he hit precisely in the heart? Were prison guards really that skilled with firearms? Why was the prison's electrical panel left unguarded that night, allowing someone to easily cut off power to the entire facility? Furthermore, where did the cook obtain the sleeping pills? Such drugs are now strictly prescription only. Why would the prison guard, seemingly with a happy family life, aid an escape? What was the cook's motive for targeting Li Sun? Was it purely resentment toward the wealthy? These questions, they're all questions. But with Lu Meng here, none of these questions matter. Moreover, any problem faced by the living can be pinned on the dead. In short, Lu Meng has a solid alibi. Road surveillance, his residential complex's cameras, and call records all confirm he wasn't at the prison on the night of the incident. And so, the matter was settled with the sacrifice of a prison guard, a cook, and Wang Chuang. Whether they were innocent or not, only they and Lu Meng knew. Chapter 232, I say I'm innocent, do you believe me? Knock. Knock sounded at the door of Lu Meng's office. Come in. Lu Meng responded, and Ding Yuan pushed the door open. After entering, he sat directly on the sofa and asked immediately. Warden Lu, I've also heard about the assassination attempt on Li Sun. You know, I came to ask Li Sun about technical matters. Whether he's a foreign spy remains to be verified, but my mission is to extract technical information from him during this period. This will allow our superiors to determine whether Li Sun has leaked our critical technology abroad. But now, your security measures have failed to protect him, putting Li Sun in danger. You haven't allowed me to contact him, and I'm seriously doubting whether I can even complete my mission. To be clear, whether Li Sun chooses to speak and how much he reveals is his responsibility, I bear no blame. But by cutting off all contact between us, if similar incidents occur again, I remain blameless. It's your decision to isolate us from him. But you are deliberately obstructing progress. I could even suspect you are intentionally helping Li Sun conceal relevant information. It is also reasonable to suspect that last night's assassination attempt was you silencing him. Whoa. Hearing Ding Yuan speak to this point, Lu Meng felt a chill run down his spine. This Ding Yuan was dangerously close to revealing the truth. If Lu Meng hadn't been certain Ding Yuan was just guessing wildly, he would have wanted to kill him right then and there. Of course, killing Ding Yuan would mean he couldn't stay in his position either, he'd probably end up in jail. Ding Yuan, a scientist, had come here on a mission. Prison was a melting pot of all sorts of people, and incidents happening there were understandable. But Ding Yuan wasn't part of the prison ward, he was an external support staff member sent down by higher-ups on the other side. No matter how he died, Lu Meng wouldn't be able to explain it. Lu Meng composed himself and scratched his head. He'd been so busy handling the aftermath today that he'd completely forgotten about this guy. According to the original plan, Li Sun should already be dead, rendering Ding Yuan's continued presence unnecessary. But now, Li Sun was still alive, meaning Ding Yuan had to stay put. Now, he had to figure out how to deal with him. Lu Meng thought for a moment before speaking directly. Alright. You can contact him. But since you can't enter the prison zone for anything other than this matter, nor can you speak with him face to face, I'll arrange for you to communicate via the internal phone system according to regulations. As for what he'll reveal, that depends on your skills. Of course, according to regulations, the call time is also limited. His status is sensitive, and we treat everyone attempting to approach him with equal suspicion. If you say too much, you might inadvertently reveal information that shouldn't be disclosed. However, I can arrange for someone to watch him while he writes down what he knows, anything he doesn't have time to say verbally. Though I'm not technically savvy, I understand that technical matters can't be resolved through words alone. This is the maximum concession I can make. As you know, Li Sun's charges are still under investigation. He remains a dangerous individual, and danger lurks around him. We must eliminate any actions that could potentially harm him. Lu Meng finished speaking and turned to look at Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan considered this for a moment before nodding. All right. At least we made contact. His job is done for now. As for how much Li Sun could reveal, or whether it held any value, that was no longer his concern. Ding Yuan had made it clear he was only there to record and verify, preventing Li Sun from muddying the waters with obscure, irrelevant details. Whether Li Sun would actually talk was the interrogator's problem, not his. As long as he did what he was told to do, his task was complete. He didn't care whether it was done well or not. So when does it start? Ding Yuan added. Lu Meng picked up his hat and stood up. Now. 15 minutes later. Same interrogation room. Li Sun sat inside, with an alert officer standing beside him. On the small table in front of him lay prison-issued paper and pen. Ding Yuan and Lu Meng sat behind the one-way bulletproof glass. Lu Meng had agreed to allow Ding Yuan half an hour each day at this time to communicate with Li Sun. As for Li Sun writing his confession, there was no time limit on that. However, while Li Sun wrote, someone had to watch him to prevent him from using the paper and pen to kill himself. Of course, that was just Lu Meng's official line. Lu Meng actually hoped Li Sun would just kill himself. That would save so much trouble. Once both parties were seated, Ding Yuan picked up the microphone and addressed Li Sun directly from the other side. Li Sun, we're offering you an opportunity now. You've made it this far, which proves you have some ability. No matter what, you're still considered a talent. And we, for our part, value talent highly. Therefore, if you truthfully confess how you defrauded state-funded research grants, colluded with foreign entities, sold critical technologies abroad, and disclosed the extent of assets and key technical information you acquired overseas, we will consider reducing your sentence. Should your contributions prove exceptionally significant, we may even offset your crimes with your merits, allowing you to continue your research within state institutions. You might mention Hongqi Company's superconductivity project, but let me be clear, that won't work. This project is still in the verification phase, and we cannot help but suspect you acquired room temperature superconductivity technology by selling off one of our nation's core technologies. After all, progress on this project was extremely slow before you took charge. Now, you may speak. Ding Yuan, following the prepared script, cut straight to the point. Li Sun inside smiled wryly, his face full of resignation. This was a common interrogation tactic, preemptively pinning charges on the suspect to induce panic. Often, during the flustered explanations, useful information would slip out. I have not colluded with foreign forces. Li Sun denied it outright. He hadn't. Of course, Camilla was an exception. Their relationship was one of superior and subordinate. Strictly speaking, Camilla served him, and he served China. Therefore, Camilla also served China. Ma Wang has already been brought to justice and will be extradited back to the country soon. By then, no matter what you say, there will be no leniency. Are you sure you want to keep digging your own grave? If you haven't colluded with foreign forces, why would we have brought you here? Ding Yuan raised his voice, pressing on with his questions. Lu Meng stood watching. Truthfully, he knew nothing of this Ma Wang. All he understood was that the organization needed him to ensure Li Sun died here. Facing Ding Yuan's interrogation, Li Sun gave a cold laugh. Would you believe me if I said I'm being framed? Chapter 233, Defying Heaven's Special Meal. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. Ding Yuan mimicked the tone of interrogators from TV dramas, demanding angrily. He'd mentioned earlier that he was just clocking in for work. He didn't care what Li Sun said, but with the cameras rolling, he had to put on a good show. Li Sun inside shrugged helplessly. Look, you don't even believe me. You don't believe me when I say I haven't colluded with foreigners. But if I told you what technology one sold, or if I just handed you the critical data for the key technology, would you believe me then? What if I just made that up too? You know, fabricating technical details, I could just run it through my head, but verifying it? That's not as simple as running it through your head. But I must stress again, I have not colluded with foreign forces. At the same time, I have nothing else to tell you. My technology is currently being audited by state officials at my company. That's all. Li Sun had no intention of saying anything. He didn't know who was on the other end, or what interests they represented. So he wouldn't seek help either. He was simply waiting for a turning point, waiting for the big boss behind the scenes to step in. Bang! Hopeless. Ding Yuan slammed his fist hard on the table, cursed under his breath, and stormed out of the room. Lu Meng watched him leave in astonishment, unable to help but sigh inwardly. This guy's mental toughness is seriously lacking. He breaks down after just a couple of confrontations? Still, despite his inner grumbling, Lu Meng decided to follow him out. Outside, Ding Yuan was waiting by the door. Warden Lu, I lost my temper, but this Li Sun really is infuriating. How about this, same time tomorrow, I'll question him again. I need to figure out how to approach him better. Lu Meng nodded at these words and hummed in agreement. Ding Yuan turned and left, his stride still betraying lingering anger. What Lu Meng didn't know was that once Ding Yuan reached the room assigned to him, he flung his shoes aside, flopped onto the bed, and immediately started scrolling through his phone. It was as if none of what had just happened had ever occurred. The interrogation room had video proof he'd questioned him properly, so his task was complete. He actually hoped Li Sun wouldn't reveal anything that would save him the time and effort of verifying the details. After Ding Yuan left, Lu Meng returned to the interrogation room. He picked up the microphone and addressed the room. Li Sun, if you have anything to confess, you may directly inform the guard. You may write it down. Your conduct will be considered as evidence for your sentencing. I hope you won't give up on yourself. A very official statement, standard procedure. Immediately after, Lu Meng added. Take him back. Bring him to my office later for his evening meal, he's on the 7-day special diet. With that, Lu Meng departed. The prison guards inside escorted Li Sun back to his cell. Li Sun knew that special meal meant special catering. Under normal circumstances, it was prepared for sick inmates, prisoners who had earned merits, or the last meal for death row inmates. The quality of such meals was undoubtedly different from regular prison fare. But Li Sun couldn't shake the feeling that this special meal meant for him wouldn't be so simple. Half an hour later, the guard delivered the special meal to Li Sun in his cell. It arrived on a large tray, covered with the kind of dome commonly used for Western-style meals. It was said this was done to prevent envious inmates from trying to snatch it. Such incidents had occurred before when sick prisoners' meals included fried eggs. Some inmates would threaten them to keep the eggs, demanding they be given to them during yard time. Now, with the cover in place, the other inmates had no idea what was inside. Those receiving the special meals could say whatever they wanted, but in any case, they never got what they asked for. Such matters, however, could only be verified by prison officials. No other inmates could confirm them. Li Sun sat at the table and lifted the cover. His lips twitched. How cruel. Li Sun's special meal turned out to be nothing more than a bowl of plain congee. Or rather, it wasn't even porridge, barely more than pot scraping water. A bowl of watery liquid that vaguely resembled congee, with a thin layer of rice floating at the very bottom. If Li Sun hadn't misjudged, such rations wouldn't starve him to death, but they would certainly keep him perpetually hungry. Li Sun's body had been enhanced by the system, but that came with a price. It now demanded far more energy to sustain its functions. Missing a single meal wasn't the issue, it was the constant state of undernourishment that would cause his functions to rapidly deteriorate. In the biological imperative of survival, everything muscle function, nerve response speed must be subordinated to sustaining life. In other words, when Li Sun didn't eat enough, his body would break down fat and muscle to keep him alive. This process was swift, but regaining his current condition afterward would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the worst part is eating a little after starvation without feeling full. Everyone has experienced hunger to some degree. When truly starving, you feel your stomach protesting, as if your entire body is collapsing inward toward your gut. However, once hunger reaches a certain point, the sensation of hunger disappears, replaced by an overwhelming wave of weakness. This weakness persists for a period, leading to exhaustion and even unconsciousness. Then, one is jolted awake by an overwhelming hunger. Then, the cycle repeats, hunger and weakness intensify, while the duration of unconsciousness becomes increasingly erratic and shorter. Eventually, the person will develop a fever and slip into a coma, only to be jolted awake by hunger again. This rapid cycle continues until they can no longer awaken. This represents the most extreme scenario. However, if food is encountered during this process, the person will instinctively consume it without hesitation. Consuming food while starving, without the gradual satiation that comes from eating slowly, actually intensifies the hunger. The purpose of this special meal was to intensify Li Sun's hunger, keeping him perpetually starved. Hunger is a sensation that can drive a person mad. They're going to starve me to death here, then finish me off. Li Sun sighed inwardly, but still lifted the bowl and drank the porridge. Just one bowl, downed in a single gulp. Beyond a faint taste of porridge, it truly melted in his mouth. Li Sun had no choice now. He could only wait for a breakthrough, wait for the person behind it all to surface. Otherwise, being locked up here would be a complete waste. Moreover, Li Sun hoped Old Fan would learn of this situation and understand his intentions. Only then could they catch the mastermind behind it all. Unfortunately, when he was captured, all communication devices on Li Sun had been confiscated. Otherwise, he could have called Old Fan to warn him. With Old Fan's help, Li Sun wouldn't have suffered so terribly in prison. But now, it didn't matter. With Zhang Lan now involved through the Zhang family's connections, Old Fan would surely learn something. Chapter 234, Another Deviation. Of course, Li Sun could use the system to contact Old Fan through the Arms King website. But that was a last-ditch option. He currently had no computer or any communication devices. Attempting to contact Old Fan through the system via the Arms King website would essentially expose the system's existence on his person. A person possessing a system. That person would face the pursuit of the entire world. Yes, hunted by the entire world. Those who failed to secure Li Sun's assistance feared he might aid their enemies once he rose to power, making his pursuit inevitable. Those aided by Li Sun, fearing he might outshine his master and threaten their position or even covet the system itself, would sabotage him in secret. Ultimately, death awaits either way. Much like the legendary Imperial Seal, few who covet it in times of chaos meet a good end. This system, however, surpasses the Imperial Seal in every way. It would become the world's greatest treasure. The world is treacherous, and human hearts are unpredictable. Li Sun dared not gamble. Besides, if it ever came to that, Li Sun wouldn't need to contact Old Fan anyway. He could simply summon drones and Xingtian mechs out of thin air, then have Zhang Lan lead the charge that would suffice. Yet, though he thought this way, Li Sun did not wish for matters to escalate to that point. If it came to that, it would mean plunging into a colossal vortex with the entire world as its abyss. Li Sun's power wasn't sufficient, yet he couldn't guarantee he'd remain unscathed in such a massive maelstrom. Therefore, he'd better strive to survive and watch the situation unfold. A military convalescent hospital. After Old Fan's condition stabilized, he was transferred here. To avoid drawing attention, Old Fan arrived via ambulance, accompanied solely by a team of doctors and nurses hastily assembled for the transfer. They knew only that his condition was critical, that he frequently slipped into unconsciousness, and that he required constant monitoring. But the true state of old Fan's health was known only to Fan Duo and his lifelong bodyguard, Bao Bing, a man who had served him for decades and was closer than family. That day, in old Fan's hospital room, Fan Duo arrived for his customary visit. Old Fan was now able to get out of bed and move freely. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, chatting with his bodyguard. When Fan Duo entered, the guard instinctively stood up and positioned himself by the doorway. "Grandfather, word has already spread about your condition. No slip-ups. I stated you'd fully regain consciousness and resume normal routines in about a month, and wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Many have been seeking confirmation, openly and covertly. I distributed the medical records Uncle Bao prepared, adding some security measures. Everything is proceeding according to your plan. Flawless." Fan Duo sat down and addressed Old Master Fan directly. Old Fan nodded, looked at Fan Duo, and patted his shoulder. "Good. Actually, you don't need to come every day. You've got your own affairs to attend to. By the way, how are Li Sun and that Zheng family lad doing?" Hearing his grandfather's question, Fan Duo smiled, picked up an apple, and began peeling it as he spoke. "Grandpa, you should worry more about yourself. I've got people watching them, and they report to me regularly." Li Sun went to Shanghai on a business trip, and Zhang Lan went with him. Their company's superconductivity project is under review, so they're probably in Shanghai looking for people. After all, the leading experts in this field mostly live in Shanghai now. As for me, don't worry. I'll manage my time wisely. You just stay here, focus on your health, and strategize. Leave the rest to me. We've got a whole team behind us. No need to handle everything yourself, okay?" Fan Duo said with a smile. Old Fan smiled back, sliding down slightly to recline in the lounge chair. "Some things you just have to handle yourself. Given my current situation, someone's bound to get a little crafty. Since your dad's side is tricky to approach, you're the only one left. Doing things yourself, trust me, not only keeps your subordinates on their toes but also hones your own skills. Back in my day, I was already a leader, a bureau chief, no less." As Old Fan reminisced, Fan Duo interjected. "You, a bureau chief, trekked through blizzards with your team delivering lab data. Your hair froze solid, it rattled like ice when you tapped it. Yet your mind stayed sharp the whole way. You walked, thought, calculated. By the time you arrived, every last flake of ice on your hair had melted. Grandpa, you've told this story dozens of times. You say I'm your grandson and our family has the means, but I can't very well go delivering documents in a blizzard too, can I? If I did that, wouldn't it be like looking down on our nation's road system? And on you, our great hero?" Fan Duo cut Grandpa Fan off and finished the story himself. Old Fan burst into laughter, tapping Fan Duo on the shoulder. You little rascal, you've always known how to enjoy the good life. Still, you'd do well to remember what I said. While those who achieve great things may overlook minor details, often the most monumental endeavors can be undone by the smallest oversights. You're young now, with me and your father to back you up, you can afford to take risks. But later on, you mustn't be so reckless." Fan Duo nodded and handed the peeled apple in his hand to Old Fan. "All right, my dear grandfather. This is my father's strict order to ensure your safety. I'm not allowed to stray more than 5 kilometers from you until things are completely settled. Once you're well and things are fully settled, I'll follow your example and go to the grassroots." The following days, at Huqiao prison, Li Sun was served that special diet 3 times a day. If not for his prior conditioning, Li Sun would have starved to the point of collapse long ago. That Ding Yuan still asked Li Sun once a day to write something. Even though Li Sun looked visibly weakened, Ding Yuan never pressed further. He simply demanded writing. If Li Sun refused, Ding Yuan would retreat just as he had on the first day, exchanging a few perfunctory words before leaving. The prison guards, too, all pretended not to see. Within the prison system, they all rose and fell together. Moreover, the guards at Huqiao prison generally didn't care how the inmates lived, they just followed orders. After all, no one locked up here was any good, and suffering a little was only what they deserved. Throughout the entire prison, only Zhang Lan noticed something was off with Li Sun. Their section was usually quiet, so Zhang Lan could gauge Li Sun's state just by the sound of his footsteps. They even communicated using Morse code by tapping on their bed frames. Countless times, Zhang Lan wanted to use his privileges to help Li Sun through the hardship, at the very least, to ensure he ate better. He feared for Li Sun's safety. But Li Sun's response was always the same: hold your ground and wait for the situation to unfold. Chapter 235, I'll handle the technical details. Truth be told, Li Sun had underestimated his own physical capabilities. The system's enhancement wasn't merely physical strengthening, it was more akin to evolution. Now, even if Li Sun went 5 days without food and only drank water, his bodily functions wouldn't decline significantly. An average person relying solely on that minimal sustenance might last 7 days before becoming bedridden. But after trying it for 2 days, Li Sun estimated he could last at least half a month. Nevertheless, to lure the mastermind into revealing themselves and prompting the next move, Li Sun feigned near exhaustion. But his body could endure, but the hunger was very real. At that moment, Li Sun was chewing on a piece of cloth torn from his sheets, washing it down with cold water. Of course, this wasn't edible. Li Sun was merely using the act of chewing to trick his brain, making his hunger pangs feel less intense. But after chewing for a while, he seemed to remember something and spat the contents of his mouth out immediately. Just as he instinctively wanted to shout for the guard, Li Sun remembered he was still pretending to be starving. He quickly moved to the door and began tapping the iron bars with his toothbrush cup. Thump! The sound quickly echoed through the quiet prison block. Zhang Lan heard it too, but Li Sun was tapping to signal her he needed to handle something. So Zhang Lan didn't move. Soon, a guard assigned to watch Li Sun rushed over. What do you want? Li Sun feigned weakness as he looked at the guard. Tell them I said I've mastered a technology one I developed myself by combining foreign and Chinese techniques. I'll write it down right now. Right this instant. The guard nodded and knocked on the iron door. Stay right here. I'll go get approval. With that, the guard departed. Li Sun kept up the act, sliding down the iron door and collapsing onto the floor. Lu Meng's office. You mean that Li Sun guy? He said he wants to write some kind of technical report? Did he make any demands? Lu Meng asked. The guard shook his head. No. Lu Meng thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Alright, you can go now. I'll make some calls and have you come back later. The guard left, and Lu Meng immediately called the middle-aged man. Soon, he received an affirmative response. Then, Lu Meng notified Ding Yuan, since Ding Yuan was in charge of this matter. So, half an hour later, in Li Sun's cell block, a pen, a stack of paper, and a prison guard appeared. The guard was there to monitor him. The prison had seen incidents where inmates used pens and folded paper to commit suicide, so they had modified the pens used for inmate signatures. However, these pens were difficult to write with applying even slight pressure caused them to retract, and they were awkward to handle. Under normal circumstances, inmates only needed pens to sign their names, and this design sufficed. But now, Li Sun would likely be writing quite a bit, so they gave him a regular pen. Then there was the paper that was impossible to control. To prevent him from folding paper for suicide, someone was assigned to watch him. With someone watching him, they could give him a normal pen. Meanwhile, Lu Meng and Ding Yuan monitored Li Sun's every move from the surveillance room. The interrogation room was currently occupied and had time restrictions, so they feared it would interfere with other work. Other locations weren't secure, so Li Sun was directly assigned to write in a detention cell. Do you really think he can write anything meaningful? Lu Meng asked. Ding Yuan shook his head and replied in a low voice. Who knows? Previously, there had been cases where inmates developed brushless motors in exchange for sentence reductions. Consequently, regulations now stipulate that individuals possessing such technical expertise should be provided with conditions to continue their research. But after this incident, some have exploited the loophole, using research as an excuse to stall for time. That's why I'm here to determine if he's lying. The Prison Administration Bureau also has part-time professors stationed there, specifically handling similar cases. Any research he submits that proves genuinely useful must first pass through me. Only after my approval will it be forwarded for tiered review. Full clearance will then determine the extent of his sentence reduction based on the project's significance. But if he can't even pass my scrutiny, then he's a fraud and could even face additional punishment. Therefore, everything must be backed by evidence, and I must remain here to oversee the process. Ding Yuan's tone was decidedly unfriendly as he spoke. To Ding Yuan, this whole situation felt like Li Sun was deliberately creating trouble for him. Ding Yuan never believed someone who built his fortune by defrauding state research funds could understand real technology. According to colleagues who verified the superconductivity project at Red Flag Company, relevant authorities reviewed the company's surveillance footage and found that Li Sun spent very little time at Red Flag. Even during his recent period at the company, he only visited the lab once or twice. The rest of the time, he was upstairs ordering takeout, rarely even leaving his room. Rumor had it he was accompanied by a friend. However, that friend apparently held a very high security clearance, making it inconvenient for higher-ups to disclose details. Ding Yuan suspected this person was an undercover agent specifically assigned to investigate Li Sun, otherwise, Li wouldn't have been apprehended so easily. As for the rumor that Hongqi Corporation's superconductivity project was developed based on Li Sun's foundational model, Ding Yuan remained skeptical. Regardless of whether the Red Flag Company's superconductivity project was genuine or not, someone who rarely even visited the lab, the technology he possessed must have been stolen, extorted, or swindled. This kind of person is only after money. Now that he's behind bars, what skills could he possibly offer? Ding Yuan couldn't care less. Lu Meng, standing nearby, picked up on Ding Yuan's disdain, but he didn't say much. He was just a worker, he did what he was told and didn't ask questions. Self-preservation was the key to survival. Through the surveillance feed, both men watched Li Sun hunched over his desk, furiously scribbling. Suddenly, they watched as Li Sun tore off a piece of paper. Before the guard could intervene, Li Sun stuffed the paper into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. The guard inside turned his head and glanced at the monitor. Lu Meng had a communicator linked to the guards inside, but he said nothing. It was only natural for a starving person to eat paper. As for Ding Yuan standing nearby, he remained completely silent. As he'd said before, he didn't care what happened to Li Sun. His mission had been accomplished the moment he entered the interrogation room. Whatever Li Sun wrote now was merely icing on the cake. If he couldn't write it, it was none of his concern. How Lu Meng and the others treated Li Sun was none of his concern either. Seeing Lu Meng's lack of reaction, the duty guard turned back to observe Li Sun. Li Sun continued to tear at the paper, occasionally chewing on it. He was genuinely starving.